It is often said that one cannot conceal their affection for another. What then, if one harbors feelings for two, or even three? At the pinnacle of his life, the CEO of a publicly listed company, Jingyan, finds himself in such a predicament. Having been reborn into his senior year of high school, he is astonished to discover that the once humble and easily bullied youth is now the object of admiration from girls. Liu Yiyi is innocent, straightforward, courageous, and romantic, devoid of any guile, making interactions with her effortlessly pleasant and considerate. On the surface, Shen Fuwei appears aloof and unapproachable, yet beneath that exterior lies a warmth that is endearingly contrasting. Dai Yuxi, born into affluence, is independent and willful, yet not uncivilized. She is candid without being affected. Faced with the earnest affections of these young ladies, Jingyan finds himself in a quandary. Please do not pressure me. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Brother Yan, tomorrow is our high school graduation's 14th anniversary gathering. You absolutely must attend. On the expressway from Jingbei to Bincheng, the engine of a Bentley Continental emits a deep, rumbling roar. Just as Jingyan concludes a multinational executive meeting, his childhood friend, Chen Bohan, booms through his Bluetooth headset. Don't give me that nonsense about being busy. Your mother has already informed me that you're returning to Bincheng tomorrow. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, Jingyan lowers the window slightly, allowing the cold wind to whisk away the smoke rings. His tone carries an unmistakable air of detachment and amusement. I'm busy. Leave me alone. Don't, Chen Bohan implores. Shen Fuwei will be there, your high school deskmate, the goddess of our school. Have you forgotten? The fog thickens, obscuring his view through the misted windshield. Jingyan discards his suit jacket onto the passenger seat and presses the windshield wipers. Chen Bohan, I'll say it once more, do not bother me. He is not averse to returning to Bincheng. Rather, he fears reigniting the wretched memories of his youth. During his senior year, a mysterious love letter led to rumors of a clandestine romance between him and Shen Fuwei. The scandal escalated, forcing Shen Fuwei to forego the college entrance examination and study abroad. He too was summoned for conversation, branded as disturbing the normal educational order, resulting in his transfer from a prestigious high school to a rather subpar private institution. Brother Yan, I beseech you. Chen Bohan's voice is laden with desperation. You are now the proud owner of a publicly listed company. You are our class's pride, and everyone wishes to see you. I've already assured them. Pride? Jingyan scoffs, flicking the cigarette but out the window. When you regarded me as a laughingstock back then, why did you not declare me your pride? I know that love letter was not penned by you. Before Chen Bohan could finish, Jingyan's gaze turned icy. It was that very love letter that shattered his and Shen Fuwei's youth. He remembers all those who spread rumors, those who perpetuated them, and those who reveled in his misfortune. I am returning to Bincheng to accompany my family. I have no time to pretend with a bunch of hypocrites. With that, Jingyan abruptly hangs up, pressing the accelerator, the Bentley slicing through the thick fog like an arrow. However, as he passes over the Haihe Bridge, a blinding white light suddenly envelopes him. Jingyan feels darkness engulf him, the vehicle spiraling out of control, and in the next moment, the frigid river water surges violently into the cabin. Damn it! Jingyan jolts awake, his body feeling as though it has been submerged in icy water. Instinctively, he reaches for his phone, only to grasp the cool surface of a desk. The scent of orange blossoms and ink lingers in the air. This is not Haihe. He raises his head abruptly, the morning sun blinding him, and through his blurred vision, he sees a girl in a blue and white school uniform with a high ponytail seated beside him. Her skin is fair and immaculate, and as she smiles, two dimples appear, exuding an air of purity. Shen Fuwei, how could she be here? After all these years, she still resembles her high school self? Jingyan surveys his surroundings, his mind suddenly spinning. The glaring countdown on the blackboard reads, September 20th, 2010, with 258 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Surrounded by familiar blue and white uniforms, with heaps of revision materials piled upon the desks, and a half-used bottle of sodium hyaluronate eye drops in the corner. This is the classroom of Class 1, Senior Year, at Bincheng No. 2 High School. I have been reborn. Jingyan can hardly believe it. In his past life, he was a billionaire tech mogul, on the cusp of the pinnacle of success. To find himself reborn to this most constraining year of high school. All because he declined to attend that wretched class reunion? At that moment, Shen Fuwei steps onto the podium, clutching a piece of paper, her cool voice resonating throughout the classroom. This love letter, regardless of the author, I hereby declare that I will not engage in any romantic relationships during my 3 years of high school. Please do not send me any more of these pointless notes. Her gaze sweeps across her classmates, yet she hastily averts her eyes upon meeting Jingyan's. I also hope everyone will cease the rumors and refrain from implicating innocent classmates. I will tear this up now and let this matter rest. The note is shredded into pieces, Yet the whispers among the classroom persist. It's obvious that Song Jingyan wrote it. Who else would dare to pursue Shen Fuwei? I heard he's involved with Liu Yiyi from class 7. What a scoundrel. Last time, I saw him secretly watching Shen Fuwei. It's truly disgusting. The familiar rumors resurface, igniting a cold fury within Song Jingyan. In his previous life, he was weak and silent, believing that the truth would emerge on its own, yet the rumors only intensified. Ultimately, he was branded as having slept with Shen Fuwei, forced her to abort, and booked a room, utterly ruining both their lives. But now that he has been reborn, he will not allow regret to fester further. Enough of the speculation. Song Jingyan stands abruptly, his deep voice silencing the classroom instantly. Song Jingyan, who are you trying to intimidate? Yes, Shuyong exclaimed, his voice a facade of bravado masking his trepidation. Song Jingyan cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, Am I frightening you? Shall I dial 110 right now and summon the police to adjudicate this matter? We could also have a discussion with your parents to see how they have raised their child. Yes, Shuyong, feeling a pang of guilt, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond further. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, as all present struggled to comprehend how the previously docile and easily bullied Song Jingyan had transformed into such a formidable and fearsome figure. Song Jingyan surveyed the naive and hypocritical faces before him, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The debts of his past life would be repaid in full, with interest in this one. Senior year? Gloomy? Oppressed? From this day forth, he vowed to make those who had bullied and slandered him experience the bitterness of oppression themselves. Chapter 2. The Guilt of the Beautiful Teacher Dingling. As the bell for class rang, the classroom fell into a hushed stillness after a brief flurry of movement. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher, Sun Min, gracefully donned in a white blouse and a black skirt, made her way to the podium. Please stand. In his previous life, Song Jingyan had encountered Sun Min while she was out shopping, and her attire had left a lasting impression on him. Though she was not yet 30, she was an exceptional graduate of Beijing Normal University. Adorned in a splendid white dress paired with exquisite accessories and elegant high heels, she exuded an undeniable aura of sophistication. Yet, upon returning to school, her appearance transformed to a more conventional style, earning her the endearing yet unfortunate nickname of Mei Chaofeng among the students, a fate shared by many beautiful teachers. Today we will review. In the senior year, there were no new subjects. This was the time for the first round of revisions. Song Jingyan realized that the knowledge imparted by the teacher had not merely faded from his memory. Rather, it remained vividly intact. This was hardly surprising, as his memories from the age of 18 were like files stored on a hard drive, while the memories of his previous 33 years were cataloged as a separate document. His reinforced memories from the age of 18 were now enriched by an additional 15 years of life and academic experiences. Perhaps this was the boon of rebirth. If an examination were to occur now, he felt a compelling sense that he could achieve full marks. Of course, achieving a perfect score in language arts was an impossibility, as he had not devoted all his attention to the lesson. At Binhai's second high school, there were 12 classes in the senior year, with classes 1 and 6 designated as the key classes, while the others were parallel classes. Song Jingyan was part of Class 1, the key class. In his previous life, as the Huang Yao incident escalated, the school, citing disruption to other studies, had repeatedly engaged him in discussions about transferring classes, ultimately urging him to transfer to another school. This was largely influenced by Shen Fuwei's mother, Zhang Yingxian, a university professor, and her husband, Shen Xingzhou, who was poised for promotion within the municipal government. In stark contrast, Song Jingyan's parents were merely laid-off workers selling seafood at the market, lacking both wealth and connections. Compounding this was the recent monthly examination, in which Shen Fuwei scored an impressive 665, positioning her as a potential candidate for prestigious universities, a protected asset of the school. While Song Jingyan's score of 612 placed him in a less significant light in the eyes of the school authorities. Rather than passively awaiting the situation to deteriorate, he resolved to proactively transfer to a parallel class to avoid suspicion and to uncover the source of the rumors. Song Jingyan stood alongside his homeroom teacher, Sun Min, at the southern corridor, facing each other. Teacher, I wish to transfer to a parallel class. Sun Min was taken aback. The recent rumors surrounding Shen Fuwei and Song Jingyan had left her frazzled. She knew Song Jingyan to be an honest and upright student, utterly incapable of the actions suggested by the rumors. However, Shen Fuwei's family was exceptionally influential. An ordinary teacher like her, let alone the principal, could hardly withstand such pressure. She was acutely aware of the injustice faced by Song Jingyan and felt a deep sense of guilt for failing to protect her studentess' interests. Could you share your thoughts with me? Standing at a height of 165 meters and wearing flat shoes, Sun Min found herself having to look up to communicate with the 183-meter-tall Song Jingyan. Naturally, Song Jingyan refrained from addressing the matter directly, instead offering a feigned reason. Given my current level of academic proficiency, my foundational knowledge is not particularly solid. I believe a parallel class would be more suited to my needs. Sun Min instinctively adjusted her glasses, her arms crossing over her chest, a habitual gesture when pondering a problem. Yet, the fitted skirt she wore accentuated her figure, and the buttons were not fastened tightly. As she crossed her arms, her ample bosom became evident, catching his gaze momentarily. Should he gently remind her? He decided against it, not wishing to be perceived as inappropriate. Song Jingyan's eyes wandered, feigning nonchalance. Sun Min recognized that his initiative to request a class transfer was the best possible outcome. Despite her inner turmoil, she offered him words of comfort. Teacher knows you are a good student. If you have made up your mind, I shall consent. Moreover, your current grades can fluctuate. Ensure that all your energy is devoted to your studies, and do not abandon your aspirations, even in a parallel class. Sun Min pressed her lips together and added, I will discuss this with Teacher Ko from Class 4, as he has experience with key classes. Gratefully, Song Jingyan expressed his thanks and turned to leave. Sun Min watched his retreating figure, shaking her head slightly. She sincerely hoped that this incident would not hinder his future, and she would strive to find him a suitable class. Gathering her thoughts, she turned to head back to her office, only to realize that 2 buttons on her blouse were undone. Suddenly aware, a flush crept onto her face as she hastily fastened them. Returning to the classroom, Song Jingyan maintained a calm demeanor. Many gazes, both intentional and unintentional, swept over him. His close friend, Chen Bohuan, leaned closer. Yingo, what did Mei Chaofeng discuss with you just now? Although Chen Bohuan lowered his voice, the classroom fell into an expectant silence, as if everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of his reply. A wry smile curled at the corners of Song Jingyan's mouth. Oh, the teacher was elucidating the 2 illusions employed in Xing Lu and regarding fishing in the Azure Creek and dreaming of the sun while on a boat. Instantly, a chorus of disappointed sighs filled the room. It seemed that some classmates were eagerly awaiting scandalous gossip, hoping to revel in his misfortune. Shen Fuwei's expression darkened as she cast a furtive glance at Song Jingyan before lowering her gaze. She hesitated, wanting to speak but lacking the courage. She had overheard her mother's phone call to the principal demanding action against Song Jingyan. The love letter she received had been discreetly hidden in her backpack, but it had been stolen and circulated, leading to a torrent of rumors that caused distress for both of them. She longed to apologize to Song Jingyan, but feared he would no longer wish to associate with her. A myriad of emotions loomed over her heart like dark clouds, refusing to disperse. She could only pray that Song Jingyan would not hold her accountable, silently offering her apologies over and over again in her mind. It was not until after school that Sun Min found Song Jingyan to inform him that he could report to class for the following day. Song Jingyan nodded with a smile, his expression neutral, neither joyful nor disheartened. He returned to the classroom to quietly gather his books, mentioning nothing to anyone. Unlike his usual routine of leaving school with Chen Bohuan, he lingered until all the other students had departed before sluggishly exiting the classroom. By then, darkness had descended. Upon arriving at the bus stop for Route 2 outside the school, he noticed a boy and a girl, both clad in the school uniform of Binhai Second High, standing by the bus sign. The boy, slightly over 170 meters tall, with somewhat long hair, held a letter in front of him, pleading with the girl to accept it. The girl turned slightly away, didn't even glance at him. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and his hands tucked into the pockets of his uniform pants, Song Jingyan stood 10 meters away, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the boy jerked his hand back as if electrocuted, shooting him a resentful glare before turning away in defeat. The girl remained coolly indifferent, her attention not straying to the departing boy. Hey, you should step back a bit. Be careful not to get hit when the bus arrives. Song Jingyan called out with concern. The girl, around 167 meters tall, with her hair tied in a bun, wore a loosely fitted uniform that accentuated her slender frame. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's voice, she glanced his way and tucked a few stray strands behind her ear as she approached. We just missed one. We'll have to wait a while for the next. Shall we walk back? Her voice was sweet and gentle, reminiscent of a soft melody. It was then that he recognized her as Liu Yiyi. Liu Yiyi possessed delicate features, her fair and pristine face radiating the unique purity and healing aura of a young girl. They had been classmates in middle school, and, upon entering high school, both had enrolled in Binhai Second High, though Song Jingyan found himself in Class 1 while she was placed in Class 7. They often walked home together after school, but they had not seen each other since graduating high school. Compared to Shen Fuwei, Their appearances were equally striking. Shen Fuwei stands at an elegant height of 1.70 m, a girl immersed in the art of ethnic dance. Easily distinguished in a crowd by both her grace and physique, recognizable even from behind. Liu Yiyi, having devoted her childhood to the study of music, is approximately 1.67 m. Her figure is well-proportioned, with her curves modestly concealed beneath a loose school uniform. To Song Jingyan, in his previous life, Shen Fuwei appeared as a radiant moon, once beautifully suspended in the night sky. In contrast, Liu Yiyi resembled the stars that softly accompanied him through those arduous days plagued by rumors of infidelity. The two girls exhibit contrasting personalities. Shen Fuwei, when approached by a boy confessing his feelings, would surely turn away silently, leaving him in anticipation. Liu Yiyi, however, would most likely utter a gentle apology, ensuring that he does not feel overly embarrassed. I heard you wrote a love letter to Shen Fuwei. In his previous life, Liu Yiyi had posed this very question. On that day, he was in a somber mood and chose not to respond, nor did she inquire further. That love letter was not penned by me. Though Song Jingyan felt a tinge of fatigue, indignation simmered within him. Liu Yiyi tilted her head slightly, studying him. It truly doesn't seem like something you would do. Song Jingyan smirked. Then what does seem characteristic of me? Liu Yiyi lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering as she noticed something unusual about him today. You're far too honest. Even if you liked a girl, you wouldn't confess, would you? Chapter 3. The hair-washing girl, Liu Yiyi. Perhaps, if I encounter a girl I truly admire, I might just pursue her. Yet, from Liu Yiyi's perspective, Song Jingyan, despite his commendable looks, was riddled with insecurity. His shy demeanor hindered his ability to converse with girls, often causing him to bow his head in shyness, even in their company. However, today, Song Jingyan seemed different. Are you still the same Xiao Song today? He replied with a smile. If I'm not Xiao Song, who am I? Am I conversing with a ghost? Oh no. I meant to ask, if you didn't write that love letter, why admit to it? You can't possibly have feelings for Shen Fuwei, can you? Liu Yiyi's surprise was palpable at Song Jingyan's retort and jest. In his previous life, he had clarified to his classmates countless times that the letter was not his creation, yet none were convinced. Whether I admit it or not, they've already decided that letter is mine. Rumors will inevitably circulate. Rather than allowing them to speculate wildly, it's easier to simply acknowledge it, thereby avoiding further gossip. Song Jingyan skillfully evaded the more pressing question of whether he indeed liked Shen Fuwei. Liu Yiyi chose not to press further, tugging at her backpack strap as they continued their walk. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, their shadows elongated along the path. With few pedestrians around, a comfortable silence enveloped them. The city was divided by a north-south railway, with their school, No. 2 Middle School, located in the newly built Eastern District, while both Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi resided in the older Western District known as Taixi. As they passed a row of single-story shops, Liu Yiyi spotted an ice cream parlor. Xiao Song, let me treat you to ice cream today, and you can return the favor tomorrow, okay? Liu Yiyi often invited Song Jingyan to indulge in snacks and drinks. However, his meager allowance limited his ability to reciprocate these gestures. By the time they graduated high school, Song Jingyan would owe her more than he could ever repay. He ruffled his tousled hair, a style popular among boys at the time. Following the trend, he had spent over 50 yuan on a haircut. Now, looking back, he found the hairstyle somewhat ridiculous. I think I should get a trim. Liu Yiyi, aware of his financial constraints, refrained from mentioning money and suggested, let us go get your hair cut first. They entered a small barbershop, approximately 10 square meters in size, filled with the pungent scent of hair products. Song Jingyan wrinkled his nose at the odor. A stylishly dressed woman in her 40s, who was both the hairstylist and owner, was busy perming the hair of a plump middle-aged client. Upon seeing them, she greeted them warmly. Who is here for a haircut? I am. Song Jingyan pointed to himself. Young man, please wait until I finish with this lady before I attend to you. He exchanged glances with Liu Yiyi, knowing that such traditional perms would take quite a while. How long will it take? About half an hour. That is too long. He glanced at the clippers resting on the counter. Annie, how about I use your clippers to cut my own hair? I'll pay you the same. The owner frowned slightly, looking at him skeptically. I have no objections, but do you think you can manage it yourself? Song Jingyan removed his school uniform, revealing a yellow jersey emblazoned with the number 24 of the Lakers. He bent slightly, taking the clippers in hand, and began to cut his hair in front of the mirror. Young man, if you don't do it well, don't expect your parents to come after me. While cutting his hair, Song Jingyan chuckled in response. Don't worry, Annie. My parents embrace life and prefer to persuade through kindness. He was the quintessential northern lad, with high cheekbones and sharp brows, yet his face was relatively small, making long hair unsuitable for him. As the strands fell away, His forehead and the tips of his eyebrows became visible. Looking in the mirror, he felt rejuvenated, even a bit handsome. The plump lady getting her hair permed couldn't help but exclaim, "Young man, how did you become so handsome just from a haircut? This hairstyle truly tests one's looks. He is already quite good-looking," the owner remarked wisely. Liu Yiyi stifled a laugh, realizing that this style suited Song Jingyan well. He bent down, brushing off the hair clippings from his head and neck, preparing to get dressed and leave. "Auntie, how much do I owe you?" "No need for payment. If you leave like this, the hair will itch inside your clothes. You should wash it off." Song Jingyan glanced at the reclining wash chair, frowning slightly. The confined space made it difficult for someone of his stature to maneuver comfortably. He considered foregoing it and washing at home instead. The owner, noticing his hesitation, turned to Liu Yiyi. "Miss, could you help wash his hair? He can't do it himself. The shampoo and towels are right there." Dressed in matching blue and white uniforms from Binhai No. 2 Middle School, their late-night companionship inevitably led to misunderstandings of being a couple in a romantic relationship. Song Jingyan quickly clarified, "We're just classmates, don't get the wrong idea." The owner nodded in understanding. "Oh, right, just classmates." The plump lady in the chair also chuckled. "You two actually seem quite well matched." Liu Yiyi felt an urge to clarify, but her shyness caused her cheeks to flush before she could respond. With a sigh, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate arms akin to white lotus stems. Standing before the wash basin, "Xiao Song, lie back. I'll wash your hair." Song Jingyan ceased his protest, reclined, and closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the sensation of Liu Yiyi's slender fingers gliding through his scalp. "How is the water temperature?" Liu Yiyi suddenly inquired, her breath brushing against his face, carrying a subtle, enticing fragrance. Song Jingyan swallowed hard, pleasantly surprised that even in this rebirth, he could experience the tender service of a girl washing his hair. This hair-washing girl, quite delightful. Unaware of Song Jingyan's inner thoughts, Liu Yiyi quickly lathered up the mint-scented shampoo, creating a frothy white foam in her palms. A few stray strands of hair fell, grazing Song Jingyan's nose, causing a tickling sensation that prompted him to open his eyes and look at Liu Yiyi. Her long, dark lashes were glistening with droplets of water, and her soft pink lips appeared vibrantly inviting, embodying both innocence and allure. In that moment, Song Jingyan realized he had seemingly overlooked something significant in his previous life. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly locked eyes with Liu Yiyi, whose cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her long lashes trembling slightly, while her heart raced as if it had skipped a beat. After a brief pause, she bit her lip and said, "Xiao Song, could you please close your eyes?" Reluctantly, Song Jingyan complied, shutting his eyes once more, though he couldn't resist peeking through a narrow slit. The air was thick with humidity, intermingled with the fragrance emanating from Liu Yiyi, a delicate blend of her perfume and the minty scent of her shampoo. Song Jingyan felt a tightening in his throat, his breathing becoming shallow. In truth, Liu Yiyi was struggling as well. She yearned to concentrate, but found her heart racing, her fingers no longer as nimble as usual. After finally helping Song Jingyan wash his hair, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ultimately, the proprietor declined to accept payment from Song Jingyan. The two left the barber shop and, on their way back, purchased 2 bottles of juice as a small gift for the barber. "Are you still practicing the saxophone?" Like many families with decent circumstances, hers had nurtured a couple of hobbies in their children. Liu Yiyi had studied the saxophone since childhood, along with the piano and guitar among other instruments. However, her family did not wish for her to pursue a career in music. "Well, I practice a bit when I'm alone," she replied. "What about you, Xiao Song? Do you have any plans for the future? Which university do you wish to attend?" Song Jingyan paused, recalling that in his previous life, he had been accepted into the University of Communications in a mountain city to study business administration. That place, with its peculiar culinary habits of tofu pudding drizzled with sesame oil and hot pot dipped in oily sauces, combined with its hot and humid climate, had been difficult for him to adapt to, often leaving him homesick. After graduation, he faced numerous obstacles in finding suitable employment and reluctantly returned to Binchinch, starting from the bottom and eventually accumulating his first fortune through seafood sales. This time around, he was determined to avoid such detours. "I haven't decided yet, but one thing is certain. I want to be too far from my parents. I want to take good care of them." As he spoke of his parents, a wave of longing filled his eyes. In his previous life, it had been on the way home for a reunion that he had met with an accident beneath a bridge, his heart already yearning for the warmth of home. "And you, Yi?" Liu Yi's eyes dimmed noticeably. "I want to study music, but my parents want me to apply to medical school." With a score of only around 550 in her monthly exams, her chances of being accepted into a clinical medicine program were slim. "Don't worry too much. There is still time before the college entrance exam. Perhaps things will turn around. Seeing the melancholy in Liu Yiyi's gaze, Song Jingyan offered her words of comfort, prompting her to muster a faint smile. Chapter 4. The desire for children. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray work uniform, clearly intoxicated, staggered towards them, mumbling incoherently as his bleary eyes searched for direction beneath the streetlights. In 2010, Binchinj still bore a raw, bustling atmosphere. Far from the orderly environment, it would become more than a decade later. Instinctively, Song Jingyan stepped protectively in front of Liu Yiyi, his gaze scanning the drunken man with caution. The cutthroat business world of his past had honed his instincts for potential risks, even when faced with an inconsequential drunkard. The man belched loudly and wobbled past them, reeking of alcohol. Only after he disappeared around the corner did Song Jingyan release a slow breath, his palms damp with sweat. Liu Yi's eyes reflected the outline of Song Jingyan. He was her long-lost sense of security, something she had only experienced in her childhood with her father. Xiao Song, when you first started middle school, you were a bit chubby and shorter than me. I never imagined you would grow to be 8 meters tall after just one holiday in high school, Liu Yiyi remarked, gesturing to compare their heights. Song Jingyan recalled that time. In our class, Chun Xiang, and you've been always bullied me. Liu Yiyi sneaked a glance at him. Is that why you didn't attend the middle school reunion? Song Jingyan replied. They never called me, it seems. Liu Yiyi bit her lip as she looked at him, noticing how much he had changed. No matter what, you are the boy I watched grow up. They continued walking until they reached Liu Yi's home, a stark contrast to the aged surroundings of the old city. Her family resided in the Ziyu Huafa community, an area with excellent location and convenient transportation, lush greenery, and an impressive entrance. Song Jingyan halted his steps. You're home now, I should head back. Typically, they would part ways here without much conversation, but tonight, Liu Yiyi gazed up at the cold moon in the night sky and suddenly felt an urge to linger with Song Jingyan, to walk a little longer. Xiao Song, you seem different today. Song Jingyan's lips twitched slightly. Of course he was different, if it weren't for his rebirth. He would be holding a wine glass in one hand while the other rested on his secretary's smooth thigh, discussing business. He sighed helplessly. What is different? I am still me. Liu Yiyi opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Noticing her, Song Jingyan waved goodbye and turned to leave. On his way home, he instinctively patted his pants pocket, only to realize that at this moment, he didn't even own a Nokia Motorola, let alone access WeChat or any apps. To log on to QQ, he would need a computer. How frustrating. Who had written that love letter? Who had spread those rumors? Don't let me find you. Song Jingyan fumed silently. He lived in an old panel building constructed in the last century, without property management. The hallway was cluttered with debris, the familiar yet unpleasant scent of mildew and dampness permeating the air. Climbing to the 4th floor, he stood before the ironclad security door, just reaching for the doorknob when the door swung open. My son is back. His mother's cheerful and familiar voice rang in his ears, but upon seeing Song Jingyan, she paused in surprise. I told you to cut your long hair, but you didn't listen. Have you finally come to your senses today? Gazing at his mother's youthful visage, a thought struck him. If he could trade all his wealth from his past life for his parents to regain their youth, it would be a bargain worth making. Song Jingyan embraced his mother tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Mom, I really missed you. His mother, Lin Xiejun, frowned and pushed him away slightly, feeling his forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? After just one day apart. You miss me? Have you done something wrong? Chuckling, Song Jingyan sidestepped his mother and entered the house. Their home was a modest 60 square meters, a typical 2.5-room layout. The popular decor style of the era featured wooden plywood cabinets everywhere. Their family had lived in this apartment for 20 years. His father, Song Changchun, was slender and appeared amiable, resembling Song Jingyan quite closely, though he was not very talkative. His mother had gained a little weight and loved to chatter. She was sociable and, compared to other parents of this time, both Song Changchun and Lin Xiejun were quite progressive. They respected Song Jingyan's privacy, granting him the space he needed. Like many traditional parents, they worked tirelessly for half their lives to support their son through his education, hoping he would marry early and soon provide them with grandchildren. A typical, unpretentious, and blissful family. Song Changchun emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of stir-fried clams. Placing it on the dining table, spotting Song Jingyan, he cheerfully exclaimed, Hurry, put down your backpack and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Song Jingyan bypassed the hand washing, popping a clam into his mouth and praising its deliciousness as he walked toward the bathroom. The restroom had only a small square mirror about a foot wide. He wiped the fog from the mirror's surface, revealing the smooth forehead of a youthful boy. Looking into the mirror at his innocent, youthful face felt surreal, as if he had awakened from a dream to find he was still a student. The vibrant nightlife, glamorous cars, and beautiful women were merely illusions from a dream. Yet he knew those experiences were not mere figments. They had truly occurred. Emerging from the restroom, Lin Xiaojun and Song Changchun were already seated at the dining table, waiting for him. Just as Song Jingyan settled down, his mother peeled a shrimp and placed it in his bowl. "Your teacher called me. They said you're being moved to a parallel class." With his mouth full of rice, Song Jingyan mumbled, "Yes, I think my foundation isn't strong enough, so moving to a parallel class would benefit me." Song Changchun produced a small drinking cup, filled it with Nile and Mountain liquor, and raised it towards Song Jingyan, saying, "Cheers. I have no objections with your mother. As one matures, certain matters must be managed independently. Our capabilities are limited, and with age, we are unable to offer much assistance." "Do not speak like that, Dad. You are as vigorous as ever. In the future, I shall take you both to see the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain." Song Changchun chuckled joyfully, picking up a piece of braised pork and placing it into Song Jingyan's bowl. "The final year of high school must be exhausting. Eat more to gather strength for your studies." With his mouth smeared in grease, Song Jingyan savored the long-missed warmth of family. "Dad, your braised pork could grace a state banquet. It's exceptional." This compliment was no mere flattery. Even during his previous life, when overwhelmed with chaos, he often reminisced about his father's culinary skills. While others might yearn for their mother-esque flavors, for him, it was his father's taste that lingered. This was primarily due to his mother, Lin Xiaojun, cooking infrequently and her culinary prowess being rather modest, merely adequate for sustenance. "Dad, how is business these days?" Song Changchun took a sip of wine, smacking his lips in a nonchalant manner. "It's all right. Supporting your college education is no problem." After being laid off from a state-owned enterprise, Song Changchun and Lin Xiaojun sold seafood at a local farmer's market. Each day, they would rise around 3 in the morning, driving a refrigerated truck 20 kilometers to procure goods at the seafood trading market. Upon their return, they would sort and oxygenate the products for sale, working tirelessly throughout the year without respite. At not yet 50, his hands had become calloused and rough, his face marked by wrinkles, aging him considerably beyond his years. By 2010, the domestic seafood market had become vibrant, with an increasing number of vendors and fierce competition, rendering the business rather challenging. A true Song Changchun would not divulge to Song Jingyan. It was only after graduating from university, when the family felt less financial strain, that Song Jingyan learned of their struggles during a casual drinking session, where the hardships of the past were inadvertently revealed. He silently vowed that in this life, above all else, he would ensure his parents lived comfortably. Naturally, if circumstances unfolded favorably, he would also aspire to become a billionaire. However, who wouldn't relish the prospect of multiplying their wealth manifold? It would be ideal to have children early, fulfilling his parents' regrets from his previous life. Chapter 5. The Stars in the Glass Jar. After dinner, Song Jingyan tidied the table and returned to his room with his backpack. The poster of the Lakers' number 24 player still boldly adorned his bedside. On the adjacent wooden desk sat a computer, its black LG LCD monitor polished to a gleam. The desk, nestled against the wall, held 2 rows of bookshelves filled not only with books, but also myriad small trinkets and gifts. Among them was a ceramic mug featuring a Garfield cartoon image, a birthday gift from Shen Fuwei that he had kept and used, only to have it shattered during a subsequent move. There was also a one-piece Luffy figurine gifted by Chun Bohan, which he had never particularly liked. Yet upon encountering it again in this life, it somehow felt endearing. The red Ducati model given by Liu Yiyi reminded him of youthful aspirations. He had once yearned to possess a real Ducati and ride it on adventures, only to have forgotten that dream in the corners of his mind after graduation. Song Jingyan reminisced as he picked up each item. Fortunately, his youth had returned, and some regrets could still be remedied. After a while, he powered on the computer. On the familiar Windows 7 desktop, he located the QQ icon and clicked it. The classic blue login box appeared, and he had not forgotten his QQ number. Upon logging in, he found the group chat he shared with Chen Bohan, Shen Fuwei, and Jiang Xiaofan, affectionately dubbed the 4 little ones, was buzzing with activity. It was obvious that Chen Bohan and Jiang Xiaofan were engaged in their usual banter. Chen Bohan, "Little spy, come out. Did you tell the teacher I copied Shen Fuwei's homework?" Jiang Xiaofan, along with Song Jingyan, was a classmate and Shen Fuwei's close friend. Typically, she sported black-framed glasses and a Dora hairstyle. Though her looks were not lacking, she often seemed overshadowed by Shen Fuwei, who walked beside her. Her personality was somewhat boisterous, and she would joke with the boys without taking offense. Within the school, the 4 shared a close bond, often dining together in the cafeteria at noon, and sometimes going out together during breaks. However, ever since the rumors about Shen Fuwei and Song Jingyan surfaced, their camaraderie had become somewhat strained. Jiang Xiaofan, "Chen dog, stop making a fuss. I have no time to deal with your nonsense. Song Jingyan chose to ignore their quarrel and privately messaged Chen Bowen. Song Jingyan, do you know who wrote the love letter that Shen Fuwei tore up? Before his rebirth, he had overheard Chen Bowen mention the love letter. Chen Bowen appeared perplexed by Song Jingyan's message. Chen Bowen, wasn't it you who wrote it? Song Jingyan, no, if you know, please tell me. Chen Bowen, of course, I'll help you investigate. Seeing Chen Bowen's response, Song Jingyan felt a tinge of disappointment. He did not wish to raise suspicions. Song Jingyan, let us keep this between us two. Song Jingyan logged into QQ without going invisible, and his friends could see he was online. To ease the tension between Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei, Jiang Xiaofen greeted him in the group chat. Jiang Xiaofen, Song Jingyan, you don't hold anything against Wai Wei, do you? Can our friendship still be like before? Upon noticing Jiang Xiaofen's message, Shen Fuwei quietly awaited Song Jingyan's response. Song Jingyan was preoccupied with searching for clues about the rumor's origin, and by the time he saw Jiang Xiaofen's message, over 20 minutes had passed. Song Jingyan, why would I blame her? Haven't we always been good friends? He thought Jiang Xiaofen's inquiry should have been directed at Shen Fuwei, as it was she who had deliberately distanced herself from him. What could he do? Upon reading Song Jingyan's reply, Shen Fuwei felt a slight relaxation of her tense nerves. Yet, the memory of the love letter that had inadvertently circulated in her mother's almost obsessive interventions flooded her with guilt. In the corner of her desk sat a glass jar that had always accompanied her. The stars crafted from colored paper shimmered with fragmented light within the transparent vessel. It was a graduation gift Song Jingyan had handed to her on the day they graduated from middle school, folded over a span of 2 months, with a wish for her to treasure it well. She could never forget the fervent gaze he had cast upon her that day. Since then, she had cherished it as a precious treasure. Wai Wei? A voice interrupted Shen Fuwei's reverie. Zhang Yingxian stood at the doorway with her arms crossed, her gaze swiftly scanning her daughter's desk before finally settling on the jar of stars. You've dropped a rank in the monthly exam, and you still have time to daydream over these childish trinkets? Shen Fuwei's fingers trembled as she set down the glass jar, producing a crisp sound upon contact with the desk. Bang! She lowered her gaze to the math workbook, murmuring softly, just my eyes are a bit sore. I wanted to rest for a while. Her voice was as faint as tea leaves floating on water, yet inside she resented her mother's lack of understanding and excessive strictness. Zhang Yingxian shook her head and sighed. As the youngest mathematics professor in the history of Binhai University, her desk was perpetually adorned with 3 items: a ranking list, a red pen, and photographs of her outstanding former students. She would not allow her daughter's grades to fall below those of the students she had previously taught, nor would she permit her to become the subject of ridicule among her colleagues. She wished for her daughter to excel further, so that whenever others mentioned her, it would be with respect and envy. Outside, the magnolia tree rustled in the wind, and Shen Fuwei cast a fleeting glance at the jar of stars. That was a cherished secret nestled within her heart, a fragment of youth belonging to Shen Fuwei rather than a fleeting moment in the life of Professor Zhang's daughter. At that moment, Song Jingyan was still seated before his computer, finally discerning some clues amidst the posts of slander. The authors of these defamatory posts were all users under the name of Kwei, and a common thread linked them. A user named Juri would invariably respond in agreement immediately following Kwei's posts. Both accounts sported adorable cartoon girl avatars, which immediately piqued Song Jingyan's interest. Leaning back in his chair, he pondered deeply. Soon, an idea struck him. He had been attempting to unearth clues from the torn love letter, hypothesizing that the slanderer was targeting him, likely a male. However, the previous life of Song Jingyan was characterized by his quiet demeanor and a limited circle of friends. Thus, if he had offended anyone, it would be easy to remember. After a thorough search, he found no answers, overlooking another victim in this incident, Shen Fuwei. Song Jingyan was quite familiar with Shen Fuwei, the academically gifted campus belle who had studied ethnic dance. She was neither one to curry favor nor to slander others. Her words often carried a chill, capable of silencing anyone with a mere remark. Consequently, many boys harbored secret affections for her, while a number of girls envied and disliked her. Leaning helplessly against the back of his chair, he muttered to himself, Kwei, Juri, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. Kwei equated to Kwei, and Juri was akin to Sue. Could it be that a classmate with Sue in their name harbored a dislike for Shen Fuwei? Chuckling softly, Song Jingyan shook his head, deeming it somewhat far-fetched. The campus forum allowed for direct login via QQ accounts, so he borrowed a dozen QQ accounts from classmates and friends. He began to counterattack in the comments beneath each post. Chapter 6. I am reporting to Class 4. Song Jingyan's actions swiftly provoked a rebuttal from the account named Kwei. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he deliberately engaged in a leisurely debate with her. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous obstinate clients during his entrepreneurial ventures, mastering the art of obfuscating truth and turning accusations back upon the accuser. He could argue irrationality into 3 points with ease. Moreover, his opponent was merely a high school girl, hardly a match for him. With over a dozen QQ accounts at his disposal to bombard her, it wasn't long before the QQ account named Juri, with a number 837, proactively sent a friend request to Song Jingyan. His QQ account was titled Wild Grass and Wind, and upon seeing Juri's request, he remained unhurried. After letting her stew for half an hour, he finally accepted it, then pretended to be curious as he messaged Juri. Wild Grass and Wind. Who are you? Why did you add me as a friend? Juri, who do you think you are, stirring up trouble beneath my post? Song Jingyan stifled a laugh, recognizing that she had taken the bait. Wild Grass and Wind. Who told you to slander our school, Shen Fuwei? She is the goddess in the hearts of the boys at our school. Juri, are you also from class 2? Wild Grass and Wind. Of course. I am from class 2, with no change in name or surname. I'm Fong Dachuan from class 6. What? Do you want to challenge me? Song Jingyan spoke of a real person, the son of Aunt Huang, who sold fruits in the market and had just been accepted into class 2 this year. Juri, who wants to challenge you? Who is your class teacher? Wild Grass and Wind. Are you planning to report me to our class teacher? Do you think I'm afraid? Our class teacher is Li Qin. Go ahead and find her. Juri. Kid, I couldn't care less about you. I'm also from class 2 and in the same class as Shen Fuwei. Wild Grass and Wind. Then why are you slandering our goddess Shen? She's our idol. Juri. Shen Fuwei is nothing but a promiscuous girl. She has been with that scoundrel Song Jingyan multiple times, even had an abortion for him. Does she deserve to be your goddess? Upon reading this message, even Song Jingyan, who had weathered many storms, felt his teeth clench in anger. The ugly side of humanity manifesting before him. At this point, Song Jingyan could have gathered these pieces of evidence to file a lawsuit against the website and track down the slanderer. However, it was 2010, and the legal provisions regarding the punishment of online violence would not be enacted until 2023. Even if the court accepted the case, it would likely drag on interminably. Whether or not they could identify the perpetrator was another matter. If it were to delay until Shen Fuwei had gone abroad for her studies, what would be the point? The slanderer had to be exposed swiftly, and she must pay the price. Song Jingyan began typing again. Wild Grass and Wind. Senior, is what you said true? No pictures. No truths. Juri. Image JPG. Before long, she sent a picture which depicted only Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei sitting opposite each other, seemingly captured after evening self-study. Positioned closely enough to suggest a kiss. Song Jingyan glanced at it. The image was somewhat blurry due to pixelation, merely showing their backs, thus providing no conclusive evidence. Wild Grass and Wind. Senior, your photo is unclear and proves nothing. Do you have any other revelations? Juri, as long as you don't stir up trouble, I will definitely send you any other revelations as soon as I have them. Wild Grass and Wind. Thank you in advance, Senior. Song Jingyan contemplated deeply. From the angle of the photo, he could ascertain that it had been taken from the positions of Chun Xiaoxu and Li Tong in their class. Connecting this with a meaningful smile exchange between Chun Xiaoxu and Li Tong when Shen Fuwei tore up the love letter. He felt increasingly certain about his deduction and arrived at a resolution in his heart. After taking screenshots of all the evidence and sending them to his email, he retrieved a pristine notebook and placed it into his backpack. After studying for a while, he lay down on that familiar yet strange bed. Song Jingyan had thought he would toss and turn, unable to sleep, but to his surprise, he fell asleep shortly after lying down. That night, he slept soundly, as if the memories of his previous life were merely a fleeting dream. The following day, the blaring sound of an alarm clock roused Song Jingyan from slumber. Groggily glancing at the time, he saw it was already 6 o'clock. He rolled out of bed, quickly tidied up his bedroom, and entered the bathroom to wash up. Once prepared, he stuffed the bread and milk his mother had left on the table into his backpack, intending to eat them on the way. He also grabbed the 20 yuan his mother had left behind, not feeling particularly rushed as he stepped out of the house. Upon arriving at the classroom, most of his classmates were already present, engrossed in their studies, none noticing that Song Jingyan had changed his hairstyle. It was only his close friend, Chun Bohan, who seemed to have discovered a new world. Wow, Yingge, you got a haircut. At this, many classmates finally lifted their heads to look at Song Jingyan, beginning to scrutinize him. Noticing Chun Bohan's peculiar expression, which was hard to describe, Song Jingyan inquired, "What does that mean, Shindok?" Chun Bohan felt a knot in his throat, pointing at Song Jingyan's head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It was Jiang Xiaofan who took over the conversation. He.S. just upset because you become more handsome. Chen Bohan, feeling exposed, immediately countered. Don't stir up trouble between us brothers. How could I be so petty? I'm just happy for my brother's newfound handsomeness. Happy? That expression doesn't look very happy. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. A couple of ordinary guys, living happily, and suddenly one of them drives out a Land Rover. How could the other, who used to ride a tricycle, not feel a pang of jealousy? Song Jingyan took a seat beside Shen Fuwei, who was currently focused on solving problems. After a while, seeing that all the classmates had arrived, Song Jingyan walked to the podium. Ahem, excuse me for taking a little of your time. Today marks my last day standing here as a member of Class 3. Shortly, I will be reporting to Class 4. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's words, the classmates appeared somewhat surprised and began to murmur among themselves. Many speculated about the reason for Song Jingyan's transfer to Class 4. Once again, he was reminded of the recent rumors surrounding him and Shen Fuwei, and swiftly, the answers emerged in his mind. Song Jingyan feigned ignorance, slowly retrieving his pre-prepared diary and addressing his classmates. As we part ways, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the companionship and care you have extended during our time together. This will forever remain the most treasured memory of my life. He continued, I kindly request that you leave your contact details in my diary, so we may stay in touch in the future. Thank you all. After speaking, Song Jingyan humbly bowed to his classmates. Although his words may not have stirred profound emotions, they certainly conveyed his humility. He then approached each student in turn, requesting them to inscribe their names and contact information on the designated pages. At that time, most students lacked mobile phones, and the only means of contact was QQ. When it was Chen Xiaoxu's turn, she only scribbled a phone number on the page. Song Jingyan's expression remained unperturbed. Chen Xiaoxu, you are aware that I do not possess a mobile phone. Could you possibly leave your QQ number? Chen Xiaoxu's gaze flickered, revealing her unease. She bore no personal grudge against Song Jingyan, but her involvement in the rumors was born out of desperation. Consumed by jealousy towards Shen Fuwei for her academic prowess and beauty, she found herself at her breaking point when the boy she admired, Tan Yu, secretly slipped a love letter into Shen Fuwei's desk. In terms of academics, her grades perpetually lingered at the bottom. During the last monthly exam, she barely scored 603, trailing over 60 points behind Shen Fuwei. As for appearance, her thick glasses did little to enhance her looks, rendering her a far cry from Shen Fuwei's allure. In her frustration, she confided in her close friend, Li Tong, which ultimately led her to orchestrate a series of rumors against Shen Fuwei. As for Song Jingyan, he was merely a victim of circumstance, his handwriting too closely resembling that of Tan Yu. Noticing Chen Xiaoxu's hesitation, Song Jingyan pressed on. Chen Xiaoxu, I know you're a kind and beautiful person. We are all classmates, so please share your contact details. Chen Xiaoxu abruptly lifted her head to meet Song Jingyan's earnest gaze. The typically reserved boy who often walked with his head down seemed different today. Chapter 7. Tang Yu Xiaobeo. Song Jingyan had styled his hair today, shedding his previous disheveled appearance, now resembling a certain first-tier male celebrity. Tang Yu Xiaobeo? He mused. With his sword-like eyebrows and striking eyes, he was rather charming. Chen Xiaoxu blinked and said, Is it QQ? All right. Just as she was about to jot down her QQ number in the diary, Li Tong suddenly seized her hand and shot her a knowing glance. Understanding immediately, Chen Xiaoxu glanced back at Song Jingyan, whose expression was filled with sincerity. Her guilt intensified. Such an honest and handsome boy had suffered so greatly because of her actions. Forced to transfer from an advanced class to a parallel one. Resolutely, Chen Xiaoxu pulled her hand away from Li Tong and wrote down her QQ number on the paper. Li Tong shot a glare at Song Jingyan and then gave Chen Xiaoxu an accusatory look before turning away in silence. The 8-digit QQ number starting with 837 was identical to the one she had messaged the previous night. Song Jingyan let out a silent sigh of relief and smiled, thanking her. Once he had gathered all his classmates' contact details, Song Jingyan tidied up his belongings, preparing to leave the classroom. With the heavier textbooks of the senior year, he knew he could not carry them all at once, but fortunately, his friend Shen Bohan came to assist him. Then, Jiang Xiaofan also stood up, first tugging at Shen Fuwei to encourage her to help Song Jingyan. However, Shen Fuwei buried her head even lower, seemingly engrossed in her studies. As if nothing could disturb her. She was not merely studying, she was avoiding the blame she felt towards Song Jingyan in her heart. Jiang Xiaofan did not press the issue, instead walking over to Song Jingyan to help him carry some of his things back to class. Yan Yi, once you join the class, don't neglect your studies, strive to catch up with me. Shen Bohan, who had outperformed Song Jingyan by 5 points in the last monthly exam, often boasted about it, relishing in his slight edge. Jiang Xiaofan shot a glance at Chen Bowen. You two are like two peas in a pod, equally matched. At least Song Jingyan has some looks. What do you have? Chen Bowen opened his mouth to retort, but swallowed his words. While he could type at similar speeds online, the reality was that Chen Bowen could not hold his own against Jiang Xiaofan. Furthermore, arguing with a girl, regardless of the outcome, was an embarrassing affair. Chen Bowen simmered in frustration, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Xiaofan continued, Jingyan, among our classmates, we four share the closest bond, no matter what happens in the future. Let's not forget our friendship. Also, don't hold any grudges against Wei. That's just her nature. It will pass in due time. Song Jingyan nodded, smiling as he replied. Then tell me, how much is our friendship worth? Can I borrow 100 yuan? Jiang Xiaofan looked at him in confusion, trying to discern if he was joking. Are you genuinely asking to borrow money, or is this a jest? Of course it's genuine. Song Jingyan needed funds to print some evidence. He did not wish to trouble his parents or add to their worries. Among his friends and classmates, there were only a few who might lend him money, and those boys were equally poor. He could not count on Liu Yiyi, who usually ignored him at school, and wouldn't even spare him a word. After contemplating, he realized that only Jiang Xiaofan and Shen Fuwei would consider lending him money. All right, I'll give it to you during lunch. Jiang Xiaofan did not immediately hand over the money. The three of them carried the textbooks into the classroom together. At this time, morning self-study had not yet concluded, and compared to the solemn study environment of the top students, the atmosphere in their class was decidedly more vibrant and cheerful. Soon, someone noticed the trio of scholars. Hello everyone. I am Song Jingyan from this class. I look forward to studying together in the same classroom. The classroom erupted in laughter, with a slightly tanned boy teasing. Brother, there's no need to feel embarrassed. You were kicked out of your old class for your declining grades, right? No worries, you're here now. Even if you're not the best, you're still a good student. Song Jingyan awkwardly chuckled, not intending to retort, as the boy who had spoken up kindly took Song Jingyan's books from him. You should sit in the middle of the last row. There's only one seat available now. Oh, by the way, I'm Zhang Jingjing, the class monitor. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Song Jingyan glanced up, noting that Zhang Jingjing was about his height, with dark skin, thick brows, and a square face. He indeed looked quite proper. In truth, they had previously played basketball together and crossed paths, but had never exchanged names. Song Jingyan smiled at Zhang Jingjing. Thank you, class monitor. After Jiang Xiaofan and Chen Bowen placed their books down, they left the classroom. Jiang Xiaofan did not follow Chen Bowen back. First, she sought out their homeroom teacher, Sun Min, to request to sit with Shen Fuwei, and upon receiving approval, returned to the classroom. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the boys in the class, Jiang Xiaofan moved to share a desk with Shen Fuwei. Song Jingyan asked me to borrow 100 yuan. Shen Fuwei glanced sideways. How could he possibly ask me for money? Besides, don't you have some as well? Jiang Xiaofan did not respond to Shen Fuwei's question, but continued. Song Jingyan styled his hair. He looks quite handsome now. Many girls are looking at him differently. Shen Fuwei averted her gaze, ignoring Jiang Xiaofan, and placed 100 yuan on the table in front of her. Here, just take it. Enough already. Jiang Xiaofan picked up the money and tucked it into her pocket, a knowing smile on her face. Their homeroom teacher, Ku Liangwei, was a man in his 50s. He had previously taught advanced classes, but due to age and declining health, now primarily taught parallel classes. He called Song Jingyan to the corridor, intending to employ verbal therapy to mend his despondent heart after being expelled from the class. I understand that transitioning from an elite class to a parallel class must be quite disheartening. However, you must abandon yourself. Song Jingyan was genuinely a loss for words, who claimed he intended to give up on himself, who suggested that being placed in a parallel class was an irredeemable fate. He raised his gaze to Ku Liangwei, his lips already shimmering with spittle as he continued to recite his incantations. No wonder his classmates dubbed him Ku Zhang-yi, truly a master of verbal prowess. Alas, whether in the eyes of teachers or students, Song Jingyan had already been branded as a student of mediocre talent, incapable of improvement. Fortunately, at that moment, the school bell rang, and Ku Zhang-yi finally sighed. I shall say no more. I hope you take my words to heart. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. But what about my seat? Only then did Ku Liangwei realize, leading Song Jingyan back to the classroom podium. He pointed there. You shall sit in the last row, right in the middle. Song Jingyan acquiesced and prepared to make his way over. But Ku Liangwei hastily added, oh, by the way, your deskmate has a rather volatile temperament. Be mindful of her. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. There was clearly no one sitting at that desk. Dismissing it from his mind, he strode back to his seat. The first two classes of the morning were mathematics, taught by a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man. unlike the teachers in the elite class who immediately plunged into the subject matter. This teacher began with a few extraneous remarks, engaging in some motivational dialogue before officially commencing the lesson. Fortunately, Song Jingyan's problem-solving abilities had not waned. In fact, his thought process was clearer than ever. However, the simplicity of the problems presented by the teacher rendered him somewhat disinterested, even drowsy. After enduring until the end of the mathematics class, he slumped onto his desk, preparing to steal a brief nap. Yet, he was roused by Chun Bohan's incessant chatter. "Brother Yin, are you truly planning to give up on yourself? Why are you still sleeping? Chingo, you're incredibly annoying. I'm tired and just need a moment to rest." Chun Bohan promptly yanked Song Jingyan from his seat. "I'll take you to wake up. Didn't you hear the music playing over the intercom? It's time for exercises." Song Jingyan's mind was flooded with 1,000 curses as he was dragged out of the teaching building. Brother Yin, look. It's Liu Yiyi." Chun Bohan exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Song Jingyan's arm. Bleary-eyed, Song Jingyan caught sight of Liu Yiyi walking hand in hand with her classmate, Zhu Huiven. A beautiful girl draws attention wherever she goes, and Liu Yiyi, recognized as the school's belle, was no exception. A group of boys deliberately slowed their pace, pretending to casually glance her way, while others brazenly lingered behind to admire her silhouette. The bolder boys, possessing a modicum of confidence in their looks, would even attempt to flirt with Liu Yiyi. Yet, they were either met with a disdainful glare from Zhu Huiven or ignored entirely by Liu Yiyi, who turned her face away. "We were in the same class in middle school. Haven't we known each other for ages? What is all this excitement about?" Song Jingyan lethargically walked alongside Chun Bohan. "You know, I never noticed in middle school just how extraordinary and beautiful Liu Yiyi is. You're not actually dating her, are you?" At this age, boys often oscillate between fear and excitement regarding rumors about their friends' romantic entanglements. Song Jingyan muttered in response. "How many times must I tell you? We're merely acquaintances. Pay no heed to their nonsensical gossip." Chun Bohan, with his naturally loud voice, believed he was hushed enough for others not to hear. In reality, Liu Yiyi, walking ahead, had already caught every word. Chapter 8. A Classmate Lends a Light. Zhu Huiven turned back to glance at Song Jingyan and Chun Bohan, stifling a laugh. "Yi, your boyfriend has a new hairstyle today. He looks rather dashing. Akin to Tang Yu Xiaobeo. Should we go say hello?" Liu Yiyi pressed her lips together. She was well aware that she and Song Jingyan had gone for haircuts together the previous night, and she had even washed his hair. She certainly recognized that Song Jingyan looked somewhat handsome after the cut. However, upon hearing Zhu Huiven's comment, she feigned casual interest and stole a glance back. Indeed, there was a resemblance to Tang Yu Xiaobeo. Yet, she had never spoken to Song Jingyan at school, which was precisely why rumors of their romance circulated, as no one had ever witnessed any interaction between them, rendering their alleged relationship inconsequential. "Wen, haven't I told you? Song Jingyan and I are at most just friends." Liu Yiyi treated Zhu Huiven as her closest confidant, confiding many of her thoughts to her. Zhu Huiven playfully turned back to greet Song Jingyan. "Hello, Song Jingyan." Liu Yiyi hurriedly reached out, attempting to stop Zhu Huiven. "Wen, you." Helplessly, she pinched her arm, then awkwardly turned to smile at Song Jingyan. He was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time Liu Yiyi had acknowledged him at school since entering high school. "Hello." Zhu Huiven appeared triumphant, gleefully running off with Liu Yiyi. This left Song Jingyan and Chun Bohan standing there, attracting a wave of envious glances from nearby boys. "Brother Yin, Liu Yiyi's smile is truly enchanting. Am I blind?" Song Jingyan shot a glare at Chun Bohan, distancing himself from him, as the intercom crackled to life, announcing, "We shall now begin the 8th set of radio calisthenics." Song Jingyan found himself among a cluster of boys from Class 4, engaging in the exercises while familiarizing himself with his peers. The classes were separated by 2 grades. But during exercises, the distance between students was sparse, with the girls stationed at the front. Shen Fuwei's tall figure was easily spotted, twisting her slender waist. Her body was so supple it resembled a dance, yet her face remained cool and devoid of emotion. Scanning to the right, he quickly located Liu Yiyi, whose subtly rising chest was somewhat animated. The loose school uniform concealed her curves, yet her unintentional movements revealed the contours of her waist and hips. Song Jingyan couldn't help but admire that girls should indeed possess appealing curves where it counts. This, perhaps, was the sole joy he derived from the calisthenics session, a beauty that 17 or 18-year-old boys invariably appreciate. After the calisthenics, as they prepared to return to the classroom with a few minutes to spare before the next lesson, Chun Bohan snuck back into the line and pulled Song Jingyan aside. "Brother Yin, did you bring it?" Chun Bohan gestured a gesture imitating holding a cigarette with his fingers. Song Jingyan smirked without saying a word and followed Chen Bohan to the back of the teaching building. He truly did not comprehend how he had become such close friends with this boisterous individual, always acting without thinking. His voice loud enough to ensure everyone was aware of his presence. He inwardly cursed. Am I his babysitter? The two leaned against the wall, and Song Jingyan produced a yellow-skinned Hungmei cigarette, sharing one with Chen Bohan before lighting them both. Brother Yin, what if I transfer to your class? I'm so bored being alone. Chen Bohan's pitiful tone was sincere. They had been inseparable since elementary school, although Song Jingyan occasionally found his myriad flaws irksome. They would reconcile within a night after any quarrel. After graduating high school, Chen Bohan attended Haixi University of Maritime Affairs, while Song Jingyan enrolled at Shanxing University of Posts and Telecommunications. He recalled how Chen Bohan had nearly called him every night back then or would ask on QQ, "What are you up to?" Even after graduating university, when Chen Bohan married that unscrupulous woman, their bond had grown less clingy. Yet, it was also due to that very woman that Chen Bohan had suffered greatly, nearly unable to recover. It was only through their nightly drinking and conversations that he gradually found his way back to himself. You must tell me if you ever want to date. Chen Bohan exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Song Jingyan in disbelief. Date? Women are too troublesome. I plan to live with you from now on. Is that all right? Song Jingyan replied with visible disdain. I have no such inclination. Chen Bohan laughed heartily, as the two were engaged in conversation. A sudden thud resounded as a board struck Song Jingyan on the head. Clutching his head in pain, he let out a sharp gasp, only to have a backpack hurled at him shortly thereafter. Fortunately, Song Jingyan reacted swiftly and dodged, finally discerning that what had struck him was an artboard. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he caught sight of a pair of long, slender legs descending from the wall, followed by a girl who bounced into his field of vision. Classmate, lend me a light. The girl stood over 7 meters tall, her figure lithe and her voice slightly raspy. While she wore the standard school uniform on top, she sported a black pleated skirt paired with black Dr. Martens on the bottom. She was strikingly beautiful, with straight bangs framing her shoulder-length hair, dyed an unconventional platinum shade. Her large eyes and delicately petite nose led down to a perfectly sculpted youthful face, exuding an air of rebellion. Song Jingyan regarded her with a hint of unfamiliarity, his anger flaring. Are you blind? You hit me on the head. The girl, grinning broadly, exhibited no sign of remorse as she rummaged through her pockets, only to discover they were empty. You two only smoke Hungmei. Fine, just give me one, will you? Song Jingyan was genuinely irate and reiterated, apologize. Can you do that? Chen Bohan approached, chiming in, classmate, your artboard just hit my friend's head. The girl tilted her head, raising herself on her toes to examine Song Jingyan's injury. Typically, everyone at school and home indulged her whims, but here was Song Jingyan, wearing a face that clearly disapproved of her. Her mood soured. She adopted an attitude of defiance, daring him to do something about it. Isn't it nothing? Why are you so angry? Will you apologize? She shot back, her tone sharp. Why are you acting fierce? Why did he do it on purpose? With a glare directed at both Song Jingyan and Chen Bohan, she bent down to retrieve her artboard, slinging her backpack over her shoulder as she attempted to leave. Song Jingyan seized her backpack, declaring, not until you apologize. The girl tilted her chin defiantly, unperturbed. I'll give you a chance to let go of my backpack, or you'll regret it. A smirk curled at the corner of Song Jingyan's lips. I'd like to see how you'll make me regret it. Seizing the moment, the girl suddenly swung her artboard at him, but this time, he was prepared and managed to block it. Next, she threw a punch, which lacked the strength of a boyess. After all, how could a girl possibly be stronger? Song Jingyan grasped her wrist, twisting her arm behind her back. Are you out of your mind? You've got no reason to be acting like this. She struggled fiercely, her voice tinged with tears. It hurts, it hurts. You're hurting me. Apologize and I'll let you go. Song Jingyan's tone softened. It wasn't dignified for a northern boy to bully a girl. Chen Bohan remained aloof, even stepping back, chuckling to himself. Will you apologize if I release you? The girl, stubborn as ever, retorted, you let go first. Reluctantly, Song Jingyan eased his grip, only for her to suddenly turn and bite down on the back of his hand. He yelped, wanting nothing more than to push her away. But in the fray, her clothing had torn, revealing a snug black tank top beneath. Her smooth, pale shoulder was now exposed, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. After a lengthy moment, she finally released him, lifting her chin with a clearly taunting glimmer in her eyes. Was that satisfying? Song Jingyan glanced at the row of teeth marks on his hand, shooting her a glare. He wasn't afraid of fight, but he could bring himself to bully a fragile girl. Have you had your rabies vaccine? The girl zipped up her jacket, her demeanor now smug. I've got rabies. You'd better wait for your demise. With that, She picked up her belongings and strutted away, clearly pleased with herself. Song Jingyan inspected the bite mark, scrunching his face in distaste as he wiped it clean with his shirt. What a stroke of bad luck. Where did that lunatic come from? Shen Bohan, still grinning, clapped a hand on Song Jingyan's shoulder. She has quite the looker, those long legs, tisk tisk. Do you know her? Shen Bohan shook his head. No idea. She must be an art student. His remark felt trivial in a third or fourth tier city like Binchinch. Specialized students were still quite rare. The second high school itself admitted few, scattered across various parallel classes without a dedicated advanced program. Song Jingyan racked his memory from his past life, but found no trace of this girl. Sigh. Just consider it a misstep, stepping in a pile of dog mess. As he prepared to return to the classroom, Chun Bohan followed closely. Yingu, let us walk home together after school. Chapter 9. The Scent of Iron Oxide. Upon returning to the classroom, Song Jingyan noticed an assortment of items on his deskmate's seat, particularly the familiar artboard. His right eyelid twitched. It seemed good fortune was not in his favor, yet misfortune continued its relentless cycle. Flipping through his deskmate's books, he discovered the name, Dai Yuxi. What a lovely name. He scoffed. What nonsense. They say patience brings calm. But as he pondered further, his frustration only mounted. He promptly stood up, intending to request a seat change from the homeroom teacher, Kujun. As he reached the classroom door, he collided head-on with Dai Yuxi, who had just returned from washing her hands. Truly, fate had a twisted sense of humor. Why are you following me to the classroom? Are you not done yet? Dai Yuxi seized the opportunity, her voice brimming with indignation. Song Jingyan, unwilling to stoop to the level of a shrew, attempted to sidestep her. But she firmly grasped his shirt. What are you afraid of? This is our class. Do you think there are no boys here? She shot a glance at the boys in the classroom, as if seeking their support. Dai Yuxi, that Song Jingyan, who just transferred from class 1. The classmates, bewildered by the unfolding drama, observed from their seats while the class monitor, Zhang Jingjing, stood to clarify the situation. Dai Yuxi cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jingjing, realizing he wasn't joking, and instead burst into mockery. So it's just trash expelled from class 1. Did you fail your exams and get abandoned by your teacher? Song Jingyan remained silent, forcefully extricating himself from Dai Yuxi's grip as he continued toward the office. What is the matter? Are you going to report me to the teacher? Aren't you a boy? She taunted. Hey, I'm talking to you. If you have the guts, don't tell the teacher. Let us settle this privately. Dai Yuxi followed him relentlessly until they reached Kujun-Yi's desk. Teacher, may I change my seat? Ku Liangwei, seated at his desk, set aside his textbook, opened his thermos, and took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting from Song Jingyan to Dai Yuxi. Why do you want to change seats? She is too noisy. I'm afraid she'll disrupt my studies. Dai Yuxi finally grasped the reason behind Song Jingyan's approach to the teacher, realizing he was her yet-to-be-met deskmate. You've never even sat with me, yet you claim I disrupt your studies. Isn't that slander? Ku Liangwei seemed to catch on, responding slowly. Though Yuxi is an art student, she is quite quiet and disturbed her studies. Don't harbor biases. Song Jingyan fumed. Knowing Ku Liangwei was clearly favoring Dai Yuxi, he decided to pivot his argument. It's like this, teacher, you know my reputation isn't the best at school, and there are many rumors about me. I do prefer to sit with a boy. Ku Liangwei, wise to Song Jingyan's ploy, replied. I've heard of your notorious reputation, but rest assured, you won't be able to spread rumors with Yuxi. Ku Liangwei remained steadfast in his support of Dai Yuxi, leaving Song Jingyan with no recourse but to negotiate further. Teacher, please consider it. I'm slightly nearsighted and can't see the blackboard clearly. Could I move my seat a bit closer? Very well, you return to class for now, and I will contemplate your request. With that, he dismissed him, leaving Song Jingyan with no choice but to acquiesce. As he turned, he noticed Dai Yuxi again, her lips curving into a slight smirk. She wore the expression of a victor, igniting his anger anew as he walked back. Self-comfort. At least it wasn't in vain. I managed to get some exercise by walking back and forth. How delightful. Reluctantly, Song Jingyan found himself sharing a desk with Dai Yuxi. Reconciliation was out of the question. They both chose to ignore one another during the 2 English classes that followed. Inwardly, he repeated the English word fuck 1,000 times. The boys in this class indeed possessed more athletic talent compared to class 1. As the bell rang for the end of the 4th period, several fleeting figures dashed out of the classroom, heading straight for the cafeteria. Song Jingyan trailed behind the crowd at a leisurely pace, unhurried. Dai Yuxi, not far from him, also walked at slow pace. Zhang Jingjing mentioned she was a transfer student from Liking, an art student in the 2nd semester of her sophomore year. Her family was quite affluent, commanding respect from both teachers and the principal at school. Song Jingyan smiled wryly, finding it hard to believe. After all, Liking is a burgeoning first-tier city. If her family were truly that powerful, why would they send her to study in a small place like Binchinch? It simply didn't add up. By the time Song Jingyan reached the cafeteria, it was already teeming with people. He navigated through the bustling crowd to queue for food. By the time he reached the dining area, there were no vacant seats. Holding his tray, he gazed at the enticing chicken nuggets, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried bean sprouts, which made him swallow hard. He picked up a chicken nugget with his fingers and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, he frowned slightly. The chicken lacked flavor and still bore a hint of rawness. Yet, in his memory, the 12 yuan meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable had always tasted exquisite. Now, however, it was far from the delightful experience he remembered. Song Jingyan, over here. Following the voice, he saw Jiang Xiaofan waving at him. Beside her were Shen Fuwei and Chen Bohan. The empty seat was saved for him by Chen Bohan, as they used to always dine together. Song Jingyan approached, but did not sit down. Xiaofan money, he reminded. Jiang Xiaofan put down her chopsticks and glared at him. What do you mean? Just because you've changed classes, you think you're too good for us? Chen Bohan, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, focused silently on his meal. Shen Fuwei, preoccupied with her own thoughts, absently counted the grains of rice on her tray. Song Jingyan chuckled nonchalantly and took a seat across from Shen Fuwei. Is the food here really that delicious, Chen? Jiang Xiaofan, relieved to see him sit down, relaxed her furrowed brow. Your foolish son is nothing but a human food container. He won't acknowledge anyone when there's food around. Chen Bohan, having finally swallowed his food, couldn't help but retort. At least I'm not the one who can't resist eating. Jiang Xiaofan, with a haughty neck, pinched Chen Bohan's arm, causing him to grimace despite his sturdy physique. Your mother taught you not to fight with girls. Chen Bohan began to reply, but then resumed eating instead. Jiang Xiaofan tossed a 100 yuan note onto the table. And Song Jingyan accepted it, saying, Thank you, Xiaofan. It's Fuwei who lent it to you. Don't thank me. Song Jingyan then turned to Shen Fuwei. Thank you. I'll return it in a few days. Shen Fuwei shot Jiang Xiaofan a glare before softly acknowledging, her voice cool and detached, yet her heart was a tumultuous mess. Ever since Song Jingyan had secretly given her a love letter, she had felt this way. Since that day, she had even avoided making eye contact with him, only able to sigh in guilt within herself. Song Jingyan stared at his meal for quite some time before finally conceding, I can't eat anymore. I just can't stomach it. Chen Bohan quickly lifted his head. If you're not eating, don't waste it. Give it to me. Song Jingyan pushed the tray toward Chen Bohan and got up to leave. It was at that moment that Shen Fuwei slowly raised her gaze, discreetly watching Song Jingyan's retreating figure. Just as she was lost in thought, her view was obstructed. Excuse me, may I sit here? Shen Fuwei furrowed her brow slightly and looked up to see it was Tan Yu from Class 6. He didn't possess the athletic build of Song Jingyan. Appearing somewhat slender and fair-skinned, with stylishly groomed long hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that gave him a scholarly air. Academically, he was among the top students in the liberal arts class and exuded a certain charm of a handsome young man. Furthermore, his family owned a mine, literally iron mine, making him quite popular among the girls at school. Shen Fuwei had interacted with him a bit, having participated in debate competitions and external knowledge contests together. Their connection was not particularly deep. She neither disliked nor liked conversing with him. As her mother, Professor Zhang, would say, Tan Yu exudes an aura of oxidized iron, often subtly bragging about his family background and academic achievements. Shen Fuwei remained her usual aloof self, silently gathering her tray and leaving. Upon seeing her friend depart, Jiang Xiaofan hastily followed suit. Chen Bohan, noticing his friends leaving, took a couple of quick bites of his food, muttering an indistinct idiot before also leaving. Tan Yu, who had initially exuded confidence, was left standing alone, his expression shifting as he processed the situation. Since he could remember, he had never been so blatantly ignored. He harbored a bit of pride, knowing many girls admired him. Yet he paid them little mind. In his heart, the only girl worthy of his attention was Shen Fuwei. Chapter 10. The Goldfish Princess on the Cliff. Shen Fuwei strolled alone out of the cafeteria, wandering under the shade of the trees by the teaching building. Jiang Xiaofan, clutching 2 bottles of Sprite, caught up with her, breathlessly exclaiming, Why are you walking so fast? You didn't wait for me. Shen Fuwei accepted the Sprite Jiang Xiaofan offered, pursing her lips, still silent. Tan Yu is the school heartthrob. He is pursuing you. Doesn't tea that stir any ripples in your heart. Shen Fuwei took a sip of her Sprite, blinking. She was well aware of Tan Yu's pursuit and found it quite bothersome. Jiang Xiaofan, cheerfully fluttering about like a little bird. Knowing Shen Fuwei would fall silent on topics she wished to avoid, swiftly changed the subject. Song Jingyan seems to look more handsome after getting a haircut. Unlike that immature Chen Bohan, who still acts like a child. Shen Fuwei reminisced about their early middle school years, suddenly breaking into a dimpled smile. You have no idea. When he first entered middle school, he wasn't even taller than me, chubby and dark-skinned. Who would have thought he'd turn into this? Alas, it's a pity you don't like him. Jiang Xiaofen's words snapped Shen Fuwei back to reality, her expression returning to its usual coldness. She hadn't confided in anyone that the reason Song Jingyan was transferred to a parallel class was due to her mother's influence. Jiang Xiaofen continued. Song Jingyan seems different now. He has become somewhat estranged from us. Shen Fuwei curled her fingers slightly. Ever since receiving that love letter, her life had been tumultuous. She felt anxious all day, wanting to avoid Song Jingyan, yet also longing to catch a glimpse of him among their classmates. Her guilt towards him had only intensified since he was transferred to Class 4. The two girls strolled leisurely, each harboring their inner turmoil, one masking her feelings with silence, the other with exuberance. The afternoon campus was warm and tranquil, bathed in the gentle autumn sun hanging in the pale blue sky. Occasionally, a cool breeze would sweep by, stirring a sense of ease within. At that moment, Song Jingyan had already obtained leave from school and had first printed out evidence materials before heading to the local police station to file a report. The process went smoothly. Chen Xiaoxu had turned 18, and he expected results in a few days. Upon returning to school, it was already time for the second afternoon class. His new deskmate, Dai Yuxi, was sprawled on the desk, drooling and sound asleep, her beauty completely vanished. Perhaps she had fallen into a deep slumber. Her body was turned to his side. The dark gray pleated skirt revealed a pair of long, fair legs, which remained tightly pressed together, even in sleep. Song Jingyan, having some experience in such matters, recognized that she was still innocent. His gaze traveled upwards along her thigh. She was wearing safety shorts. Song Jingyan merely cast a fleeting glance, swiftly averting his gaze to open his physics paper, ready to listen to the teacher's explanation. However, he discovered a charming illustration of the anime character Ponyo in the blank spaces of his exam. Truly, as an art student, it was drawn with remarkable vivacity. If it had been colored, it would undoubtedly be even more exquisite. Song Jingyan chose not to confront her and continued to focus on the lesson. When Dai Yuxi awoke, she found Song Jingyan diligently noting the key points the teacher had just discussed. With half-closed eyes, she admired his profile. He was somewhat handsome, and it was astonishing that this dog man scored 96 in physics, surely a standout in Class 4, living up to the reputation of an elite class. Initially, she had intended to tear up or discard his physics paper while he was absent, but upon seeing his impressive score, she changed her mind and decided to draw a Ponyo on his paper as a challenge. Throughout her life, she had always envied those who excelled academically, feeling an innate attraction to them. Yet, the friends she played with were predominantly those who struggled academically, unable to even pass the high school entrance examination. She had never befriended a good student. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Song Jingyan did not seek her out for retribution, leaving her slightly disappointed as she straightened her posture, preparing to head home. As for the final two classes, her sour mood led her to skip them. Just as Song Jingyan lifted his head from the paper, Chun Bohin rushed over in a frenzy. Yinga, let's go buy some grilled sausages. Typically, the gates of the second high school were locked until classes were dismissed, and one needed a teacher's note to leave. The grilled sausages Chun Bohin referred to were sold clandestinely by vendors just beyond the school fence. Of course, it was not just sausages. There were also hand-grab pancakes, fry crepes, and various other snacks. However, when Chen Bohin caught sight of the girl beside Song Jingyan, he paused, recognizing Dai Yuxi. He quickly averted his gaze, and then noticed the Ponyo on Song Jingyan's paper. Yinga, who drew this? It's quite good. Song Jingyan inwardly chastised Chen Bohin for his lack of awareness. He stood up, putting an arm around Chen Bohin as they prepared to head outside. It was I who deliberately drew on your paper, Dai Yuxi declared loudly, ensuring everyone in the classroom could hear. Song Jingyan glanced at her, noting her defiant posture and the fierce expression on her delicate face, as if challenging him to a fight. He chuckled softly, leading Chun Bohin away. Dai Yuxi's bravado felt like striking a fist against cotton. She resembled a mischievous child yearning for attention, only to be overlooked. Trailing behind them as they exited the classroom, she found herself without a reason to continue provoking him. Unperturbed, Song Jingyan and Shen Bohin paid no heed to Dai Yuxi as they queued at the sausage stall. Throughout their university years, all students shared a peculiar enthusiasm for queuing, as if the items purchased this way tasted all the more delightful. This included Song Jingyan himself. That morning, he had received 20 yuan in pocket money from his mother. Intending to treat his friend today, this 20 yuan was not a daily occurrence. Sometimes it was merely 10 or even 5. He typically dined in the school cafeteria, where his meal card was replenished regularly, alleviating any financial stress regarding meals, though he often found himself short on cash when it came to smoking or buying snacks. Chen Bohan's situation was quite similar. They were kindred spirits, never forgetting each other when it came to sharing a meal. Before long, it was Song Jingyan's turn. The vendor seemed in high spirits that day. Do you want it spicy? I'll take both. After brushing the sausages with sauce and placing them in a paper bag, she handed them over the fence. You two are quite lucky. These are the last 2 sausages. Each sausage was priced at 3 yuan, or 5 for 2. Song Jingyan handed over 20 yuan and received 15 yuan in change. Chen Bohan eagerly devoured his sausage. As Song Jingyan accepted his sausages, the line behind them dissipated, with everyone despondently seeking other snacks like hand-grab pancakes or fried skewers. It was at this moment that Song Jingyan noticed Dai Yuxi standing at the end of the line. She appeared oblivious to what had transpired, gazing at the departing crowd in a daze. Song Jingyan took a few steps away, only to return. Don't just stand there foolishly. The sausage in my hand is the last one. Do you want it? Wait until tomorrow. He glanced back at Dai Yuxi. She seemed to have no friends, glancing longingly at the pancake stall one moment and the fried skewer stall the next, without joining any lines, looking rather forlorn. Song Jingyan retraced his steps and approached Dai Yuxi, offering her the sausage. Do you really adore Ponyo on a cliff by the sea that much? Please refrain from drawing Ponyo on my paper again. Dai Yuxi tilted her head and shot him a sidelong glance, unperturbed, accepting the sausage and taking a small bite. The sausage's crispy exterior and rich meaty flavor were delightful, albeit a tad heavy on the starch. Do you truly look down on me from the bottom of your heart? She asked, still wearing that combative expression. Song Jingyan laughed in exasperation, responding nonchalantly, if you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. After saying this, he dashed off to catch up with Chen Bohan. Today, Dai Yuxi made an exception and did not return home early. She remained to attend the last 2 classes. She refrained from disturbing Song Jingyan as he studied, occasionally resting her head on her desk in a daze or sketching. In their senior year, classes ended at 6:30 p.m., but after the National Day holiday, the schedule would shift to 8:30 p.m., ultimately extending to 10 p.m. As the school day concluded, Chen Bohan sought out Song Jingyan once more. Today, Song Jingyan did not linger until the end, but left with Chen Bohan at an earlier time. Upon pausing at the school gate, Shen Fuwei passed by them, unintentionally locking eyes with Song Jingyan before hastily averting her gaze, neither uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xiaofan greeted them before entering a white BMW, accompanied by Shen Fuwei. The car was driven by Shen Fuwei's mother, Zhang Yingxian, who had come to pick her up from school and was also giving her new deskmate, Jiang Xiaofan, a ride. Once Shen Fuwei and Jiang Xiaofan settled in the back seat, she started the car. Who is that boy standing next to Chen Bohan? Chapter 11. The Seasoned Scoundrel. Zhang Yingxian was relatively familiar with her daughter's classmates and became alert upon seeing Song Jingyan. Shen Fuwei was disinclined to speak, but Jiang Xiaofan chimed in, Annie, that's Song Jingyan. Don't you know him? Zhang Yingxian glanced back at Song Jingyan, finally recognizing him. The boy had grown tall and handsome, a far cry from the chubby, short child he once was, which explained the rumors circulating about him and Wai Wei. As she observed Shen Fuwei's sullen expression in the rearview mirror, she refrained from finishing her sentence. The last time she pressured the principal to transfer Song Jingyan to another class, she had inadvertently been caught by her daughter. Since that day, their relationship had grown increasingly strained. Initially, she felt some guilt, but upon seeing Song Jingyan's current appearance, she believed her actions had been quite astute. It is often said that girls change significantly as they grow, and her daughter was becoming increasingly beautiful, which only heightened her concerns. The fact that Song Jingyan had been her daughter's deskmate since middle school was a result of her behind-the-scenes maneuvering. She hadn't anticipated that after years apart. He had transformed so strikingly from the fish vendor's son. Fortunately, he had already been transferred to another class, and they likely would not have any further connection. Zhang Yingxian sighed, retracting her gaze and pressing the accelerator to drive away. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan and Chen Bohan continued chatting at the school gate. Yan Yi, why hasn't Liu Yiyi come out yet? Typically, Song Jingyan enjoyed lingering, so he was not the last to leave, but today, he had come out early and didn't want to leave Liu Yiyi behind. If you're in a hurry, you can go ahead. I'm not in a rush. Let us walk together. Although both Chen Bohan and Song Jingyan lived in the Taixi district, their paths did not align. To walk together, they would have to take a detour along a central street before parting ways. After waiting for a while without seeing Liu Yiyi, even her close friend Zhu Huiven had left, and there was still no sign of her. The atmosphere within the school has grown increasingly sparse, causing a sense of urgency to well up within Song Jingyan. He resolved to accompany Chen Bohan to Class 7 to ascertain the situation. As they made their way, They encountered Dai Yuxi emerging from the teaching building, solitary and burdened with a backpack and a large sketchpad. She was notably tall, surpassing Shen Fuwei by a slight margin. Her legs clad in marten boots, creating an eye-catching spectacle. There was an air about her reminiscent of a model strutting down a runway. Yet her demeanor conveyed a profound solitude. Upon catching sight of Song Jingyan, she raised her chin haughtily, resembling a proud little swan. Song Jingyan smirked disdainfully, turning his gaze away from her. What was there to be proud of with a B-cup, he mused. As their paths crossed, he continued towards the teaching building, only to glance back and witness Dai Yuxi bending down to enter a sleek black Maybach. It seemed the rumors held a kernel of truth. The teaching building was nearly deserted, and upon reaching the third floor, Song Jingyan headed directly to Class 7. Peering through the door, he was met with an empty classroom, which struck him as peculiar. Chen Bohan voiced his confusion. Yingu, do you think Liu Yiyi has left without informing us, while we remain here foolishly waiting? Upon entering the classroom, Song Jingyan noticed Liu Yiyi's backpack still resting at her seat, deepening his bewilderment. She should still be here. Let us check other classrooms. The boarding students of Binhai Second High School were few. At this hour, even they would be dining or resting, leaving the classrooms nearly vacant. Song Jingyan and Chen Bohan searched through each classroom, yet they found no trace of anyone. Chun, wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom. Chen Bohan nodded in agreement. Then hand me the cigarettes. Carelessly, Song Jingyan tossed the cigarettes and lighter to Chen Bohan before heading towards the restroom. As he passed by the girls' restroom, he encountered a familiar face, the boy from the bus station who had delivered a love letter to Liu Yiyi the previous day. Casting a glance at him, Song Jingyan discerned that he clutched a letter, and he raised his voice deliberately. Oh, fellow student, are you on guard at the girls' restroom? The boy's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. At around 175 meters tall, he appeared diminutive and insignificant in front of the athletic Song Jingyan, who he certainly could not overpower. Feigning innocence, the boy replied, I don't believe we've met before. His tone was stiff, clearly eager to dismiss Song Jingyan. Yet, Song Jingyan did not retreat. Instead, he stepped closer. What makes you so intent on standing here? Who exactly is inside the girls' restroom? The boy's complexion shifted dramatically, a wave of anxiety washing over him. None of your business. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Song Jingyan chuckled, realizing that the boy was likely a straightforward student with decent grades, easily flustered when provoked. Maintaining his composure, Song Jingyan locked eyes with him. Fear not. I merely seek to inquire, for I am curious about who is inside. You. The boy's face flushed crimson, unable to shoo Song Jingyan away. Just then, Liu Yiyi emerged from the restroom, and upon seeing her, the boy eagerly attempted to approach. Song Jingyan swiftly positioned himself in front of him, his expression now stern and guarded. What is this? Do you intend to act violently? I would not resort to violence. I merely wish for Yi to accept this letter, which contains my heartfelt words. Observing the boy's earnest demeanor, Song Jingyan suddenly felt akin to a malevolent antagonist intent on disrupting a budding romance. Liu Yiyi remained calm, hiding behind Song Jingyan, her small hand tightly clutching his shirt. Xiao Song, let us leave. As they prepared to depart, the boy remained obstinate. Yi, grant me a chance. Will you? Liu Yiyi, still shielded by Song Jingyan, quietly replied, Lin Feng, I've already told you I don't like you. Stop pursuing me. Song Jingyan noted the fear in Liu Yiyi's eyes. She must have been hiding in the restroom, too afraid to come out. However, he understood that being overly harsh with a persistent suitor could provoke reckless behavior. He softened his tone and spoke gently. Lin Feng, right? I'm Song Jingyan from Class 4. Nice to meet you. I know you. Used to be in Class 1. But after being rejected by Shen Fuwei when you confessed, you were moved to Class 4. Song Jingyan widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting Lin Feng to have taken note of him. Lin Feng seemed to harbor some resentment as he continued. You are fickle and unworthy of Yi. The two boys exchanged fierce glares, Lin Feng's expression conveying a willingness to confront Song Jingyan for Liu Yi's sake. Song Jingyan stepped closer, the height difference creating a palpable sense of intimidation, causing Lin Feng to instinctively retreat, although he quickly regained his stance in an attempt to maintain his bravado before Liu Yiyi. With a smirk, Song Jingyan remarked, Since you voiced your opinion, allow me, a seasoned rogue, to offer you a piece of advice. To win a girl's heart, mere persistence won't suffice. You must possess qualities that she find appealing. For instance, Yi appreciates my academic prowess. In his previous life, Song Jingyan had been a mere shadow, but he recognized that academics and basketball were his redeeming traits. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had taken note of Song Jingyan's impressive score of 612 in the last monthly exam. Only 2 points ahead of Lin Feng 610. Although he had fallen short by a mere 2 points, Song Jingyan had been in a key class, where the teaching quality surpassed that of parallel classes, a fact that could not be denied. Now, in parallel classes, it was uncertain who would excel. With newfound confidence, Lin Feng challenged, "How about we compare scores?" Song Jingyan, appearing relaxed, replied, "I can indulge you in a little contest. However, refrain from bothering Liu Yiyi." Lin Feng firmly stated, "It's a deal." Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow, gesturing a farewell. Lin Feng's gaze turned towards Liu Yiyi, filled with fervent anticipation. Wait and see me triumph over him. Once Lin Feng had retreated, Liu Yiyi let out a long sigh, turning to Song Jingyan with a hint of exasperation. "Xiao Song, you seem to have taken this lightly, but now he's even more determined. What shall I do?" Chapter 12. Call me brother. Rest assured, with me around, what is there to fear? Song Jingyan dismissed Lin Feng entirely, his hands languidly tucked in his pockets as he followed Liu Yiyi. Yet, she wore a troubled expression. Lin Feng scored 610 in the last exam, just 2 points shy of your score, and he is merely a student from a parallel class. "So, you lack confidence in me, do you?" Liu Yiyi remained silent, casting a glance back at Song Jingyan, her eyes seemingly conveying, "You are certain to lose this time." With a resigned smile, Song Jingyan mused, "Well, it seems my assistance has earned me disdain. Where can I voice my grievances?" Together, they returned to the classroom to collect their bags before heading outside. Upon reaching the school gate, they found Shen Fuwei, who had finished his cigarette and been waiting for quite some time. "Shall we visit the Riley arcade for a while?" Upon spotting Shen Fuwei, Liu Yiyi immediately sensed that his presence boded no good for Song Jingyan. Reluctant to return home so early, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. As the trio arrived at the arcade, they found Li Hepin boasting of his undefeated streak in 9 consecutive rounds of King of Fighters, basking in the accolades of his peers. "Brother Pao, you're incredible. In Binhai, no one dares claim the second spot." In truth, since entering university, Song Jingyan hadn't visited an arcade. The allure of countless gaming options had diminished in the face of the online gaming boom. Titles like Crossfire, World of Warcraft, and DNF had all claimed his attention. Furthermore, as he matured, he felt that returning to an arcade seemed somewhat incongruous with his age. His visit this time was not solely due to Shen Fuwei's invitation to reunite with Li Hepin. There was another reason. Li Hepin's uncle had contracted a substantial fishery along the coast, specializing in the cultivation of saltwater shrimp. This particular shrimp, raised in tiered saltwater ponds, boasted firm, delectable flesh, earning acclaim among locals and generating significant demand in burgeoning cities like Lycan and Yangqing. In his previous life, Song Jingyan's first pot of gold was earned through the online resale of saltwater shrimp. He wished to connect Uncle Li Hepin with his parents, hoping to procure saltwater shrimp from him to increase their profits. Naturally, he also yearned to retrace his path to wealth. However, knowing his parents well, he was certain they would not support him. As a student, his primary focus should be on his studies. Moreover, his parents were traditional ordinary folk who would never risk their entire savings, nor would they take out loans for something so uncertain. Lacking initial capital and unable to secure a loan, he had to devise alternative strategies. Li Hepin, nicknamed Li Iron Cannon, was not as tall as Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei, standing at only 1.7 meters, a height that could be considered a handicap in the north. A sore point he preferred not to mention. He had an acceptable appearance, with bushy eyebrows, a round face, and short hair, neither handsome nor ugly. The three of them shared a strong bond. After entering high school, due to his academic performance being inferior to that of Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei, Li Hepin was compelled to attend a private high school. Nevertheless, their friendship remained intact, and they often made plans to hang out together. Had it not been for Li Hepin's unfortunate fate in the previous life, meeting a netizen and falling victim to a scam that led to a fatal incident, their brotherhood would have continued uninterrupted. Upon seeing Song Jingyan and the others, Li Hepin was initially taken aback before expressing his complaints. "Song Jingyan, if you hadn't come here, I would have been invincible. Couldn't you let me enjoy myself for a while before showing up?" Song Jingyan recognized Li Hepin's jest. He had a tendency to boast and could not keep secrets. Yet he was a loyal friend. With a smile, Song Jingyan replied, "Rest assured, I haven't played in ages. I'm quite rusty now and surely can't beat you." Shen Fuwei interjected sarcastically, "Do you even need my brother Yin to take you on? I could defeat you with just a pinky finger." Li Hepin playfully kika Shen Fuwei, and the two erupted into a fit of laughter. Liu Yiyi had not followed them and lagged behind, purchasing some game tokens at the counter while glancing around. Spotting Liu Yiyi, Li Hepin's eyes lit up. "You look truly beautiful now. Jingyan, are you two dating?" Shen Fuwei leaned an arm on Song Jingyan's shoulder, teasing, "What kind of eyes do you have? Can't you date me?" Li Hepin shot a glance at Chen Bohan, retorting you. You should tidy up your hair first. You look like you can't afford to live. How could he ever like you? You brat. My mom is your grandma. Li Hepin draped his other arm around Song Jingyan's shoulder. Jingyan, you and Yi are quite the match. Stop talking nonsense. We are not in that kind of relationship. Liu Yiyi had not heard their conversation and approached to greet Li Hepin before heading off to play the claw machine and whack-a-mole. After playing a round with Li Hepin, Song Jingyan intentionally lost, completed the necessary discussions, agreed on a time, and then made way for Chen Bohan, opting to accompany Liu Yiyi instead. After all, he was no longer that carefree youth who disregarded everything for the sake of amusement. As a businessman, he adhered to the fundamental principle of not neglecting any friend's feelings. As Liu Yiyi lamented her failure to catch a plush toy bear, Song Jingyan approached her. You don't have to mind me. Go play with Chen Bohan. After achieving success in his career, he had dated several innocent college girls. One Sichuan girl particularly loved claw machines, prompting him to buy one for her to play with at home. Ironically, once it was installed, she lost interest. He felt it was a waste to discard it. So he practiced his skills, achieving a decent success rate. With a teasing smile, Song Jingyan remarked, You know, Yi, the boss loves your kind of luck. Clumsily handing out money. I might as well call you the god of wealth. Liu Yiyi shot him a glare with her bright, clear eyes. Your mouth is so annoying right now. Frustrated at not catching a toy again, she stomped her foot and turned her back to him. Song Jingyan, smirking, said, Why don't you beg me? I'll help you catch one. Ignoring him, Liu Yiyi resolutely declared, I won't beg you. Song Jingyan moved closer, nudging Liu Yiyi aside, and inserted 2 game tokens. She shot him a sidelong glance. He timed it perfectly and pressed the button. The claw machine's success tune chimed, and Liu Yiyi clapped her hands in delight. Xiao Song, you're amazing. You succeeded on the first try. Feeling a surge of pride, Song Jingyan's lips curled upwards. He had put considerable effort into charming girls, and today it was proving to be useful. Although he might not be interested in pursuing every girl he encountered, he always aimed to bring them joy. At the same time, he mused how wonderful it would be to have wealth. In fact, Song Jingyan had contemplated various ways to achieve financial success the previous night, concluding that it was indeed a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, he believed there were still ways to earn some money. He handed the plush bear to Liu Yiyi, who beamed with joy. How did you manage that? Have you practiced before? Well, I suppose it's a talent. This one is pink. How about I try to catch you a purple one to make a pair? Liu Yiyi wrinkled her nose. You just got lucky. I won't beg you. Determined, Liu Yiyi inserted 20 game tokens in one go, only to fail repeatedly. Song Jingyan stood beside her, silently amused. Liu Yiyi was on the verge of losing her temper. Could you please stay away from me? I really can't stand you right now. Huh, this is a public place. How am I bothering you? You play your game, and I'll enjoy my laughter. Liu Yiyi turned her back to him, declaring, I'm not playing anymore. Yet, she glanced back at the purple plush bear, truly wishing to create a pair. Song Jingyan inserted another 2 tokens, and the machine chimed again. As Liu Yiyi slowly turned, she saw Song Jingyan holding the purple plush bear. Do you want it? The neon lights from the claw machine reflected in Liu Yiyi's misty eyes as she nodded. Then don't call me Xiao Song anymore. Call me brother. Liu Yiyi bit her red lip, her eyes glistening with a mix of longing and reluctance. Brother? That's too intimate. I want to call you that. Song Jingyan smiled playfully. All right. I'm feeling generous. After all, I'm a great guy. He handed her the bear. Here, take it. It'll match your pink one. With a smile gracing her lips, Liu Yiyi shyly reached out to accept it. Just then, Chen Bohan and Li Hepin, who had just finished a round of gaming, stumbled upon this scene. Li Hepin called out to Chen Bohan, still claiming they aren't dating. Look at this. Chen Bohan scratched his head. I doubt it. If Yinggu says they're not, then they're not, right? Li Hepin tossed an empty cigarette box at Chen Bohan. Exasperated. Have you become a fool from studying? Just because he says so, you believe it? You should be calling her sister-in-law from now on. No more joking around with Liu Yiyi. One does not toy with a friend's wife. Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi continued to play whack-a-mole for a while before the group finally exited the arcade. Chapter 13. The child who makes noodles will make noodles. Come on, I'll treat you all to beef noodles. Chen Bohan suggested. The renowned beef noodle shop, which had been in business for nearly a decade, boasted a rich and translucent broth that drew loyal patrons from the street to the alley. Since getting to know Chen Bohan, Song Jingyan had visited at least dozens of times and could find the kitchen door even with his eyes closed. He did not respond directly, but turned to Liu Yiyi beside him, his tone subtly probing. What do you think? Liu Yiyi's voice, softened as if steeped in warm water, replied, I'm fine with whatever. I'll follow your lead. Only then did Song Jingyan seem to breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, I haven't been there in a while. Their braised beef is exceptional. Shall we go try it? Afterward, I'll take you home. Sure. Liu Yiyi gently agreed. her fingers at her side, curling slightly. Suddenly, Li Hepin wrapped his arm around Chen Bohen, laughing as he patted his back. Look at the distance between you two. Still claiming there's no relationship? I don't buy it. Liu Yiyi suddenly became aware of how close she was to Song Jingyan, her elbow nearly brushing against his sleeve. She shot a glare at Li Heping, her cheeks flushing, and subtly shifted half a step to the side. Song Jingyan clicked his tongue and tapped Li Heping's head. Did you two forget to bring your brains today? What nonsense are you pondering all day? Upon arriving at Chen's beef noodle restaurant, the dinner rush had just subsided. Under the dim yellow lights, 7 or 8 tables were still occupied, the steam from the soup mingling with the aroma of beef wafting through the air. The 4 of them found a square table to sit down. Liu Yiyi hesitated for half a second, but ultimately chose to sit next to Song Jingyan, with Li Heping across from her. She truly had no other option. Once Li Heping settled in across from them, Chen Bohen cheerfully remarked, "You all sit tight. I'll show you what I can do in the kitchen." Song Jingyan borrowed Liu Yiyi's iPhone 4 to call his parents and reassure them of his safety. When he returned the phone, his fingertip inadvertently brushed against her hand, causing both to pause momentarily. "Hey," Liu Yiyi suddenly recalled, "I have an unused Nokia N95 at home. If you need it, you can take it." She intentionally framed it as a loan, fearing it might hurt his pride, considering the N95 was inferior to the iPhone 4 and could fetch a bit of money on the secondhand market. To her surprise, Song Jingyan, showing no hesitation, shook his head. "No need, thanks anyway, Yi." A twinge of disappointment flickered through Liu Yiyi's mind, though she masked it well, stealing a discreet glance at him. "Hey, Yi." Li Heping leaned in. "Why don't you just give it to me?" Liu Yiyi furrowed her brow, not because she was unwilling to part with it, but rather because she found Li Heping's boisterous demeanor irritating. Were it not for Song Jingyan's presence, she would have ignored him entirely, responding vaguely, "That phone has some issues. I'll have to fix it first." Li Heping already had a phone, but he was teasing her. "Oh, Liu Yiyi, do you have a guilty conscience?" Song Jingyan, perusing the menu, noticed Liu Yiyi's expression darken and promptly raised the menu to give Li Heping a couple of playful taps on the head. "Shut it, you fool. If you keep this up, don't consider me your brother anymore." Li Heping, who usually acted carefree, was particularly susceptible to Song Jingyan's reprimands and immediately surrendered. Okay. I'm sorry, Yan Yi. I want to say another word." At that moment, a plump aunt dressed in the restaurant's uniform approached, her features bearing a resemblance to Chen Bohen's, her face adorned with a warm smile. It was Aunt Chen. "Jingyan, Deepening, you finally made it." Aunt Chen recognized him at once. When her gaze fell upon Liu Yiyi, her eyes brightened. This girl was simply stunning, her delicate features resembling those of a painting. She was acutely aware that neither her son nor Li Heping was this girl's type, and it was likely the case. "You must be Jingyan's friend, right?" Aunt Chen's smile grew even warmer, her implication unmistakable. Song Jingyan felt a bit helpless. Why did everyone insist on pairing him with Liu Yiyi today? "Auntie, we are middle school classmates," Liu Yiyi greeted politely, her ears subtly reddening, her heart fluttering like a little rabbit. Aunt Chen's fondness for her only grew. She grasped Liu Yiyi's hand and said, "Yi is such a lovely name. Is this your first time here? What would you like to eat?" "Auntie will get it for you." No. "Auntie, we'll just have noodles," Liu Yiyi replied. Aunt Chen smiled and turned away, returning shortly with 2 plates of marinated snacks and dried tofu, along with 4 bottles of juice, handing one to Liu Yiyi and saying to Song Jingyan, "Make sure to bring Yi here often." Song Jingyan decided not to explain further, responding with a smile, "Of course, Auntie." Before long, Chen Bohen returned with 2 large bowls of beef noodles, the beef piled high and steaming. Look, it's personally made by yours truly." Song Jingyan pushed one bowl toward Li Heping and placed the other in front of Liu Yiyi, waiting for his own. "Oh, did you inherit your skills from Chen Shu?" he teased. "Is the timing right?" "Absolutely perfect," Chen Bohen replied with a mysterious smile. "Wait, I'll add a special dish for you." With that, he dashed back into the kitchen. When he emerged again, carrying 2 more bowls of noodles, he placed one in front of Song Jingyan. "This one is made especially for you. Give it a try. I added extra ingredients." Song Jingyan knew Chen Bohen's cooking was excellent, especially being the son of a noodle master, but he was taken aback upon seeing the contents of his bowl. "Hey, where's my beef? What is this?" The bowl contained several round, neatly cut pieces. Chen Bohen and Li Heping exchanged knowing smiles. "Clearly up to no good. Don't recognize it? It's a delicacy. You'll find out once you try it." Song Jingyan had a rough idea of what it was, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, hoping that Chen Bohen wouldn't reveal today as misunderstanding in front of Liu Yiyi, as there had already been enough of that. "It's all right. I know what it is. Just don't mention it." "Wow, Yinge, you're impressive." Chen Bohen, not grasping his hint, exclaimed loudly, "This is a beef treasure. My dad says it's great for men with girlfriends." Li Heping laughed, even louder beside him. Exactly. Only Jingyan qualifies to eat this. Song Jingyan's brows knitted together in irritation as he cleared his throat. You two are really something. Shen Bohin and Li Heping noticed he was genuinely displeased and quickly stifled their laughter. After all, this was the restaurant's signature dish, quite pricey. And he had saved it for himself. Liu Yiyi, whose parents were both doctors, had grown accustomed to such matters and felt no overwhelming embarrassment. However, her modesty as a girl prompted her to lower her head and quietly slurp her noodles. To break the awkward silence, Shen Bohin initiated a conversation, asking Liu Yiyi, "What kind of boy do you like as a boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yiyi seemed to gather her resolve and deliberately raised her voice. "I like someone who is at least 1.8 meters tall and has grades good enough to get into Tsinghua or Peking University." She aimed to distance herself from Song Jingyan to avoid further teasing. "Then you don't like Jingyan?" Li Heping teased, winking at her. Song Jingyan kicked Li Heping hard under the table. "Are you done yet?" Li Heping looked at Liu Yiyi, then at Song Jingyan, as if he understood something, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. The warmth of the noodle shop enveloped them, shrouding their thoughts in a haze. Chapter 14. Honesty is my love. Dai Yuxi had just stepped into the classroom when the bell for the first class rang. Today, she donned a deep blue British-style suit with a short skirt, complemented by a pair of black leather shoes. Sporting dark circles under her eyes and looking utterly exhausted, she returned to her seat and promptly rested her head on her arms, falling asleep. Song Jingyan envied her immensely. Being a rich second-generation kid had its perks. She had achieved sleep freedom early, living a life of leisure. No wonder Kuzhani said she wouldn't affect his studies. She was indeed quite peaceful. After 2 English classes, Song Jingyan had filled 3 pages with dense notes, while Dai Yuxi finally stirred awake. Stretching, she noticed everyone was heading downstairs for exercises and called out to Song Jingyan from her desk. "Hey, old buddy, could you grab me a grilled sausage?" Song Jingyan was puzzled by Dai Yuxi's request. If it were the same grilled sausage from yesterday, it wouldn't be available until the afternoon when the vendor arrived. "If you're hungry, there's a convenience store on campus. And I have a thermos of 3 flavored dumplings in my backpack that I was planning to share with my friends for lunch." Before he could finish, Dai Yuxi, acting like a bandit, rummaged through his desk and quickly found the thermos. She showed no courtesy. There's a microwave in the teacher's office. "You can heat it up." Dai Yuxi was already preparing to shove a dumpling in her mouth. "No need. I'll just eat it as is. I'm starving after gaming all night." The dumplings were made by Song Jingyan's mother early in the morning as a gesture of gratitude to Chen Bohin for treating him to beef noodles, kept in a thermos. The tea cooled down completely by this time. The moment Dai Yuxi took her first bite, she froze. The taste was remarkably similar to the dumplings her mother used to make, but her mother had passed away 8 years ago. Seeing Dai Yuxi freeze after her first bite, Song Jingyan asked, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Dai Yuxi snapped back to reality. "No, it's delicious." She resumed eating. Song Jingyan shook his head. "Aren't you going to do the exercises during the break?" Dai Yuxi lifted her gaze to glance at Song Jingyan. "Exercise? I haven't participated in any physical activities since I arrived at this wretched school, aside from entering through the main gate on the first day. This is only the 2nd time I've done so." "What concession?" Song Jingyan couldn't help but extend his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. Dai Yuxi Chakold. Thank you for your delightful 3 flavor dumplings. You are truly gracious." Song Jingyan, not quite as audacious as to skip the exercises, prepared to head downstairs. After taking a few steps, he turned back to inquire, "What did you mean by old partner just now?" "Old partner refers to a deskmate. That's how we refer to them in Lekang." "Oh, old partner. Does that imply a pair? How ambiguous." Dai Yuxi smiled, her eyes narrowing with mirth. "Who is being ambiguous with you? Go on down and do your exercise. Sometimes, youth is like this. As long as one is willing, reconciliation can occur at any moment. And without deep-seated grudges, memories fade swiftly." The teachers of class 4 seemed to share a special rapport with Song Jingyan. The mathematics teacher said, "Let Song Jingyan come up and explain the thought process behind this problem." The literature teacher added, "Let's have Song Jingyan annotate this piece of poetry for us." The English teacher chimed in, "Is there anyone willing to translate this passage?" "Oh, let's have Song Jingyan do it." Clearly, Song Jingyan was called upon more frequently than one might consider reasonable. While Dai Yuxi's studies remained unaffected, he did disturb her slumber. After 2 afternoon classes, Song Jingyan and Shen Bohin lounged lazily beneath the basketball hoop, their eyes flitting between classmates. "Yanyi, I crave grilled sauce." Song Jingyan replied, "No money. I spent my allowance on game currency last night. You might as well savor the wind." "Alas, old partner here." Dai Yuxi handed a grilled sausage to Song Jingyan. Just as he smiled and reached for it, Shen Fuwei snatched it away and took a huge bite. Thanks, Sister Dai. Dai Yuxi had only purchased 2 sausages, one of which she had already bitten into. Frowning, she shot a glance at Shen Fuwei and said with a resigned smile, "Your friend is quite amusing. It's mainly because my mom doesn't allow me to associate with unsavory characters. Hence, my friends are rather eccentric. I apologize for the embarrassment." Dai Yuxi broke off the portion of the sausage she had bitten and offered the remainder to Song Jingyan. "I haven't interrupted your studies. You've startled my beautiful dreams. Then perhaps you should ask Lao Ko for a seat change. Keep your distance." Dai Yuxi, undeterred by the dust, settled next to Song Jingyan. "You, clearly not a bad person, yet you insist on pretending to be one. Is that entertaining?" Song Jingyan's gaze leisurely traversed Dai Yuxi's form. "You come here every day without studying. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to lie in bed at home? Who says I don't study? I need over 300 points on the college entrance exam to get into university." Song Jingyan scoffed. 300 points? Have you never charged your brain before leaving the house, resulting in low battery? Dai Yuxi's face flushed as she retorted, "I kindly bought you a sausage, and you still insult me. Is that amusing? I simply speak the truth." Dai Yuxi rose, hands on her hips, adopting a posture ready for a quarrel. The next moment, however, her resolve deflated and laughter escaped her lips. "You're deliberately trying to provoke me, aren't you? Well, I want to be angered." Dai Yuxi seemed to have discovered Song Jingyan's weakness and strutted away triumphantly. "Yingo, your deskmate is quite beautiful. Don't you think your tone was a bit harsh?" Song Jingyan, feeling irritable, cast a sidelong glance at Shen Fuwei. "I merely speak the truth." Shen Fuwei was left speechless. Was he really upset over a grilled sausage? In truth, Song Jingyan wasn't angry about Shen Fuwei snatching a sausage. They often engaged in playful rivalry over snacks without ever harboring resentment, turning it into a source of amusement. In this rebirth, while Shen Fuwei and others remained unchanged, Song Jingyan found himself out of sync, unable to experience that joy, leaving him somewhat melancholic. Perhaps this was the affliction of rebirth, no longer innocent, no longer lively. Chapter 15. Why are you imitating my handwriting? Life in senior year was thus: endless classes, unending math problems, and an abundance of physics formulas and English vocabulary to memorize. Those sleepless nights and the mornings greeting the first rays of sunlight are deeply etched in the memory of youth. On September 28th, during the exercise break, Ku Zhenyi summoned Song Jingyan to the office. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered a number of individuals already present. Principal Ren Ziyun and Class 1's homeroom teacher, Sun Min, were conversing quietly with 3 uniformed police officers. Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong stood nearby, weeping inconsolably. Song Jingyan understood well that what was inevitable had finally arrived, albeit with a slower efficiency than in his previous life. "Song Jingyan, over here." Principal Ren Ziyun waved him over with a smile. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Ren Ziyun's face bore admiration, mingled with a sense of relief as if a problem had been resolved. Sun Min's gaze was filled with gentle warmth and a smile. Chen Xiaoxu's eyes were unmistakably pleading for forgiveness, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Only the 3 police officers wore relaxed expressions, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Upon realizing that the lead officer was a senior inspector, Song Jingyan felt a tinge of surprise. It was merely a minor civil dispute, at most a public order case. Why would an officer of such rank personally handle it? Approaching, Song Jingyan greeted politely, "Good day, principal, teachers, and officers." Ren Ziyun, of modest stature and in his 50s, with a slight paunch, patted Song Jingyan's shoulder and introduced, "This is student Song Jingyan." Turning to the senior inspector, he added, "This is our district's police station chief, Jiang Changfeng." Suddenly, it dawned on Song Jingyan that Jiang Xiaofen was his child. During their previous mountain climbing excursions, Jiang Changfeng had even driven them. "Hello, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Changfeng evidently remembered him, nodding with a smile. "Since you were the party involved, I will be direct. We have clarified the case. The defamatory post has garnered over 5,000 views, yet it has not resulted in severe consequences. According to Article 42 of the Public Order Administration Punishment Law, the perpetrator will face detention of up to 10 days and a fine of no more than 500 yuan, even if Jiang Changfeng had not mentioned it. Song Jingyan was aware of the likely outcome, provided he signed a letter of understanding. Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong would receive nothing more than trivial disciplinary actions from the school. Even if detained, they could be released in a few days and still return to school to take the college entrance exam. This, however, was not the outcome Song Jingyan desired. He wanted them to live in perpetual fear, deterred from provoking him any further, aligning with his current interests. Once he wielded greater power, he would naturally seek retribution. As Gao Keqiang, well-versed in the 36 stratagems, aptly stated, surround the enemy, but leave a way out. Do not press a desperate foe. Furthermore, detaining students was something Renzuin wished to avoid, as it would tarnish the school's reputation and invite criticism. Student Song Jingyan, after all, you are classmates, sharing a bond of camaraderie. Surely you wouldn't want them to miss the college entrance exam? Renzuin had been observing Song Jingyan's expression, attempting to glean subtle hints. Yet Song Jingyan's demeanor remained as tranquil as that of an outsider. Renzuin cautiously suggested, of course, if you can reach an understanding, the school will issue a serious warning to Chan Xiaoxu and Li Tong and require them to publicly apologize to you in front of all faculty and students. The principal's kindly, wrinkled face only served to discomfort Song Jingyan. This old fox first aligned with Chan Xiaoxu, appealing to his emotions in hopes of garnering sympathy. Then, he appeared to stand with him, seemingly sharing a common enemy, thus securing a favorable reputation for himself in the process. Despite feeling somewhat displeased, Song Jingyan still wanted to grant Renzuin a favor, as it coincidentally aligned with his desired outcome. He just wasn't sure how much this favor was worth. Principal, teachers, Uncle Jiang, Song Jingyan replied in a flat tone, his expression still inscrutable. Could you all step outside for a moment? I wish to have a private conversation with Chen Xiaoxu. Renzuin, Jiang Changfeng, and Sun Min exchanged glances, nodding in unison before sequentially exiting the office. Song Jingyan opted to retain Chen Xiaoxu rather than Li Tong, for he had discerned a flicker of remorse and regret in her eyes when he requested her contact details in a diary, something he did not perceive in Li Tong. Without uttering a word, Song Jingyan strolled before Chen Xiaoxu, gazing at her in silence. The atmosphere within the office was palpably tense, punctuated only by Chen Xiaoxu's sporadic sobs. Song Jingyan, I'm truly sorry. Please, grant me another chance? She implored. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Song Jingyan's mouth, relishing the sensation of having everything under his control. His voice, languid yet weighty, replied, I might consider giving you a chance, but first, you must answer a few questions. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Chen Xiaoxu grasped his arm eagerly. Ask away. I will tell you everything I know. Song Jingyan pressed his lips together. Why did you imitate my handwriting and frame me for writing a love letter? Chen Xiaoxu's face registered shock. While everyone believed the love letter to be penned by Song Jingyan, she alone knew the truth. He was aware of it too. I did not write that love letter, nor did I intend to frame you, she exclaimed. Furrowing his brow, Song Jingyan retorted, if it was neither written by me nor by you, then who authored it? Lowering her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes, Chen Xiaoxu murmured, I will compensate you more. Please do not press this question. Compensation? How much could one possibly pay for such a trivial matter? Though not affluent, Song Jingyan found the sum insignificant. You ought to reimburse me. A mere 100 yuan will suffice, he asserted with conviction. However, I will not sign any settlement agreement until this matter is clarified. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoxu raised her head, a flicker of conflict in her eyes before she sighed. I can tell you, but can you keep it a secret? He is unaware of this incident. Absolutely not. Song Jingyan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. I must understand this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. With that, he turned to leave, but Chen Xiaoxu clutched his arm more tightly this time. Tanyu is my most closely guarded secret. Yet the term detention filled her with dread as a high school girl. Yes, it was Tanyu who wrote the love letter. He placed it in Shen Fuwei's backpack, and I discovered it and read it in secret. His handwriting is strikingly similar to yours. A long sigh escaped Song Jingyan. The enigma of the love letter that had haunted him for 2 lifetimes was finally unraveling. He comprehended the entire sequence of events in an instant. Do you harbor feelings for Tanyu? Chen Xiaoxu's face flushed crimson, as if stripped bare under the glaring sun, and she quietly responded, yes. So Tanyu remains oblivious to the fact that the love letter, which stirred such a commotion, was his? Chen Xiaoxu buried her face even lower, replying with another soft yes. What a coincidence. You can find him in class 6. Check his handwriting. Song Jingyan felt no need to verify. Chen Xiaoxu's demeanor had already provided him with the answer. What a clumsy fabrication, devoid of substance or finesse, purely a matter of chance. Yet this almost mischievous rumor had, in his previous life, obliterated his and Shen Fuwei's futures, altering their destinies irrevocably. How absurd. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the office. A woman's frantic cries shattering the tranquility of the campus. Song Jingyan's brow furrowed, and Chen Xiaoxu's countenance grew increasingly anxious. Bang! The office door burst open as if struck by a sledgehammer. A gaunt woman, dressed like a bank clerk, staggered in, followed by Renzuin, Sun Min, Jiang Changfeng, and a throng of onlooking teachers. The woman immediately knelt before Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan, please forgive my daughter this once. Whatever sum you demand, I implore you. Do not let her be detained. Ren Ziyun and Sun Min moved to support Chen Xiaoxi's mother, their peripheral vision darting toward Song Jingyan. He let out a derisive laugh, fully aware that their intentions were half-hearted and that they had deliberately allowed her entry. After all, how could so many people fail to restrain a single woman? He understood the artifice well. In business, one could not only engage with those they favored, ignoring the rest. Auntie, please rise. Chen Xiaoxu and I have already reached an understanding. Chapter 16. You are nothing but a scoundrel. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, an expression softened. Do not rejoice too soon. I am merely postponing my pursuit of her accountability. Should she continue to spread rumors about me, we will settle both new and old grievances. Song Jingyan added sternly. Furthermore, she must publicly apologize to me online and before the entire school. Absolutely, absolutely. Chen Xiaoxu's mother hurriedly replied, handing Song Jingyan an envelope. He discerned the contents to be money, estimating it to be around 1,000 yuan. Not one to be rude. He extracted a single bill and returned the remainder. After signing the settlement agreement, as he prepared to depart, Chen Xiaoxu, nudged by her mother, approached him, her head bowed as she murmured, "Thank you." "Thank you?" A cold smirk played on Song Jingyan's lips. He had not forgiven her and certainly did not feel compelled to be seen as a benevolent figure. Casting her a fleeting glance, he strode out. Song Jingyan, wait. Principal Ren Ziyun hastened to catch up, pulling him aside with a serious tone. I understand you felt wronged by this incident in the parallel class. However, now that it has come to this, do not dwell on the past. Allow it to turn the page. Puzzled by the principal's words, Song Jingyan's first instinct was to think of Tanyu. Did the principal know that Tanyu had penned the love letter? Was he attempting to shield the privileged Tanyu from repercussions? Yet, upon reflection, Chen Xiaoxi's expression had not suggested deceit. It seemed the school remained in the dark. Song Jingyan wished to distance himself from this matter, no longer wishing to entangle himself in the complexities of proving his innocence. He nodded at the principal and departed without uttering another word. Ren Ziyun watched his retreating figure, promptly extracting his mobile phone to dial Secretary Chui Anning of Shenxingzhou. His tone dripped with flattery and respect. Secretary Chui, this is Ren Ziyun from the second high school. The matter you asked me to investigate has been resolved, and the students who spread rumors have been disciplined. However, Chui Anning's voice on the other end was as cold as ice. Director Jiang has already reported the situation to me. How do you plan to deal with those two students? They should publicly reflect on their actions in front of the entire school and receive a probationary suspension. Reng Xuan erd Kuyaning is not disdainfully. If not, perhaps you should consider resigning as principal. The city council is in need of a security guard. A bead of sweat trickled down Ren Ziyun's forehead. Should we expel them? Expel them? Chui Anning's anger flared, and she hung up the phone abruptly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ren Ziyun lamented internally. To expel students was already the harshest penalty, yet the leadership remained dissatisfied. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed again, not to plead for Chen Xiaoxu, but out of concern that this incident might tarnish his record. Secretary Chui, Old Ren, are you ever going to stop being a nuisance? Chui Anning's impatient voice boomed. Is it really so difficult to expel those two girls? A tightening sensation gripped Ren Ziyun's heart. Is this the mayor's intention? Ask the mayor yourself. Do not call again. The phone was once more disconnected, leaving Ren Ziyun holding his phone. A look of helplessness etched on his face. Song Jingyan did not return directly to the classroom, instead settling into his seat only after the third class had concluded. His deskmate, Dai Yuxi, was busily painting the Lich King Arthas from World of Warcraft. He glanced over and casually remarked, "For the Alliance." Dai Yuxi shot him a look. "For the Horde. Alliance dogs? Oh, who would have thought a diligent student would indulge in World of Warcraft?" Song Jingyan rummaged through his backpack for supplies. Middle school had been less demanding, and he had played through the Burning Crusade with classmates. Dai Yuxi spoke proudly. "Have you been to Karajan or the Serpent Shrine?" "I've been to Karajan. After that, I mostly hung around the arena grinding for the S3 set." "Do you have a full set?" Song Jingyan pulled out his notebook and replied nonchalantly, dismissing the weapon and shoulders. Dai Yuxi finally seized the opportunity to look down on him. "You're a noob. In that version, I had both T6 and S3 complete." Song Jingyan did not respond, instead tossing his notebook on her drawing pad. "Here's my organized notes on Chinese and foundational English knowledge. Take a look first. Once you finish the other subjects, I'll provide more. If you study earnestly, scoring 300 points should not be difficult." Dai Yuxi opened the notebook, her eyes lighting up at the dense handwritten notes filling the pages. "Old buddy, you are too kind. How can I repay you?" Song Jingyan smirked. "Thanks, but no thanks. I merely wish to avoid being labeled as someone who sits with a dullard every day." Dai Yuxi's momentary surge of emotion dissipated as she glared at him. Oh, so you're quite the academic, are you? I hope you lose to Lin Feng in the next monthly exam and break up with your girlfriend. She had overheard the gossip during class and only then learned of Song Jingyan's romantic entanglements. Unfazed, Song Jingyan continued with his own affairs. At noon, he surprisingly found himself seated with the group again, despite having dined alone in recent days. Zhang Xiaofan, upon noticing his presence, spoke with a sharp tone. I thought you'd forgotten us. Finally remembered your friends? Shen Bohan buried himself in his meal, while Shen Fuwei kept her gaze averted. Song Jingyan felt a surge of indignation, particularly at Shen Fuwei's demeanor. He placed 100 yuan in front of her, saying, Here, this is for you. Thanks. Shen Fuwei accepted the money, her reply as cold as a stranger's. Suppressing his frustration, he teased, Shen Fuwei, is it my presence that has frozen your tongue, or are you blinded by some poison? Shen Fuwei shot her gaze up at him. Her lips moved, yet no words emerged. Her silence was not due to discontent, but rather a guilty conscience for having torn up his love letter, which had led to his transfer to a parallel class. She simply didn't know how to face him. Seeing Shen Fuwei being questioned, Zhang Xiaofan's temper flared. Earlier in the principal's office, rumors had spread like wildfire, claiming that Song Jingyan, the scoundrel, was bullying Chen Xiaoxu, whose mother had even approached the school. Initially skeptical, Zhang Xiaofan's doubts began to waver at Song Jingyan's recent behavioral shift. The thought of the group's friendship potentially fracturing fueled her frustration. She positioned herself in front of Shen Fuwei, declaring, Song Jingyan, how dare you speak to Wai Wei like that? If you don't like it, you can leave. Are you mad, Zhang Xiaofan? You bite everyone. Shen Bohan retorted sharply, lifting his head in defiance. Mind your own meal, or you can leave too. Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed with anger. You want to argue, Shen Bohan? Meet me after school, Song Jingyan remarked with a smirk, casting a fleeting glance at Shen Fuwei as he carried his tray away. Shen Fuwei watched his retreating figure, a wave of guilt washing over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Xiaofan, realizing her impulsiveness, felt a twinge of regret, while Shen Bohan remained seething with indignation. When Song Jingyan took a seat opposite Dai Yuxi, he observed her with a hint of schadenfreude. Dai Yuxi, accustomed to cafeteria meals during her time at Lekang, was unpretentious. Unlike the affluent peers. Hey, let us make it a habit to dine together from now on, he suggested, raising his eyes. Why? Tired of painting? You need some eye candy? Dai Yuxi raised an eyebrow. Besides, your attempts at flirting are subpar. You keep hitting walls. I'm merely assisting you. Song Jingyan recognized her mockery, his gaze shifting to the unappetizing ribs on her plate. The cafeteria ribs are hardly worth the calories. Too much of them will cloud your judgment. Allow me to assist. With that, he helped himself to her meal. Dai Yuxi set down her chopsticks, a smile illuminating her face as she quipped, No wonder you're not well-liked. You're quite the scoundrel at heart. Chapter 17, Expulsion. The following day during the break. After the exercises concluded, the students did not return to their classrooms as usual. Principal Brendan approached the podium on the playground, testing the microphone. Hello. Recently, rumors surrounding Song Jingyan had circulated wildly, causing considerable distress to him and the students involved. Subsequently, Li Tong ascended the stage to deliver an apology, followed by Chen Xiaoxu. Whispers among the students erupted, and once again, Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei became the talk of the school. Zhang Xiaofan leaned closer to Shen Fuwei. I heard that Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong's parents came to the school yesterday. It turns out they were the ones spreading the rumors. Serve them right. Shen Fuwei bit her lip, remaining silent. Her resentment was directed at them, for it was Chen Xiaoxu and her ilk that had led to the current awkwardness between her and Song Jingyan. Liu Yiyi, uninterested in Chen Xiaoxu's confession, believed in Song Jingyan's integrity. Meanwhile, her friend Zhu Huiven expressed excitement. So, Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei aren't even in a relationship. They're just classmates. Zhu Huiven's tone dripped with a sense of regret, prompting Liu Yiyi to cast her a disapproving glance. What's your deal? Do you need them to have some connection for your happiness? Zhu Huiven quickly grasped Liu Yiyi's arm. No. Even if there is a connection, it's between Song Jingyan and you. Liu Yiyi pulled away. Wen, how many times must I tell you? We're merely classmates. It's just a coincidence. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Please. I'm sorry, I'll behave. By now, Song Jingyan felt no tumult within. Thus far, everything unfolded as he anticipated. After Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong concluded their apologies, tears streaming down their faces, Principal Rinzun reclaimed the microphone. In light of Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong's deliberate dissemination of rumors and maligning of others, which constitutes a severe violation of school policy, and with the approval of the Education Bureau, we hereby expel Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong. A stunned silence enveloped the students and faculty alike. Had Song Jingyan not signed the letter of understanding, the punishment, though harsh, might have seemed justified. After all, it could have warranted detention. However, the fact that he had signed it made the situation more complicated. The teachers, aware of Shen Fuwei's background, quickly grasped the implications. On the surface, Song Jingyan appeared to be the victim. It was clear to all that Shen Fuwei was the true target of the ordeal. Those knowledgeable about her family status understood the gravity of the situation. Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong had stirred trouble with the wrong individuals. Upon hearing the verdict, Chen Xiaoxu collapsed to the ground, while Li Tong, though slightly better, broke down in tears. Song Jingyan remained as calm as still water, finally comprehending the meaning behind Principal Run Ziyuan's words from the day before. He implied that since the incident had transpired, his transfer to a parallel class would not be overturned, and how Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong were dealt with was beyond his control. It required higher authorization. Song Jingyan pursed his lips, feeling no sympathy for Chen Xiaoxu and Li Tong. Their fate was simply a consequence of their own actions. He believed that after this incident, no one at the school would dare to spread rumors so recklessly again. As for whether Chen Xiaoxu would seek revenge in the future, it was no longer his concern. After all, they had provoked him first. He had merely retaliated, and any animosity would not find its way back to him. Shen Fuwei was taken aback by the severity of the punishment. She could fathom why the school would impose such a harsh penalty. However, when Principal Rinzin cast a glance in her direction, she immediately understood. It must have been her mother, Zhang Yingxian, who had intervened. After announcing the disciplinary measures, the class began to return to their classrooms in an orderly fashion. Shen Fuwei's gaze occasionally swept over the crowd from Class 4, finally landing on that familiar figure. She recognized that Song Jingyan had indeed changed, quietly undertaking so much without uttering a word. Beside her, Jiang Xiaofan expressed elation over the punishment meted out to the rumor-mongers. Wai Wei, now that the rumors have been cleared up, can you and Song Jingyan reconcile? Shen Fuwei hesitated, her eyes downcast, remaining silent. Reconcile? They had never had an issue. She simply felt guilty for avoiding him. When Song Jingyan returned to the classroom, Dai Yuxi had already awakened. Noticing him lean in for a closer look, she remarked, "You made quite a splash again today." Song Jingyan shot her a sidelong glance. "Focus on your painting and mind your own business." Dai Yuxi, now accustomed to his cold demeanor, opened a can of chilled cola for herself, offering him one as well. Just as she tilted the can to her lips, Song Jingyan snatched it away and drank it down in one gulp. The icy cola flowed down his throat, the effervescent bubbles bursting within him, prompting a satisfied belch. "Thank you, old buddy. Your cola is truly delightful." Dai Yuxi furrowed her brows and questioned, "Why are you behaving this way? Didn't I already give you a can?" With that, she attempted to retrieve the can of cola she had just handed to Song Jingyan, but he blocked her. "You've already given me this can. How can you take it back? Surely, you're not intending to be a capricious rogue? A rogue? Song Jingyan, you are truly shameless. I purchased both cans of cola. It is only reasonable that one should be left for me, don't you think? I am looking out for your well-being. Young lady, consuming ice-cold cola is detrimental to your health. I am merely taking it upon myself to assist you. Besides, my friend Shin Bohan hasn't had any cola yet. I am a man of principle. I believe in sharing blessings." Although Dai Yuxi adorned herself in a rebellious manner, deep down she was just a somewhat introverted and playful young girl, ill-equipped to contend with the logical prowess of Song Jingyan, a soul far more experienced. This was primarily because she had touched upon a sensitive topic for him. He detested being discussed, whether behind his back or to his face. Dai Yuxi refrained from further argument with Song Jingyan, enduring until the end of class. He finally returned the can of cola to her, saying, "See how generous I am? The cola has cooled. You may drink it now." Dai Yuxi scoffed. "You think you can simply dictate when I drink? I refuse. I shall buy another chilled one." With that, she left, making a face that was quite irksome. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Chen Bohan dragged Song Jingyan to their table. Song Jingyan appeared somewhat reluctant, stating, "I can finish my meal in 3 seconds. Let us cut to the chase." Jiang Xiaofan gritted her teeth. "Song Jingyan, why are you being so arrogant? Can you not speak civilly?" Song Jingyan cast a glance at Shen Fuwei, noting her indifferent demeanor, and felt there was little point in engaging further. "Am I breaking any laws by being aloof? You could choose to ignore me like some do, so why speak to me? Isn't that rather demeaning?" With that, Song Jingyan carried his tray directly to Dai Yuxi's table, intent on indulging in her food. Jiang Xiaofan tightened her grip on her chopsticks, seething with frustration. But the crowded cafeteria held her tongue. She had initially intended to apologize to Song Jingyan for her outburst the previous day, but his attitude and tone deterred her. Jiang Xiaofan turned to Chen Bohan and inquired, "Who is that blonde girl sitting across from Song Jingyan?" Shen Fuwei also raised her gaze towards Dai Yuxi. Today, Dai Yuxi was dressed in a strikingly unconventional manner, seated in her red sportswear with her legs crossed, exuding an aura of aloofness. Chen Bohan glanced over and returned to his meal. "That S. Dai Yuxi, Song Jingyan's new deskmate, an art student who transferred from Lekang." Jiang Xiaofan speculated. "Surely Song Jingyan isn't involved with her." Chen Bohan quickly interrupted. "What are you thinking? They've only known each other for a few days. Besides, Jingyan and she are not compatible. Stop overthinking." Jiang Xiaofan pressed on. "Have you asked him recently about his progress with Liu Yiyi?" Chen Bohan replied, somewhat impatiently. "Do you girls always obsess over these trivial matters of romantic entanglements? In recent days, I've been leaving school with Jingyan. He and Liu Yiyi are not as you imagine. If they were, I would surely know." Jiang Xiaofan countered. "But haven't you noticed how much he has changed lately?" Chen Bohan dismissed her. "I haven't noticed. Jingyan is still the same as before." "What changes are you referring to?" Stealing a glance at Shen Fuwei, he added, "It's merely a love letter, after all. Tell me, Jiang Xiaofan, if one day I were to write you a love letter, would you ignore me?" Jiang Xiaofan's expression momentarily froze. "Why would you write me a love letter?" Chen Bohan grinned. "I said if. Do you understand?" Jiang Xiaofan eventually responded, "Oh no. I would ignore you." Shen Fuwei, seeing through their playful banter, set down her chopsticks. "All right, you two can stop performing. I'll find a chance to speak with Jingyan." Chapter 18. It turns out the love letter was written by you. The rumors surrounding Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei were dispelled, yet they failed to spark any significant discussion. Perhaps students preferred explosive narratives and outrageous happenings, showing less interest in the actual facts. With the National Day holiday looming, school only held half a day of classes today, eliciting mixed feelings among the third-year students. They were pleased with the impending 3-day holiday, but disheartened by the impending monthly exams upon their return. Shen Fuwei had tied her hair back into a simple student ponytail, her strands cascading like silk behind her. Clad in a clean school uniform paired with white canvas shoes, her graceful figure radiated both innocence and allure, attracting the fervent gazes of numerous boys wherever she went. Tan Yu, today not in uniform, wore a white shirt, white trousers, and white shoes, his hair meticulously styled. He held a bouquet of Rhodes red roses, pre-ordered from the florist the day before. The petals of the roses were thick and vibrant, as red as the dawn, wrapped in paper inscribed with LOV, tenderly cradled like charming little sprites filled with delight. He was prepared to formally confess his feelings to Shen Fuwei today. After stealthily slipping a love letter in her desk last time, he had received no reply. He assumed she needed time to contemplate and waited a few days, only to find rumors about Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei circulating instead. At that time, he had been frustrated by a child from a fishmonger's family who had beaten him to the punch, harboring resentment towards Song Jingyan. Among the few who knew about Shen Fuwei's family background at school, aside from the teachers, he was one of them. Thus, even though Shen Fuwei seemed entangled with Song Jingyan, he did not wish to miss his opportunity with her, leading to the earlier scene where he had been left hanging in the cafeteria. Now that the rumors had been cleared, he no longer wished to remain passive. However, Tan Yu was unaware that his unsigned love letter had been exploited by Chan Xiaoxu, resulting in the rampant rumors about Shen Fuwei and Song Jingyan. At long last, Tan Yu spotted Shen Fuwei. Though he had rehearsed the confession scenario countless times in his mind, he still felt an inexplicable excitement upon seeing her in person. Shen Fuwei was stunningly beautiful, standing out even in a crowd. Tan Yu was confident, even to the point of arrogance. This was hardly surprising. After all, he was handsome, standing at 6 feet tall, and had been voted as the school heartthrob upon entering high school. It was understandable for anyone to possess such confidence. While few at Binchinj No. 2 high school knew of Shen Fuwei's family background, many were well aware of Tan Yu's. His family owned a mine. Since starting high school, girls had flocked to him, and although he had dated a few, none had captured his heart. However, ever since he had interacted with Shen Fuwei, he felt that no other girl could possibly catch his eye, firmly believing in his affection for her. The moment Shen Fuwei and Jiang Xiaofan entered the school gates, they sensed something amiss. Every classmate who spotted her began to whisper and point. With the rumors concerning Song Jingyan cleared, she could hardly fathom what else might be worth such idle gossip. Upon reaching the playground, the reason became clear. Jiang Xiaofan pointed at the self-satisfied Tan Yu. "It seems he is about to confess to you." Shen Fuwei's voice turned even colder than usual. "I can see that." Furrowing her brows, she scanned the area, noticing the crowd slowly converging around her. It was still not even 7 o'clock, and the teachers had yet to arrive. That scoundrel. It appears he had this time planned out deliberately. Tan Yu observed Shen Fuwei and Jiang Xiaofan come to a halt and stood still. Realizing that the scene he had envisioned, Shen Fuwei smiling and rushing towards him, was somewhat altered. No matter if she didn't come to him, he would approach her instead. Tan Yu checked his hairstyle and strode towards Shen Fuwei with a smile. Shen Fuwei frowned as she watched Tan Yu approach and turned to walk away. Tan Yu, noticing her attempt to leave, was momentarily taken aback before quickly pursuing her. Shen Fuwei's heavy backpack made her slower than the effortlessly dressed Tan Yu. He grasped her bag and held on tightly. Shen Fuwei, give me a chance. The classmates are all watching. Shen Fuwei had previously interacted with Tan Yu, but felt no affinity towards him. He left him with a semblance of dignity. Tan Yu, I shall say this only once. Do not bother me. Release my backpack. Jiang Xiaofan turned to face him directly. Tan Yu, let Wei Wei go. Stop being unreasonable. Tan Yu positioned himself in front of Shen Fuwei, relinquishing her backpack and presenting a bouquet of roses. Please accept these flowers, regardless of your response. Do not let them go to waste. Shen Fuwei's patience was waning, her tone laced with irritation. I have already told you to take them away. Her words faltered inexplicably as her gaze fell upon the card attached to the roses. The word to immediately captured her attention. Reminiscent of the letter song Jingyan had once written to her, featuring the same unique character for Wei Wei. Intrigued, Shen Fuwei extracted the card. Observing her interest, Tan Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Wei Wei, my feelings for you are genuine. Please accept this bouquet. He knelt on one knee, presenting the roses before her. Shen Fuwei seemed oblivious to his gesture, her eyes fixated on the card. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and soon a chorus erupted. Take it, take it. As more voices joined in, it drew an increasing number of onlookers, with even classmates peering through the classroom windows. Jiang Xiaofan, anxious, thought that if Shen Fuwei had feelings for Tan Yu, she could not intervene. Yet, Shen Fuwei had expressly stated her disinterest in Tan Yu, even expressing some disdain for him. Wei Wei, Wei Wei. Jiang Xiaofan gently nudged Shen Fuwei. Only then did Shen Fuwei snap back to reality, redirecting her gaze to Tan Yu. Did you not write me a letter previously and sign? It was slipped into my Chinese textbook. Tan Yu paused, momentarily perplexed, unsure of her meaning, yet he did not deny it. Yes, I have forgotten whether it was signed or not. Wei Wei, please accept it. Tan Yu implored once more. Jiang Xiaofan leaned closer to Shen Fuwei. What do you mean? Shen Fuwei handed the letter to Jiang Xiaofan and dashed away from the crowd towards the classroom without looking back. Jiang Xiaofan, puzzled, examined the letter, her brow furrowing. The handwriting was strikingly similar to Song Jingyan's. Could it be that the letter meant for Shen Fuwei was penned by Tan Yu and not by Song Jingyan at all? Seeing Shen Fuwei flee, Jiang Xiaofan seized the roses from Tan Yu and hurled them to the ground, trampling them with fervor before declaring, Tan Yu, I warn you. Others may fear you, but I do not. If you continue to harass Wei Wei, I will inform my father to deal with you. Jiang Xiaofan's father was the head of the local police station, a fact Tan Yu could not afford to ignore. He stood there, watching his roses being crushed, rooted in place. Though he was not one to possess a gentle temperament and felt the urge to retaliate, he could only suppress his anger. Upon returning to the classroom, although curiosity lingered among the students, they quickly abandoned their gossip upon witnessing Shen Fuwei's expression, focusing instead on their studies. Shen Fuwei sat quietly at her desk, clutching her backpack without opening it. Jiang Xiaofan seemed to have pieced together much of the situation. Wei Wei, are you all right? Shen Fuwei slowly shook her head. Xiaofan, if that letter wasn't written by Song Jingyan, then why did he admit it? Jiang Xiaofan pondered the question as well, but it was clear that during the rampant rumors, Song Jingyan did not shy away from responsibility. Rather, he confronted the source of the gossip. Jingyan must cherish your friendship. But was that all? Shen Fuwei suddenly felt an unsettling void beneath her feet, as if she were suspended in the air. She sat there, lost in thought, grappling with confusion and perhaps a sense of injustice. On the day Song Jingyan took the bus to school, the morning sun began to shine brightly. The sky was a brilliant blue, the breeze gentle, and the clouds pristine. Yet, the weather forecast warned of impending rain, prompting him to carry an umbrella. Upon reaching the playground, he scanned the crowd and noticed Tan Yu on one knee, professing his feelings to Shen Fuwei. He did not linger, swiftly returning to the classroom. Chapter 19. In sincerity, everyone was weary. Dai Yuxi made notable progress today, arriving at school 10 minutes before the end of morning self-study. She seemed to be in good spirits, evidently having put effort into her appearance. She wore a fitted gray dress paired with a black blazer, one button undone, revealing her collarbone, complemented by her golden hair, a captivating allure. Even Song Jingyan, accustomed to the charms of beauty, couldn't help but glance at her a couple of times, inwardly lamenting that no attire, however luxurious, could surpass the radiance of youth. He suddenly understood the saying, in the bloom of youth, one is as enchanting as a city. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist teasing Dai Yuxi. What a pity. With such a stunning figure, you've dyed your hair gold. Do you think you're a lion? Dai Yuxi, accustomed to Song Jingyan's sharp tongue, leaned in with a mysterious air. Do you have a particular fondness for Kobe? Song Jingyan shot her a sidelong glance. What does that have to do with you? Dai Yuxi was unfazed. She had learned from online sources that someone was selling a basketball signed by Kobe. She planned to purchase it to flaunt before Song Jingyan, eventually pretending to part with it reluctantly after he begged her. Lost in that imagined scenario, Dai Yuxi wore a smug expression. Since you say it has nothing to do with you, don't come begging me later. Song Jingyan scoffed, dismissing her words. Beggar? In his dreams. Just then, Zhang Zhengjing approached, tapping Song Jingyan's desk. Jingyan, Class 1's monitor Shen Fuwei, is looking for you. Song Jingyan looked up at Zhang Zhengjing, assessing whether he was joking. Zhang Zhengjing was too earnest to deceive him. Why would Shen Fuwei be seeking him out? Hadn't she been ignoring him? How wants he go? What could she possibly want? Song Jingyan replied nonchalantly, but Dai Yuxi perked up immediately. If you won't go, I will. I've heard that your former deskmate Shen Fuwei is the school belle. I've yet to meet her. Song Jingyan grabbed her arm, pulling her back in her seat. No, my dear, focus on your own affairs. My matters are not your concern. Shen Fuwei stood in the corridor, feeling unsettled. She wished to ask Song Jingyan why he had claimed that the letter was his. If it wasn't he, why not clarify? And did he truly have feelings for her? Upon reaching Class 4's door, she hesitated. What would she say to him? Ask if he liked her? Just then, Zhang Zhengjing returned from outside and spotted Shen Fuwei. Song Jingyan approached Shen Fuwei, hands in his pockets. Oh, is this not Shen the school belle? What brings you here? The boys from Class 4 certainly don't have roses. Shen Fuwei frowned, suddenly realizing how venomous his words could be. I wish to ask you a question. Can you speak honestly with me? Song Jingyan noticed something peculiar about Shen Fuwei today. If you have something to say, just say it. Did having a boyfriend from a wealthy family make you feel more esteemed? Shen Fuwei pressed her lips together before asking, was that letter truly written by you? Song Jingyan was taken aback by her inquiry, suspecting she might have uncovered some clue. Now that the rumors have been dispelled, what does it matter whether I wrote it or not? Shen Fuwei suddenly raised her gaze to meet his, her large, teacup-colored eyes seemingly harboring something profound within. I want to know. When Song Jingyan inadvertently locked eyes with Shen Fuwei, he was momentarily stunned. Her hazel eyes appeared to conceal deep affections. Yet he found it absurd. Driven by a sense of mischief, he leaned closer to her, whispering, You know I've been reborn. In my previous life, when I told you that letter wasn't written by me, you refused to believe it. So, I admitted it, allowing those who spread rumors to lower their guard. And then I could expose Chun Xiaoxu and the others. Song Jingyan's demeanor was flippant, almost mocking, as though he were not being sincere. Shen Fuwei, of course, could not believe such an outlandish tale. Thus, that love letter was not penned by you. So how could I possibly harbor any affection for you? Song Jingyan's words were insincere, as he merely wished for their relationship to revert to its original state, to once again become friends. Shen Fuwei suddenly felt a lightness in her step, the surroundings momentarily blurring, and she slowly nodded. Her expression remained frosty, as though she had merely come to inquire about something of little significance. I apologize for the intrusion. Shen Fuwei uttered no further words and turned to depart. Old friend, you're bullying someone again. Dai Yuxi teased, having appeared behind Song Jingyan without notice. You're picking on such a beautiful girl like Shen Fuwei. You truly are a scoundrel. Song Jingyan shot her an exasperated glare. You're really annoying. Dai Yuxi seemed to have seized upon a weakness, her spirits soaring as she danced about. Did I get under your skin? The weather forecast predicted heavy rain, and it arrived as scheduled. Song Jingyan had overestimated Dai Yuxi, believing she had reformed. To his surprise, after 2 classes, she had once again skipped out. At noon, when school let out, many students who hadn't brought umbrellas crowded at the entrance of the teaching building, some laughing and joking, others engaged in conversation, all waiting for their families to pick them up. Shen Fuwei stood among them, awaiting her mother, Zhang Ingxian. As she glanced back, she spotted Liu Yiyi standing in front. Though they had shared the same class for 3 years in middle school, the words exchanged between them scarcely surpassed 10, rendering their relationship both familiar and strange. In her memory, Liu Yiyi was fond of music, possessed a beautiful singing voice, and played numerous instruments, aspiring to pursue a career in music. Many boys in school admired her, yet she always appeared melancholic, indifferent to those around her, with few friends. Shen Fuwei quietly observed Liu Yiyi for a while. Perhaps due to an instinctive awareness, Liu Yiyi suddenly turned and met Shen Fuwei's gaze. They exchanged awkward smiles, a silent greeting. At that moment, Shen Fuwei felt an impulse and approached Liu Yiyi. Hello, Old classmate, are you waiting for your parents to pick you up as well? Liu Yi's expression stiffened momentarily. The question struck a nerve, for no one ever came to collect her. I forgot my umbrella today. I'll wait until the rain subsides. Liu Yi responded with an awkward smile. Shen Fuwei sensed the probing nature of her inquiry and felt a pang of embarrassment. It seems Song Jingyan hasn't left yet. Upon hearing his name, Liu Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Her suspicions regarding Shen Fuwei's intention stirred. An old classmate, with whom she had no personal ties, suddenly becoming proactive, was either a plea for financial aid or a trap. Clearly, Shen Fuwei could not be seeking money. You know, my route coincides with Jingyan's. Sometimes we happen to go home together, but most of the time we part ways. Liu Yi spoke truthfully, though she often lingered, waiting for Song Jingyan. Without any particular motive, merely seeking companionship in the darkness. Shen Fuwei, not one for excessive conversation, felt reassured by Liu Yi's reply. The two stood together, silently gazing at the curtain of rain. It was the first time the two most beautiful girls at Binhai No. 2 High School stood side by side. If left unspoken, no one would know they were once classmates, that they were acquainted. Other girls shifted positions, distancing themselves from the pair, for no girl desired to play the role of a mere accessory. The boys, however, engaged in a more spirited discussion. Who is more beautiful, Shen Fuwei or Liu Yi? I choose Liu Yi. I choose Shen Fuwei. This was a topic bound to incite endless debate, and their standing together yielded no definitive conclusion. Shen Fuwei's mother was the first to arrive. She turned to Liu Yiyi and said, "My mom is here. I can have her give you a ride home." "Thank you, Wai Wei, but that is not necessary. I'll head back once the rain eases." Shen Fuwei felt no need for further pleasantries and bid farewell before departing. After all, there was little camaraderie between them, and feigned affections would only serve to tire them both. Chapter 20. The Heart Throbs. Liu Yi remained standing there. The rain had intensified rather than abated, and her mood grew increasingly dismal. Song Jingyan emerged only after finishing his homework. Spotting Liu Yi at the entrance of the teaching building. "You didn't bring an umbrella?" Liu Yi shook her head, her face a portrait of grievance. "Let us walk together," Song Jingyan offered, producing his umbrella. Yet Liu Yi shook her head once more, with a knowing smile. Song Jingyan suddenly thrust the umbrella into her hands, then pulled a plastic bag from his backpack, donned it over his head, and dashed into the rain. Liu Yi erupted into laughter, unfurling the umbrella to chase after him. Raindrops fell like beans upon the umbrella, creating a cacophony of sound. Song Jingyan paused, looking back at Liu Yi. "Aren't you supposed to keep your distance from me at school?" Liu Yi replied with a mischievous grin. "I never said that." Song Jingyan smiled as he took the umbrella back from Liu Yi, inching closer until it barely shielded them both. "Shall we take the bus?" Liu Yi initially shook her head, but then nodded. "I don't want to go home. Accompany me to the bookstore to buy exercise books. And I'll treat you to milk tea." Song Jingyan pondered for a moment. Since his rebirth, he hadn't taken the time to truly explore the city he once inhabited. "All right, I'd love to stroll around." Their silhouettes resembled an ink painting, gradually fading into the rain. The envious gazes of the boys did not dissipate with Song Jingyan's departure. "What's so great about this scoundrel? Why do both Shen Fuwei and Liu Yi have connections with him? Is being a rogue so appealing now?" The torrential rain fell, and pedestrians were few. Water pooled above their shoe soles, dampening not just their clothes, but also their spirits. The accompanying chill pierced through their garments, prompting Song Jingyan to shiver involuntarily. Yet, Liu Yi appeared unfazed, seemingly impervious to the cold. He mused, "No wonder northern girls can wear short skirts and expose their thighs in winter. They must truly be resilient against the cold." It wasn't until they boarded the bus that warmth began to return. The bus was empty aside from the driver, as Song Jingyan and Liu Yi settled at the back. Gazing out at the familiar streets, memories long sealed began to resurface. This place lacked the towering skyscrapers and luxury vehicles characteristic of first and second-tier cities, devoid of the opulence and revelry of bustling nightlife. Many residents had never even ridden the subway, let alone flown in an airplane, and they would likely never witness the breathtaking neon lights of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen at night. They did not concern themselves with the latest fashion trends or the latest model of the iPhone. Their lives were untouched by such trivialities. Whether to add sugar to their lattes or whether to enjoy sweet or savory tofu, pudding held no sway over their daily lives. A single bus ride could traverse a significant portion of the city. Riding a bicycle did not require haste. To outsiders, life here seemed monotonous and insipid. And indeed it was. Yet for Song Jingyan, this was the happiest place in both his lifetimes. "What are you thinking about?" Liu Yi's voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to refocus. "Nothing in particular. Perhaps the rain always induces a drowsy feeling. Liu Yiyi, perceptive and sensitive, recognized Song Jingyan's reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. Instead, she remarked, "Xiao Song, you've changed." Song Jingyan glanced sideways at Liu Yiyi, for better or worse. Liu Yiyi bit her lip. "It's hard to say. Was it you who spread the rumors leading to Chen Xiaoxu's expulsion?" Song Jingyan nodded. "That would be accurate. But how does that relate to whether I have improved or deteriorated?" "It must mean you have improved. You've grown up." Liu Yiyi spoke as if each word was carefully chosen. Song Jingyan smiled knowingly and shook his head, thinking to himself, "It's not that I've grown up. Rather, I have ripened." As more passengers boarded the bus, the torrential rain outside gradually transformed into a gentle drizzle. They alighted at the pedestrian street station and ventured into the mall to purchase 2 cups of milk tea, subsequently seeking out an empty table to rest. The weather rendered the mall unusually desolate. Liu Yiyi let out a sigh, exclaiming, "Ah, how I detest rainy days. I feel so uncomfortable with this clamminess." Although she had been sheltered by an umbrella, she had still managed to accumulate some moisture. She removed her school uniform jacket, revealing a snug, milky white short-sleeved t-shirt beneath. The voluptuous curve of her C-cup figure was striking, perfectly aligning with Song Jingyan's aesthetic sensibilities. He cast a fleeting glance, quickly averted his gaze, and remarked, "I actually quite enjoy rainy days. It would be even more delightful to drift off to sleep while listening to the sound of the rain." Due to the humidity, Liu Yiyi loosened her bun, wrapping the hair tie around her wrist, allowing her long hair to cascade in a tousled, voluminous manner over her shoulders, slightly curling at the ends. In that moment, her youthful, innocent visage resembled a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. He yearned to reach out and brush aside the strands of hair that had fallen between her brows, and then utter a teasing remark laden with ambiguity. Despite having lived for over 30 years, he had never truly experienced love. Many young men might relate to this experience, harboring a secret crush during adolescence, suppressing their feelings without confessing, and never having been in a relationship. By the time they matured in their mid-20s, they found that love had transformed, now entangled with considerations of external factors: family, career, education, dowries, and housing. Engaging in a romance felt more akin to negotiating a business deal. Yet, love itself is an instinctual impulse, devoid of such rationality. In his previous life, Song Jingyan had offered his girlfriends money in exchange for companionship, swiftly moving on once the novelty wore off, never having truly invested his heart. At that moment, he realized that Liu Yiyi had once lingered in his heart as well. "Today, Shen Fuwei spoke to me first," Liu Yiyi suddenly announced. "What did she say to you?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much. It seemed she had something to express, but didn't," then veered off into unrelated topics. Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow. "Is your relationship not amicable?" "It's neither good nor bad. We were in the same class for 3 years in middle school, but hardly exchanged words. She always carries herself with an air of superiority, which many girls find off-putting. Many girls, including her. Shen Fuwei, with her excellent academic performance and striking beauty, garnered the admiration of teachers and male classmates alike, perpetually maintaining a haughty demeanor that Liu Yiyi found intolerable. Actually, Shen Fuwei isn't as aloof as she appears. She's quite easy to talk to." Liu Yiyi shot him a puzzled glance, her expression inscrutable. At that moment, a woman in her mid-20s with shoulder-length hair, donned in a yellow leather jacket over a floral dress, approached them, laden with an abundance of children's snacks and clothing. Upon sitting down, she began scrutinizing Song Jingyan. Liu Yiyi appeared to recognize her, her expression tinged with annoyance. "Out shopping for your son?" the woman inquired, looking weary. "Are you finished with school early today? Or did you skip class for a date?" Liu Yiyi frowned. "I didn't skip class. I came early to buy some practice books." The woman then turned to Song Jingyan. "You must be the boy who frequently escorts Yiyi home, right?" "I'm her stepmother, Lan Shan." This introduction left Song Jingyan in a quandary. Should he address her as auntie? She seemed hardly older than him. Sister? But she was Liu Yi's stepmother. He sought assistance from Liu Yiyi, who reluctantly suggested, "Just call her Lan Jie. I usually refer to her that way." Feeling somewhat taken aback, Song Jingyan complied. "Lan Jie. My name is Song Jingyan." Lan Jie continued to appraise him, seemingly musing aloud. He is rather handsome. I wonder how he fares academically?" An inexplicable sensation akin to being scrutinized by a potential mother-in-law washed over him, causing his lips to twitch slightly in discomfort. "I'm average, I suppose," he replied. "What kind of scores can you achieve?" "Around 600 or so." Liu Yiyi nudged Lan Shan with her elbow. "You should go pick up your son from kindergarten. Tomorrow's a holiday. Don't they let out early?" Lan Shan sighed, clearly understanding Liu Yi's hint to leave, and did not linger. "All right then. I'll take my leave." Don't let me interrupt your date. Goodbye, handsome. Song Jingyan waved and bid her farewell, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing Song Jingyan's awkwardness, Liu Yiyi couldn't help but chuckle. She just loves to pry. Don't mind her. He took a large sip of his milk tea to ease the tension. As for your mother, actually, my parents divorced when I was in middle school. My mother went abroad to pursue her doctorate, and my father married a nurse from his department. Wan Shan Shan. Liu Yi's gaze dimmed. In that moment, Song Jingyan felt a pang of sympathy for her, finally comprehending the shadows that lingered in her eyes. Are you doing all right? Chapter 21. Liu Yi's secret. Liu Yi smiled at him once more. I'm fine. I get along quite harmoniously with Lan Jie. Do you miss your mother? Liu Yi's smile faded entirely. What child wouldn't he yearn for their mother? Yet what could she do? Well, how should I put it? Perhaps from the moment I was born, I was seen as superfluous in her eyes. It seemed she never loved me. What did I do about that? The bitterness in Liu Yi's smile was palpable. Her hair brushing against her cheek, her clear eyes reflecting a sense of confusion. Song Jingyan chose to listen in silence, refraining from interrupting her. I despise Bin City. I long to escape far away, to a place where no one knows me, never to return. Suddenly, Song Jingyan understood why Liu Yi had never been seen again after graduation in his past life. For her, Bin City was a place of sorrow, filled with countless unmentionable memories. Xiao Song, no one knows about my parents' divorce. Not even Zhu Huiven. Song Jingyan was taken aback. I understand. They lapsed into silence for a moment before Liu Yi continued. How is your studying going? Do you feel confident about scoring higher than Lin Feng in the upcoming monthly exam? Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow, teasing her. Do you have such little faith in me? Liu Yi's expression shifted to one of concern. What if Lin Feng blocks me after school every day? Song Jingyan reclined casually in his chair, crossing his legs. I think he seems decent. Why not just agree to be his girlfriend? Liu Yi's countenance darkened, prompting him to quickly reassure her. I'm just joking. I'm confident. Even if I don't outperform him, I'll still be by your side every day, ensuring he doesn't come near you. Liu Yi's expression brightened a little, yet her unease lingered. Let us study together these next few days. There's a bookstore nearby, with a self-study area. Song Jingyan had numerous matters to attend to in the coming days, making it difficult to devote all his time to studying. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Let us communicate via QQ. I might need to step out for a bit in the next couple of days. All right, Song Jingyan accompanied Liu Yi to the bookstore she mentioned, where they purchased a practice book and spent the afternoon studying. By the time they exited the study area, night had fallen, the rain had ceased, and the air was imbued with the distinctive freshness that follows a downpour. Song Jingyan inhaled deeply, savoring the revitalizing air. Allow me to walk you home. Sure. After escorting Liu Yi back, he turned to head towards the arcade to meet Li Heppen, intending to discuss the acquisition of saltwater shrimp with his uncle. As he walked, he couldn't help but glance back towards Liu Yi's home, an unfamiliar sense of possessiveness stirring within him. It seemed he had begun to harbor feelings for Liu Yi. Or perhaps it could be said that he had liked her in his previous life, although he had lacked clarity about his emotions back then. His thoughts drifted to Shen Fuwei, his desk mate for 5 years, a realization that had long been evident. Unfortunately, Shen Fuwei did not reciprocate his feelings. Shen Fuwei resided in the most prestigious neighborhood in the heart of Bin City, Ziyu Haoding, boasting over 160 square meters of space, with an elevator leading directly to her home. Upon her return home, she sequestered herself in her room for the entirety of the afternoon, neglecting to even unfasten her backpack, let alone peruse a single exercise book or textbook, an unprecedented occurrence. At that moment, she reclined on her bed, staring vacantly at the jar of stars on her desk and their group photograph featuring the 4 of them. The image was captured during their first spring outing in their freshman year, where Song Jingyan appeared notably shorter and adorably plump. She had harbored affections for him for quite some time, yet she had always been obedient, maintaining an image of a well-behaved girl in the eyes of her mother and teachers. When it came to matters of the heart, she had consistently exercised restraint and patience, never expressing her feelings or contemplating a future with Song Jingyan. However, since the arrival of that love letter, she realized that everything had changed. The surging impulse became increasingly difficult to suppress, and her heart grew ever warmer. Until today, when Song Jingyan uttered the words, I do not like you. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused over her. Her once fervent heart turned abruptly to ice. She harbored resentment towards her mother, Zhang Yingxian, for having consistently controlled her thoughts and stifled her freedom. She felt even more animosity towards her for transferring Song Jingyan to a parallel class, subjecting him to such unjust treatment. Knock, knock. Zhang Yingxian, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood outside Shen Fuwei's room, rapping gently on the door. Although in her 50s, she appeared merely in her early 40s, her features bearing a resemblance to Shen Fuwei's. Her face, once remarkably beautiful and intelligent, was marred by faint lines etched by frequent frowning. Why, wait, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Open the door, so I can see. Shen Fuwei, rarely prone to outbursts, snapped. Stop knocking. I'm Fine. Zhang Yingxian frowned, suppressing her irritation. Dinner is ready. If you're well, come out and eat. I want to eat. Zhang Yingxian's ire was rising. But before she could respond, the front door swung open, revealing Shen Fuwei's father, Shen Xingzhou, returning from work. In his 50s, he wore a gray, old-fashioned jacket and black-rimmed glasses. Possibly due to his relentless toil, his hair was flecked with gray, yet he spoke with a gentle demeanor that radiated approachability. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Zhang Yingxian's furious countenance standing outside Shen Fuwei's door, and his expression shifted to one of concern. What is wrong with Wai Wei? Zhang Yingxian approached Shen Xingzhou, taking his coat to hang in the wardrobe. I don't know what has her so worked up. She locked herself away all afternoon. Shen Xingzhou removed his shoes and settled onto the sofa, beckoning his wife over. Come sit. Let us have a proper discussion. Zhang Yingxian, her brow furrowed, was hardly in the mood for a conversation with Shen Xingzhou. Don't you see our daughter hiding in her room? Aren't you the least bit worried? Shen Xingzhou maintained his calm tone. Come over. I know what to do. I'll have a talk with her shortly. With a skeptical expression, Zhang Yingxian complied, and Shen Xingzhou carefully organized his thoughts before speaking gently. I have been preoccupied with work these past years, neglecting our family, especially Wai Wei. I owe her much. He removed his glasses, polishing them with a cloth, while Zhang Yingxian's frown deepened. She had no patience for his work-related platitudes. Old Shen, can you please get to the point? After all these years of marriage, to say what you mean. Shen Xingzhou, unperturbed, replied. Do you remember what you said when we first came to Binhai City? Zhang Yingxian thought for a moment. Of course, she remembered. Back then, Shen Xingzhou was brimming with ambition, having just taken on the role of director of the investment office in the Binhai Development Zone. She had encouraged him, pledging to be his supportive partner in achieving his aspirations. What do you mean by that, Shen Xingzhou? Are you implying that I'm holding you back? Do not be agitated. I'm merely expressing my perspective. Your recent actions regarding our daughter's school are somewhat inappropriate. I believe they warrant reconsideration. Zhang Yingxian, indignant, retorted. Everything I do is for our daughter. Shen Xingzhou's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You cannot leverage your position to handle this matter. Consider the repercussions. He sighed, earnestly imploring Zhang Yingxian. Wai Wei has grown up. You cannot interfere excessively in her affairs. Do not impose your unfulfilled aspirations upon her. Nor should you use my authority to disrupt the school's normal operations. His words were delivered with righteous conviction, leaving Zhang Yingxian momentarily speechless, enveloped in silence. After a considerable pause, Shen Xingzhou stood and gently patted the back of Zhang Yingxian's hand. I'll go speak with Wai Wei. He knocked on Shen Fuwei's door and entered, finding his daughter seated within. Are you upset with your mother? Shen Fuwei had always trusted her father implicitly, sharing her innermost thoughts with him. Yes, she murmured softly. Is it about school? My mother called the principal and did many unreasonable things. Chun Xiaoxu and Li Tong, who spread rumors about me, were expelled. Ensong Jingyan was transferred to a parallel class. It's outrageous. Shen Xingzhou chuckled lightly. I inquired about the Chun Xiaoxu matter. While the expulsion may seem excessive, it was not wholly unjustified. As for Song Jingyan, I'm not yet informed about that. I'll look into it and let you know. The fact that her father defended her made Shen Fuwei feel understood. You know, Song Jingyan is truly innocent. He didn't write that love letter. My mother mistakenly believed it was him. Shen Xingzhou nodded slightly. I will have Secretary Cui investigate this matter. Once you return to school after the holiday, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. But I have something to ask you as well. What is it? Are you dating Song Jingyan? Shen Fuwei immediately became alert. Are you just like my mother? Shen Xingzhou chuckled, patiently replying. I never said dating was wrong, nor do I prohibit you from dating. In fact, at your age, having feelings for an admirable young man is perfectly normal and not at all inappropriate. What matters is to always remember your identity in any situation. Dating itself is not wrong, but it is essential to have the right perspective on it. Shen Fuwei's expression softened. I'm not dating. Shen Xingzhou knew his daughter well. She was not one to lie. I understand your mother has imposed many restrictions on you that you dislike. You need not concern yourself too much. Life is yours to navigate. Of course, your mother and I are more than willing to share our experiences with you. Whether you choose to heed them is entirely up to you. Shen Fuwei's furrowed brow finally eased as she walked out of the room alongside her father. Yet the secret hidden within her heart would remain unshared with anyone. Song Jingyan had already arrived at the Riley arcade, and the time he had arranged to meet Li Hepin had long passed. Growing increasingly impatient, he lamented the inconveniences wrought by the absence of a mobile phone and contemplated borrowing Liu Yi's Nokia N95 for future use. By 8 p.m., his patience had worn thin. He decided that if Li Hepin did not arrive within 10 minutes, he would head home and reach out to him via QQ. Just as he was growing anxious, a slender, short-haired boy approached him. "You're a classmate of Li Taipeo, right?" Chapter 22, The Trap. Song Jingyan scrutinized him, finding no recollection of their previous encounter. "I'm his classmate. Who are you?" "Oh, I'm Fong Lei, a friend of Li Taipeo. The last time you guys came here with a beautiful girl. I was standing nearby." That day, Fong Lei had initially paid no attention to Song Jingyan, his focus entirely captivated by the stunning girl with a bun hairstyle. She was so breathtaking that it was difficult to look away after a single glance. Later, when Song Jingyan accompanied the beautiful girl in playing games, Fong Lei assumed they were a couple and thus cast a few more glances at him. As Song Jingyan reflected on that day, he recalled that upon their arrival at the arcade, there had indeed been a boy with short hair praising Li Hepin's gaming skills. "Brother Fong Lei, do you know where Li Hepin has gone?" Fong Lei chuckled softly. "That rascal has found a girlfriend online and is off to a small hotel near the train station for a rendezvous." Song Jingyan immediately recalled a troubling incident from his previous life. It was precisely because Li Hepin had met someone online that he had fallen into a trap, resulting in a tragic turn of events. In a fit of defiance, he had taken a knife and ended a life, leading to a life sentence. All happening the day before National Day. "Brother, do you know the name of the hotel where he met this online friend?" Fong Lei pondered for a moment. "I believe it was called the Lijiang Hotel." Without further delay, Song Jingyan placed his backpack on the arcade shop counter and raced towards the train station. He had no money for a taxi, and the public transport in Binchinj was notoriously slow, so running was his only option. Fortunately, the young Song Jingyan was robust. Had he been the same as in his previous life, drained by indulgence, he wouldn't have been able to run even 10 miles to the train station. Being a native of the area, Song Jingyan was somewhat familiar with the vicinity of the train station. After inquiring with a few passers-by, he pinpointed the exact location of the Finjai Lijiang Hotel, tucked away in a narrow alley behind the station. The scene was grim, with heaps of garbage and a nauseating stench of urine mingling with the decay. Covering his nose, Song Jingyan held his breath and ventured inside. Lacking a phone, he resorted to using the hotel's front desk phone to contact Li Hepin. "Li Hepin, this is Song Jingyan. Where are you?" Upon receiving the call, Li Hepin suddenly recalled their arrangement to meet at the arcade shop. "Jingyan, don't worry, we can meet tomorrow." Li Hepin rambled on without disclosing his location, and Song Jingyan felt a surge of urgency. "You must tell me your room number, or I won't be able to help you." Li Hepin, still bewildered, replied, "If I tell you my room number, you'll know where I am." 208, just come." After hanging up, Song Jingyan thanked the front desk and dashed upstairs. The hotel, aged and worn, had peeling walls on the escalators, and signs of dampness and mold were evident. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, he spotted a girl with dyed blonde hair and a boy with white hair entering room 207. The girl's silhouette seemed familiar. Was that Dai Yuxi? What was she doing here? However, he couldn't dwell on that now. Arriving at the door of room 208, he knocked urgently. Knock, knock. After a lengthy wait, Li Hepin's voice finally came through. "Who the hell is knocking?" "It's me, Song Jingyan." There was a rustling sound inside, but the door remained closed. To his surprise, the white-haired boy from earlier emerged, talking on the phone. Though his voice was low, it was clear he was boasting to someone else, accompanied by a lewd chuckle. "Haha, I lied about having a signed basketball. I'll just con her and see what happens, ha." Song Jingyan cast a wary glance at the boy, who quickly retreated upon sensing his disapproving gaze. Just then, Li Hepin opened the door. "Jingyan, how did you find me here?" Li Hepin, freshly showered and clad only in shorts, stood at the threshold. Without uttering a word, Song Jingyan rushed into the room, glanced around the empty bedroom, and headed towards the bathroom. "Where is he? What person? Where's the online friend you were supposed to meet?" Li Hepin scratched his head, a bit sheepish. "Who told you I was meeting someone online?" Song Jingyan was on the verge of panic. "I don't have time for your nonsense. Just tell me." Li Hepin appeared confused. "Jingyan, what does my meeting someone online have to do with you?" Song Jingyan paused, realizing he was at a loss for how to explain to Li Hepin. Should he tell him about his ability to foresee the future or reveal his rebirth? Regardless of whether Li Hepin would believe him, he would never divulge such a monumental secret, fearing unnecessary complications. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Song Jingyan finally said, "I heard Fong Lei at the arcade mention you were meeting someone online, and I became worried you might be deceived." Li Hepin's furrowed brow finally relaxed. "I know you care for me, but I won't be deceived." He smiled, reassured. Song Jingyan pointed towards a room, So where's this online friend? Haha. The agreed time hasn't arrived yet. What? Do you want to meet them? After deliberating, Song Jingyan decided not to concern himself with Li Hepin's online friend for the moment. His thoughts were still with Dai Yuxi. The earlier phone call from the white-haired boy, though muffled, had sounded ominous. Should anything happen to Dai Yuxi, her naive nature made her an easy target for deceit. Tingeo, help me out. Go next door and rescue my classmate. Classmate? Li Hepin looked perplexed, but his trust in Song Jingyan was unwavering, as they had always been brothers. The two of them arrived at the door of room 207. Initially, Song Jingyan had intended for Li Hepin to pose as a hotel staff member to knock. But as they reached the door, a loud crash echoed from inside. Pressing his ear against the door, Song Jingyan listened intently. Dai Yuxi was arguing with someone. Where's the signed basketball? You're a fraud. The boy sneered. What signed photo? Where do you expect me to get one? Now that you're here, don't think you can leave easily. Ha ha ha. With no time to hesitate, Song Jingyan delivered a powerful sidekick, reminiscent of Chun Jun from the Legend of the Fist. Breaking down the door. Inside, the white-haired boy confronted Dai Yuxi, who was brandishing an ashtray as a weapon. Upon spotting Song Jingyan, both were momentarily startled. But the white-haired boy attempted to utter a threat. However, Song Jingyan did not afford him the opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing onto the bed. Seeing Song Jingyan take action, Li Hepin wasted no time joining the fray, engaging the white-haired boy in a scuffle. Song Jingyan quickly assessed the situation. Noticing Dai Yuxi standing nearby, tears streaming down her cheeks, he realized she must have been terrified. Rushing over, he sought to comfort her. However, Li Hepin, perhaps due to his shorter stature, was kicked aside by the white-haired boy. With no hesitation, Song Jingyan removed his school uniform and draped it over Dai Yuxi, then seized the ashtray from her hands and swung it, striking the white-haired boy at the back of the head. With a loud thud, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief before his body slumped to the floor. Finally turning back to Dai Yuxi, Song Jingyan noticed injuries on her hands and ankles, likely sustained during the earlier struggle. He gently guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. Dai Yuxi did not cry, but shivered, clutching the uniform tightly. Her mind was blank. The white-haired boy had been an online gaming acquaintance. Though they had never met before, he had claimed to possess a signed basketball by Kobe Bryant, and she had hoped to buy it for Song Jingyan, only to find herself in this predicament. At that moment, Li Hepin approached Song Jingyan, visibly shaken. Jingyan, you don't think the white-haired boy is dead, do you? Song Jingyan felt a shiver run down his spine and bent down to check for signs of life. Relieved, he reassured, don't worry, the villain won't die so easily. He is just unconscious. Suddenly, a ringtone blared, its rhythm garbled. Li Hepin awkwardly glanced at Song Jingyan. My online friend has arrived downstairs. Quickly piecing together the events, Song Jingyan asked, did you tell her the room number? Not yet. Then tell her to come to 207. We'll head next door to 208. Chapter 23, Salted Prawns. Song Jingyan turned his gaze back to Dai Yuxi, who was still trembling and at a loss for words. Understanding that she was terrified, he gently said, Old buddy, are you all right? Upon hearing him address her as old buddy, Dai Yuxi suddenly regained her senses and looked up at Song Jingyan, realizing just how fortunate she was that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of the consequences. Dai Yuxi rose momentarily to embrace Song Jingyan, beginning to sob as crystalline tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Song Jingyan gently caressed her back, murmuring, it's all right, it's all in the past now. It was at that moment that Song Jingyan noticed the bruises on Dai Yuxi's face and arms, though thankfully they were not severe enough to leave any lasting scars. He supported her as they made their way to room 208, the door to room 207 ajar. Upon entering 208, Song Jingyan guided Dai Yuxi to sit by the bed and squatted down to inquire, Old friend, do you need me to call the police? Dai Yuxi's gaze momentarily lost its focus as she shook her head, continuing to silently shed tears. She did not wish to involve the authorities. If her father were to learn of this incident, it would surely result in another scolding. She loathed her father for abandoning her in Binchinch. Song Jingyan looked at Dai Yuxi with a pang of sympathy, finding it hard to reconcile this fragile version of her with the once vivacious and spirited girl he knew. Stay here for a while. I'll take you home once I'm done with my tasks. Dai Yuxi immediately clutched the hem of Song Jingyan's shirt, unwilling to let go. He zipped up her school uniform and reassured her, don't worry, I won't leave your side. Only then did she slowly release her grip on him. Li Hepin was still preoccupied with his online acquaintance. Jingyan, what shall we do now? Song Jingyan regarded him with a playful expression. No rush. Let us enjoy the show before we leave. After a while, they heard a series of agonizing screams emanating from next door. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Hepin stepped out of the room, followed closely by Song Jingyan. They stood at the entrance of room 207, listening to the furious voices within. You dare sleep with my wife? Hand over the money, or I'll end you today. Oh no, please stop. I didn't sleep with your wife. She undressed as soon as she came in, and I was out cold, completely unaware. Li Hepin turned to Song Jingyan, understanding the situation in an instant. It was Song Jingyan who had saved him. After listening for a while, they were surprised to hear the police arrive shortly thereafter. Song Jingyan surmised that the front desk must have called them, adding to the commotion. They returned to room 208, where Song Jingyan told Li Hepin, "We can leave now." Li Hepin stood solemnly, declaring, "I cannot express my gratitude adequately. From this day forth, you shall be like a brother to me." Song Jingyan playfully punched him lightly, saying, "We're brothers. No need for such formality." The trio descended the stairs and exited the hotel. Not far from the entrance, they spotted the police escorting 3 men and a woman out of the building. Among them was the white-haired man they recognized, while the other 2 men exuded an air of menace, clearly the henchman who had set Li Hepin up. The final woman made Song Jingyan stifle a laugh. He patted Li Hepin on the shoulder. "Brother, is that woman your online romantic interest?" Li Hepin had already noticed her. She was in her 40s and somewhat plump. However, he could still discern from the photos she had sent that they had been heavily edited. His resentment toward her grew. Not only had she deceived him for money, but she had also toyed with his emotions. "Jingyan, you take your classmate home. I need to confront her." Song Jingyan grasped Li Hepin's arm firmly. "Don't go. Those people wouldn't dare implicate us at the police station. They all have ulterior motives and deserve their comeuppance. Damn it, I refuse to let them off the hook that easily." Song Jingyan held onto Li Hepin. "Listen to me, this ends here. And you need to work on your temper. Don't be so impulsive." Reluctantly, Li Hepin nodded in agreement. Turning to Dai Yuxi, Song Jingyan asked, "How should I take you home?" The lively demeanor she had earlier was now replaced by a gloomy pallor, her voice hoarse and subdued. "I lost everything. Can I borrow your phone?" Li Hepin handed her his phone, and she dialed number. "Brother Lin, I'm here. At the Fenjai Lijiang Hotel behind the train station." Song Jingyan reminded her gently. After finishing her call, the 3 stepped out of the alley and stood at the intersection. Dai Yuxi brushed her hair back and said, "Old friend, thank you." Song Jingyan offered her a warm smile, remaining silent. Under the streetlight, apart from the 2 distinct trails of tears on her face, Dai Yuxi appeared fair and pristine. She was undoubtedly a beautiful girl, her beauty exuding a boldness that defied the typical modesty of girls from small towns, daring to live life on her own terms. Song Jingyan had never seen her adorned in high-end brands such as Chanel, Dior, or Louis Vuitton. Instead, she wore more accessible mainstream labels found in department stores. Yet, there was an undeniable air of elegance about her, reminiscent of a young heiress. Her rebellious spirit might merely be a facade concealing her true self. Moments later, a sleek black Maybach came to a stop before them. A robust man in a suit stepped out and approached Dai Yuxi, visibly anxious. "Miss, what has happened?" "It's nothing, Brother Lin. Let us go." Brother Lin's eyes darted towards Song Jingyan and Li Hepin, emanating an intimidating aura that suggested he would swiftly incapacitate them at Dai Yuxi's command. Song Jingyan felt a twinge of unease. He had encountered elite bodyguards before, and Brother Lin was no less formidable. In his presence, Song Jingyan felt he lacked even the option to flee. Dai Yuxi did not introduce Brother Lin to Song Jingyan. He opened the car door for her, and she bent down to enter, rolling down the window to say to Song Jingyan, "Goodbye, Song Jingyan." It seemed she had more to say, yet ultimately, she departed without uttering another word. Song Jingyan waved back, also bidding her farewell. "Jingyan, what is the background of your classmate? She exudes such power," Li Hepin remarked, his gaze fixed on the taillights of the Maybach until they vanished from view. "I'm not sure. She definitely seems quite wealthy." As the night breeze picked up, Song Jingyan realized Dai Yuxi had taken his school uniform, leaving him in only a t-shirt, which felt somewhat chilly in the post-rain night. With no other option, he borrowed 100 yuan from Li Hepin to take a taxi to the arcade and retrieve his backpack before heading home. The following morning, before dawn, Song Jingyan and his father, Song Chongchun, rose early, driving their Jiangling refrigerated truck to pick up Li Hepin before setting off to Suxian to procure saltwater shrimp. This venture had taken considerable persuasion on Song Jingyan's part, finally convincing his parents after a week of discussions that purchasing saltwater shrimp would be profitable. Upon reaching the designated location, Li Hepin climbed aboard, sporting dark circles under his eyes. After greeting Song Chongchun with a polite uncle, he turned to Song Jingyan, "Brother Yin, I'm going to catch a quick nap. I'm utterly exhausted after gaming all night." Li Hepin's family owned a building materials store, and with the booming real estate market in recent years, they had amassed considerable wealth. Although he and Song Jingyan had been friends, There had always been a subtle hierarchy between them. However, after the events of the previous night, he fully recognized Song Jingyan as a brother. Previously, he had called him by name, but now he referred to him as brother. This change was understandable, despite his mischievous nature and fiery temperament. Li Hepin valued loyalty above all. Today was supposed to be an easy day for Li Hepin, as he had already arranged everything with his uncle. All that was needed was for Song Jingyan and his father to handle the negotiations, and the deal would be finalized. Yet, when it came to brotherhood, he felt compelled to contribute as best as he could. Before long, Li Hepin's snores filled the vehicle. The dark dawn gradually faded, revealing a pale light in the sky. The roads began to fill with cars, mostly holiday-goers from the small town heading to the beach for relaxation. Song Jingyan sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the warmth of the sun while admiring the scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the truck seemed to soar into the air, jolting Li Hepin, who was seated in the middle from his slumber. At that moment, Song Changchun burst into laughter. Chapter 24. The True Merchant of Deceit. We're off the highway now, and who knows when this stretch of dirt road will be repaired. Song Changchun lamented, cigarette in mouth. The Northeast has always lagged in development, especially for small towns like theirs, situated far from the main roads. It would remain so for many years to come. Li Hepin, groggy from the jostling, stretched lazily and, still half asleep, muttered, I'm so sleepy. Yingge, could you hand me one too? He halted abruptly, recalling that Song Changchun was still present. Unfazed, Song Changchun replied, You two rascals have picked up smoking, huh? Men ought to indulge in a bit of smoking and drinking, but you're students now, and your brains need to be sharp. Smoking is fine, but drinking can wait. With that, he tossed a lighter and a cigarette to Li Hepin, while Song Jingyan lit one for himself. The trio chatted and laughed, finally arriving at the coastal aquaculture site. The shrimp farming in Binhai City utilized the third-level reservoirs at the salt fields. These reservoirs were vast, often spanning tens of thousands of square meters. The shrimp were naturally nurtured in the wild, far superior to those artificially cultivated with hormones in greenhouses. However, as time passed, the market saw an influx of vendors masquerading as sellers of salt field shrimp. In reality, genuine salt field shrimp were rarely seen in circulation. They were mostly reserved for high-end restaurants and exclusive orders. Li Hepin's uncle had built a small house by the sea using bluestone. Upon disembarking, the welcoming party was not his uncle, but 2 German shepherds. Upon seeing strangers, the dogs bared their teeth and barked wildly. Li Hepin approached them, exclaiming, Big Black. Little Black, what are you barking about? I don't even recognize you anymore. The 2 German shepherds, looking somewhat aggrieved, whimpered off in search of their owner for support. You little rascal, bullying them as soon as you arrive. Come over and apologize. A gruff voice called from the house, and soon after, Li Hepin's uncle emerged. Clad in a gray work uniform, his face etched with anger. His appearance was quite similar to Li Hepin's, short in stature, with a round face and bushy brows. His unkempt beard gave him the look of a homeless vagrant. However, one should not underestimate these aquaculturists. In this era, if the conditions were favorable, earning 300,000 to 400,000 a year was not uncommon. The job of watching over the shrimp ponds could be rather tedious, especially since the seaside was sparsely populated, making food hard to come by. The nights were particularly dull, and the 2 German shepherds were treated like family. Uncle, don't get physical. I brought you some liquor. Upon hearing the mention of alcohol, his uncle's demeanor instantly softened, and he smiled, asking, Where is it? In such a desolate place, alcohol was akin to a lifeline. Regardless of the scale of business, bringing a gift was essential, especially in the social fabric of northern society. Song Jingyan and Song Changchun unloaded 2 boxes of Green Sticks beer and some snacks they had purchased the night before from the truck. His uncle approached Song Changchun, extending his hand. Old brother, I'm Li Lei, just call me Old Li. I'm Song Changchun, but you can call me Old Song. This is my son, Song Jingyan. After the introductions, the 2 men exchanged knowing smiles, marking their acquaintance. Li Hepin, meanwhile, continued to tease the German shepherds, interjecting, You can call me Uncle Dynamite. Everyone here calls him that. His uncle, who had been serious just moments before, now glared at Li Hepin, scowling. Hey, you little brat, I'll deal with you later. Song Jingyan quietly chuckled to himself, observing the familial resemblance in their fiery tempers. His uncle led them on a casual tour around the shrimp ponds, even scooping up a few nets of shrimp for Song Changchun to inspect. The shrimp were of premium quality, nearly indistinguishable from those caught in the ocean. Satisfied with the quality, Song Changchun inquired, Old Li, we aren't strangers here. Your nephew and my son are buddies. What do you think about the price? His uncle remained silent, lighting a cigarette. It was challenging to make money these days. Even a single yuan increase could result in substantial profits. We're not strangers. So let us say 20 yuan. What a claim of familiarity. without any hint of restraint. Song Changchun frowned. Old Li. The retail price of saltfield shrimp is only around 30 yuan these days. After considering the cost of aeration, cold storage, and transportation, I won't be making any profit at 20. How about 19? His uncle shook his head, looking troubled. No, that is too much of a loss. Li Hepin and Song Jingyan sat by the pond, watching the shrimp leap from the water while seagulls circled above, a rare and delightful sight. After hearing his uncle's asking price, Li Hepin chimed in to help negotiate. Uncle, Yinggu and I are close friends. Can't you give us a better deal? His uncle, lost in thought, continued to ponder. Song Changchun, sensing an opportunity, was about to propose a counteroffer of 19 yuan per jean when Song Jingyan suddenly stood up. Addressing his father, Dad, let it go. Uncle is clearly in a tough spot. Let's head to another farm. With that, he pulled Song Changchun towards the truck. Li Hepin grew anxious. Uncle, please reconsider. In truth, his uncle was also anxious. He knew he had to clear the ponds in the coming days. Old brother, don't be hasty. We can discuss this further. Song Jingyan whispered to Song Changchun. Just follow my lead. We don't look back on what he says. Although Song Changchun was unsure of his son's intentions, he chose to trust him. 19 yuan a jean. His uncle, noticing they were genuinely leaving, quickly called after them. Song Changchun felt tempted, glancing at Song Jingyan, who maintained his calm demeanor as they continued toward the truck. Come back. We can still negotiate the price. His uncle exclaimed, knowing he was about to incur a significant loss. At that moment, both Song Jingyan and Song Changchun turned back. Have you decided on a price? Song Jingyan asked meaningfully, gazing at his uncle. His uncle began to scrutinize Song Jingyan closely. 18.5 a jean. That's the lowest I can go. Song Jingyan smirked, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at the edge of the pond. The splash startled a flock of seagulls into the sky. Although the gulls took flight, they did not leave. They continued to circle above the pond, seemingly drawn by some delectable allure. The rain hasn't been great this year. The water in your ponds has turned green. In less than a week, your shrimp will be buried in mud. Are you planning on selling them one by one? Having made his fortune selling shrimp in his previous life, Song Jingyan possessed expert knowledge about shrimp. His uncle, realizing this, understood that shrimp, unlike fish, would not float to the surface when dead. Once they died, especially from lack of oxygen, they would sink directly into the mud, leaving no trace behind. His uncle regarded Song Jingyan with newfound respect. So, he truly knows his stuff. With a pang of reluctance, he conceded, all right, if you could buy 10,000 jeans, I'll let you have them at 16 a jean. I'll help you store them in the cold storage starting tonight. Song Changchun beamed with joy. His original bottom line was 18 yuan a jean, yet his son had managed to negotiate it down to 16. Their family business would surely thrive with this future heir. Wait, his son was destined for university and grand endeavors, a life of dignity. Just as Song Changchun was about to agree, Song Jingyan intervened. No need. Let us settle on 17 a jean. That way, everyone profits, and it's fair. Calculating at 17 a jean, after costs, they could net around 7 yuan per jean, totaling a profit of 70,000 yuan for 10,000 jeans. This time, it was his uncle who was taken aback, a smile creeping onto his face. With a smile, Song Changchun exclaimed to his brother Song, your son is infinitely superior to my rather dim-wit nephew. Truly remarkable. Song Changchun had always relished the opportunity to boast about his son. Today, following this incident, he found particular delight in the praises of others, his heart brimming with joy. The reason Song Jingyan gifted his second uncle 17 was to ensure continued collaboration next year. In the realm of business, it is not merely a one-time transaction. For longevity, all parties must profit. Observing his father's cheerful demeanor, Song Jingyan continued, Uncle, how many pounds of shrimp can your several shrimp ponds hold? Upon hearing Song Jingyan's inquiry, his uncle felt a surge of joy, believing that Song Jingyan might procure even more, and quickly replied, over 30,000 pounds, I reckon. Song Jingyan felt a thrill. Dad, how about we? Song Changchun understood that Song Jingyan desired to take it all, and immediately transformed into a miser. That won't do. You'll need money for university and to marry a wife in the future, won't you? What if something goes awry? Chapter 25, Old Mo, I crave fish. Song Jingyan felt a pang of disappointment, but understood his parents' concerns. Since losing their jobs, his parents had lacked a sense of security in life. They were not truly misers. In his previous life, when he proposed going into business, his parents, albeit reluctantly, had supported him by providing their entire savings of 500,000 yuan. Reflecting on how their worries had caused them sleepless nights felt rather unfilial. Fortunately, he had been successful, quickly amassing a fortune and investing in a tech company, ultimately leading to a life of affluence. Seeing that their discussion had concluded, Song Changchun glanced at the time, his thoughts drifting to the mother of his child. Given that it was a holiday, the market would surely be bustling, and Lin Xiaojun would be overwhelmed on her own. Thus, Song Changchun wished to return home early to assist her. However, having come all the way to Suxian, how could they not visit the seafood dock and perhaps bring back some fresh goods? Oldly, we're off. Let's keep in touch by phone. His uncle wished to retain them, as watching the shrimp ponds alone could be rather dull. Brother Song, don't leave just yet. I may not have much, but there is no shortage of shrimp. Eat your fill before you go. After politely declining, Song Changchun and his son took Li Hepin with them to the dock. Li Hepin was not returning home today, as he would soon return to the shrimp ponds to accompany his uncle. The reason for bringing him to the dock was that not just anyone could purchase seafood at such a market. A mediator was necessary. And this so-called intermediary was essentially a fishing tyrant. Local fishermen would often show some deference to locals, given they hailed from the same fishing village. When the three arrived at the seafood dock, the market was winding down, with only a few patrons about. The air was thick with the briny scent of seafood and the foul odor of rotting fish and shrimp, an olfactory assault. However, for Song Jingyan, it was a familiar aroma, one he had long since grown accustomed to. Li Hepin pinched his nose. Brother Yin, doesn't this smell bother you at all? Song Jingyan scoffed. You're a child of the seaside. How can you disdain this scent? Li Hepin, having been raised by his uncle, played by the seaside daily with his cousin, but those were not happy days. There were no video games or computers, only an abundance of seafood that made one want to retch. Mischief and fights became the only source of joy during that period. Not to mention the chaotic stench of the dock. Even a beautifully prepared seafood feast before him would fail to capture his interest. Ignoring Li Hepin, Song Jingyan busied himself with selecting blue crabs alongside his father, Song Changchun. After comparing prices at various stalls, they finally settled on one. Before them lay 2 large baskets of blue crabs, alongside trays of sea cucumbers, abalone, and sea urchins. The vendor was a young man in a dark gray work uniform, with sun-kissed skin, approximately 25 or 26 years old, standing at around 5'8", unkempt, with a scruffy beard and hair flecked with salt. Song Changchun produced a cigarette and offered it to the young man, lighting it for him. Brother, I'll take both baskets of blue crabs. What's the price? Song Changchun's keen eye immediately discerned that the crabs had not been frozen and were exceptionally fresh, clearly caught that very morning. Song Jingyan also noted that the young man's wild sea cucumbers and abalone were of good quality. After a puff of smoke, the young man calculated in his mind. If you're taking everything from this stall, it'll be 4,000. Song Jingyan quickly ran the numbers. One basket of blue crabs weighed 50 pounds. And the market price would not be less than 1,500. For 2 baskets, that totals 3,000. Wild sea cucumbers generally cost 300 per pound, and his pile weighed at least 5 pounds, adding another 500. The abalone and sea urchins were not included in this calculation, leaving a saving of 500. Indeed, it was quite a bargain. Just as Song Jingyan was about to agree, he noticed Song Changchun hesitating. The young man, seeing Song Changchun's indecision, furrowed his brow and sighed. 3,500. If that works for you, take it. No need to haggle. Song Changchun's face lit up with delight. Good. You're a straightforward person. It's a deal. He immediately reached for his wallet to pay the young man. At that moment, they were interrupted by a squat, portly man with a face like a bulldog. Old Mo, you're poaching again. Get lost. The fat man shouted angrily, striking the young man named Old Mo across the face and kicking him harshly. As if that were not enough, he attempted to topple Old Mo's baskets, aiming to trample his sea cucumbers and abalone. Old Mo remained silent, shielding his seafood with his body. The stout man relentlessly kicked Old Mo, who did not retaliate but desperately protected his wares. Song Jingyan recognized that the portly man was the local fishing tyrant and likely not to be trifled with. However, he had once been a man of integrity and could not abide witnessing a bully harass an honest person. He decisively stepped in front of Old Mo. Brother, the seafood is already mine. You cannot touch it. The fishing tyrant, standing at around 5'7", clearly found himself at a height disadvantage before Song Jingyan. Sneering, he appraised Song Jingyan, noting his casual attire and unfamiliarity as a non-local. Seeing him purchase so much seafood, he dismissed him with a contemptuous glance. Little brother, I'm not saying this to be rude, but if you're coming here to buy seafood, you must adhere to our rules. Who gave you permission? Just as Song Jingyan had rushed in, Song Changchun had not yet reacted. Now, witnessing the tyrant's presence, he hurriedly approached, offering a cigarette. The kid is just a bit naive. Please don't take offense. The fishing tyrant accepted the cigarette, then scrutinized Song Changchun. He is your son. Song Changchun nodded with a smile. The tyrant shot a provocative glance at Song Jingyan, then turned to kick Song Changchun. Accustomed to his dominance in the area, the tyrant believed he could strike anyone without consequence. No one ever dared to oppose him. Today, however, a brash youth had the audacity to obstruct him, which irked him greatly. He intended to teach the youth's father a lesson in front of him, yet unexpectedly, just as he prepared to strike, Song Jingyan's foot moved faster, sending the tyrant sprawling to the ground. The tyrant, momentarily stunned, soon wore a cold expression. It's been ages since I've been hit. Kid, you're done for today. Rising from the ground, the tyrant regarded Song Jingyan with a twisted amusement, knowing he could not best him in a fair fight due to their height difference. However, he could call for reinforcements. This was his territory, and he had many brothers to back him up. The tyrant bellowed, Yuan Ge, Weevee, he got someone looking for trouble. From a small stone shack to the west of the dock, 6 or 7 men emerged, each with a menacing demeanor. Leading them was a man named Yuan, with shoulder-length hair, clad in camo and brandishing a steel pipe, exuding aggression. Song Changchun recognized that today would not end amicably. He leaned closer to his son and whispered, Jingyan, you need to run. Run as far as you can. Behind them, the elder Mo approached, his voice indifferent, seemingly unconcerned that the incident had arisen because of him. You two should leave. This no longer concerns you. Song Jingyan scoffed, if we are to leave, let us all depart together. Otherwise, none of us shall go. The dock was narrow and long, with numerous cars congesting the exit. Escaping was indeed no simple endeavor, and it would be better to confront the situation head-on. Song Jingyan casually picked up a piece of bluestone, while Song Changchun found a wooden stick. However, it wasn't long before the three found themselves encircled. The leader, Yuan Ge, appeared to be in his 20s, brandishing a steel pipe as he surveyed Song Jingyan and the others. Mo Jiangwo, do you wish to leave Yankin? It turned out that the young seafood vendor was named Mo Jiangwo. Song Jingyan found it peculiar. This Mo Jiangwo was clearly from the same village as these fishing bullies. Why were they targeting him? Mo Jiangwo did not heed Yuan Ge's words and cast a glance at him. I no longer want these seafood. Let these two go. Yuan Ge stepped towards Mo Jiangwo and slapped him across the face. So you think you can act tough, huh? If you don't want to stay in Yankin, take your mother and leave. With another kick, Mo Jiangwo remained unyielding, a glimmer of fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Yuan Shangbin, don't push me. Yuan Shangbin raised the steel pipe, preparing to strike Mo Jiangwo. Chapter 26, Old Mo, I crave fish. Song Jingyan struck again, delivering a powerful kick that sent Yuan Shangbin sprawling on his back, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. Witnessing their elder brother being beaten, the lackeys rushed forward, ready to retaliate. What are you doing? A single phrase halted all their movements. That voice was all too familiar to the group, and they turned to see who it belonged to. Li Hepin, pinching his nose, approached and kicked Yuan Shangbin. Little Bin, what is this? Are you about to strike my brother Yin? Yuan Shangbin recognized Li Hepin, who, although a few years younger and shorter, was notorious in Yankin. He had been on the receiving end of Li Hepin's fists more times than he could count, and an innate fear of him lingered. Coupled with the fearsome reputation of Li Hepin's uncle, who dealt in explosives, even a village dog would scurry away at the sight of him. Yuan Shangbin quickly stood up, pointing at Song Changchun and Song Jingyan. What do you call them? Li Hepin, still pinching his nose, lightly patted Yuan Shangbin's cheek. He turned to Song Jingyan, Brother Yin. Did they lay a finger on you? Song Jingyan shook his head, prompting Li Hepin to turn back to Yuan Shangbin with a raised eyebrow. One is my brother Yin, and the other is my brother Yin's father. What? You still want to spar? Yuan Shangbin instantly altered his demeanor. Pao Ge, they came here to cause trouble. You know we have rules. Li Hepin, disgusted by the odor emanating from Yuan Shangbin and his companions, took a couple of steps back, distancing himself. I couldn't care less about your rules. Damn it, whoever dares to touch my brother Yin will have their house set ablaze. Fear washed over Yuan Shangbin and his companions. The Li family's reputation in Yankin was not mere talk. It was earned through strength. Yuan Shangbin believed himself justified, but dared not be too confrontational, lowering his tone to continue arguing. Pao Ge, Old Mo is selling stolen seafood to outsiders. If everyone does this, Yankin will descend into chaos. You can't just favor your friends. Although the Li family held a fearsome reputation, they also valued righteousness and morality. Upon hearing the accusation against Mo Jiangwo, Li Hepin's gaze shifted towards him. Those living by the sea knew that the shallow waters were divided into segments for individual leasing. Stealing the sea referred to sneaking into another contracted waters to fish. For fishermen reliant on the sea for their livelihood, this act was tantamount to severing their means of survival. It was not only unreasonable, but also deeply immoral. Li Hepin faced Mo Jiangwo directly. Old Mo, Did you truly steal from others' waters? Mo Jiangwo, initially reluctant to engage in this dispute, glanced at Song Jingyan and his father, then impatiently replied, "They are framing me. I did not steal." Li Hepin suddenly found himself in a difficult position, realizing this was a matter of conflicting narratives that he could not resolve. He turned to Song Jingyan, "Brother Yin, let me escort you away. We cannot meddle in this." However, Song Jingyan did not leave with Li Hepin. Instead, he approached Yuan Shangbin, his demeanor unwavering, seemingly dismissing the leader entirely. "Yuan Go, if you claim old Mo stole from the sea, there must be evidence, right?" Hearing Song Jingyan defend old Mo, Yuan Shangbin felt reluctant. Yet out of respect for Li Hepin, he suppressed his anger. "Sanya, wasn't it you who said old Mo stole from the sea?" Upon calling out, a thin boy, around 17 or 18, stepped forward. "I saw Mo Go stealing from the waters near Xiao Tian's house." Mo Jiangwo remained silent, while Song Jingyan felt anxious, his expression betraying none of his inner turmoil. Yet, at this juncture, he felt compelled to press on. "Brother Sanair, when and where did you see this?" All eyes turned to the boy, who, sensing the scrutiny, appeared slightly nervous. Just before dawn, around 4 o'clock, in the waters near Xiao Tian's place. Song Jingyan immediately identified a flaw in the story. "How far were you from Mo Jiangwo at that time?" "About 100 meters. Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow. "So, you claim you saw Mo Jiangwo from 100 meters away at 4 in the morning?" Sanair failed to recognize the critical flaw. "Yes, I saw him." At that moment, an unusual expression crossed everyone's faces. Li Hepin grinned. "Brother Yin, it seems you've been watching too much Conan." In that instant, Mo Jiangwo saw a glimmer of hope and interjected, "Sanair, it was pitch black. How could you possibly identify me? I thought that shadow looked like you." This statement allowed Song Jingyan to breathe a sigh of relief, and he turned to Mo Jiangwo, "Old Mo, can you also explain where your seafood was caught and where the nets were set?" Typically a reticent man, Mo Jiangwo had been wrongfully accused many times due to his straightforward nature. With no choice, he complied. "I set my nets last night near Xiao Pian Island, and I only returned to the dock around 8 this morning." After Mo Jiangwo spoke, Li Hepin inspected the belly of the crabs, then chuckled. The onlookers were well aware of seafood quality. Yuan Shangbin crouched down to examine Mo Jiangwo-esque crabs, knowing that if they had been caught at 4 in the morning, they wouldn't be so full of water. There was only one truth. "Sanair, make sure to confirm next time before you come back with such nonsense." Yuan Shangbin and his companions hung their heads, realizing their error, remaining silent. Li Hepin, brimming with confidence, called out to Yuan Shangbin, "Little Ben, what now?" Yuan Shangbin waved his hand. "It's all a misunderstanding. Let's go." Li Hepin was displeased. "Little Ben, come back and apologize to old Mo." Yuan Shangbin hesitated. Old Mo was an easy target for anyone in the village. If he apologized, how could he ever hold his head high again? "Oh yeah, let us just drop the apology." Li Hepin frowned, rolling up his sleeves, and without further ado, charged towards Yuan Shangbin. The lackey stepped back, abandoning Yuan Shangbin at his moment of need. He immediately caved. "Mo Go, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Li Hepin then turned to the lackeys, who all echoed, "Mo Go, we were wrong." Old Mo's expression remained impassive as he addressed Li Hepin. "Tai Pao, thank you." Li Hepin waved his hand dismissively. "If you must thank someone, thank my brother Yin." Mo Jiangwo approached Song Jingyan once more. "Thank you." Song Jingyan nodded and said, "My name is Song Jingyan, and that is my father, Song Changchun." Mo Jiangwo managed to squeeze a smile onto his face as he faced Song Changchun. Intrigued, Song Jingyan asked Mo Jiangwo, "Why don't you resist when they bully you?" "There's only my mother at home, and I'm often away. What if they retaliate?" It turned out he was a devoted son. Finally, Song Jingyan understood the situation and refrained from further inquiries. Before leaving, he generously handed Mo Jiangwo an extra 500 yuan. Mo Jiangwo, holding the money, wanted to express his gratitude but felt it inadequate, hesitating on what to say. Song Jingyan empathized with his feelings. For someone who is often bullied, the sudden kindness from another can be overwhelming. He half-jokingly remarked, "Old Mo, I'm craving fish." Chapter 27. The Alluring Mature Woman. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's desire for fish, Mo Jiangwo finally broke into a genuine smile. "All right, what kind of fish do you want? I'll catch some for you." After sharing a few laughs with Li Hepin, Song Jingyan set off for home. The journey remained bumpy, and as Song Changchun drove, he sighed, "Jingyan, you've grown up. You handle many things more wisely than I do." Song Jingyan still felt regret that his father hadn't collected all the shrimp from Uncle Li's place. "Actually, you and my mother should reconsider your mindset." Song Changchun noticed his son's thoughts. "Still upset about not getting Uncle Li's shrimp?" Song Jingyan shook his head. He merely felt it was a pity to waste such a good opportunity. Although money isn't everything, one cannot survive without it. Your mother and I faced hardships when we lost our jobs, and you were still young then. I never wish to relive that ordeal. The struggle on Song Changchun's face quickly vanished. Yet Song Jingyan could still imagine the trials his parents had endured. He no longer dwelled on trivial gains. As long as his parents were healthy and happy, that was enough. Dad, it's all in the past. In the future, I will ensure you and Mom live a prosperous life. Song Changchun was genuinely elated, his joy emanating from the depths of his heart. His son had always been his pride. Your mother, and I don't expect much from you. We just hope you can get into a good university, find a decent job, and eventually marry a good wife. Haha. Song Changchun seemed to envision a bright future for his son, which made him chuckle. Like many parents, his words were simple and unpretentious, yet they brimmed with affection and warmth. Song Jingyan felt reassured. Money would eventually come, and their banter made the journey less tedious. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman in a mint green floral dress flashed by the car window. Dad, stop the car. Song Jingyan leaned out to catch a glimpse of the woman. Mei Chaofeng, Sun Min, was wearing strappy high heels, her right hand resting on the hood of her Beetle, furrowing her brow as she leaned down to inspect her flat tire. Confused, Song Changchun asked, "What is going on?" "It's our homeroom teacher, Ms. Sunday. Her tire is flat. I'm going to help her change it." That day, Song Jingyan surprised his father in many ways. "You can change a tire too? If not." Song Jingyan donned his jacket. "Dad, you should go. There's a lot of seafood in the car." He exited the vehicle and closed the door. Song Changchun cast a worried glance back before starting the truck again. There was no choice. They had collected too much seafood to delay. Sun Min was struggling with the spare tire from her trunk. Her petite frame was insufficient for the task, and her high heels had twisted her ankle. Just as she was about to lose her balance and fall, she let out a gasp, dropping the tire, but someone caught her. "Miss Sun, you've even learned about car repairs?" Song Jingyan teased as he steadied her. Sun Min collected herself, relieved to see Song Jingyan. "Oh, you scare me." After regaining her balance and fixing her attire, tucking stray hairs behind her ear, she asked, "Jingyan, what are you doing here?" "I happen to be in the area for some errands in Yankin," he replied. Song Jingyan took a moment to appraise Sun Min. Today, she wore exquisite makeup that accentuated her striking features and sparkling diamond earrings, complemented by her voluptuous figure. She was undeniably a captivating, mature woman. Yet, her expression was somewhat somber. 2 trucks just passed by, and none stopped. It's such a desolate area. Finding a large rock, Song Jingyan spread his jacket over it and gently urged Sun Min, "Please sit over there for a moment while I change the tire." Sun Min's ankle was swollen and painful, making every movement excruciating. "Can you manage?" he asked, supporting her to sit comfortably. "We'll find out soon enough." Changing a tire was not particularly challenging for a young man, especially for someone like Song Jingyan, who had driven extensively in his previous life. Before long, Sun Min's Beetle had a new tire. After placing the tools and the flat tire in the trunk, he approached her. "Well, how would you rate my skills?" Sun Min's mood had lightened, but she still maintained a teacher's demeanor. "Decent enough. Help me up so I can drive you home." Song Jingyan glanced at her ankle, noticing it was even more swollen than before. "You should really see a doctor about your foot. It's just a sprain. No need for a hospital." After saying this, Sun Min struggled to stand, and Song Jingyan gently assisted her. When his firm hand touched her slender wrist, Sun Min froze momentarily, only to be jolted back by the sharp pain in her ankle, letting out a small gasp. Reluctantly, she settled back onto the rock. With a playful smile, Song Jingyan knelt down and removed her high heels. Sun Min instinctively tried to withdraw her foot, but he held on tightly. "Jingyan, what are you doing?" "My dear teacher, I'm just checking if you fractured anything. You wouldn't want to become a limping beauty teacher, would you?" Finally, easing her guard, Sun Min allowed Song Jingyan to examine her foot. She noticed the once quiet boy had changed. He seemed more confident and had become quite handsome since his recent haircut. While she pondered this, Song Jingyan suddenly swept her up into his arms. "Thankfully, it's not broken. Do all teachers love to show off their strength like you?" Sun Min frowned and struggled a bit. "You can't carry me. Put me down." Ignoring her protests, Song Jingyan carried her toward the car. "Why can't I? I'm your student." He found it amusing. "Who says teachers can't be carried? What is so different about you from ordinary folk? Or is there something about you that's off limits?" Sun Min felt the solid muscle of his arms, realizing it had been a long time since she'd been so close to a man, causing her cheeks to flush. "I'm not." As he opened the passenger door and placed her inside, Sun Min looked puzzled. "Jingyan, why are you putting me in the passenger seat?" He settled into the driver's seat. "Your ankle is already swollen. Do you still dare to drive?" "Sorry, I'm a bit timid." Sun Min shot him a meaningful glance. "When did you learn to drive?" As he started the car and began to drive, he replied, I learned to drive in my dreams. Watching him expertly maneuver the vehicle, Sun Min felt at ease, as if he were an experienced driver. Which driving school did you attend? With a playful smirk, Song Jingyan answered, driving school. I learned to drive from playing Need for Speed. Impressive, right? He chuckled, while Sun Min found herself perplexed. His driving skills were too refined to be that of a novice. Knowing she had held a license for 2 years without achieving such proficiency, she inquired, Jingyan, tell me honestly, do you really have a driver's license? A license? In his previous life, he possessed many things. In this one, he had just turned 18 and had yet to learn. What is a driver's license? Is it merely a small green booklet? Sun Min's eyes widened in astonishment, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Without a license, should you be caught by the police or find yourself in an accident, it would be dire. Pull over, and I shall drive. Song Jingyan pressed down hard on the accelerator, growing somewhat impatient with his teacher's incessant nagging. Sit still. If I lose focus, we may not see the dawn of tomorrow. Sun Min wanted to retort, but swallowed her words as she noticed Song Jingyan had accelerated to 100, resigning herself to silently watch him drive. Chapter 28. A Comfortable Ride. Sun Min guided Song Jingyan to her residential community. She wished to avoid imposing further on him and hoped he would return home soon. Yet, she felt it would be impolite not to invite him in, given his assistance. Jingyan, why not come up for a glass of water? Sure. Sun Min felt overwhelmed. She had never allowed anyone into her personal space, let alone a male. She never anticipated Song Jingyan would agree so readily. He had been a shy child, always maintaining a certain distance from others. What had caused this transformation? Sun Min, teetering in high heels, attempted to hop on one foot towards her home, only to be swept off the ground by Song Jingyan once more. She was quite light, around 90 pounds, possessing a naturally appealing figure, slim waist, shapely hips. Her body soft and delicate, devoid of the athletic musculature from gym workouts. Lead the way. Otherwise, I might mistakenly enter the wrong door and possibly sell you off. Sun Min attempted to struggle, momentarily taken aback by Song Jingyan's jest. Despite her attempts at persuasion, he remained steadfast in holding her. With no other choice, she directed him home, deliberately hiding her face with her long hair and turning it away from his embrace to avoid being seen by neighbors. Upon reaching the elevator, the door slid open to reveal 2 elderly women with gray hair, one plump and the other slender. The plump one smiled warmly at Song Jingyan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Oh dear, is that not teacher son? The plump lady inquired, her curiosity piqued. Realizing she had been recognized, Sun Min turned her head in embarrassment. Responding from Song Jingyan's arms, Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, are you out for a stroll? Aunt Zhang chuckled. I was just thinking this morning about introducing you to someone. But I see you already have a significant other, and such a handsome one at that. It seems that in every building, there are a few chatty elderly ladies who pry into your life, whether you welcome their inquiries or not. These 2, Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li, were notorious for their incessant chatter and matchmaking attempts, regardless of Sun Min's consent. Perhaps this misunderstanding was a blessing, sparing her from further annoyance in the future. Thank you, Auntie, but no need. As the elevator doors closed, the 2 ladies' gossip lingered in the air. Tisk, tisk, today's youth are so open. They even need to be carried into the elevator. Indeed, that couple in Building 3 was kissing in broad daylight. My goodness. Sun Min's face flushed with heat. While Song Jingyan considered stepping out of the elevator to confront the 2 gossips, his irritation boiling over. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Song Jingyan pushed open the door to Sun Min's apartment, which starkly contrasted her usual neat and tidy appearance. Her home was a sight to behold. Approximately 50 square meters. The decor was relatively new and leaned towards a cute, feminine style, adorned with cartoon motifs. Clothes and bedding were strewn haphazardly across the floor, while remnants of last night's takeout lingered on the dining table. To his surprise, there were even unfinished cigarettes and a half-drunk bottle of Urquioado sitting atop the table. Song Jingyan set Sun Min down on the sofa, picked up a cigarette from the table, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Sun Min frowned slightly. Since when did you start smoking? With a knowing smile, Song Jingyan glanced at her. I never imagined my esteemed teacher led such a disheveled life. Sun Min averted her gaze, her brow furrowing. Esteemed? I didn't catch that. Complimented as esteemed beauty, she relented. Fine. I suppose you have good taste. But remember, don't mention this at school. Song Jingyan smirked, taking another drag before extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. He then retrieved a garbage bag and began tidying up. Sun Min did not intervene. Instead, she opened a window, breathing in the fresh air that flowed in. Once everything was organized, Song Jingyan approached her to inspect her ankle. Do you have any external medicine at home? Sun Min had grown accustomed to his meddling. No. Will you go downstairs to buy me some? Song Jingyan tossed her handbag back to her. Give me 200 yuan. Isn't Yunnan Bao spray for treating injuries only around 40 yuan? Surely it won't cost 200. Perhaps that's the fee for my trouble, he quipped. Reluctantly, she retrieved 200 yuan and handed it to him in silence. Song Jingyan rummaged through the refrigerator for some ice, placing it in a plastic bag, wrapping it with a towel before handing it to her. Use this to ice it. Sun Min's expression soured. That towel won't do. Go get the blue one. Song Jingyan, exasperated by her fussiness, retorted. Why not? Sun Min bit her lip, unsure how to explain, her fair complexion flushing. Song Jingyan quickly grasped the situation. Women typically use different towels for various purposes: face, hands, and bathing. Reluctantly, he returned to the bathroom to fetch the blue towel, finally stepping out with the trash. As the door slammed shut, Sun Min's tense demeanor relaxed, and she lay back on the sofa, gazing dreamily at the clouds drifting outside. Since her breakup with her fiancé, the relentless mental turmoil had nearly driven her to madness. She kept herself busy and exhausted, hoping to forget the scar in her heart. Yet, the scar remained, occasionally throbbing with pain. She had taken up smoking and drinking to cope. Originally, she had planned to unwind at the beach with colleagues, only to be stood up. In a fit of pique, she went alone, but on her way back, her beetle decided to wreak havoc, injuring her in the process. Feeling utterly wronged, she wondered why fate was so cruel. Lost in thought, tears streamed down her cheeks, and before she realized it, she drifted off to sleep. In her dream, she found herself back in her hometown, strolling down familiar streets. Gently pushing open the door, she found her mother cooking her favorite dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers, cheerfully calling out, "My dear, you're back." The comforting aroma of stir-fried pork and peppers filled the air, and she happily responded, "I'm back." Then she awoke, still in her apartment. She found Song Jingyan leaning against the wall, his gaze contemplative. However, the tantalizing scent of stir-fried peppers and pork was undeniably real. "Jingyan, did you cook? The medicine is beside you. After applying it, wash your tear-streaked face, and then we can eat." Sun Min wrinkled her nose, using the back of her hand to wipe away the tears that had pooled at the corners of her eyes. Returning to her usual serious and earnest demeanor as teacher Sunday, Song Jingyan smiled, refraining from revealing his knowledge. In his previous life, during a business trip to Jingbei, he had fortuitously met a partner who happened to be a classmate of Sun Min's. It was then he learned she hailed from Sichuan and Chongqing, and that she had stayed in the north for her boyfriend, which had led to a falling out with her family, eventually relocating to Bin City. Little did she know, she had misplaced her trust. Her boyfriend had cheated on her the night before their wedding, which she discovered. He understood the solitude of being adrift, having experienced it himself. Thus, he prepared a feast of Sichuan cuisine as a gesture of gratitude to Sun Min, enabling him to switch to Class 4. Though his culinary skills were average at best, the availability of specialized seasoning packets made the preparation of Sichuan dishes considerably easier. Moreover, influenced by his previous life spent studying in the mountainous city, he had acquired a modicum of culinary skill, and his efforts were commendable. As Sun Min emerged from her washroom, she eagerly settled at the dining table, her anticipation palpable. The table was adorned with 4 delectable dishes: stir-fried green peppers with cured meat, pickled fish, boiled meat slices, and cilantro beef. The visual appeal was undeniable, thanks to a specially curated seasoning pack. As for the taste, Sun Min picked up her chopsticks and gingerly placed a piece of cured meat into her mouth, closing her eyes in sheer delight as she savored the flavors. The cured meat was a perfect balance of fat and lean, exuding an intense aroma. Perhaps it was the lens of nostalgia that tinted the flavors for a wanderer yearning for home, as Sun Min chewed with a muffled exclamation of praise, simply exquisite. In that moment, she radiated the exuberance of a youthful girl. "Did you truly make this?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling. Song Jingyan served her a bowl of rice, pushing it toward her. "Oh, I hired a chef from Sichuan and Chongqing." Sun Min shot him a glance filled with playful reproach, suddenly realizing an inconsistency, her brow furrowing as she turned her gaze to Song Jingyan. "How did you know I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing?" Chapter 29. The True Father of Chinese Cuisine. Song Jingyan had long prepared an excuse. "While you might believe you speak Mandarin, there are certain nuances in your word choices that reveal your origins, such as your pronunciation of do and yo nai. Many of your words carry a distinct inflection. Typically, most people wouldn't notice, but I happen to know a friend from Sichuan and Chongqing, so I caught on." What Song Jingyan said was indeed factual. Sun Min chuckled softly. She was aware of her subtle accent. After all, one cannot easily shed their roots. "I didn't expect you to be so observant. You caught me. Oh, by the way, there's something I need to discuss with you." Sun Min took another bite of pickled fish as Song Jingyan paused, listening intently. "Principal Ren called me this morning and said you should return to Class 1. Song Jingyan did not anticipate this development and understood it was likely influenced by Shen Fuwei's parents. I don't want to go back. Staying in class 4 is perfectly fine. Sun Min, however, hoped that Song Jingyan would have access to better educational resources. I truly wish you would reconsider. After all, the teachers in class 1 are the most experienced in our school. Song Jingyan's interest waned, and he replied solemnly, I dislike the students in class 1. They are all accomplices of Chun Xiaoxu and Li Tong. Are you insinuating that all the students in class 1 are like that? Song Jingyan cast a serious glance at Sun Min isnt that the truth? You can't dismiss everyone based on a couple of individuals. Aren't Shen Bohan and Jiang Xiaofan your friends as well? At that moment, Sun Min was uncertain whether Shen Fuwei still counted as a friend. Her words were only half spoken. Song Jingyan smirked, evidently amused, realizing that Sun Min had knowledge of his friendships. However, it was not surprising. It seemed that all homeroom teachers always had a few informants among the students, typically a class leader or a scheming classmate. You mean Shen Fuwei, right? I have nothing to do with her. I know, and I also know that love letter was penned by you. Song Jingyan's gaze met Sun Min's, flickering with intrigue. Sun Lishi, have you watched too many films like Infernal Affairs? Sun Min felt uneasy under Song Jingyan's scrutinizing gaze. She instinctively checked the buttons on her dress, only to realize she was wearing a buttonless sundress today. You can return to class 1 whenever you wish. Sun Min refrained from pressing Song Jingyan further. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had transformed into a different person. Since he initiated the class change, he had become remarkably adept, acting with a maturity beyond his 18 years. After finishing his meal, Song Jingyan left Sun Min's home. He spent the afternoon assisting his mother at the market, though her persistent nagging to return to his studies was quite overwhelming. As he exited the market, twilight enveloped the sky. The streetlights in the old town had a personality of their own, illuminating or remaining dark based solely on their whims. At the mouth of the alley he needed to traverse to get home, a Buick business vehicle was parked. 2 sharply dressed men stood by it, one robust and the other slender, neither exuding a benevolent aura. The sturdier man bore a semblance of familiarity, but the dim light made it difficult to discern. As Song Jingyan contemplated maneuvering past them, the lean man spoke first. You must be Song Jingyan. Our boss wishes to see you. Song Jingyan froze, sensing the hostility in the man's tone. They were certainly not here for a friendly visit, especially the burly man, who appeared formidable. He prepared to divert their attention, ready to make a run for it. Who's your boss? Do I know him? Once you arrive, you'll get to know him. Song Jingyan nodded. Oh, so I don't know him. Then I bid you farewell. He turned to flee, only to discover yet another robust man behind him. Realizing he had fallen into their trap, Song Jingyan resigned himself to a desperate struggle. He attempted his sidekick, hoping to catch them off guard and escape. However, the moment his foot connected, it felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. Before he knew it, he was subdued by a swift and decisive grip pressed to the ground. Easy there. Take it easy, brother. In the face of overwhelming strength, Song Jingyan quickly capitulated, biding his time for an opportunity to retaliate later. Yet, he genuinely could not recall if he had crossed anyone. Kid, behave yourself. Otherwise, we might just dislocate your limbs. The bespectacled lean man regarded Song Jingyan with a mocking expression. Internally cursing these thugs, Song Jingyan kept his composure, submissively being ushered into the back seat of the Buick. At that moment, he finally recognized the burly man driving in the front seat. Brother Lin, you are the one driving for Dai Yuxi. No wonder you look familiar. However, Brother Lin offered no friendly demeanor, his face dark as he warned, you'd best not think about escaping. Our boss has little patience. Be obedient. Do as you are told. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. Brother Lin, I'm friends with Dai Yuxi. There must be some misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Shut your mouth. Speak again, and I'll end you right here. After saying this, the burly man beside Song Jingyan twisted his arm painfully, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Song Jingyan fell silent. Given that this was related to Dai Yuxi, it seemed to be a misunderstanding. He saw no point in struggling further and complied as they set off. The Buick meandered through the city, deliberately taking a convoluted route. But with Song Jingyan's familiarity with the area, he maintained awareness of his location. It wasn't until the vehicle exited the city limits that a sense of panic began to creep in. Outside the window, darkness enveloped everything, and he was utterly disoriented. They wouldn't have prepared a grave for him to be buried in, would they? What would be the point of his rebirth if it were merely to find a new resting place? This is infuriating. Song Jingyan understood that regretting now was futile. He could only resign himself to fate. Throughout the journey, the lean man spoke only a few words into his phone, the silence intensifying the dread that settled in Song Jingyan's heart. After approximately half an hour of traversing the darkness, The vehicle began to jolt slightly before it entered a sprawling estate spanning several acres. The estate featured a traditional European garden design, symmetrical, orderly, and rectangular, intertwined with elements of Chinese culture and romance, highlighted by a row of crabapple trees beside the path. The Buick finally came to a halt in front of a three-story villa, flanked by a Maybach and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. With his wrist firmly grasped, Song Jingyan stumbled after the three men as they led him through an opulent living room and ultimately into a study on the second floor. The study contained only a black ebony coffee table and two single sofas facing each other. One of the sofas was occupied by a distinguished-looking middle-aged man, elegantly attired and wearing Lindbergh glasses, who was casually perusing The Shawshank Redemption. The man was tall, over 6 feet, and appeared to be in his 40s, though he likely was older than that. The collar of the shirt was wide and conservative, elegantly complemented by a British-style striped tie, with his sleeves rolled up. The glimmer of a Rolex Sky Dweller peeked through, accentuating his opulence with an air of grace. Song Jingyan recognized that this individual was indeed the boss they had been eager to meet. However, upon entering the room, the four of them fell into a profound silence, patiently awaiting the boss's command. Song Jingyan had encountered numerous successful individuals in his lifetime, yet none exuded such an oppressive aura as this man, a rarity across 2 lifetimes. Not wishing to remain passive, Song Jingyan initiated the conversation. "Are you the one who wishes to see me?" The man appeared relaxed and refined, setting aside his book to trim a Cuban cigar. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's voice, he merely lifted his gaze momentarily, continuing to cut the cigar. Yet in that fleeting glance, Song Jingyan sensed a lethal intent. He was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own perception. After steadying his breath and reflecting carefully, he realized he had not been mistaken. This man truly harbored murderous thoughts. Anxieties surged within Song Jingyan. He understood that from this moment forth, he must tread carefully with his words, for a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Chapter 30. A young rogue's perspective on an old rogue. "I am Dai Linong, the father of Dai Yuxi. You know why I've summoned you, don't you?" Dai Linong's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Dai Linong? Song Jingyan was well acquainted with the name, immediately recalling the shocking criminal case that transpired in 2012, which had gripped the nation. One of the key figures in the case was none other than Dai Linong, the chairman of the renowned domestic real estate giant, Goldman Group. The scandal had extensive implications, shrouded in ambiguity and speculation, culminating in Dai Linong's death within his office. The once mighty corporation crumbled overnight. Some claimed Dai Linong had taken his own life out of guilt, while others speculated he had offended someone and was murdered. Song Jingyan learned a few details about the case during casual conversations with an actuary who joined his company as they prepared for an IPO. Upon hearing Dai Linong speak, Song Jingyan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He settled onto another sofa and poured himself a glass of red wine from the table. The imposing figures of the strongman and Lin Go were about to intervene, but were halted by Dai Linong's gesture, instructing them to leave. "I know," Song Jingyan interjected suddenly, prompting a look of confusion from Dai Linong. A high school student possessing such composure was intriguing, calm, and unflustered, indeed a rarity. Dai Linong's interest piqued. "What do you know? Pray tell." Song Jingyan swirled a small sip of wine in his mouth, savoring it for a moment before swallowing. "I know this bottle of Romanicani costs over 50,000, that you're the chairman of Goldman Group, and that you are Dai Yuxi's father." Each word was articulated slowly, seemingly unperturbed by the looming danger. Though he refrained from mentioning Dai Yuxi's ordeal from the previous night, Dai Linong scoffed disdainfully. Since the passing of Dai Yuxi's mother, their father-daughter relationship had been fraught with conflict. Yet, Dai Yuxi remained his sole hope in this world. Any misfortune befalling her would render his existence meaningless. Thus, upon witnessing the multitude of bruises on his daughter, his fury eclipsed his rationality, leading him to believe that the 2 high school students mentioned by Lin Jumin were responsible. Consequently, Dai Yuxi's school uniform from number 2 high school became the sole clue, as her name and class number had been sewn onto the collar by her mother to prevent mix-ups or loss at school. "Are you not afraid of me?" Dai Linong had set aside his cigar. Song Jingyan was indeed fearful, anxious that provoking him might jeopardize his life. He smirked faintly, directing his gaze at a white pillbox on the table. "I have heard of a drug called fentanyl that allows one to pass away painlessly, and the cause of death remains undetectable." Dai Linong had not encountered anyone as intriguing in quite some time. Once the initial blind impulse subsided, he realized he might have misjudged his suspect. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. Song Jingyan felt a sense of relief, understanding that Dai Linong had relinquished his murderous intent, allowing his taut nerves to unwind. Dai Linong opened the pillbox on the table, remarking, You seem well informed. But this box does not contain that. Song Jingyan noted the word insulin inscribed within and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Do not play coy. Who inflicted those injuries on Yuxi? Dai Linong's tone turned stern. I do not know. Song Jingyan responded, only to find Dai Linong's gaze sharpening. He quickly added, I genuinely do not know. But I am aware it was a young man with white hair. He proceeded to recount the events leading up to the incident. Dai Linong listened with keen interest. You young man possess some intrigue. So, you were the one who saved my daughter? Song Jingyan nodded, and Dai Linong reciprocated the gesture. Dai Linong, of course, would not place his trust solely in Song Jingyan's words. The latter did not expect gratitude. His only desire was to avoid causing any trouble for Dai Linong. Just as the two were calculating their respective strategies, the door to the study was abruptly kicked open. And Dai Yuxi stormed in, clad in Song Jingyan's school uniform, her fury palpable as she confronted her father. What gives you the right to harm my friend? Dai Linong gently stroked the tip of his nose. I worry about you, and since you wouldn't speak, I had to invite your friend to inquire. Dai Yuxi offered her father no favor, seizing the Romanicani and smashing it onto the floor. The bottle shattered, scattering glass shards everywhere. My affairs require no oversight from you. With that, she grasped Song Jingyan's sleeve and headed for the exit. The three men outside retreated 2 steps, lowering their heads upon seeing Dai Yuxi, fearful of incurring her wrath. Yet, as she passed them, she paused to inquire, Old acquaintance, who struck you? The 3 men looked up at Song Jingyan with pleading eyes. With a playful smirk, he replied, Oh no, they were rather polite, just twisted my arm a bit. Without a word, Dai Yuxi began to kick and hit the 3 men. They did not evade her blows, enduring until they were out of breath before asking, Are you done venting? Song Jingyan, beaming with satisfaction, replied, That's enough, don't tire yourself out. Dai Yuxi shot them another glare before taking Song Jingyan's hand and continuing their departure. Meanwhile, within the study, Dai Linong called, Jiang Yuan, come in. A slender man with gold-rimmed glasses approached Dai Linong, waiting quietly for instructions. Dai Linong's expression shifted, his gaze flickering as he scratched the side of his nose. Go to the police station and inquire about a young man with white hair who was at the Maple Leaf Landscape Hotel last night. Yes, boss, Jiang Yuan responded, hurrying out to drive away in a Buick minivan. As for the fate of the young man with white hair, it was unnecessary to ponder. His future was undoubtedly bleak. Song Jingyan smacked his lips, a sense of trepidation lingering in his heart. He finally understood why Dai Yuxi had been so unreasonable during their first encounter. Once outside the villa, Dai Yuxi stopped to face Song Jingyan, offering a sincere, I'm sorry. Song Jingyan rolled his shoulders and neck, somewhat unaccustomed to her solemnity. It's no big deal, just a minor altercation on the way here. No need to be so formal. Dai Yuxi turned and strolled into the courtyard. Come walk with me. She wore a silk nightgown beneath the oversized school uniform and donned a pair of adorable cartoon slippers. A quintessential northern beauty, she was tall and slender, with fair skin, high cheekbones, and brown eyes that sparkled with the essence of spring and autumn, under the soft glow of the lights and moonlight. Her fair complexion resembled that of a stunning movie star. However, Song Jingyan was not in the mood to admire beauty. He wished to decline her invitation. Dai Yuxi, in a leisurely manner, sought companionship to alleviate her boredom, as it was rare to have a friend visit. Song Jingyan, preoccupied and anxious to return home, feared his parents would worry if he stayed out too late. In search of conversation, he inquired, Is this estate your family's? It was a birthday gift from my father to my mother, perhaps sensing Song Jingyan's envious gaze. Dai Yuxi's eyes were instead filled with sorrow as she raised her arm to point at a window on the 3rd floor of the villa. My mother passed away in that very room. Dai Yuxi's voice was as soft as a falling autumn leaf. Song Jingyan's expression turned to one of astonishment as Dai Yuxi continued. She took her own life in the bathroom. Unable to contain herself, Dai Yuxi wrapped her arms around herself, trembling as memories of that night etched into her mind flooded back. Her mother lay in a bathtub filled with water, the crimson hue spilling over onto the pristine white tiles. Song Jingyan was further taken aback, his words trapped in his throat. Why? The shock in Song Jingyan's eyes only evoked a pale, bitter smile from Dai Yuxi. My parents once shared a love that many envied. But ever since the company went public, my father's social engagements increased, and each late return carried the scent of another woman's perfume. So your mother. Song Jingyan's words were abruptly cut off. After giving birth to me, my mother fell into depression. Dai Yuxi slowly walked toward the row of Chinese, flowering crabapple trees. Those psychiatric medications left her memories fragmented, her mind often in a daze, sometimes even failing to recognize me. Yet, the betrayal by my father was the only thing she remembered with clarity. From my earliest memories, they frequently quarreled, and the arguments grew more intense. Of course, it was always my father who stormed out, while my mother was the one who became hysterical. Until one day, she burst into my father's office, crying and causing a scene to confront that woman, and in front of so many people, my father slapped her. He sent her here to recuperate and never looked back. The flowering crab apples in the courtyard were planted at that time, by her instruction. Every April and May, when the fragrance of flowers filled the air and spring was in full bloom, she would stand beneath the trees, hoping my father would have a change of heart and take her back. I find that extreme. Song Jingyan's words suddenly interrupted Dai Yuxi's reverie. He continued to explain, I believe your father has always loved your mother. He simply made a mistake that many men do. Dai Yuxi abruptly turned, her eyes reddening with tears. Just a mistake? Aren't all you boys the same? Song Jingyan, as someone with past experiences, explained, successful men are indeed a rarity in this world. A remarkable man like your father must face various temptations every day. He is not a deity. How could he possibly resist at all times? What a well-crafted excuse. Dai Yuxi suddenly laughed, her shoulders shaking, as tears were inadvertently wiped away in the night. I'll have Brother Lin take you home. Chapter 31. From now on, call me brother. Song Jingyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed Dai Yuxi back. By the time Dai Yuxi entered the villa, Song Jingyan had already been driven out of the estate by Lin Jumin in a Maybach. Dai Linong, standing at the door, noticed Dai Yuxi seemed to have been crying and frowned, asking, What did you discuss with that boy? Dai Yuxi remained silent, continuing her stride inside, but suddenly halted near the staircase. He said, You still love my mother, just that you made a mistake that all men make. With that, Dai Yuxi ascended the stairs. Dai Linong chuckled, realizing that the young man had some merit and seemed to know him quite well. He then shouted loudly up the staircase, That boy is absolutely right. By the time Song Jingyan arrived home, it was already 9:30. He refrained from sharing the day's experiences with his parents, concocting a casual excuse to gloss over it. Once in his room, he opened his computer to find the group chat already buzzing with activity. It was all conversations between Chun Bohin and Jiang Ziofen, while Shen Fuwei remained her usual self, online but not typing a single word. To his surprise, Liu Yiyi sent him a message. Liu Yiyi, Hey Xiao Song, do you have time to study together tomorrow? The message had been sent at 6 in the evening. Regarding studies, Song Jingyan felt a modicum of confidence. After all, his memories from his previous life were vivid, and his thought processes remained clear. However, exams were always a mysterious affair, until he saw the grades. He would never feel at ease. Song Jingyan, I'll wait for you at the entrance of your neighborhood at 8 tomorrow morning. Liu Yiyi said here at Disciplinary, glancing up at her QQ intermittently. She wanted to send him another message to check, but halfway through typing, she deleted it, not wanting Song Jingyan to misunderstand. It wasn't until she saw Song Jingyan's QQ avatar bouncing that she joyfully put down her pen and picked up her phone to reply. Initially, she intended to say, Let's have breakfast together tomorrow, but felt it too ambiguous and deleted it, opting instead for, Liu Yiyi, is 8 too early? This is our last national day in senior year. We could sleep a bit longer. Upon reading Liu Yiyi's message, Song Jingyan promptly replied, Song Jingyan, I want to treat you to breakfast. Liu Yiyi suddenly felt a sense of mutual understanding, suppressing her excitement for 2 minutes before responding. Liu Yiyi, okay. After receiving Liu Yiyi's reply, Song Jingyan shut down his computer and went to bed, neglecting to check other messages. The next day, Song Jingyan donned a pair of jeans paired with black canvas shoes. Noting the pleasant weather, he wore a green polo shirt, cleaned up his bicycle, which had not been ridden in a while, and headed to the entrance of Liu Yiyi's neighborhood with his backpack. He glanced at his Casio digital watch, noting it was only 7:50, giving him 10 more minutes before their agreed time. He leaned his bicycle against the side and leisurely strolled around the entrance. As 8 o'clock approached without sight of Liu Yiyi, Song Jingyan felt a twinge of anxiety. Like many boys, he was never late for a date, typically arriving 5 to 10 minutes early as a precaution. As each minute ticked by, his patience wore thin. Sigh, do all women enjoy being late? He muttered to himself while checking the time. It was now 8:30. It seemed even the heavens conspired against him, as the autumn sun beat down mercilessly on his face, causing beads of sweat to form. Just as he prepared to leave on his bicycle, he hesitated for one last glance at the neighborhood. Thankfully, he did. Liu Yiyi appeared dressed in a cool ensemble, a light pink fitted short-sleeve shirt paired with a white knee-length skirt, revealing her fair, slender legs. On her feet were white Nike sneakers complemented by white calf-length socks, adding a touch of allure. Liu Yiyi had also traded her usual bun for playful pigtails. Upon spotting Song Jingyan, she cheerfully trotted toward him, her small steps filled with joy. In that moment, the sun seemed to soften, and a gentle breeze playfully danced with her pigtails. Although the season was nearing the end of blossoming flowers, it felt as if spring had returned, rushing toward him and stirring ripples within his heart. Just moments ago, a restless Song Jingyan felt fortunate not to have missed this beautiful scene of life. How could he not be moved by the girl who had ignited the embers of his youthful affection? Liu Yiyi was also holding onto a corgi, and when she approached him, her breath was slightly uneven. "I'm so sorry, I must have kept you waiting." Song Jingyan's eyes reflected the image of Liu Yiyi. No waities. Good things are worth the wait. Though Liu Yiyi was quite intelligent, she was still a youthful girl. How could she grasp that when Song Jingyan mentioned good things, he referred to her? She assumed he meant some delicious food. "I overslept this morning. What do you want to eat?" "It's on me. You look really beautiful today." Song Jingyan smiled warmly. Liu Yiyi blushed. "Oh, I woke up late and just casually tied my hair into pigtails." Casually? She hadn't just thrown it together. In fact, she had woken early to wash up and prepare, trying on several outfits before settling on this one. That afternoon at the mall, due to the rain, her hair had gotten wet, causing her to let down her bun and wear it loose. She noticed the way Song Jingyan looked at her, and she cherished it. She had initially planned to wear her hair down with just a few hairpins, but felt that might be too deliberate. Thus, she settled on a compromise and tied her hair into twin ponytails. Her hair was exceedingly long, reaching down to her waist even when styled this way, and she found herself occasionally brushing it back. This seemingly trivial gesture stirred an undeniable sense of allure within Song Jingyan. He cleared his throat and, while pushing his bicycle, inquired, "What shall we eat?" Liu Yiyi, holding the corgi, reveled in the occasional glances cast her way by Song Jingyan and replied, "Anything is fine. It's up to you." "And what about your friend?" Song Jingyan asked. Liu Yiyi suddenly realized, "Friend? Oh, its name is Xiao Xiao." Song Jingyan smirked. "Are dogs now partaking in this competitive spirit too? Which university does it plan to attend?" Liu Yiyi beamed. "You're quite humorous today. It's my little companion." Although Song Jingyan appeared calm, he harbored a psychological aversion to dogs, stemming from a childhood incident where he was bitten. Unaware of his fear, Liu Yiyi lifted Xiao Xiao closer to him. "Go ahead. Pet it. It's very gentle." Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. "Quickly move it away. What if it bites me?" Liu Yiyi seemed to discover something. "Xiao Song, are you afraid of dogs?" "Buffed. How could I possibly fear dogs? I adore them, especially the spicy ones." Song Jingyan retorted before playfully growling at Xiao Xiao, who responded with a toothy grin. "Woof, woof." The memory of being chased and bitten by a dog in his childhood resurfaced, causing his nerves to tighten. He stumbled, losing his balance and falling with his bicycle. Liu Yiyi laughed, her eyes sparkling. "Xiao Song, is it really necessary? It's so small. What is there to fear?" Song Jingyan pouted, defiantly stating, "From now on, do not call me Xiao Song." Liu Yiyi stifled a laugh, slightly exasperated. "Then what should I call you?" "Brother. From now on, you shall call me brother," Song Jingyan declared. In truth, Liu Yiyi was merely 2 months his senior, having been born in June while he was born in August. "Call you brother? I can't bring myself to do that." This was not the first time he had made such a request. Liu Yiyi pouted, her expression one of feigned grievance. All right, I was just teasing you. How about you treat me to breakfast instead?" Song Jingyan said, riding his bicycle and turning back to comfort her. Noticing Liu Yiyi still appeared somewhat downcast, he bravely pointed at Xiao Xiao nestled in her arms. "It truly doesn't bite, does it?" Liu Yiyi softly affirmed with a nod. In his previous life, Song Jingyan had never consoled any of his girlfriends. It was always they who provided him with emotional support. He could hardly believe that he was now patiently comforting a girl. Alas, who could resist when it came to someone one cherished? Song Jingyan reached out to stroke Xiao Xiao, who grimaced at him in disdain. Liu Yiyi then flashed a smile. "See, I wasn't lying." Song Jingyan rode his bicycle with Liu Yiyi to a nearby breakfast shop by the study room. Chapter 32. Twin Ponytails. Liu Yiyi. Breakfast in the northern region was simple yet hearty. Crispy, golden fried dough, soft and crunchy fried cakes, and thick, sizzling fritters. There were also lighter pastries, such as Cantonese steamed dumplings and Nanjing soup dumplings. Song Jingyan ordered a portion of shrimp dumplings to share with Liu Yiyi, along with a bowl of tofu pudding with sauce. Liu Yiyi ordered a sweet soybean milk and received a phone call shortly thereafter. Zhu Huiven is coming to study too. You don't mind, do you? Song Jingyan, engrossed in his tofu pudding, was indeed concerned. Such splendid weather, being with the person he admired, studying together, chatting, strolling, perhaps even holding hands. How delightful it would be. "Oh, I don't mind," he replied, feigning indifference. Not long after Liu Yiyi hung up, Zhu Huiven bounced into the breakfast shop, sitting cheerfully beside Liu Yiyi. "Hello, Song Jingyan, you can call me Ween Wen." Song Jingyan regarded Zhu Huiven as a familiar stranger. They knew of each other through mutual acquaintances, but today marked their first formal introduction. He nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Wenwen. Did you arrive via rocket? That was quite fast. Zhu Huiven, a lively and carefree girl, failed to pick up on the sarcasm in his words. I live nearby. ISNT it quick. After greeting Song Jingyan, she took her time ordering, examining Liu Yiyi and playfully tugging at her long ponytail. You look quite pretty today. Am I merely here to play the supporting role? Liu Yiyi playfully wrinkled her nose in a teasing manner, putting on an adorable expression. In truth, Zhu Huiven was also a charming girl, standing at 165 meters tall, with a common low ponytail. Today, she wore a denim overall skirt paired with a white t-shirt, her smile revealing adorable little canine teeth that could easily captivate any innocent high school boy. When two girls gathered, endless topics flowed, and Zhu Huiven, being mischievous and energetic, frequently played with Liu Yi's ponytail and rested her hand on Liu Yi's thigh, caressing it. Song Jingyan felt quite uncomfortable watching. That was his future possession, and he disliked others touching it, even if they were girls. However, he had not yet claimed ownership, so he could only glare in silence. After Zhu Huiven finished ordering breakfast, Song Jingyan settled the bill and exited the shop. Although Liu Yiyi chatted with Zhu Huiven, her thoughts were on Song Jingyan. Noticing his silence and the occasional glances he cast at Zhu Huiven's hand, she couldn't comprehend why he seemed displeased. Soon enough, the three of them left the breakfast shop together. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Why did you pay? Zhu Huiven, not overly concerned, smiled at Song Jingyan. Thank you for breakfast, handsome Song. He smiled back, then turned to Liu Yiyi, saying it's all the same who pays. This remark, a mere common courtesy, took on a different connotation for Zhu Huiven. Moreover, Liu Yiyi often mentioned Song Jingyan with a smile whenever they were together, leading Zhu Huiven to suspect a deeper connection. Clearly, there's something going on, yet you refuse to admit it. I caught you red-handed now. Zhu Huiven pointed at Liu Yiyi and Song Jingyan. That's right. It doesn't matter who pays between you two. Liu Yiyi spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Win-win. You're truly something else. This time, Song Jingyan refrained from defending himself, standing aside with a knowing smile. The trio chatted merrily as they made their way to the bookstore, quickly adjusting their moods before entering the study room with Xiao Xiao. At first, the owner hesitated to let Xiao Xiao in, but after some assurances, they were allowed to bring her along. True to Liu Yi's words, she lay quietly under the table. Throughout the day, Song Jingyan treated them to breakfast. Zhu Huiven covered the study room fee, and lunch was on Liu Yiyi. This exemplified the dynamics of friendship, where no one took advantage of the other, ensuring lasting bonds. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Fuwei endured Jiang Xiaofen's outburst. Vui, Chen Bohan from now on. None of us are to associate with that scoundrel Song Jingyan. He didn't even come to my birthday, nor did he bother to send a greeting. Jiang Xiaofen lamented. As today marked her birthday, she had reminded Song Jingyan the night before via QQ. However, he returned from Dai Yuxi's estate exhausted. Having engaged in a brief conversation with Liu Yiyi, his mind focused on studying with her the next day. He missed other messages and logged off without seeing them. Perhaps he hadn't seen the QQ message, and given the intense schedule of their third year, he had been moved to a parallel class. He might just want to perform well after the break, so let us not blame him. Chen Bohan defended Song Jingyan. Noticing that Song Jingyan hadn't replied to his QQ messages, Chen Bohan had made a special trip to find him this morning. Discovering no one was home, he even searched the market for his parents, only to learn that he had gone out to study early. All excuses. He could have just come for a meal. How much time would that take? Jiang Xiaofen raged, redirecting her ire towards Chen Bohan. Chen Bohan wore an expression of innocence, prompting Shen Fuwei to hastily offer words of consolation. Do not be upset. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Jiang Xiaofen cherished the camaraderie shared among the four of them, having been raised as a boy by her family. She had no companions throughout her primary and middle school years. The girls deemed her too wild, while the boys found her too delicate. It was only upon entering high school and meeting Song Jingyan and the others that she found true friends with whom she could share everything, infusing her youth with joy. Yet, Jiang Xiaofen was not the only one feeling disappointment. Shen Fuwei mechanically clapped along to the rhythm of the birthday song, her gaze intermittently drifting towards the slightly ajar door of the private room. As the final note dissipated, the lingering melody hung in the air. Happy birthday to you and me. Shen Fuwei's spirits plummeted to new depths. This was the first time in her life she had lied to her mother. Zhang Yingxian was unwilling to let her go out, even less so to allow her to entangle with certain individuals. Would Song Jingyan be attending as well? Shen Fuwei coldly replied, laden with emotion. He has long since distanced himself from us. Little did she know, Song Jingyan had indeed not come. She yearned to see him now. eager to share the delightful news that she could be transferred back to Class 1. The guilt that had once plagued her was now absent. They could once again engage in playful banter as before. The birthday gathering, diminished by one, came to a hasty conclusion 20 minutes later. Parting ways with Jiang Xiaofan and Chen Bohan, Shen Fuwei stood alone by the roadside, hailing a taxi. A BMW 5 Series halted beside her, frowning. She hesitated, but ultimately opened the door and settled into the back seat. "Are you following me? I am merely concerned for your safety," Zhang Yingxian asserted firmly. Shen Fuwei turned her face away, the dappled light filtering through the window, casting fleeting shadows across her features. She wished to say nothing more to her mother, expressing her discontent through silence. Zhang Yingxian stole a glance at her in the rearview mirror, shaking her head in resignation. The son of the fishmonger had grown tall and handsome, heightening her sense of urgency. She had initially been reluctant to allow her daughter to attend the birthday celebration of the Jiang family's daughter, yet did not desire their relationship to become too strained. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced. Her daughter had never bothered to dress up for past gatherings with classmates. However, when her daughter deliberately donned a white dress, she could no longer remain seated and clandestinely followed her. Thankfully, her daughter had not deceived her. The son of the fishmonger had indeed not shown up. Aware that her actions may have crossed a line, she felt little remorse, merely sighing softly. The thoughts of a 17 or 18-year-old girl are often peculiar. Song Jingyan had never blamed Shen Fuwei for the class transfer or the rumors. Rather, it was her sudden coldness and detachment that had irked him, leading him to utter those words in anger. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi were making their way home, one pushing a bicycle while the other walked the dog. They could have hurried home on the bike, but instead, they leisurely strolled under the night sky. Liu Yiyi remained silent, and so did Song Jingyan. Let me treat you to ice cream." Did you bring a lot of money today?" Song Jingyan laughed as he went to buy the ice cream, leaving Liu Yiyi standing with the dog. A girl's voice called out from behind Liu Yiyi. Turning to see who had spoken, Liu Yiyi was met with a girl sporting shoulder-length hair and a slightly above-average appearance, waving at her eagerly. "It's really you. You look so beautiful now." The girl was enthusiastic, though a hint of jealousy rapidly faded into the obscurity of the night. Chapter 33. Temptation from Scoundrel. Liu Yiyi recognized the girl as Su Yuanyuan, a former classmate from middle school who had enrolled in the same private high school as Li Heppen after graduation. Liu Yiyi harbored a dislike for Su Yuanyuan, as she was known for gossiping behind others' backs and favoring the wealthy. During middle school, she often made fun of Song Jingyan's height and physique, giving him unflattering nicknames. However, it felt inappropriate to snub an old classmate who had approached her, so she forced a smile. "Oh, it's Yuanyuan. Long time no see. What brings you here?" Su Yuanyuan had been studying in a nearby self-study room and had just stepped out when she spotted a girl reminiscent of a white lotus standing under the streetlight. Everyone passing by, regardless of gender, couldn't help but glance at her. Initially, Su Yuanyuan scoffed disdainfully, but upon recognizing Liu Yiyi, her demeanor shifted. Liu Yiyi avoided mentioning Song Jingyan, wishing to dismiss the conversation and send her on her way. "I was studying with classmates at the nearby self-study room, and am just about to head home." Su Yuanyuan, overly confident in her appearance, realized that standing next to Liu Yiyi also attracted attention, making it difficult for her to leave. She fancied herself comparable to Liu Yiyi, unaware that people were merely drawn to Liu Yiyi's beauty. In terms of looks, she could never hold a candle to Liu Yiyi. Su Yuanyuan deliberately moved closer to Liu Yiyi, pretending to be friendly, but had ulterior motives. "Li Heppen said you and Song Jingyan are dating. Is that true?" Liu Yiyi furrowed her brow. "Don't listen to him. He just enjoys spreading nonsense." Su Yuanyuan, cunning and influenced by Li Heppen's embellished words, retorted, "I knew it. You're so beautiful. How could you possibly like a chubby guy shorter than you?" Liu Yiyi pressed her lips together, wishing Su Yuanyuan would take her leave. Just then, Song Jingyan returned with the ice cream, overhearing their conversation. "Here's your favorite strawberry flavor," he said, handing the ice cream to Liu Yiyi. She deliberately ignored Su Yuanyuan to coolly dismiss her. Perhaps due to the night, Su Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of Song Jingyan, although she did not recognize him. This was understandable, as she hadn't seen him since middle school graduation, and her knowledge of him was limited to that period, unaware that he had transformed from a height of 1.6 meters to 1.83 meters. The snippets of information she had heard about Song Jingyan were all from Li Heppen, who was notoriously sensitive about the topic of height. From a male perspective, he would never comment on how handsome Song Jingyan had become. He would only say, "He is still the same." Thus, Su Yuanyuan's impression of him remained unchanged. Su Yuanyuan immediately adopted a more demure and charming expression, linking her arm through Liu Yiyi's. "Is this your boyfriend?" Liu Yiyi accepted the ice cream. internally scoffing at Su Yuanyuan's feigned friendliness, and replied flatly, no. Then why not introduce him? Su Yuanyuan, oblivious to the coldness in Liu Yiyi's tone, pressed further. Liu Yiyi glanced at Song Jingyan, wishing to avoid further engagement with Su Yuanyuan. Song Jingyan understood her intent and, with a hint of mischief, smiled as he introduced himself. Hello, beautiful. I'm Zhang Jingjing from Class 2, just like Yi. He announced his name and school with a playful demeanor. I'm Su Yuanyuan, Liu Yi's classmate from middle school. She refrained from mentioning her high school, which had a less than stellar reputation. A place where students with poor academic records went to pay for an education since they couldn't gain admission to a regular high school. Standing in stark contrast to Liu Yiyi's school, Liu Yiyi quietly licked her ice cream, retreating behind Song Jingyan, understanding Liu Yiyi's desire to leave. Song Jingyan was unwilling to engage further. Nice to meet you, Su Yuanyuan, but we need to head home. Su Yuanyuan shot a glance at Liu Yiyi, internally cursing her. What a pretender. Why hide if he's not your boyfriend? But outwardly, she flashed a flirtatious smile and brandished her new Nokia, an 8 phone. Could I have your contact information, Zhang Jingjing? Song Jingyan spread his hands apologetically. I'm afraid I don't have a phone. Please don't tell me you don't even have QQ? Song Jingyan sighed. The scheming girl certainly knew how to play her cards, flaunting her phone to imply her wealth while pretending to ask for contact details. Once again, after being turned down, she appeared remarkably composed and willing to compromise. All right, you refuse me without a mobile phone, but surely you must have a computer at home, right? Good. Even if there is no computer, there are countless internet cafes in the streets. You must have QQ, don't you? This time you cannot refuse me again. Fortunately, Song Jingyan recalled Zhang Jingjing's QQ number. It was only to be blamed for its ease of memorization. Write this down. 9201022XXX. I've added you. Remember to add me once you get home. Su Yuanyuan reminded her. I'm all right, see you. Then goodbye. Su Yuanyuan threw a flirtatious glance at Song Jingyan. He chuckled inwardly. Thank goodness I've been reborn. Otherwise, how could a pure-hearted high school boy resist such temptations? Though Liu Yiyi was reluctant, she still waved goodbye perfunctorily. As they walked further away, Song Jingyan noticed that Liu Yiyi had yet to touch her ice cream, while he had already finished his. What's wrong? Do you not like it? This one is vanilla flavor. I'm not particularly fond of it. Did the owner make a mistake? Song Jingyan incredulously took the ice cream from Liu Yiyi's hand and took a lick. It truly is vanilla. I'll buy you another one at the next shop. I'll have this one. Liu Yiyi's face flushed as she hesitated, taken aback by Song Jingyan's boldness in consuming the ice cream she had already licked. She tried hard to suppress the embarrassment of that moment. The QQ number you gave Su Yuanyuan isn't yours, right? Liu Yiyi, who never memorized others' QQ numbers, could recite Song Jingyan's number from memory. His QQ number was 448964XXX, which was not the 9 prefix number at all. Song Jingyan did not conceal the truth from Liu Yiyi. It's Zhang Jingjing's QQ number. Liu Yiyi gazed at him, her eyes clear as water. If Su Yuanyuan doesn't recognize you, and you chat using Zhang Jingjing's QQ number, won't you be exposed? Song Jingyan scoffed indifferently. So, what if I'm exposed? I couldn't care less about her. I doubt I'll have any interaction with her in the future. Just playing around with her. Little did Song Jingyan know that after Su Yuanyuan added Zhang Jingjing's QQ number, not only did she not get exposed, but it also led to a series of troublesome events. But that is a story for another time. Little Song, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Liu Yiyi looked at Song Jingyan. No, absolutely not. Song Jingyan replied with certainty, though his heart was not entirely in it. Perhaps the crescent moon was too romantic, concealing all unpleasantness. In any case, Liu Yiyi believed him. Yet, Song Jingyan had just deceived her. He had deliberately given her the vanilla ice cream, aware that she had licked it. The moonlight gently draped a veil over the surroundings, casting mottled shadows on the ground. As Song Jingyan gazed at Liu Yiyi's delicate face beside him, he suddenly felt a rush of romantic emotion, an affection he had longed for in 2 lifetimes. Pure and untainted by anything else. You really should have a mobile phone, Liu Yiyi remarked. How about you lend me your spare one? Song Jingyan also felt he should possess a mobile phone. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient in critical situations. His parents had suggested it before, but he felt guilty about spending thousands as a student on something he deemed unnecessary, so he let it go. However, if it were Liu Yiyi's, he felt no guilt at all. Instead, he sensed a newfound connection with her. The iPhone 4 that Liu Yiyi currently used had been a gift from her mother during her last visit, while her old N95 had been left idle after 2 years of use. She had mentioned this while having beef noodles at Shen Fuwei's house. But after being turned down then, it was surprising to hear acceptance now. All right, I'll bring it to school for you. Aren't you studying tomorrow? Song Jingyan asked in surprise. I'm going to my uncle's house for a banquet. If you need a study buddy, I can help you arrange a meeting with Zhu Huiven. Song Jingyan glanced at the night sky, then turned his gaze to Liu Yiyi and sighed. No need. Liu Yiyi bit her lip and fell silent. It seemed she understood Song Jingyan's thoughts, feeling as though they were separated by a thin layer of paper that she dared not pierce. As usual, Song Jingyan accompanied her home, and with the thought of not seeing her the next day, his eyes grew dimmer in the night, as if the air around him tightened like an invisible hand gripping his throat, filled with indescribable emotions. As they turned the corner, they encountered Lan Shanshan, who was accompanied by a 4 or 5-year-old boy. Song Jingyan halted, his expression momentarily frozen. Sister Lan? Liu Yiyi immediately pulled her embrace around the boy, Xiao, to sidestep. However, the sharp-eyed Lan Shanshan caught them. Dong, quickly greet uncle. Lan Shanshan nudged her son to say hello to Song Jingyan. His mind short-circuit. He called her sister, yet she had her son call him uncle, and she was Liu Yiyi's stepmother. Things were getting complicated. Dong wriggled free from Lan Shanshan's grasp, tiptoeing to reach for Xiao in Liu Yiyi's arms. Don't touch it. Liu Yiyi frowned and stepped back. It might bite you. Dong pouted and dove into his mother's arms, wailing, I want to play with the puppy. Lan Shanshan soothed her son while scrutinizing Song Jingyan, suddenly redirecting her attention to Liu Yiyi. Dong is still young. Can't you be a bit more accommodating? Chapter 34. Are we still friends? Liu Yiyi lowered her gaze, gently stroking the trembling Xiao. As her fingertips brushed over the scarred patch on its hind leg, she could feel its uneven texture. Last month, Dong had yanked the leash, spinning Xiao around. It had limped for an entire week, trembling with each step. During that time, she had curled up under the covers, eyes wide open until dawn, convinced she could hear Xiao licking its wounds in the living room. She buried her nose in Xiao's fluffy fur, the warm scent of sun-soaked fur mingling with a faint doggy odor, and for a moment, she was transported back in time. The three of them used to run in the park with it, her father holding a camera and chasing after them. Her mother would laugh and call for her to slow down, as Xiao's tail brushed through the grass with a rustling sound. But those days had long shattered into fragments of glass, embedded deep within her memory. Now, no one cared about how late she would linger over old photographs. No one remembered how, when Xiao first arrived home, she had cradled the furry bundle and promised they would grow up together. Only she and Xiao held on to those memories. Song Jingyan had no business meddling in someone else's affairs. Yet, the trembling of Liu Yiyi's fingertips was too conspicuous. Her eyes held pain as she gazed at the dog-esque scar, like crushed stars flickering in and out. He leaned his bicycle against the roadside, hanging his backpack on the handlebars, and called out to the little boy not far away. Dong, watch uncle perform a magic trick. He wasn't truly performing magic. He merely curled his fingers and twisted them around. But to a 4 or 5-year-old, this was captivating. Dong's attention immediately shifted from Xiao. He giggled and rushed over, his little hands imitating Song Jingyan's movements. Song Jingyan squatted down to play with him, occasionally twisting his fingers into odd shapes, causing the child to laugh uncontrollably in his embrace. Lan Shanshan stood behind, gradually relaxing her furrowed brows. She sighed quietly. When children acted up, it could drain all patience from a person. Song Jingyan effortlessly hoisted Dong onto his shoulders, causing the little one to squeal in delight, his laughter echoing across the street. Liu Yiyi walked beside them, listening to the creaking of Lan Shanshan's bicycle behind her, and suddenly the wind felt softer. She gently asked Dong, promise not to bully Xiao anymore, okay? Okay. The little fellow swung his legs from Song Jingyan's shoulders, responding cheerfully. That uncle has to come play with me often. Song Jingyan proudly lifted his chin toward Liu Yiyi, his eyes sparkling with a look how impressive I am gleam. Liu Yiyi couldn't help but smile, realizing that all of this was done for her. Was this still the same little Song who couldn't do anything right? But this version of him seemed quite wonderful. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Song Jingyan mounted his bike without looking back, merely waving goodbye. Liu Yiyi stood still, watching his figure shrink into a distant silhouette before she turned to walk inside. As Lan Shanshan was nearly at the stairway, she hesitated and turned back. With a hint of uncertainty in her voice, she suggested, why not leave the dog at your boyfriend's house for a while? I'm genuinely afraid it might bite Dong one day. Liu Yiyi lifted her gaze to meet hers, her throat feeling as though it were stuffed with cotton. She wanted to argue that Xiao never bites, that it was Dong who always tugged at its tail. She wished to express that this house already had a place for Xiao, that it was Xiao who had kept her company first. Yet, the words hung on her lips, unspoken. This home was no longer theirs to decide upon. Noticing her silence, Lan Shanshan pouted, but refrained from any further persuasion. her mind resolute that Liu Boda should be the one to speak. The idea of raising a dog at home was utterly out of the question. Upon entering, Liu Boda immediately swept Dong Dong into his arms, lifting him high. The child's laughter erupted as the stubble on his face tickled him. The rare joy of a middle-aged father was evident on his face. Normally, if Dong Dong desired the moon, he would devise a way to construct a ladder to reach it. Liu Yiyi stood at the entrance, watching the three of them huddled together, laughing. The warm aroma of apples, freshly cut by Lan Shan Shan, lingered in the air. Yet it rendered her as an outsider. Once, she too nestled in her father's embrace, snatching apples from her mother's hand. But now, witnessing this scene felt like a sharp object had been thrust in her chest, leaving a dull ache. She feigned nonchalance and glanced at Xiao Xiao before heading towards a room. Wait. Liu Boda's voice called from behind, tinged with fatigue. He removed his black-framed glasses and rubbed his temples. Years of performing neurosurgery had left his hair mostly gray, with a bald patch atop his head. Who would have imagined that he was once the heartthrob of the university, capable of receiving love letters from girls? Liu Yiyi halted, not turning back. If you have something to say, hurry up. I need to study. Her tone was as cold as ice, polite as one would be to a stranger. I heard from Shan Shan that you have a boyfriend? Liu Boda sighed. No. She turned her face away, her voice laced with a chilling distance. After your mother and I divorced, I thought I should ease up on you a bit. But you can't be so unreasonable. His voice deepened. The final year of high school is crucial. How can you be involved in a romantic relationship? I'm not. She retorted, her neck stiffening, her eyes beginning to burn. Can Shan Shan possibly deceive me? Liu Boda slammed his glasses onto the table. Look at your current grades. Do you still want to get into a prestigious medical university? Liu Yiyi exhaled softly. She had never intended to pursue a medical degree. Her dream was to study music. She longed to hold a guitar and sing her own songs, yet he had never inquired about her aspirations. In any case, you are not allowed to let that boy escort you home. Liu Boda's tone brooked no argument. Moreover, the dog must be sent away by tomorrow. Liu Yiyi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, as if seeing a stranger. This middle-aged man, with his face etched in impatience, was truly the same father who had once hoisted her onto his shoulders and secretly bought her ice pops. It was all a facade. His concern for her grades was merely an excuse to drive Xiao Xiao away, to force her to fully integrate into this new household. She cast her gaze down to Xiao Xiao at her feet. The little creature seemed to sense her sorrow, gently nudging her hand with its head. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, tears cascading onto the floor, plopping like shards of shattered glass, each drop painful to her very breath. She uttered not another word, turned, and retreated into her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Liu Boda stood in the living room, momentarily stunned, his heart sinking. He had thought that remarrying would bring about a brighter life, yet he found himself merely leaping from one pit of fire into another. Song Jingyan returned home and logged into QQ on his computer. A notification abruptly flashed on the screen, indicating he had been removed from the group chat. He muttered a curse under his breath and opened Chen Bohan's chat window. Several messages popped up. October 1st. Chen Bohan. Tomorrow is Jiang Xiaofen's birthday. New Moon Hotel in the evening. Don't forget to buy a gift. Chen Bohan, where are you? I'll come to your house tomorrow morning, and we can pick out a gift together. October 2nd. Chen Bohan, why didn't you show up? Jiang Xiaofen is furious because of you. Song Jingyan smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that today was Jiang Xiaofen's birthday. In his previous life, those days spent together with the four of them had been one of the few rays of light in his otherwise dreary youth. He hurriedly typed, I was too engrossed in studying today and completely forgot. She kicked me out. Please apologize on my behalf. I will definitely make it up with a gift. After 10 minutes, Chen Bohan finally replied, I understand. You want to catch up. But this matter is too significant, right? If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm not going to take the heat. Song Jingyan, stop talking nonsense and help me out. Chen Bohan, brother, spare me. Jiang Xiaofen is furious right now. If she sees me, she'll definitely tear me apart. Song Jingyan, a box of red plums. Chen Bohan, brother, this isn't about cigarettes. Song Jingyan, 2 boxes. Chen Bohan, this. Song Jingyan, 3 boxes, it cannot be more. Chen Bohan, deal. Chen Bohan wasn't truly after the cigarettes. He was merely looking for a way out. Just like Song Jingyan, he didn't dare to smoke at home. At school, the two would hide in a corner of the playground to share a smoke, with the cigarette packs hidden between the wall crevices. He steeled himself and sent a message to Jiang Xiaofen. Sister fan, Song Jingyan says he is sorry. Jiang Xiaofen, what does his apology have to do with you? Chen Bohan, he asked me to convey that, and he will definitely make up for the gift. Jiang Xiaofen, Shen dog, you're such a dog. Tell him to come himself. Shen Bohan, he has been blocked by you and removed from the group. He can't find you. Jiang Ziofen, let him come to school and talk to me. Shen Bohan, so does that mean you've forgiven him? Jiang Ziofen, forget it. You're a good dog. Jiang Ziofen laughed out loud at the screen. Shen Bohan was such a character. He always managed to lighten her mood. Just as Song Jingyan was about to close his computer, a QQ notification chimed again. It was surprisingly from Shen Fuwei. He paused, realizing it had been quite a while since he had received a message from her. Shen Fuwei, are you there? Song Jingyan, yes, what is up? Shen Fuwei, today is Ziofen's birthday. Did you not come because of me? Song Jingyan was taken aback, pondering why the girl's thoughts were so convoluted. Don't overthink it. I simply forgot. Shen Fuwei, you're not angry with me? Suddenly, he understood. His fingers hesitated over the keyboard before he slowly typed. Are you referring to the matter of my being transferred to a parallel class by your family? When Shen Fuwei saw the message, her heart skipped a beat. Everyone knew her mother was a university professor, but she had never revealed her father's identity to anyone. Logically speaking, Song Jingyan shouldn't have known. Shen Fuwei, you know about my father? Song Jingyan, that's not important. He contemplated for a moment and continued writing. We've been desk mates for 5 years. The sound of your pen scratching across the pages as you explained problems to me. Your ears turning red when you secretly slipped notes into my backpack. The way you stood in front of me, neck stiff, arguing with the boys who were bullying me. I haven't forgotten any of it. Our friendship has long intertwined with our daily lives. You are a part of my youth, and your contributions are reflected in my achievements. As for adult matters, we cannot control them, so let us not dwell on them. Shen Fuwei gazed at the screen, tears falling onto the keyboard. His youth contained her, and in her youth, there were echoes of him everywhere. Shen Fuwei, so are we still friends? Song Jingyan, of course. We always have been. He added, then you must not ignore me anymore in the future. Shen Fuwei. Song Jingyan glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock. After bidding goodnight to Shen Fuwei, he was about to shut down his computer when QQ pinged again. He raised an eyebrow. What was happening today? It was as if messages were arriving on cue. Chapter 35, Yi Xiong's thoughts. Liu Yiyi, hadn't they just parted ways this evening? Could it be that she missed him? Excitedly, Song Jingyan opened the QQ chat window. Liu Yiyi, are you there? Song Jingyan, what's the matter? Liu Yiyi, nothing. I just wanted to know what you were doing. Liu Yiyi's eyes were swollen from crying, filled with grievances she longed to share. She immediately thought of Song Jingyan, but was unsure how to approach him. She simply wanted to know what he was up to. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. Nothing? He didn't believe it. As he grew more acquainted with Liu Yiyi, he gradually understood the reasons behind her perpetual unhappiness. He did not respond perfunctorily. Song Jingyan, right now, I'm wearing a full set of Lakers basketball gear, lounging in slippers, typing this to you all thinking about how beautiful you look today. Song Jingyan boldly professed his affection. Upon seeing his reply, Liu Yiyi's previously gloomy face suddenly broke into a laugh. Song Jingyan had truly changed. He was no longer taciturn or inarticulate. It seemed he understood her thoughts quite well. Liu Yiyi, I'm lying in bed, and Xiao Xiao is right beside me. Song Jingyan, is that all? What are you wearing? What are you thinking? Surely you're not wearing nothing. Liu Yiyi, don't overthink it. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just tired and going to sleep. Song Jingyan, you must be thinking something untoward. Your face is flushed. Song Jingyan, I want to tell you, no matter what, I am always by your side. I love seeing you smile. Song Jingyan had correctly guessed her thoughts. At that moment, the clouds of discontent on Liu Yiyi's face dissipated. Her cheeks flushed, and all grievances were cast aside. She hugged her phone to her chest, her mind filled with Song Jingyan's smiling visage. Liu Yiyi, thank you. Song Jingyan was like a refreshing breeze on a scorching summer day, having quietly entered her life. The 3-day holiday swiftly came to an end, and Song Jingyan arrived at school early, with the first and second year students still on break. The school was devoid of 2/3 of its usual clamor. He intended to apologize to Jiang Ziofen in Class 1. As he traversed the corridor to Class 1, he had to pass by several parallel classes, and the stark contrast between the atmospheres of the parallel and key classes became evident. The students in the parallel classes exhibited significantly less self-discipline. Many engaged in hushed conversations and activities unrelated to their studies. Conversely, those in the key classes were engrossed in their studies or loudly reciting vocabulary. Almost no one engaged in anything else. Upon entering the familiar classroom of Class 1, no one looked up at him, as if he were an irrelevant bystander. He paid little heed to it. He had never held much fondness for many in Class 1. It was still early, and Jiang Ziofen had yet to arrive, but Shen Fuwei was already seated and studying. The misunderstandings between Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei had been resolved. and since he was here, he naturally wanted to greet her. "Good morning, Wei." Upon seeing Song Jingyan, Shen Fuwei looked up and smiled brightly. Noticing the paper bag he held. "Here to see Jiang Ziofen, right? Since she is not here, could you please hold on to it for her? I'll look for her during lunch." To avoid disturbing other studies, Song Jingyan spoke softly to Shen Fuwei, leaning in slightly. However, this was perceived differently by some. The class monitor, Yi Xiong, stood behind Song Jingyan. "Excuse me, which class are you from? You can't just wander into other classes without permission from teacher." At this moment, many students turned to look at Yi Xiong, some merely glanced before returning to their studies. Song Jingyan looked at Yi Xiong with a smirk, appraising him from head to toe. He was about the same height, but considerably slimmer, wearing black-framed glasses that made him resemble a sharp-tongued, pretentious intellectual. Before Song Jingyan could respond, Shen Fuwei frowned and shot a glance at Yi Xiong. "What do you mean, Yi Xiong? Song Jingyan hasn't disturbed your studies, has he? It's your voice that's disrupting everyone. I'm the class monitor of Class 1, and I have the authority to maintain order during our morning self-study sessions to ensure everyone has a conducive learning environment," Yi Xiong asserted, his bravado masking his insecurity. Song Jingyan quickly gestured for Shen Fuwei not to argue with him, and faced Yi Xiong himself. Others might not know, but the four of them were well aware. Yi Xiong had harbored a secret crush on Shen Fuwei since the beginning of their first year, and often tried to engage her in conversation, even attempting to infiltrate their small circle. The result? Jiang Ziofen despised him, and Shen Fuwei wouldn't even spare him a glance. Yet, he was filled with malice. And unable to win Shen Fuwei's affection, he grew envious of Song Jingyan. During their time in Class 1, he had not hesitated to create trouble for Song Jingyan, seeking ways to embarrass him and bully him. For instance, he reported to the teacher that Song Jingyan and Shen Bohan were smoking behind the teaching building, falsely accusing him of copying Shen Fuwei's homework. Once, he even switched the class's broken chair with one for Song Jingyan, only for Shen Fuwei to confront him and have it replaced. However, the Song Jingyan of today was no longer the meek and easily bullied boy of the past. "It was Teacher Sun who sent me here," Song Jingyan said, regarding Yi Xiong with a playful expression. Yi Xiong, of course, did not believe him. He had clearly seen Song Jingyan conversing with Shen Fuwei and handing her a paper bag. What he could not bear most was the sight of Shen Fuwei's face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him, a deep stab to his pride. Shen Fuwei had never smiled at him like that, nor had she ever smiled at all. "Who do you think you're fooling? Teacher Sun would send you to Class 1? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow and made a gesture as if inviting him to ask. "If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire. I have no time to waste on your nonsense." With a smirk, Song Jingyan prepared to leave. "You can't go. Come with me to find Teacher Sun." Yi Xiong grabbed Song Jingyan by the collar, his voice firm. He had grown accustomed to viewing Song Jingyan as an easy target, someone he could manipulate without fear of retaliation. Yet he forgot that in a physical confrontation, he would not stand a chance against the physically robust Song Jingyan. Angered, Song Jingyan frowned, staring at Yi Xiong. "You better let go of me." Yi Xiong, seeing Song Jingyan's expression darken and the anger in his eyes intensify, felt a jolt of fear and instinctively loosened his grip. What was happening to the typically docile Song Jingyan? He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, but upon noticing that the entire class was watching him, he forced himself to maintain his composure. "I can't let go. You have to." Before Yi Xiong could finish, Song Jingyan swiftly twisted his wrist behind his back and then tripped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. This time, not only was Yi Xiong stunned, but the entire class was taken aback. Song Jingyan had actually fought back and knocked the class monitor, Yi Xiong, to the floor. Although Yi Xiong was uninjured and Song Jingyan did not pursue further, this was indeed unprecedented. Song Jingyan had always been so compliant. No matter how he was bullied, he would never retaliate. Yi Xiong scrambled to his feet, his face pale, still wanting to advance. But upon seeing Song Jingyan glare at him, he retreated a step, feeling anxious. "Just wait, don't leave. I'm going to find a teacher." Song Jingyan smirked. "How old are you? And still running to the teacher for everything? Haven't you weaned yet? Silly fool." The entire class was dumbfounded. Surely they had misheard. Song Jingyan actually said something like that. Sunmin usually arrived at school earlier than the other teachers. When Yi Xiong went to find her, she had just reached her office. She didn't particularly like students like Yi Xiong, who always brought trivial matters to her, but she felt it was unseemly to ignore him. "Fine, I'll handle it. It's just some trifles, but it's really quite bothersome." With patience, she inquired, "What brings you to me so early in the morning?" "Song Jingyan from Class 4 has come to disturb our morning self-study." Sunmin furrowed her brow. She found it hard to believe that Song Jingyan would engage in such irresponsible behavior, yet she felt powerless. With a sigh, she replied, "All right, I shall go and take a look shortly." Noticing that Yi Xiong remained stationary, she decided to set aside her current tasks and accompany him. Upon reaching Song Jingyan, she found him standing in the corridor, gazing at the scenery below. Sun Min approached him leisurely, half-jokingly remarking, "It seems you are in a good mood today. Surely your studies have been going splendidly?" "Good morning, teacher," Song Jingyan turned to her. "Should I not say good morning, teacher?" He maintained a languid demeanor. Sun Min frowned and said to Yi Xiong, "You should return to the classroom. I will handle this." Yi Xiong, though reluctant, was startled by the impatience on Sun Min's face. What did this mean? Why was the teacher conversing with Song Jingyan as if they were friends? Filled with confusion, he could only return to the classroom. Just as she dismissed one, Shen Fuwei appeared again. Sun Min was at a loss for words, forcing a smile. "Why Wei? Do you need something?" Shen Fuwei pointed at Song Jingyan, seemingly wishing to vouch for him while also eager to learn whether he intended to return to Class 1. Sun Min waved her back, then turned to Song Jingyan, asking now, "Would you kindly explain what transpired?" "I was preoccupied with reviewing for the exams and missed Jiang Xiaofen's birthday. Today, I brought a gift for her," Song Jingyan explained. "Yi Xiong came to find trouble with me. It can't be that simple, can it?" Song Jingyan scoffed. "Jiang Xiaofen wasn't present, so I handed the gift to Shen Fuwei. That lad probably thinks I bought it for her, if you catch my drift." Sun Min chuckled. "It appears you are indeed unpopular." "What do you mean by unpopular?" "Some jerks have grown accustomed to bullying the weak and think it's something to boast about. They deserve a good beating. Then do you still consider returning to Class 1? Let's discuss that after the exams." Song Jingyan expressed his reluctance, but did not outright refuse. Sun Min, confident in his character, glanced at her watch. "Then you should return to your studies." With a murmur of agreement, Song Jingyan prepared to go back. "By the way, your Sichuan cuisine is quite impressive," Sun Min added. "I'll make it for you again when I have the time. If you enjoy it, that's what matters." Song Jingyan returned to class while Sun Min shook her head, smiling as she departed. Lately, she often felt as though she treated Song Jingyan as her peer. His tone and demeanor belied the fact that he was, after all, only 18. Upon entering the classroom, Song Jingyan discovered that most of his classmates had already arrived. With the monthly examination looming, many were engrossed in their studies. The notion that last-minute cramming is ineffective seemed universally understood. Dai Yuxi's seat remained empty. Reflecting on her unfortunate past of losing her mother at a young age and the impending loss of her father, he felt a pang of sympathy. Although he had been a businessman in his past life, accustomed to thinking with a commercial mindset, he was not a heartless merchant. Remembering how harshly he had spoken to Dai Yuxi that night in his eagerness to return home, a sense of guilt washed over him. He resolved to treat her with greater kindness in the future. As he retrieved his textbooks, he contemplated the upcoming monthly examination, his first since his rebirth. Despite his uncertainty, he felt no pre-exam anxiety as he had in his previous life. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, the kind of stillness where even breathing could be heard. This was uncharacteristic of Class 4. Curiously, he looked up to find all eyes converging on a single point. Liu Yiyi, with her backpack slung over her shoulder and a white plastic bag in hand, was walking towards him, her cheeks flushed. Today, she had styled her hair into a bun, exposing her fair, alluring neck, rendering her even more enchanting with her youthful shyness. Liu Yiyi kept her head lowered. She had lingered outside the classroom for quite some time, hoping to find a classmate to deliver her phone to Song Jingyan. However, after waiting in vain, she gathered her courage and stepped inside. Approaching Song Jingyan's desk, she placed the plastic bag down and turned to leave. Song Jingyan knew it contained the N95 phone. Liu Yiyi halted and turned back, awaiting his words. He yearned to say something flirtatious, but realized it was not the right moment. Liu Yiyi looked at him with confusion, her cheeks still flushed. "Is there something else?" "And no, nothing. Thank you." "Okay, then I'll be off." "Sure." Song Jingyan realized that the exchange between him and Liu Yiyi resembled that of the leads in a romantic drama, where every word carried a weight of emotion. Truly, romantic narratives do not deceive. Compared to the dreariness of Class 1, the students in Class 4 were far more delightful. In Class 1, students would typically cast a glance and then return to their studies, while some shrewd individuals might silently disdain Song Jingyan. In stark contrast, the emotions of Class 4's students were laid bare on their faces. Envy, joy, and even jealousy were expressed without pretense. Several boys approached Song Jingyan. "Jingyan, what is your relationship with Liu Yiyi? Can you introduce me to her?" The boys speaking were Qin Moyang and Li Haoshan, lively and spirited individuals who had known each other from basketball games. He understood their sentiments. At such an age of youthful infatuation, knowing a school beauty like Liu Yiyi would surely leave a memorable mark on their adolescence. After all, Liu Yiyi and Shen Fuwei were both extraordinary beauties, rare gems. And who among the boys could remain indifferent? Yet, it felt as though fate played a cruel joke, placing these two in the same school. Reminiscent of the adage about the fated pairings of beauty and talent. Of course, Dai Yuxi was also a beauty of equal caliber, though as a transfer student. She rarely appeared at school and did not wear the uniform, making her less renowned. Song Jingyan chuckled wryly. We are merely old classmates. We attended the same middle school. As for introducing you, perhaps not. It would be too abrupt. He was not the type to be overly generous, especially regarding a potential future girlfriend. Introduce you? No way. The brief uproar in the classroom soon returned to its usual state. Most students felt a degree of tension regarding the exam, unlike Song Jingyan, who seemed unfazed. Dai Yuxi arrived just in time. Her appearance significantly transformed as she donned the school uniform. Her once rebellious golden hair had been dyed back to black. However, the uniform was noticeably several sizes too large, hanging loosely on her frame. This uniform doesn't seem to fit you well, Song Jingyan remarked, feeling some dissatisfaction about Dai Yuxi wearing his uniform. Dai Yuxi appeared somewhat displeased, responding lazily, "Can you just give me this uniform?" Song Jingyan was taken aback. This time, it was Dai Yuxi who looked surprised. "You're behaving unusually today. How come your sharp tongue is so accommodating?" Song Jingyan smirked. "I have 3 sets of uniforms, so giving you one is no trouble, but you seem quite different today." Dai Yuxi brushed her hair back. "Is it my hair?" "It's not just that. You seem rather disheveled and not in the best spirits." Dai Yuxi was taken aback by how observant Song Jingyan was. She had just visited her mother's grave that morning and did not hide the truth. "Today is my mother's Memorial Day. Every year around this time, my father and I stay at that estate for a few days, and I try to behave like a good girl." Song Jingyan's breath hitched, feeling a twinge of compassion. Many kind-hearted individuals are often bullied, not because they are truly timid or cowardly, but because they are sensitive souls who would rather endure pain themselves than witness others in sorrow. Song Jingyan belonged to this category. His heart was, in fact, quite tender. "You look beautiful like this." The words spoken by Song Jingyan were heartfelt, and Dai Yuxi pressed her lips together, attempting to offer him a smile. Yet she found herself unable to do so, responding softly with a simple, "Thank you." Sometimes, a measure of comfort does not necessitate an abundance of words. A mere greeting suffices. In pursuit of authentic monthly examination results, and to acclimatize students to the atmosphere of the college entrance examination, the teachers at the second high school meticulously organized the assessments. The monthly tests were scheduled for weekends, coinciding with the days off of the first and second year students. In a classroom of 20, each student had their own seat. The seating arrangement was determined by the results of the previous monthly exam. Shen Fuwei ranked 5th in the last examination, placed in the first testing room, while Jiang Xiaofan, Chen Bohin, and Song Jingyan, all ranked in the 30s, found themselves in the second room. Liu Yiyi was in the 7th room, and without a doubt, Dai Yuxi was assigned to the last testing room. The sequence of examinations mirrored that of the college entrance exams, albeit with a tighter schedule, compressing what would ordinarily span 2 days into a day and a half. Language was not Song Jingyan's forte in the morning session, leaving him somewhat anxious. It was not until the papers, imbued with the scent of ink, were distributed that his thoughts began to settle. During the lunch break, Song Jingyan intended to apologize to Jiang Xiaofan, but was intercepted by their homeroom teacher, Liangwei. On his way to the cafeteria, Liangwei's expression bore an odd mixture of admiration and envy. "You need to go to the principal's office. Someone is looking for you." Chapter 37. Farewell, Dai Linong. Song Jingyan frowned, still suspended in thought after completing his exam, reluctant to move. "Who is it?" Liangwei leaned in conspiratorially. "You'll find out once you get there." "I'm not going. We still have math in the afternoon." Song Jingyan replied, disinterested, turning to leave. "Hey, you little rascal. Just go for a moment. I won't harm you." Liangwei quickly grasped Song Jingyan's arm. With a resigned sigh, Song Jingyan turned back, gazing sincerely at Liangwei. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but let go of me." He continued, "If you're deceiving me, I'll blacklist you." Liangwei's lips twitched in irritation. "You little brat. I've never seen anyone quite like you." Song Jingyan sauntered slowly to the principal's office, only to discover that Principal Renzun was absent. The room was occupied by a middle-aged man seated on a sofa, accompanied by a younger individual standing beside him. The middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuded an air of sophistication and nobility. "Dai Linong." Song Jingyan approached, taking a seat on an adjacent sofa. He felt sympathy for Dai Yuxi, but held no fondness for her father, Dai Linong. Dai Linong waved his hand, signaling the younger man to exit the room and close the door behind him. "Did you summon me for a reason?" Song Jingyan's tone reflected his displeasure. Dai Linong smirked slightly. It seems you harbor a distaste for me. Don't misunderstand. I merely detest the vile face of capitalism. Song Jingyan's words dripped with emotion, though he conveniently forgot that he had once been a part of that very world. Dai Linong chuckled, unperturbed. I'm here to discuss a business proposition. Business? Song Jingyan felt a flicker of interest. After all, opportunities for profit were enticing. Do tell. Dai Linong sneered, at such a young age. You've already caught the sin of greed. Song Jingyan dismissed him with indifference, preparing to leave when Dai Linong cleared his throat. I've already transferred 500,000 into your bank account. Song Jingyan halted, realizing he possessed a bank account opened during his first year of high school with his parents for paying for meals and other educational expenses. Slowly, he reclaimed his seat. Go on. The matter concerning the Maple Leaf Resort has been thoroughly investigated. We located the white-haired individual. You have indeed provided assistance to my daughter. So consider that 500,000 a token of my gratitude. Song Jingyan nodded, recognizing that Dai Linong's statement was clearly incomplete, hinting at something further. I also have another business proposal for you. If you can facilitate it, I will provide you with another 50,000. Song Jingyan remained silent. While he was keen on the monetary reward, he was not one to acquiesce to every request from Dai Linong. Do you possess a method to mend the relationship between my daughter and me? Song Jingyan scoffed, adhering to his principle of discussing only financial matters, steering clear of personal entanglements. I believe this is a matter you should handle yourself. It's not appropriate for an outsider to meddle. Dai Linong, crossing his legs, continued to persuade him, you don't truly understand Shishi. Although she appears to have many friends, I know those so-called friends are merely a means to provoke me. Sourced from the internet. She loves nothing more than painting, and you are her only exception. How can you be so sure that I can assist you? Song Jingyan questioned, puzzled. I've lived over 50 years and can recognize a person's character. A smile tugged at the corners of Song Jingyan's lips. It seems you care deeply for your daughter. 50 years is not too old. With your charm, why not find another partner and have as many children as you desire? Why be so fixated on just one daughter? Dai Linong shot him a glance, increasingly intrigued by Song Jingyan's boldness, which only fueled his desire to eliminate him. Years prior, a car accident had rendered him incapable of fathering more children. Song Jingyan unwittingly touched a sensitive nerve. Dai Linong rubbed his nose thoughtfully, casually stating, so are you interested? Not in the slightest. I will graciously accept the 500,000, but for the business, you should seek someone else. Song Jingyan stood, preparing to head to the cafeteria, but Dai Linong grew anxious. Wait a moment. I'm not pressuring you. Just befriend her and ensure she avoids those unsavory companions. Song Jingyan chuckled lightly, not lingering any longer, and pushed open the door to exit the office. Outside, the young assistant was still waiting, and upon seeing Song Jingyan emerge, he respectfully bowed. Hello, Song Zioch. I am Jiang Yuan, Mr. Dai's assistant. Song Jingyan recognized him immediately. He had been the one to escort him to the estate last time. Jiang Yuan, looking flustered, stammered. It was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I hope for your continued support in the future. Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow, bemused by Jiang Yuan's unexpected courtesy. Choosing not to dwell on it, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to kickstart his career and where to find the initial funding. Little did he realize that his best efforts were, in fact, orchestrated by fate. Arriving at the cafeteria in a hurried rush, he found it was already quite late. Many students who had finished their meals were heading outside. Song Jingyan hastily grabbed a meal set, seating himself at a table for 4, and turned to Jiang Ziofen with a smile. Sister Fan, are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? Perhaps due to the taxing morning exams. Jiang Ziofen lacked the energy to be angry, responding lazily. Song Jingyan, you're just a heartless rascal. I'm not a rascal. Chun Bohan is the rascal, right, Chun Dog? Song Jingyan attempted to divert the ire towards Chun Bohan. Chun Bohan, having finished his meal, widened his eyes at Song Jingyan's comment. Yingo, you truly are my good brother. Song Jingyan quickly dug into his rice. As brothers, we share both joy and adversity. Besides, Jiang Ziofen, you secretly enjoy berating him the most. Shen Fuwei and Jiang Ziofen were amused by Song Jingyan's antics. You two truly are good brothers. This time, I'll let you off. You must come to celebrate my birthday next year. Next year? If all goes as planned, we'll be scattered across different universities. What if we're far apart? It doesn't matter if you're in the Himalayas or in the Sahara Desert. You must come. You owe me. Song Jingyan chuckled ruefully. Fine, I agree. Who knows, I might have a girlfriend in college and bring her along to celebrate. This jest was taken lightly, with no one taking it seriously. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Shen Fuwei's thoughts paused for a brief second. Song Jingyan's girlfriend. Indeed, after graduating high school, they would all go their separate ways. Their time as classmates had been lengthy, and perhaps their fated connection was nearing its end. Alas, a profound sense of despondency envelopes me. Jiang Xiaofan has, to some extent, relinquished his thoughts of Song Jingyan, for there remain mathematics and English examinations looming ahead, demanding his undivided attention. After lunch today, the campus is devoid of the usual jubilant clamor. Those academically esteemed individuals continue their diligent pursuits as per usual. For them, examinations are merely routine exercises, affording them the luxury of leisure and casual strolls. Conversely, for those languishing at the bottom of the academic hierarchy, it matters little. Having already reached the nadir, their efforts seem futile. It is the students situated in the middle ranks who experience the greatest inner conflict. Attempting to study feels futile, yet neglecting their studies leaves them with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Only Song Jingyan stands as an exception. Mathematics is inherently his forte, and a score below 140 would be deemed a miscalculation, while a score of 130 in English poses no significant challenge. Unlike the morning S literature exam, which twisted one's mind with ancient poetry, demanding an analysis of the sentiments and central themes of bygone sages. Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to decipher the thoughts of the fair sex instead? What relevance do ancient scholars have to him? One must consider the exceedingly low marriage rates and alarmingly high divorce rates projected for a decade hence in our country. Such grievances fester in Song Jingyan's mind. After the English exam and the conclusion of classes, Song Jingyan accompanied Liu Yiyi to the mall, where he procured a new phone card. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of his father, Song Chongchun, finishing a dish of green beans stewed with potatoes. As the family gathered around the dining table, Song Jingyan placed his phone down. His mother, Lin Shijun, furrowed her brow. "Where did you acquire the funds for a new phone?" "It's merely a second-hand phone borrowed from Liu Yiyi," he replied. The image of the youthful and charming Liu Yiyi immediately surfaced in Lin Shijun's mind. Chapter 38, A Million Yuan Plan. In her eyes, the gentle and considerate girl who accompanied her son home from school daily and often treated him as snacks was an ideal candidate for a daughter-in-law. While she typically refrained from prying into her son's relationships with classmates, Liu Yiyi was an exception. Is it really appropriate to borrow someone else's phone? Might her family disapprove? Why not simply purchase one ourselves? Little did Lin Shijun know the depths of Song Jingyan's intentions. He was far from lacking in funds, and borrowing the phone was merely a preliminary step. He had further plans for borrowing in mind. "No worries, I assure you," he responded confidently as he continued to eat. Seeing her son so assured, Lin Shijun chose not to press further. After escorting Liu Yiyi home, Song Jingyan visited the bank to check his account. The capitalist had been exceedingly generous, revealing a staggering 1 million yuan lying dormant in his account. It seemed that the fright he endured that night was not in vain. As for this fortune, he had no intention of disclosing it to his parents. Firstly, having discovered through the recent acquisition of saltwater shrimp that his parents' mindset was not easily altered, he knew that if he were to present them with the money, they would stubbornly save it in the bank for interest. Secondly, the tumultuous nature of business ventures was taxing, and he wished to shield them from such anxieties. They should simply await a life of ease for a year or two. As for how he would utilize this 1 million, he had already devised a plan long ago. In his previous life, when his company initiated an IPO, he frequently interacted with individuals from securities firms. Among them was a man named Wang Yuran, who, during convivial banter, had boasted about purchasing a stock called ST Shangfang between 2010 and 2011. Due to the company's transformation into the real estate sector, the stock price surged, multiplying his wealth several times over. Initially, he had dismissed Wang Yuran's claims as mere boasting until he conducted an online search, only to discover that the company had undergone asset restructuring and was listed under the name Xinhua Yan. Little did he anticipate that this information would become pivotal in his rebirth. He planned to invest the entirety of the 1 million into the original shares of this stock. This strategy would not only ensure a smoother final year of high school, alleviating numerous burdens, but would also provide him with the peace of mind to study diligently and rectify the regrets stemming from his previous failure in the college entrance examination. Some may argue that with his rebirth, academic credentials hold little significance. However, Song Jingyan, having traversed this path, understood that education fundamentally elevates one's social standing and cognitive awareness. In his previous life, he invested in technology companies, yet lacked substantial knowledge of the technology itself, rendering him vulnerable. Without understanding future developmental directions or the challenges of technological innovation, he found it challenging to grasp the bigger picture and enhance the value of his company. He aspired to emulate figures like Lei Jun, mastering technology and science while maintaining comprehensive oversight. He desired more than mere wealth. He sought greatness. On the following day, only the final comprehensive science exam remained in the month-long assessments. Song Jingyan proceeded to school as usual, having regained his confidence after a day of examinations. He remained uncertain about his potential score. After all, rebirth does not grant one immortality. It merely endows him with a slightly better memory and broader experiences. Upon arriving at the school entrance, his phone emitted 2 notification sounds. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Liu Yiyi. Liu Yiyi, have you had breakfast yet? Song Jingyan had already eaten, but he felt compelled to respond negatively given her inquiry. Song Jingyan, I haven't eaten. Where are you? Let me treat you. Liu Yiyi, no, I bought an extra breakfast, tofu pudding and steamed dumplings. Do you want some? Song Jingyan, absolutely. Liu Yiyi, where are you? Song Jingyan, at the school gate. Liu Yiyi, wait for me. Setting down his phone, a smile crept onto Song Jingyan's face. Perhaps due to her family circumstances, Liu Yiyi exhibited a lack of security in her life, often expressing her emotions in a reserved and timid manner. In his previous life, Song Jingyan, due to his own personality traits, failed to perceive the unique feelings that existed between him and Liu Yiyi until she vanished from his life, leaving him to realize how much color had faded from his existence and how he had indeed harbored feelings for her. That sensation was akin to suddenly recalling a long-lost love. All the heart-fluttering moments had originated from her. Yet, by then, she had already departed from his life, leaving behind only a wealth of regret. Before long, Liu Yi's figure appeared within his line of sight, approaching him with an air of feigned nonchalance. However, the breathlessness from her earlier sprint had not completely subsided, a fact that Song Jingyan easily detected. He smiled, choosing not to comment. How fortunate he was to have been reborn. This delightful and intriguing girl was one he would not allow to slip through his fingers again. Moments ago, he had been pondering what she might be doing at this hour, and here she was sending him a message. What a coincidence. Liu Yiyi wrinkled her nose shyly. Here, as your breakfast. Song Jingyan accepted the meal, gazing at Liu Yiyi. With you being so kind to me, will your future husband not feel envious? In that instant, her bashfulness surpassed all romantic declarations, as Liu Yiyi pursed her lips and shot him a playful glare. If you jest like that, I won't buy for you anymore. With that, Liu Yiyi turned in mock annoyance and walked towards the school. Song Jingyan understood that she was not genuinely upset and closely followed behind her. At that moment, across the street from the school stood a group of disheveled young men, seemingly having emerged from an all-night gaming session. One of whom donned the blue and white uniform of the second middle school. How good, that's the kid. Yi Xiong seethed, pointing at Song Jingyan. The young man known as Hao Gu sported tousled blonde hair and earrings, patting Yi Xiong's shoulder. He was tall and imposing. No wonder you couldn't take him down. Yi Xiong produced 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Hao Gu. Please, scare that kid a bit for me. Maybe give him a few slaps. But don't mention my name. Hao Gu accepted the money, stuffing it into his pocket, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Xiong. Just 200 yuan, and you want so much? You're a bit too demanding. He felt somewhat disgusted, but his recent financial struggles left him nearly unable to afford food. Otherwise, he wouldn't take on such a shabby task. Naturally, Yi Xiong was oblivious to Hao Gu's thoughts, wearing a smug expression as he gazed at Song Jingyan's back. You made me lose face in front of the entire class, especially in front of Shen Fuwei. Just wait, Song Jingyan. I'll see if you dare to act so arrogantly before me again. Song Jingyan caught up with Liu Yiyi, devouring the breakfast she had brought. Liu Yiyi cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring, how did you fare on the exam? Are you concerned about whether my results can surpass Lin Feng's? Liu Yiyi nodded, her demeanor appearing nonchalant, yet deep down, she was fraught with anxiety. Each time Lin Feng cornered her, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed her, fearing his impulsive, reckless actions. Especially after the last incident where Lin Feng trapped her in the restroom, she had clutched the hem of her clothing so tightly that her palms nearly bled. Had it not been for Song Jingyan's timely arrival, she shuddered to think of the potential consequences. Not assured, Song Jingyan admitted candidly. Liu Yiyi halted, her expression darkening as she regarded him. I have no knowledge of how Lin Feng performed, but I'm confident I did significantly better than last time. Song Jingyan clarified. Liu Yiyi sighed softly, just do your best. Rest assured, I will not allow him to act recklessly in the future. Song Jingyan replied with an air of casual indifference. Liu Yi's eyes flickered, her lashes trembling. Once, she had a towering figure who shielded her from life's tempests. Yet that protector was now gone, having embraced fatherhood, leaving her devoid of support. She glanced at Song Jingyan, hesitating to voice her thoughts, eventually settling for a gentle As October progressed, the weather grew increasingly chilly. necessitating an extra layer in the mornings to stave off the cold. Nevertheless, Dai Yuxi remained unchanged, donning Song Jingyan's oversized school uniform, a snug tank top peeking beneath. Only the color had shifted from white to black. Song Jingyan, surprised to find her already seated before him, teased, "Am I dreaming? What brings you here so early?" Dai Yuxi lifted her gaze, responding, "Am I not allowed to sharpen my skills at the last moment?" To which Song Jingyan scoffed, "The real question is, do you even have the tools to do so?" As the examination hour approached, Chen Bohan approached Song Jingyan, rambling on with a plethora of unrelated topics. A mere facade to mask his inner turmoil. In his previous life, Song Jingyan had experienced the same dread, entering the exam room like a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Observing Song Jingyan's calm demeanor, Chen Bohan rubbed his hands nervously and finally asked, "How did you fare yesterday?" Despite Chen Bohan's academic performance trailing behind Song Jingyan's, he had boasted about surpassing him in the last monthly exam, which had inflated his confidence over the past month. Whether he could maintain that joy hinged entirely on this exam's results. Though he didn't voice it, he was secretly competitive. Song Jingyan, understanding Chen Bohan well, decided to tease him. "Oh, don't even mention it. My essay veered off topic, and I made numerous mistakes in math. I'd be lucky to score over 600. He shook his head, feigning regret. Chen Bohan, simultaneously comforting him while secretly reveling in his misfortune, responded, "No worries, no worries. I didn't do too well either. We shall strive together next time, huh?" Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng, who had not intended to eavesdrop, stumbled upon their conversation. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's admission of poor performance, he felt a surge of joy and began to fantasize about strolling with Liu Yiyi around the campus, hand in hand. He resolved to celebrate today by practicing more exam papers, determined to prove to Liu Yiyi that he was far superior to Song Jingyan. Little did Song Jingyan realize that his jest would bring joy to both of them for the entire day. He remained indifferent to their reactions. At the end of the corridor, he finally spotted Shen Fuwei, standing at the entrance of the examination room, her brow furrowed in thought, her expression contemplative. A careless draft tousled her hair, prompting her to tuck the strands behind her ear, her frown deepening. Yet, a beauty like Shen Fuwei, particularly one of her caliber, exuded an enchanting aura in all her actions, captivating those around her. The playful boys passing by straightened up, feigning gentlemanly composure while sneaking glances her way, hoping for even a fleeting acknowledgement from her. However, Shen Fuwei remained blissfully unaware, her demeanor unruffled. Finding the scene amusing, Song Jingyan paused momentarily, perhaps sensing his presence. Shen Fuwei suddenly lifted her gaze, her bright, clear eyes locking onto his. In that instant, her smile blossomed like peach blossoms in April, illuminating her face. The boys present shot daggers at Song Jingyan, their envy palpable. He offered a slight nod in greeting, which Shen Fuwei reciprocated with an encouraging gesture. The boys' gazes sharpened, evident that they felt compelled to intervene should their interaction continue. With a resigned smile, Song Jingyan proceeded into the examination room. Ever since that night on QQ, when he and Shen Fuwei resolved their misunderstandings, he had sensed an increased warmth in her demeanor towards him. Once the comprehensive science exam concluded, it was time to eat. Confident in his performance, Song Jingyan anticipated an impressive outcome. To avoid the discomfort of crowded lines, he submitted his paper 5 minutes early and made his way to the cafeteria. Expecting to be among the first, he was surprised to find many classmates already dining, primarily those who had been seated towards the back of the exam room. Perhaps the agony of sitting for the exam urged them to fill their stomachs sooner. Among them was Dai Yuxi. After collecting his meal, Song Jingyan sat opposite her, eyeing the ribs on her plate. Dai Yuxi looked up, surprised. "What brings you out so early? Finish your exam and planning to use your paper as lunch?" She curled her lip, her earlier enthusiasm for studying diminished, sighing, "It's all so difficult. I don't know much." Song Jingyan feigned consolation, but ultimately, he reached into her plate and snagged a piece of rib. "You spend all your time goofing off. It's no wonder you struggle. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you score over 300. Dai Yuxi nodded eagerly, allowing him to take her ribs. As Song Jingyan savored the meat, he pondered whether Dai Linong would part with an additional 500,000 to forge a friendship with Dai Yuxi, seeing no harm in gaining a little advantage from her. At that moment, Song Jingyan's phone buzzed with a QQ notification. He pulled out to check. "Where did you get a phone?" "I borrowed it from a classmate. Can I add you on QQ?" Song Jingyan flashed a knowing smile. "As friends, of course." Dai Yuxi retrieved her Apple IV and added him. Suddenly, Song Jingyan posed a curious question. "Dai Yuxi in your hometown. Is it closer to be family or friends, like our relationship?" Dai Yuxi paused, then laughed. "We must be closer than friends." Song Jingyan smirked. "All right. Closer than friends it is. Your family business seems to be thriving." "So, Dai boss, being closer than friends comes with a price. Dai Yuxi, blissfully naive, was unaware of Song Jingyan's ulterior motives and laughed joyfully. All she hoped for was to score over 300 and gain admission to the art program at Lekang University, thus avoiding her father's plans to send her abroad for studies. By the time Chen Bohin and the others arrived at the cafeteria, Song Jingyan had already finished his meal and left. In the afternoon, the teachers busied themselves with grading and ranking exams, while the entire senior year was engaged in self-study. Although the students were ostensibly studying, their minds were preoccupied with the recent monthly exam. Each time footsteps echoed in the corridor, the classroom would fall silent as they instinctively raised their heads. If it was the homeroom teacher, they would quickly lower their heads, pretending to focus on their studies. As someone who had been through it all, Song Jingyan knew that no results would be released today. At most, a couple of subjects would be disclosed, and teachers rarely offered any hints. The following morning, the rankings of the entire senior class were posted on the bulletin board of the teaching building, allowing everyone to peruse their results. In his previous life, Song Jingyan had harbored a deep disdain for such a method of revealing exam scores. The academically proficient and the less diligent students typically remained indifferent, while those like him, situated in the middle, experienced an emotional roller coaster akin to a tumultuous ride. However, having been reborn, he found himself largely unfazed by it all. As the evening study session concluded, Song Jingyan exited the school, preparing to wait at the bus stop for Liu Yiyi. At that moment, he noticed a group of scruffy youths loitering beneath the street lamp across the road, casting their gazes in his direction. The leader of the group, a young man with dyed blonde hair, appeared as though he had just emerged from an all-night gaming session, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Song Jingyan immediately sensed something was amiss. These individuals were clearly seeking him out, yet he did not recognize them at all. The implication was unmistakable. These were hired goons, and he could only surmise that Lin Feng and Yi Xiong were behind it, though he was uncertain which of the two it was. Just then, Liu Yiyi approached. "Xiao Song, how did you do on the exam?" she inquired. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. He could not risk Liu Yiyi's safety by revealing their connection. He averted his gaze, feigning distraction. "I just remembered I have something left unfinished today. You should head back first. I'll catch up later." Confusion clouded Liu Yiyi's expression as she pondered the sudden chill in his demeanor. "Fine, then I'll be on my way." Unperturbed, Song Jingyan lingered near the security booth at the school entrance, remaining vigilant of the group across the street. There were 6 of them, and after a lengthy wait without him emerging, they settled down on the roadside. In his mind, Song Jingyan considered the situation. Reporting to the police would be futile at this point. Moreover, without knowing their intentions, it would ultimately lead to further complications. Once Liu Yiyi had distanced herself, he calmly retrieved his phone and dialed 110. "Hello, I am being surrounded by a group of unruly youths near the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Wentao Street." He opted to report the incident. His rationale was that in proximity to the school, they were unlikely to act violently, preferring instead to pursue him onto a quieter street. By securing his location, he positioned himself strategically, right under the surveillance camera at the bank. With ample evidence, he could later present it at the police station, compelling them to divulge who orchestrated the encounter. Thus, he could address the issue at its root. Chapter 40. A Beauty Rescues a Hero. Wentao Street lay to the left of the school, and Song Jingyan provocatively cast a glance at the group of youths before sprinting away. The leader, Zhang Hao, was a self-styled brother among street youths, believing himself to possess a certain status within the underground world. Upon witnessing Song Jingyan flee, he gave chase with fervor. However, Song Jingyan's physical prowess far exceeded that of the average student, rendering him incomparable to these individuals, who had exhausted themselves through nights spent gaming. After a short dash, he left them far behind and was compelled to pause for them to catch up. Seeing Song Jingyan halt, Zhang Hao assumed he had succumbed to fear and composed himself, striding forward with feigned bravado. To his dismay, Song Jingyan bolted again. Zhang Hao and his lackeys were left exasperated. "Brother Hao, is this kid insane? He could have escaped, but chose to wait for us." Zhang Hao, equally perplexed, heard another lackey suggest, "Brother Hao, do you think he has set a trap for us ahead?" Spitting in disdain, Zhang Hao retorted, "What can a high school student even do? We're here for business. We cannot tarnish our reputation, or who would seek our services in the future. Let us keep pursuing." Fortunately, Wentao Street was not far off. Song Jingyan first withdrew 2,000 yuan from an ATM before nonchalantly positioning himself under the bank surveillance. Zhang Hao and his cohorts, hearts racing from exertion, gasped, "Damn, earning this 200 yuan is no easy feat. We need to confront Yi Xiong about increasing our share." As they noticed Song Jingyan standing still, they cautiously approached, fearing he might sprint away again. "Hey, little brother, don't run. We just want to chat," Zhang Hao said, attempting to soften his tone as he inched closer. Song Jingyan smirked. "Speak, who sent you?" As Zhang Hao advanced, he gestured for his lackeys to encircle Song Jingyan, wary of his potential escape. Yet this time, Song Jingyan had no intention of fleeing. He merely glanced at the time, contemplating how to prolong the encounter. Zhang Hao finally stepped forward and grasped Song Jingyan's shoulder, demanding, "So you are indeed Song Jingyan?" Song Jingyan frowned at the uniformity of tone among these thugs, exclaiming, "What s with your bravado? Do you dare to covet my brother's girlfriend?" "Who is your brother?" Song Jingyan asked innocently. "Why should I tell you?" Zhang Hao almost slipped up and added, "Do you know who I am?" Street thugs often resorted to bluster, attempting to intimidate through reputation. When Song Jingyan shook his head, one of Zhang Hao's lackeys boldly stepped forward, boasting, "Have you heard of Brother Hao from the Langzing Internet Cafe?" Song Jingyan nearly laughed. He had never heard of such a lowly figure, but could not express that. "Ah, so it's the illustrious Brother Hao. No wonder you look so familiar. Here, have a smoke." Song Jingyan pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Zhang Hao, lighting it for him. "Brother Hao, I believe this is all a misunderstanding," he said, while discreetly monitoring for the arrival of police. Zhang Hao, reluctant to resort to violence, knew that injuring Song Jingyan would lead to his own incarceration. However, intimidating him for the sake of payment was still deemed necessary. "You've crossed someone, do you understand?" "Oh, I see. It must be Yi Xiong who sent you, right?" Song Jingyan calculated in his mind, leaning towards Yi Xiong being the more likely culprit. Zhang Hao visibly faltered, turning to his lackey. "I didn't say that. He guessed it. Right. Song Jingyan was left speechless by the incompetence of these thugs. Was the quality of their ilk truly this poor nowadays? He then pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. "Brother Hao, I'll be your little brother from now on." Zhang Hao and his lackey's eyes gleamed upon seeing the money. They were merely dropouts from middle school, having found the workforce too strenuous, choosing instead to squander their days in internet cafes. However, even online gaming required funds, and their families had long since cut off their financial support to prevent reckless behavior. 2,000 yuan represented a fortune to them, enough to enjoy a fortnight of leisure at the cafe. Zhang Hao grinned. "I did expect you to be so savvy." He accepted the money, clapping Song Jingyan on the shoulder, seemingly treating him like a brother. "Brother, if you need anything, come to Langzing Internet Cafe. I'll help you settle it." Song Jingyan inwardly scoffed as Zhang Hao pocketed the 2,000 yuan. "Brother? Who are you calling a brother?" Extorting 2,000 yuan was enough to land you 3 years in prison. If they were charged with operating as part of a criminal organization, it could lead to a decade or more behind bars. Just then, a striking figure stepped protectively in front of Song Jingyan. "Don't you dare mess around. I've called the police." Liu Yiyi dashed in from seemingly nowhere. Instantly, Song Jingyan tensed, sensing her trembling frame. It was evident she was frightened. Zhang Hao and his lackeys were visibly taken aback by Liu Yi's beauty. Zhang Hao, a notorious laichayer, nearly drooled at the sight. "Hey, is that guy behind your boyfriend?" To Zhang Hao, both Yi Xiong and Song Jingyan were merely means to an end, pawns in his quest for financial gain. However, when it comes to personal interests, apologies are out of the question. Zhang Hao sneered, attempting to reach out and touch Liu Yi's face. "Beauty, allow me to introduce myself. I am Brother Hao from the Blue Star Internet Cafe." In an instant, Song Jingyan stepped protectively in front of Liu Yiyi, addressing Zhang Hao. "Brother Hao, this is my girlfriend. Let us discuss any matters amicably." Zhang Hao's demeanor instantly turned icy. "Kid, you have no business here. You can scram." Song Jingyan was acutely aware that these individuals, while outwardly loyal, were nothing but treacherous scoundrels devoid of any true camaraderie. Without further ado, he tightened his grip on Liu Yi's hand with one hand while raising his fist with the other. Channeling the energy amassed over 2 lifetimes, he delivered a straight punch to Zhang Hao's face, then swiftly pulled Liu Yi away from the crowd in a bid for escape. Zhang Hao, feeling a sharp sting in his nose, crouched down, discovering blood trickling from it, and bellowed, "Damn it, get that kid," as Song Jingyan and Liu Yi dashed forward. They barely got far when another figure burst onto the scene. A few muffled groans resonated behind them. Song Jingyan glanced back, his suspicion peaked. A shadowy figure was engaged in combat with the thugs. It was evident that this individual possessed formidable strength, having already incapacitated 2 of the ruffians. Recognition dawned upon Song Jingyan. It was Mo Jiangwo. What was he doing here? Turning to Liu Yi with earnestness, Song Jingyan implored, "I need to return and assist him. Please wait here for me, all right?" He adopted a tone befitting an adult. Liu Yi's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded. Song Jingyan hurried towards Mo Jiangwo, soon joining the fray. However, to Mo Jiangwo, Song Jingyan's return was superfluous. The thugs could barely approach him. With Song Jingyan's presence, he found himself distracted. Before long, the duo had subdued all 6 thugs, though it was primarily Mo Jiangwo who single-handedly brought them down. Coincidentally, just then, police sirens blared in the distance. Chapter 41, Monthly Exam Results. Song Jingyan, along with Liu Yiyi and Mo Jiangwo, made their way to the police station. It was not until after 10 at night that the officers, having reviewed the surveillance footage, approached them. The situation is mostly clear. Just sign here and maintain contact. One officer instructed. What about those thugs? Inquired an older second-level officer, clearing his throat. They found themselves in quite a predicament. Song Jingyan nodded, refraining from asking further questions, and the 3 exited the station together. Emoga, how did you end up here? Mo Jiangwo replied gruffly. I heard you were attending to high school, so I came by to take care of some business and brought you 2 fish. Little did I expect, he trailed off. Recalling how the fish had been used as makeshift weapons against the thugs, likely now seized by stray cats. Regardless, thank you, Mo Jiangwo waved dismissively. We're even now. Neither of us owes the other anything. Before Song Jingyan could voice his myriad questions, Mo Jiangwo had already turned and departed with a casual air. What an enigmatic individual. His martial prowess was remarkable. It was apparent he had trained since childhood, and his demeanor suggested he had spent time in the military. As Song Jingyan observed Mo Jiangwo's retreating figure, he reflected. Once Mo Jiangwo was far enough away, he turned to Liu Yiyi, a hint of irritation in his voice. Didn't I tell you to leave because I had matters to attend to? Liu Yiyi remained silent for a moment before responding. I found your behavior unusual, so I wanted to see what you were up to. Song Jingyan felt a surge of emotion, softening his tone. Weren't you afraid, standing in front of me? I didn't think too much about it. He nodded slightly. To me, you are of great importance. Please trust me and listen to my words. I don't wish for you to be in danger. Had Song Jingyan spoken thus in the past, Liu Yiyi would have found his words amusing. Yet, after spending these past few days together, Song Jingyan had become significant to her as well. She obediently nodded, though she would still choose to return if given another chance. That night, the moon took on a gentle glow. A soft breeze rippled across the lake's surface, creating layers of delicate waves. On their way home, the two exchanged fleeting glances, their hearts racing in unison. Song Jingyan seemed untouched by the notion of reincarnation, embodying the innocence of a typical 18-year-old, filled with pure and tender yearning for love. Consequently, he found himself restless, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The following day, Song Jingyan awoke quite late. By the time he arrived at school, the bulletin board was already surrounded by anxious third-year students. He surmised that the monthly exam results had been posted. Eager to discover his own scores, he hesitated at the sight of the crowd and decided against it. After all, he would learn the results sooner or later, and didn't he feel the need to rush. Having made up his mind, he prepared to return to the classroom for a bit more rest, as he had scarcely slept the previous night and felt utterly drained. At that moment, Shen Fuwei squeezed through the throng and called out to him. Yingo, it's bad. I can't find your name. Did you perform so poorly that you weren't even ranked? Song Jingyan was taken aback. He had done well. In fact, it was his best performance yet. How could his name be missing? Are you sure you didn't misread? He questioned. Shen Fuwei, looking anxious, insisted. How could that be? I'm wearing glasses. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is only searching behind his own rank. It's no wonder he can't find you. Jiang Xiaofan and Shen Fuwei approached after checking their results. Shen Fuwei furrowed his brow, unconvinced. I checked both above and below, and it's nowhere. Jiang Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Go check if Song Jingyan's name is among the top 10. Jiang Xiaofan glanced past Shen Fuwei at Song Jingyan. You scored 668 points, placing 5th in the grade. Shen Fuwei scored 671, coming in 4th. Your scores allow for the possibility of attending the same university, unlike me, who only managed 616 points. Sigh. Hearing his score, Song Jingyan felt an immense sense of joy, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Yet, he was more concerned about Lin Feng's score. But then he thought, unless Lin Feng had also experienced reincarnation, there was no way he could surpass him. Congratulations, Jingyan. Shen Fuwei sincerely congratulated him, her mind wandering to their future together. With Song Jingyan's score, it was more than enough for them to meet again in the university setting. Perhaps by then, he would also come to understand her feelings. As these thoughts crossed Shen Fuwei's mind, her heart brimmed with anticipation, liberated from her mother's constraints. University life promised to be splendid. Liu Yiyi and Zhu Huivin squeezed through the crowd, finally locating their names. Zhu Huivin scored 551, while Liu Yiyi achieved 555, a commendable score that brought tears to her eyes. He quickly looked. Song Jingyan got 668 points. Zhu Huivin exclaimed excitedly. Liu Yiyi, still lost in her own worries, responded absent-mindedly. It didn't take long for her to realize something was amiss. Win, are you sure you didn't misread? Zhu Huiwen affirmed earnestly. In Class 4 the third year, Song Jingyan scored 668 points. With this score, he could secure a spot at Qingbei based on last year's cutoff or the school S rankings. Liu Yiyi felt joy for a fleeting moment, only to have her spirits dampen immediately. If Song Jingyan went to Qingbei, they would inevitably be separated. Wen, have you seen Lin Feng's score? Zhu Huiwen chuckled at Liu Yi's question. What does Lin Feng even matter? He definitely isn't in the top 10. Liu Yiyi couldn't help but smile at her own foolishness. How could Lin Feng ever compare to Song Jingyan? I suppose it's time to admit that Song Jingyan is your boyfriend. His academic performance has surpassed the Qingbei threshold, and that will surely become a well-told tale. Zhu Huiwen rambled on, completely oblivious to Liu Yi's despondence. At that moment, a classmate with poor judgment approached Liu Yiyi. What was your score? Liu Yiyi cast a silent glance at him, choosing not to respond, and walked away. As Song Jingyan's exhilaration waned, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he slumped over his desk, drifting into slumber. Little did he know that his name was once again being circulated throughout the campus, but this time, it was not merely gossip. It was tinged with envy and admiration. Surely, Song Jingyan must have cheated on his exam, right? Come on, he was in the second testing room. Who could he have copied from? Considering the stringent examination supervision at our school, how could that even be possible? Surely, it cannot be mere luck. Luck? Try scoring 668 points by chance. And what about Chinese language? Can one really guess the answers? How about the reading comprehension in English? Is it even feasible to achieve 144 points in mathematics by mere chance? This is absurd. As Dai Yuxi strolled past the school bulletin board, she did not pause. She never glanced at the rankings unless she was out of her mind and seeking humiliation. However, upon entering the classroom, an unexpected hush fell over the room. All eyes turned to her, ultimately landing on Song Jingyan, who was dozing with his head resting on the desk. Zhang Jingjing turned to Dai Yuxi with a half-joking remark. You are now sharing a desk with a future student of Tsinghua or Peking University. Dai Yuxi curled her lips in disdain. Only a handful of students from our school manage to enter Tsinghua or Peking University each year. And those academic prodigies are all in the top classes. Could Song Jingyan possibly attend Tsinghua or Peking University? A sudden thought struck her. How many points did he score in this month's exam? 668 points. Dai Yuxi was utterly astonished. That is impressive. In the office, Sunman approached Ku Liangwei. Teacher Ku, I would like to transfer Song Jingyan back to the top class. You have no objections, do you? Ku Liangwei, internally reluctant to let Song Jingyan transfer, pondered how every teacher relishes having outstanding students, especially those with the potential for Tsinghua or Peking University. In future speeches or discussions with other teachers, he could boast about having nurtured numerous students who made it to these prestigious institutions, enhancing his credentials. However, considering the student's perspective, it would be wisest for Song Jingyan to return to Class 1. After a moment of contemplation, Ku Liangwei replied, I'm indifferent. Perhaps you should discuss it with him directly. Sun Min silently strategized on how to persuade Song Jingyan. She was aware that this task would not be easy, as he had previously expressed his disdain for the classmates in Class 1. Moreover, earlier that morning the police station had called, indicating that Yi Xiong seemed to have gotten into some trouble, which was somehow related to Song Jingyan. The reasons behind the deep-seated resentment he harbored towards his classmates in Class 1 remained a mystery. With a resigned shake of her head, Sun Min thought, what a troublesome young man. When Ku Liangwei entered the classroom with the examination papers, Song Jingyan was still lost in slumber, glancing at him with delight. Ku Liangwei refrained from waking him, lowering his voice by a notch. However, midway through his introduction, Song Jingyan finally stirred awake. Squinting, he noticed Ku Liangwei at the podium. Realizing that the papers were about to be distributed, he rubbed his face to shake off the drowsiness. Once Ku Liangwei saw that Song Jingyan was awake, he resumed his normal speaking volume. Now where were we? Ah yes, you are to compare yourselves with the high-achieving students and see what they usually do. I will now distribute the examination papers. When I call your name, please come forward. Chapter 42. CC is easily appeased. The names were called in descending order of scores. Given that Song Jingyan's score was already quite high, and he was in a parallel class, he essentially crushed the competition. Starting with the mathematics results, Song Jingyan achieved 144 points. Adjusting his glasses, Ku Liangwei continued, congratulations to Song Jingyan for scoring a total of 668 points in this month's exam, surpassing last year's threshold for Tsinghua and Peking University. The eyes of the entire class were suddenly fixated on Song Jingyan. He scratched his head and walked forward, under the envious and admiring gazes of his peers. Liangwei pointed to the paper and remarked, "You lost 4 points on this final question, which is unexpected. And you missed 2 points on the steps of this question. Please be more attentive next time, and you can still improve." Initially, the class was stunned, followed by a flurry of whispers. How can one still improve after scoring 144 points? That score is already terrifying, you know? The second place, Zhang Jingjing, scored 126 points. The classroom erupted in chatter, not because Zhang Jingjing scored 126 points, but because the difference between the first and second place was an astonishing 18 points, a true landslide. Next were the English results, where Song Jingyan again dominated with a score of 136 points. He savored the honor of being an academic prodigy and the attention it garnered. Little did he expect to experience such treatment after his rebirth. The feeling of being envied by others was quite delightful, in comparison to his other subject scores. Song Jingyan's only relatively lower score was in Chinese, where he scored 126 points, yet he still remained far ahead in Class 4. Dai Yuxi scored a total of 251 points, just 1 point shy of 250. Observing Song Jingyan repeatedly standing to bask in the admiration of his classmates, she felt both envy and happiness for him. Her former rival was now an academic ace, a notion she previously dared not imagine. Moreover, Song Jingyan had declared them friends. Finally, she had an academic prodigy as a friend. After the homeroom teacher, Liangwei, finished distributing the papers, Song Jingyan asked for leave and exited the school. This time, he had 2 matters to attend to. One was to open a stock trading account at CITIC Securities and invest his money. The other was to address the hospital payment slip that Mo Jiangwo had inadvertently dropped the previous night. He had made a special call to Li Hepin to learn that the hospitalized individual was Mo Jiangwo's mother. Initially, he and Mo Jiangwo were merely acquaintances, with no debts owed to each other. Yet, he could not bear to see someone from his village being bullied. Reflecting on his previous life, he felt a sense of kinship with Mo Jiangwo. Assisting him felt like a form of redemption for his past self. Song Jingyan first headed to the hospital, presenting the payment slip. The young female cashier at the hospital, standing behind thick glass, spoke into a microphone. "The total is 15,054, 889 yuan. Would you prefer cash or card?" "Card. I would like to inquire about the typical cost for surgery for such a condition." The staff member glanced at the medical records. "I'm not a doctor, so I don't know much, but for a pulmonary embolism, a surgery would generally cost around 150,000 yuan, and with rehabilitation afterward. It typically amounts to about 200,000 yuan. Then I will prepay 200,000 yuan. Is that acceptable?" The cashier shot a curious glance at Song Jingyan. Most people would be eager to avoid paying any part of the hospital fees, and this person was quite unusual for wanting to prepay. "Of course you can do that. Please swipe your card here." After Song Jingyan swiped his card, he prepared to leave the hospital. He did not wish for Mo Jiangwo to feel indebted to him. He simply wanted to carry out the deed quietly, satisfying his own conscience. Just then, Mo Jiangwo arrived at the payment area. "Hello, I'm a relative of Sun Island. Could we possibly prepay 50,000 yuan to proceed with the surgery and settle the remaining fees later?" The cashier at his line, a plump woman in her 40s wearing glasses, glanced at Mo Jiangwo through the glass. "Of course not. Are you certain you're referring to Sun's Island in Ward 402? Mo Jiangwo, looking perplexed, replied, "That is my mother. How could I be mistaken? You just made a payment, didn't you? You even prepaid 200,000 yuan. Another young cashier at a different window chimed in. It was a tall, handsome young man who made that payment. He was wearing the school uniform from our school and left not long ago. Mo Jiangwo quickly expressed his gratitude and dashed out of the hospital, finally managing to catch up with Song Jingyan at the entrance. He felt clumsy with words, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Over the past few days, he had desperately sought funds to ensure his mother could undergo surgery sooner. Those so-called relatives and friends had started crying poverty before he even opened his mouth, and some wouldn't even let him through the door. No matter how much he pleaded, enduring disdain, he could not borrow a single penny. Ultimately, he had to sell his house just to scrape together 50,000 yuan, yet he was still short by 100,000 yuan. He had even entertained desperate thoughts. The two stood facing each other, locked in silence for several seconds, before Song Jingyan finally spoke. "Mo, go. I originally did not wish for you to know this. You need not thank me. I only seek peace of mind." Mo Jiangwo nodded, suddenly kneeling before Song Jingyan. Before Song Jingyan could react, Mo Jiangwo quickly bowed 3 times. The only gesture he could offer at that moment. "Please get up." Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. Fortunately, Mo Jiangwo soon rose, kneeling before him in front of so many passers-by. Even the seasoned Song Jingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. There's no need for this, he exclaimed, with unwavering determination. Mo Jianguo replied, in the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests to the best of my abilities. Song Jingyan smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Mo Jianguo closely resembled his character from his previous life. Honest individuals share a common trait. After enduring prolonged mistreatment, when one day someone treats them kindly, they are inevitably filled with gratitude and regard that person as their deity. He had been that way once. Perhaps his affection for Shen Fuwei stemmed from this very reason. From now on, let us be friends. Excessive formality might lead to estrangement. Agreed. After conversing with Mo Jianguo for a while, Song Jingyan took his leave. It turned out that Mo Jianguo had indeed begun training in martial arts from a young age, enlisting in the military shortly after graduating from middle school. Due to his outstanding performance in the army, he was swiftly transferred to a special forces unit. His accolades included 2 second-class merits and 2 third-class merits, which soon led to a promotion opportunity. He had the potential for a promising career in the military. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when he received the tragic news of his father's passing, followed shortly by his mother's illness stemming from the grief of losing her husband. At that moment, his world crumbled, and he had no choice but to retire and care for his mother. The local bullies taunted him not out of fear, but rather from concern for his mother's safety. Song Jingyan couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of life and the inevitable nature of destiny. Upon returning to school after settling matters, he found Dai Yuxi seated in her uniform, engrossed in nibbling on her fingernails, while in front of her lay a math exam paper with only her name written on it. "Old buddy, are you lacking in calcium? Or do you find your nails particularly delectable?" Upon seeing Song Jingyan, Dai Yuxi's eyelashes fluttered. "So do you think I'm foolish? How did you manage to score 144? Song Jingyan chuckled. "I once received enlightenment at the Great Compassion Temple in Heiken, where Master Miao Xiong personally guided me." Influenced by her father's beliefs, Dai Yuxi also paid homage at temples during festivals. Seeing Song Jingyan's serious demeanor, she took him at his word. Is the Great Compassion Temple truly that miraculous? Song Jingyan erupted into laughter. He had indeed visited the temple and offered incense, even exchanging a few words with Master Miao Xiong. However, that was all from his previous life. He himself did not believe in Buddhism and held no reverence in his heart. Noticing Song Jingyan's laughter, Dai Yuxi quickly grasped the situation and, irritated, turned her back to him. "You are nothing but a scoundrel." Realizing that Dai Yuxi was genuinely upset, Song Jingyan changed his tone and said, "Haven't I organized notes for you in every subject? If you diligently study those, you should be fine. There's no need for invoking deities." Dai Yuxi turned her face back. "I know I'm not bright, but you can't mock me." Song Jingyan pressed his lips together. "All right. You can ask me any questions you have at any time." Dai Yuxi was not the type to hold grudges and quickly broke into a smile. It was peculiar. Previously, Chen Bohan would always find a reason to pester him after class. Yet today, he was unusually quiet. Could it be that he did poorly on the recent monthly exam? No, that didn't seem right. That lad was perpetually carefree, and even if he fared poorly, he would only be disappointed for a fleeting moment. The unusual silence made Song Jingyan feel uneasy. During lunch, he took the initiative to sit at a table with 4 seats. He now sat wherever he pleased, sometimes sharing a meal with Dai Yuxi, and other times with Chun Bohan and the others. The main issue was that after they were placed in different classes, their schedules often conflicted, particularly since the advanced class teachers enjoyed prolonging their lessons. Noticing Chun Bohan's gloomy expression, Song Jingyan inquired, "Hey, what's wrong? Surely you didn't do that poorly on the exam?" Beside him, Jiang Xiaofan chuckled. "Some people are just envious, yet they act all brotherly. How hypocritical." Chen Bohan immediately bristled. "Jiang Xiaofan, stop slandering me. My bond with Song Jingyan has been forged since childhood. How could I possibly envy him? Come on." We all know who it was that looked utterly defeated upon seeing Song Jingyan's score. What was that saying again? Oh, right. Afraid of both brothers' suffering and brothers' success. Haha. Jiang Xiaofan laughed uproariously. Even the usually stoic Shen Fuwei couldn't help but suppress a smile. Chen Bohan's face reddened as he turned to Song Jingyan. "You must believe me. I swear I have no such thoughts. I'm genuinely happy for your success. It's just that we can't attend the same university in the future. We've been together since elementary school. I'm a bit saddened." Song Jingyan absolutely believed Chun Bohan. In his previous life, he went to Shancheng while Chun Bohan attended Lekang. Chen Bohan's daily calls were more punctual than the news broadcast, but mentioning it in such a setting could easily lead to misunderstandings. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaofan, with a mouthful of rice, burst into laughter. Although Shen Fuwei kept her head down, her shaking shoulders revealed everything. Chen Bohan, being naturally boisterous, soon had the surrounding classmates laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaofan finally laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. It seems those rumors were unfounded. It turns out you two are the real deal. Childhood sweethearts, haha. Song Jingyan could only facepalm, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Shen Bohan, are you daft? If we study in the same city, won't that be just fine? After saying this, Song Jingyan realized the situation might only worsen the misunderstanding. Darn it. The laughter around them grew louder. Suddenly, Shen Bohan's face lit up as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, right? How'd I not think of that? Shen Bohan, filled with enthusiasm, asked, Yinge, you don't mind if I take the chicken nuggets, do you? Song Jingyan chose to ignore him, remaining silent. At that moment, Shen Fuwei turned to Song Jingyan. Do you have a dream university? With a blush on his face, though not out of shyness, but rather due to Shen Bohan's antics, he muttered, I plan to apply to Liu University of Technology. Shen Fuwei had assumed Song Jingyan would consider prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Baida. Even if not, he would surely aim for one of the top 5 universities in East China. She was surprised he opted for a local 985 university. Nonetheless, Liu University of Technology was still impressive, being the best in the province. Could you share your reasoning? At that moment, Song Jingyan was not inclined to discuss the matter, casually responding, there are people here that I care about, along with memories and places I cherish. I do not wish to stray too far. Leaving one's homeland is, after all, a hardship. Hearing these words from Song Jingyan, Shen Fuwei pondered deeply. Was she among those he cherished? Did their shared memories hold any significance for him? At the tender age of 17 or 18, she was prone to flights of fancy. Coupled with her unique feelings for Song Jingyan, she naturally began to ponder a great deal. While Song Jingyan conversed with Shen Fuwei, Shen Bohan had already finished his chicken nuggets. Song Jingyan frowned. It seemed he couldn't allow this foolish child to live too comfortably. If he was at ease, Song Jingyan would suffer. Having been busy all morning, he was quite hungry, and upon seeing his sole meat dish devoured, only bean sprouts and cold tofu remained on his plate, his appetite vanished in an instant. Shen Fuwei noticed Song Jingyan frowning at his plate and understood the reason. She wanted to offer him some of her twice-cooked pork, but feared it would seem too intimate, ultimately refraining from making a move. Song Jingyan stood up, preparing to see if he could score some meat dishes from Dai Yuxi. Shen Bohan looked up. Yinge, why are you eating so little? Jiang Xiaofan shot him a sideways glance. He wants to eat, but you devoured all his chicken nuggets. He has someone who can't go without meat. It's a wonder he even has an appetite. Since childhood, they had always snatched food from each other. Yet recently, have you all noticed? Yinge has changed tremendously lately. You might be the last one to realize, Jiang Xiaofan scoffed. Shen Fuwei's gaze turned profound as she remarked. He seems to have matured overnight. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Yes. Exactly, he has matured. Only Wei understands Jingyan. Shen Bohan felt a sense of bewilderment. He was uncertain whether Song Jingyan's behavior was favorable or unfavorable, yet the bond between the brothers remained steadfast. Song Jingyan took a seat opposite Dai Yuxi, casting a fleeting glance at her plate. Once again, there lay ribs untouched. If you don't intend to eat the ribs, why waste them? Such extravagance. With that, he seized a piece and popped it into his mouth, marveling at his own audacity in deceiving the little girl. It is human nature to feel a twinge of embarrassment the first time, yet with repetition, one becomes accustomed. One's facade thickens over time. Dai Yuxi lifted her gaze and shot him a disdainful glance. I have the means to indulge, and since ribs are rather costly, I chose to purchase them. Song Jingyan chuckled heartily while savoring the ribs. Ah, splendid. I adore your spirited personality. Dai Yuxi set down her chopsticks, regarding him with a smirk. At times, I genuinely find you quite shameless. Song Jingyan, unabashed, replied. Shameless? Indeed, that is precisely who I am. Dai Yuxi burst into laughter. Yet every moment spent with this audacious fellow brought her joy. Naturally, this did not include their initial encounter, and upon reflecting on that, a smile crept upon her face. What are you grinning at? As Dai Yuxi rose to leave, she cast a backward glance. I'm merely laughing at a fool. Song Jingyan wished to retort, but as she walked away, he hesitated, chewing on her ribs, and ultimately silenced himself. One must remember to be discreet when accepting favors. Such lessons must be heeded in the future. Liu Yiyi, along with Zhu Huiven and 2 other classmates, sat together for lunch. Zhu Huiven nudged Liu Yiyi with her elbow. Look, there's Song Jingyan over there. Liu Yiyi glanced up to see Song Jingyan conversing with a tall girl clad in oversized school attire. Though the girl possessed striking features, she appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Their laughter and animated conversation stirred a sudden pang of jealousy within Liu Yiyi. Fortunately, their exchange was brief, and the girl departed shortly thereafter. I inquired about her. Her name is Dai Yuxi, an art student who just transferred from another region during her second year. She seldom appears at school, and now she is Song Jingyan's deskmate. Liu Yiyi merely nodded in response. Zhu Huiven sighed, having discerned Liu Yiyi's affections for Song Jingyan, yet her demeanor always seemed hesitant. How about we take our trays to his table? Liu Yiyi, though secretly inclined, replied, that wouldn't be appropriate, no? Both she and Song Jingyan had their respective dining companions. Previously, he had shared meals with Shen Fuwei, Chen Bohan, and Jiang Ziofen, while she typically dined with Zhu Huiven and the other two girls. Nowadays, Song Jingyan often ate alone, yet they had never shared a meal together at school. The prospect of suddenly sitting before him felt too abrupt, and she worried it might displease him. After finishing her meal, Liu Yi exited the cafeteria, with Zhu Huiven following closely behind shortly after. That girl, Dai Yuxi, doesn't he have a good relationship with Song Jingyan? They even had a quarrel. Liu Yi's lashes fluttered as she shot a glance at Zhu Huiven. Wen, what exactly are you trying to convey? Zhu Huiven regarded Liu Yi earnestly. Don't tell me you don't harbor feelings for Song Jingyan. Liu Yi exhaled deeply, pausing for a moment before responding. Wen, you're correct. I do like Song Jingyan, but what of it? His future is exceptionally bright, and what about me? We're simply not meant to be. It is often said that having feelings for someone stems from insecurity, and Liu Yi found herself grappling with such sentiments. Zhu Huiven, upon hearing Liu Yi's words, was initially taken aback, only to be subsequently filled with confusion. You're Liu Yi, and you're so beautiful. Are you truly feeling insecure? Zhu Huiven gazed at Liu Yi in disbelief. Liu Yi shook her head. There were many things she had not shared with Zhu Huiven. If she were to reveal her family's circumstances, such perceptions would surely change. I firmly believe Song Jingyan harbors feelings for you as well, for your sake. He even accepted Lin Feng's challenge and has been studying diligently. Liu Yi remained silent, as Zhu Huiven was unaware of the multitude of moments shared between her and Song Jingyan. He would, during a downpour, offer her an umbrella while shielding himself with a plastic bag to brave the rain and instinctively protect her during perilous situations. He would even foolishly perform stunts for her enjoyment. Yet none of these actions provided a valid reason for her affection. Her feelings for Song Jingyan were devoid of justification. Simply being by his side and exchanging a few words was sufficient, especially when he had said to her the previous night, "You must behave, all right?" His tone and demeanor were etched in her memory, a moment she would never forget. In her heart, she had long since acknowledged that boy. After finishing lunch, Song Jingyan made his way toward the academic building. Upon entering, he unexpectedly collided with a male student. Instinctively, Song Jingyan was about to utter an apology. But before he could speak, the boy, seemingly startled, bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry. In chapter 44, do you like me? Song Jingyan bent down to discern the identity of the student, only to realize it was Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong appeared even more frightened upon seeing Song Jingyan. I apologize. Song Jingyan, it is I who have wronged you. Please let go this once. Song Jingyan found Yi Xiong's fear peculiar, for logically, Yi Xiong should be entangled with Zhang, Hao, and the others. Even if he were to evade criminal repercussions, administrative penalties were inevitable, contingent upon how he navigated the situation. If he could find someone knowledgeable, such as a lawyer or an inmate, to relay a message to Zhang Hao, allowing him to shoulder the blame alone, all would be well, provided Song Jingyan consented to a settlement. Should Song Jingyan persistently pursue the matter, Zhang Hao would face at least a few days of detention. Consequently, like Chen Xiaoxu, he would likely be expelled or encouraged to withdraw from school. Thus, seeing Song Jingyan instilled fear in Yi Xiong, who was eager to find a way to avoid further scrutiny. Unfortunately, fate had led them to cross paths at the entrance. Song Jingyan chuckled softly. Forgiving you is not entirely out of the question. It all depends on your actions. Yi Xiong shed his previous arrogance, now bowing and scraping like a serval dog. Passers-by exchanged curious glances, pointing and whispering. Yi Xiong was acutely aware of the humiliation. Yet he understood that being expelled from school would be far more shameful. Speak your mind. I will agree to any conditions. Song Jingyan, of course, had no intention of reaching a private settlement with him. He desired Yi Xiong to remain ever wary. Let us discuss this when we go to the police station to sign the letter of understanding, Song Jingyan remarked meaningfully. Yi Xiong, resigned, nodded in agreement. As Song Jingyan departed, he felt powerless to change the situation. Just as Song Jingyan reached the classroom door, he was intercepted by the homeroom teacher, Sun Min. Shall we have a chat? Song Jingyan smiled wryly, knowing the topic at hand, yet he had no choice but to comply. Following Sun Min outside the academic building, they found a quiet spot in the audience area of the playground to sit down. I reviewed your exam paper, and there is substantial room for improvement. For instance, in Chinese, if you could enhance your reading comprehension, you could potentially boost your score by 10 points. You must understand that in the third year, improving even a single point in Chinese is extraordinarily challenging. An increase of 10 points would be a tremendous advantage. Yet Song Jingyan was acutely aware that his high scores were a mere result of the profound memories from his past life, which had enriched his knowledge. He now felt like a man in his 30s, his mind having dulled over the years. Maintaining his current performance was commendable, let alone improving. Moreover, he lacked any fervent desire for academic excellence. I'm aware of what you wish to discuss. May we skip the formalities? Sun Min pursed her lips and chuckled softly. I have the impression that you are not an innocent 18-year-old, but rather a mature young man with a story. Song Jingyan could only smile wryly. He was anything but mature, just an aging man in his 30s, after all. Sun Min, oblivious to his thoughts, continued speaking. As a teacher, I must once again urge you, regardless of your grievances towards anyone, do not jeopardize your own future. The advantages of Class 1 over Class 4 are exceedingly apparent. I implore you to contemplate this matter earnestly. Song Jingyan nodded in acknowledgement. I will consider it, he replied. Sun Min gazed into the distance at the boys playing basketball. Youth is truly splendid, full of vitality, vigor, and a kaleidoscopic future. You speak as if you are ancient. Are you not also thriving at present? You possess a stable job and a delightful, obedient group of students. You need not toil relentlessly for a living. You enjoy a comfortable existence. Sun Min, adorned in a black mermaid skirt, sat beside Song Jingyan on a bleacher in the playground, her legs elegantly crossed to reveal her long, slender calves. Perhaps everyone has different pursuits in life, she mused. Song Jingyan understood her implication, a girl who had left her hometown to follow her boyfriend to the north, entrusting her hopes and future to him, only to face betrayal. The fact that she had not collapsed under the weight of it all was a testament to her strength. Trust in fate. All is for the best. Song Jingyan recalled a comforting phrase he had clung to during his own struggles in the past. Sun Min was visibly moved by his words. His demeanor and tone were far from that of an ordinary high school student. Initially intending to console him, she found herself comforted instead. Rising to adjust her skirt, she declared, Well, I have said all I needed to say. I shall not waste your time any longer. Song Jingyan stood as well. Thank you, he said. Sun Min smiled as she prepared to leave. Time flies, and your graduation is fast approaching. I wonder if I will ever taste the dishes you prepare again. You certainly will, Song Jingyan assured her from behind. Sometimes, a kind word can rejuvenate a person, while a harsh remark can lead to instantaneous despair. It is paramount to treat others with kindness. In the afternoon, teachers across all classes were reviewing exam papers. Song Jingyan was not in the best of spirits today, occasionally resting his head on the desk. The teacher, perhaps out of favoritism towards diligent students, did not disturb him. After evening self-study, Song Jingyan, as was his custom, went to the bus stop to wait for Liu Yiyi. After waiting for quite some time, without catching sight of her, concern crept in. Fearing that Lin Feng might be bothering her, he returned to the school. At the school gate, he encountered Liu Yiyi alongside Lin Feng. Song Jingyan's irritation flared, and he flung his backpack to the ground, rushing past Liu Yiyi toward Lin Feng. What do you mean? Is the challenge not valid? He demanded. Fists clenched as he glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared taken aback, finally noticing Liu Yiyi not far ahead. He had scored 18 points on the exam and had been quite pleased, especially since Song Jingyan claimed to have performed poorly on the same day, which only heightened his excitement. However, his elation was short-lived when he saw Song Jingyan's name glaringly positioned in 5th place with a staggering score of 668, an unattainable height for him. Realizing the extent of his defeat, he dejectedly reassured, Rest assured, it absolutely counts. Today was merely a coincidence. I will no longer pursue Liu Yiyi in high school. His tone did not suggest deceit. At this moment, Liu Yiyi approached, stating, He did not bother me. Song Jingyan turned to Liu Yiyi, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of fear, as she gestured for Lin Feng to depart. Once Lin Feng was a distance away, Song Jingyan bent down to retrieve his backpack. You came out a bit late today, Liu Yiyi remarked, her spirits low. Yes. Song Jingyan assumed her discontent stemmed from her exam results and sought to console her. There is still time before the college entrance examination. Do not be so disheartened. Her unhappiness was not solely due to her monthly exam scores. The gap represented by Song Jingyan's 668 points felt like an insurmountable chasm between them. Their relationship had reverted to its previous state. With minimal conversation, mostly Song Jingyan speaking, while Liu Yiyi offered perfunctory responses. Let me treat you to ice cream. With a more generous allowance lately. Thanks to facilitating a shrimp business for his family, his parents have been giving him 100 yuan a time. Of course, He did not lack for money and never squandered it. Liu Yi's response remained lackluster. Song Jingyan frowned. This time, he refrained from teasing her and purchased a strawberry-flavored ice cream for her. The sweetness of the ice cream, with its delightful strawberry essence melting in the mouth, should have brightened her mood. Yet, she remained distant. Knowing Liu Yiyi was feeling down, he desperately wanted to cheer her up. Look, even the cold ice cream will melt away your troubles. What could possibly be wrong? Frustrated, Song Jingyan abruptly stood before her. Liu Yiyi, lowering her head, bumped into his chest, and, upon looking up, saw the light glimmering in his brown eyes. Xiaosong, what are you doing? She questioned, having never witnessed his anger before. Feeling a flicker of panic. Liu Yiyi, if you dislike me, there is no need for pretense. I can simply walk away. I don't. Liu Yiyi was anxious inside. Then what do you mean? Why the indifference? I did not perform well this time. Song Jingyan scrutinized her eyes, seeking an answer there. But Liu Yiyi consistently evaded his gaze, leaving him without the resolution he sought. With a resigned scoff, he declared, forget it. I will take my leave, Liu Yiyi. He turned to walk away, only for Liu Yiyi to grasp the hem of his shirt. Song Jingyan turned back. What is this? You ignore me and yet prevent my departure. On the tranquil Hingtang street at night, with only a few passers-by and the trees whispering softly, moonlight caressed Liu Yiyi's delicate features. Rather than losing Xiaosong, she yearned to unveil the secrets she had kept hidden in her heart. Summoning her courage, she looked into Song Jingyan's eyes, and in that moment, their gazes intertwined, brimming with unspoken affection. Xiaosong, do you like me? Chapter 45. Liu Yiyi's passionate confession. Liu Yiyi's world felt as though it were drenched in rain, a dampness that no umbrella could shield against. Is it not obvious? If I did not like you, would I accompany you home every day after school? If I did not like you, would I willingly endure the rain just to share my umbrella with you? Liu Yiyi lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with light. Then, I like you. I had planned to confess after the college entrance examination. Liu Yiyi laughed through her tears, as if all her emotions were released at that moment. Song Jingyan, I have actually liked you for quite some time. I have considered being with you, but I never knew if you reciprocated my feelings. I buy your favorite ice cream to win your favor and deliberately linger after school to return home with you. Sometimes I think we should let things flow naturally. Yet, being with you makes me feel secure, and I secretly wish to share countless experiences with you. That day, when I heard them say you confessed to Shen Fuwei, I felt heartbroken but could not show in front of you, until you revealed that the love letter was not written by you. I felt joy for an entire night. I cannot articulate the reasons for my affection. I simply like you very, very much. When I see you achieve great results, I feel elated. I also fear that we might become strangers, and I constantly navigate through this anxiety. That is why I was so distracted today, unsure of how to communicate with you. It appears that everything was not coincidental. It was all part of a greater design, one that I'd failed to notice. All right, we will go home together in the future, take walks together, cook together, and share countless moments together. Liu Yiyi's eyes remained filled with worry. But your academic performance is so exceptional. We will still part ways. Song Jingyan extended his hand to wipe away her tears. Who says we will part? If you go to Jiangsheng, I will accompany you to swim there. If you go to Chuncheon, I will join you for skiing. Even if you venture to the Sahara Desert, I would gladly go there to play in the sand with you. All right, stop crying. Seeing you like this pains my heart. From now on, I will tutor you in mathematics and science, and I will find someone to assist you with Chinese and English. Do not fret. Liu Yiyi's tears transformed into a radiant smile. From this moment on, will you be my girlfriend? Song Jingyan declared with utmost sincerity and affection. Sure. Liu Yiyi felt her cheeks flush as she met Song Jingyan's earnest gaze. The sweetness of love finally eclipsed the lingering taste of ice cream, melting within her heart. That's not sufficient. Your response is far too perfunctory. You must declare that you are willing to be Song Jingyan's wife. Song Jingyan, who had been so formal just a moment ago, now revealed his playful side. Wife. Liu Yiyi furrowed her brow, her ears reddening. I can't utter that. Perhaps we should just forget it. Isn't wife something you can only say after marriage? Just say it once. There's no one here. Song Jingyan coaxed. If not that, you could simply call me husband. Liu Yiyi, unable to meet Song Jingyan's gaze, hesitated, not wanting to spoil the sweetness of the moment. After a long pause, she finally mustered her courage. Husband. A triumphant smile spread across Song Jingyan's face. So obedient, he could not resist gently pinching Liu Yiyi's cheek. Now that we have defined our relationship, shall we share a kiss or a hug? What? Liu Yiyi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not considered such developments. This is moving too quickly. It's too embarrassing. No. Her refusal was resolute. And shall we start with holding hands? Song Jingyan suggested, willing to compromise. Absolutely not. Why do you have so many ideas? Liu Yiyi frowned, still rejecting his advances. Oh, if you don't want to hold hands, then I shall escort you home. Song Jingyan sighed, feigning disappointment as he turned to walk away. Liu Yiyi lagged half a step behind. She did not dislike holding hands, but her heart was not prepared yet. Everything had happened so abruptly. Just earlier, they were merely old classmates, and now they were a couple. Yet, she did not want to disappoint Song Jingyan. With a quick step forward, she reached out and took his hand. Song Jingyan felt the cool touch of her delicate fingers entwining with his, and a surge of triumph coursed through him. Their fingers interlaced as they walked together. This was not their first time holding hands. They had done so in a hurry the previous night while escaping Zhang Hao. But the moment had passed too quickly to leave a lasting impression. Now, as their fingers intertwined, their pulses resonated in harmony, overflowing with sweetness. They continued their journey home as they always had. But when they encountered passersby, Liu Yiyi would shyly withdraw her hand, only to hold it again when they were out of sight. Such is the nature of high school romance, fearful of being discovered, relishing the thrill of secrecy. However, the beautiful moments are often fleeting. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Liu Yiyi's neighborhood, pausing at the entrance, reluctant to part ways. How about we share a hug? Song Jingyan suggested, pushing his luck. Liu Yiyi's heart raced. She had already savored the sweetness of holding hands and was curious to experience the tenderness of an embrace. She bit her lip and glanced around, stepping forward slightly. Song Jingyan's heart leapt with joy, knowing Liu Yiyi had acquiesced. He opened his arms, ready to pull her into his embrace. Wong suddenly. Two elderly coughs interrupted Song Jingyan's intentions. An emaciated old man stood across the street, holding a poodle. Startled, Liu Yiyi dashed away. I'm going home. See you tomorrow. As she retreated, Song Jingyan glared at the poodle and its owner, suddenly craving dog meat. With a resigned sigh, he turned towards home. Upon arriving, he found two dishes on the dining table, braised fish and boiled shrimp, prepared by his father to replenish his nutrients. Although he had already eaten dinner at school, it was now 8:30 p.m., and it was common for him to return late after evening classes. Yet, he did not want his father's kindness to go unappreciated, so he picked up his bowl and began to eat. As with everyone else, his parents watched him eat, their love being the most selfless and warm in the world. Dad, Mom, if you have any questions, just ask directly. It makes me uneasy when you stare at me like that. Song Jingyan joked lightly. How has your studying been lately? His mother, Lin Xiaojun, inquired cautiously. For parents of high school seniors, conversations inevitably revolve around exams, quizzes, and monthly assessments. Song Jingyan understood their concerns. They worried that his confidence might be impacted by their anxieties. I scored 668 on this month's exam, ranking 5th in the school. Song Jingyan replied calmly. Lin Xiaojun and Song Changchun exchanged glances, their smiles frozen on their faces. Song Jingyan retrieved his exam paper from his backpack. In truth, his parents could only comprehend the score on the paper. They had no understanding of the content. Son, how did you improve so significantly this time? Lin Xiaojun asked, her brow furrowed. Song Changchun nudged her gently. What do you mean? Can't our son make progress? Then, turning to Song Jingyan with a smile, he asked, what reward do you want? Shall I return your old phone and buy you a new one? Lin Xiaojun nudged Song Changchun back. What do you know? Do you realize this score is sufficient for Tsinghua or Peking University? She held the paper up, while Song Changchun looked at Song Jingyan in disbelief. Is what your mother said true? Song Jingyan set down his chopsticks, feeling it necessary to prepare them for what lay ahead. This is merely a monthly exam. It doesn't indicate anything definitive. My goal isn't to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. My ambition lies with the master's program at Liu University of Technology, which has a cutoff score comparable to those schools, but boasts a 100 graduate school acceptance rate. To the older generation, Tsinghua and Peking universities were the pinnacle of Chinese education. As for the field of study and future prospects, they were less informed. Fortunately, although Song Jingyan's parents lacked understanding, they were relatively open-minded and would not force him into any particular path. We may not comprehend all this, but as long as you're willing to study, we will support you no matter the cost. Lin Xiaojun added, Son, you just focus on your studies. You need not worry about anything else. Song Jingyan had already decided that once he entered university, he would no longer rely on his family's finances. Hearing their support brought him great joy. He smiled reassuringly at his parents. Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry too much about me. I'm 18 now and know what I should or shouldn't do. Song Changchun nodded. He had noticed significant changes in his son lately, evident in his speech, actions, and studies. He realized his son had truly matured. They no longer needed to worry as they once did. After dinner, Song Jingyan tidied the table, washed up briefly, and spent some time exercising with dumbbells. He had intended to read a bit more, but but found himself unable to concentrate. Picking up his phone, he wanted to message Liu Yiyi to check on her. Perhaps the most romantic thing in the world is when you think of someone, and they are simultaneously thinking of you. As Song Jingyan typed out a message, Liu Yiyi's text arrived first. Chapter 46. Have you two kissed? Liu Yiyi, Xiao Song, what are you doing? Song Jingyan, I was just thinking about what you might be doing. Liu Yiyi, clad in a pink cartoon-themed pajamas, nestled in her blanket, smiled as she read Song Jingyan's message. Happiness curled at the corners of her lips, the sweetness of love warming her heart. Liu Yiyi, I can't sleep. Your image is all I can think of. We used to see each other every day. It was never like this. It's all your fault. Seeing her message, Song Jingyan smiled softly, knowing she was just a little girl in love, playfully pouting. Song Jingyan, what should we do? Perhaps I should keep you company while you sleep. Liu Yiyi, you're incorrigible. JPG, Song Jingyan, who made me like you so much. What a pity I couldn't hold you today. Liu Yiyi's face had already turned a warm shade of red. Fortunately, there was no one around. Liu Yiyi, if you keep this up, I won't even hold your hand anymore. It's so embarrassing. Song Jingyan, all right, I'll do as you say. Okay, Liu Yiyi, but at school, we must behave as we always have, all right? High school romances are often clandestine affairs, typically limited to a few handholds, hugs, and casual chats. If discovered by teachers or classmates, they inevitably spark a flurry of gossip. Song Jingyan understood this well and was in no hurry to make their relationship public. Song Jingyan, what about after school? Liu Yiyi, after school is fine. Song Jingyan, after school, what can we do? Liu Yiyi, you again. Song Jingyan, how about you call me brother? Liu Yiyi, no. I'm older than you. The two seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. A simple phrase transformed into sweet whispers between them. By the time they met again the next day, both bore dark circles under their eyes. As anticipated by Song Jingyan, during the morning recess, the police station called, requesting his cooperation in an investigation. He took leave from his homeroom teacher, Liangwei, and left the school. Meanwhile, Liu Yiyi felt drowsy as soon as she entered the classroom. Her deskmate, Zhu Huiven, had already noticed something was off with her today. Yi, are you sick? Why are you always resting your head and occasionally smiling? Liu Yiyi was roused from her drowsiness by Zhu Huiven's voice, still a bit groggy. I hardly slept last night. Feeling a bit sleepy. Then why are you smiling? Liu Yiyi instinctively touched her face, feigning innocence. Am I? Zhu Huiven rolled her eyes. What do you think? Liu Yiyi adjusted her hair and clothes, pretending to be nonchalant. Sometimes a girl's intuition is remarkably accurate. Though Zhu Huiven had never been in love, she was an avid viewer of romantic dramas. Your face is practically telling a story. Stop pretending, Zhu Huiven said with a knowing look. Liu Yiyi wanted to deny it, but Zhu Huiven started to poke her playfully. The two girls laughed and teased each other. Ultimately, Liu Yiyi conceded. All right, I'll tell you, okay? Liu Yiyi pleaded. The two exited the classroom and found a quiet spot on the playground, where Liu Yiyi paused and whispered in Zhu Huiven's ear. We've confirmed our relationship. Liu Yiyi hurriedly covered Zhu Huiven's mouth. Why are you shouting so loudly? Zhu Huiven scrutinized Liu Yiyi closely. I knew you two were having a secret affair. Seeing Liu Yiyi's mildly angry expression, she quickly added, Oh, I mean it's mutual affection. Liu Yiyi burst into laughter at Zhu Huiven's teasing. You mustn't tell anyone. It's a secret. Zhu Huiven's penchant for gossip was vividly manifested. Absolutely. Quickly tell me, did you confess first, or did he? Liu Yiyi recalled the events of the previous night and felt her heart flutter sweetly. It was more of a mutual confession, I suppose. Did you kiss? Did you hug? No. Liu Yiyi replied weakly. Seeing that Zhu Huiven didn't believe her, she added, We just held hands, almost hugged. Zhu Huiven finally received the answer she was satisfied with. How do you feel about it now? Liu Yiyi furrowed her brow slightly. It's fine. Nothing particularly special. Zhu Huiven sensed Liu Yiyi's reluctance to share, but kindly reminded her, You must let yourself become love-struck. Don't let him have you so easily. Liu Yiyi's cheeks flushed instantly. What are you saying? We're still students, focusing on our studies. This was Liu Yiyi's genuine thought. Of course, as long as it didn't affect her academic performance. Holding hands and chatting with Song Jingyan was also pleasant. Liu Yiyi mused. Upon arriving at the police station, Song Jingyan was escorted into an office by a young auxiliary police officer. Inside, Yi Xiong and several police officers were discussing something with a middle-aged woman. Song Jingyan also spotted Jiang Xiaofen's father, Jiang Changfeng. However, before he could greet him, a middle-aged woman in professional attire, over 40, approached him first. You must be Song Jingyan? I'm Yi Xiong's mother, Zhang Huilin. Here is my business card. Zhang Huilin greeted him with a beaming smile, making one think they had known each other for ages. Song Jingyan glanced down at the business card. It turned out she owned a beauty salon, which explained the familiar feeling. He had encountered a fellow entrepreneur Before his arrival, the police had likely explained the details of the case and the stakes involved with her son. Zhang Huilin knew that her son's fate today hinged on this student. Song Jingyan, this is just a small matter between classmates. There's no need to escalate it to the police station. Can we resolve this privately? Zhang Huilin smiled at Song Jingyan, attempting to downplay the severity of the situation. Song Jingyan curled his lips into a smirk. Classmates? Did he consider that before seeking out those delinquents? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm currently a student in class 4 the senior year, and I am not classmates with Yi Xiong. Zhang Huilin silently sighed, not expecting Song Jingyan to be so unyielding. I'm quite familiar with your school's director, Liu Yiyi. If Yi Xiong did anything wrong, he should be reprimanded properly. Oh, and I'm also good friends with your homeroom teacher, Ko Liangwei's wife, Yulin. We're all on the same side, aren't we? Zhang Huilin was indeed a cunning fox, not only downplaying her son's faults, but also leveraging the school's director to exert pressure, even invoking the name of Ko Liangwei's wife to play the emotional card. This was a three-pronged approach, truly a masterful tactic. Song Jingyan couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Auntie, as far as I know, your son has already turned 18, at the very least. He has violated public security laws, and you wouldn't want him to drop out at such a critical time in senior year, would you? Zhang Huilin attempted to interject, but Song Jingyan hurriedly continued. What I mean is, as long as we can resolve this privately, everything can be discussed. Song Jingyan adjusted his clothing. Auntie, are you trying to take advantage of my youth and inexperience with the law? Should I recite the public security laws for you? No, just tell me. A reconciliation is not out of the question. Song Jingyan paused, and Zhang Huilin eagerly awaited his next words. As long as Yi Xiong writes a formal apology and guarantee letter, of course, compensation cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing about the guarantee letter, Zhang Huilin appeared somewhat displeased. After all, having leverage in someone else's hands would hardly allow for a peaceful night's sleep. What do you think about this? Forget the guarantee letter. Can we just settle on a monetary compensation? Or you can propose a price. Song Jingyan had taken leave to handle these matters and didn't wish to prolong the discussion with her. I have already stated my conditions. If you are unwilling to sign the guarantee letter, then there is nothing more to discuss. Business negotiations must have clear objectives. One cannot engage in endless back and forth with the other party. Continuing to negotiate past the breaking point is merely a waste of time. Seeing Song Jingyan's resolute attitude, Zhang Huilin lost her composure and walked over to her son, slapping him across the face. Useless troublemaker, always causing me headaches. Look at him. Write it. The matter was swiftly concluded, and Song Jingyan approached Jiang Xiaofen's father. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Director Jiang nodded and remarked, not bad for someone so young. Jiang Changfeng couldn't help but praise him, though he didn't elaborate further. After wrapping up matters at the police station, Song Jingyan deposited the 10,000 yuan compensation from Yi Xiong's mother directly into the bank before returning to school. Chapter 47. Beautiful girls tend to exclude each other. During the morning exercise, Liu Yiyi kept scanning the group of boys from class 4, yet she did not spot Song Jingyan among them. In the throes of infatuation, a girl's intellect seems to plummet to naught. Liu Yi's mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. She had entered the school alongside Song Jingyan that very morning, yet he had not appeared during the break. Was he, like her, suffering from a lack of sleep, or perhaps even unwell? This morning, his demeanor had not been particularly vibrant. By the third period, her restlessness reached a crescendo, prompting her to tug at Zhu Huiven's arm. Wen, I haven't seen Song Jingyan during the break, and it's making me anxious. Would you accompany me to class 4 to take a look? Zhu Huiven brushed Liu Yi's forehead with her hand. You're not ill, are you? Just a brief absence, and you're already missing him? No, I'm just worried. Liu Yi weakly defended herself. Zhu Huiven rolled her eyes. Let us take the left side of the teaching building and feign interest in class 4. All right, thus. The two scheming yet lovely girls meandered to the opposite corridor of the teaching building. As they passed by class 4's classroom, they deliberately slowed their pace to sneak a glance inside. However, Liu Yi, being who she was, drew attention wherever she went. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Liu Yi seems to be looking at me. Qin Miryang from class 4 exclaimed with excitement. Liu Yi, is that a blush I see on your face? A chorus of laughter erupted. At that moment, Song Jingyan had already returned, albeit too fatigued, resting his head on the desk, while his deskmate, Dai Yuxi, was likewise asleep. After passing by class 4, Liu Yi grasped Zhu Huiven's arm. Wen, did you see Song Jingyan? Zhu Huiven shook her head. No. Liu Yi's eyes flared with urgency. What do we do? Is he not here? Zhu Huiven was at a loss for words. I never imagined it. You truly are lovesick. Song Jingyan is seated in the last row. We need to go inside to see him. What should we do then? Zhu Huiven pondered for a moment. Wait here for me. I have a plan. She then intercepted a boy exiting the classroom. Hello, classmate. Is Song Jingyan in the classroom? The boy, Zhang Zhengjing. The class monitor glanced between Zhu Huiven and Liu Yiyi, seemingly grasping the situation. Song Jingyan is currently napping with Dai Yuxi. Let me go summon him for you. No, don't. Zhu Huiven was momentarily stunned by Zhang Zhengjing's words before realizing the futility, as he had already returned to the classroom. Resigned, Zhu Huiven returned to Liu Yi's side. Did you hear that? Your boyfriend is napping with another girl. Liu Yi was well aware this was merely a jest, and she laughed in response. All right, let us wait for him to come out. Moments later, Song Jingyan emerged, his eyes still heavy with sleep. What is up, Yi? Is there something you need? Liu Yi bit her lip, hesitant to speak, but Zhu Huiven interjected first. You've stolen Liu Yi's heart during the break. She was worried about you when you didn't appear. Liu Yi, bashfully lowering her head, nudged Zhu Huiven to silence her. I took a leave this morning to handle something. Song Jingyan leaned closer to Liu Yi, whispering near her ear, I apologize. I will inform you of my whereabouts in the future. But tell me, do you miss me, or are you merely worried? He deliberately softened his tone, letting his breath brush against her ear. Liu Yi felt her ears flush with heat, casting a sideways glance at Song Jingyan. You're insufferable. Win-win, let us go. Embarrassed, Liu Yi fled, only to glance back at Song Jingyan after a short distance. For the first time, she felt a flutter of excitement in her heart, a mix of shyness and anticipation. But this was school. She could only run away. Song Jingyan watched her retreating figure with a mischievous smile. Just then, Zhang Zhengjing approached him, his brow furrowing slightly. Bro, did you do something to betray my trust? Song Jingyan immediately thought of Su Yuan, smiling as he replied. Did a lovely lady add you on QQ? Zhang Zhengjing, being extroverted, was not angry but rather confused by Song Jingyan's actions. She said she was your middle school classmate. I noticed her profile, and she seems quite attractive. Then you should have a good chat with her. Song Jingyan leaned against the corridor window, a playful expression crossing his face. Zhang Zhengjing pondered for a moment. You ought to at least tell me why she added me as a friend, right? Observing Zhang Zhengjing's hesitation, Song Jingyan seemed to understand a bit more. Back in middle school, I was shorter and a bit chubby, and my classmates looked down on me. That day, Su Yuan didn't recognize me and asked for my contact. I gave her your QQ. Noticing Zhang Zhengjing deep in thought again, Song Jingyan added, You didn't reveal my identity, did you? No, but how should I chat with her? Zhang Zhengjing inquired, perplexed. Song Jingyan believed he would have no further entanglements with Su Yuan. Adding Zhang Jingjing's QQ had been a spur-of-the-moment jest. Just chat casually. It doesn't matter. Honestly, I wouldn't mind being exposed. Zhang Zhengjing nodded silently. During lunch at the cafeteria, Song Jingyan, holding his tray, glanced at the delectable ribs on Dai Yuxi's plate. Scanning the area for her, he was abruptly pulled aside by Chen Bowen. Come with me. I'm taking you for some good eats. Song Jingyan frowned. You're the one who was going for good eats, right? He had ordered a serving of braised pork today, hoping not to be discovered by this glutton. He was particularly stingy with a side of cabbage and tomato scrambled eggs, so he let Chen Bowen indulge. They sat at a table with 4 seats, and to his surprise, there were indeed tasty treats. Jiang Xiaofan presented a small box before Song Jingyan. Naturally, his braised pork was gradually being commandeered by Chen Bowen. Opening the box, he found 2 egg tarts inside. We brought a total of 8 egg tarts. Chun Dog devoured 4. I had 2, and I saved 2 for you. Jiang Xiaofan remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Bowen. Song Jingyan patted Chen Bowen's shoulder. See? At crucial moments, Sister Fan still thinks of me. I wasn't even hungry this morning. I just wanted to taste it for you. Fine. This brat treated him as if he were family. The 4 of them often brought delightful snacks from home to share. Jiang Xiaofan had marinated chicken feet and pig trotters. Chen Bowen had braised beef. And Shen Fuwei brought her homemade cookies and egg tarts, while Song Jingyan contributed braised fish and 3 flavor dumplings. However, as they entered their senior year, the time for such leisurely indulgences dwindled. Song Jingyan picked up an egg tart, savoring its rich egg and milk flavor with a sweet, crisp texture. Shen Fuwei's culinary skills had indeed improved over the years. He contemplated saving an egg tart for Liu Yi to try, but ultimately refrained, knowing from experience that such gestures were typically unwelcome among the girls. Moreover, Liu Yi had explicitly mentioned her dislike for Shen Fuwei, so offering her one would only create discomfort. He resigned himself to enjoying it alone. Observing Song Jingyan relishing her homemade egg tart, Shen Fuwei subtly smiled. His enjoyment was all that mattered. By the time Song Jingyan finished the egg tart, his braised pork had nearly been devoured by Chen Bowen. This time, Song Jingyan did not change his seat, enjoying laughter and conversation with his 4 friends. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong, seated nearby, cast a glance at Song Jingyan, feeling a tinge of resentment. However, he also recognized that Song Jingyan had indeed changed. He was no longer the meek and easily bullied transparent figure, and there was a hint of trepidation towards him. He dared not provoke Song Jingyan again, but he could always seek out others. Across from him, Tan Yu observed Yi Xiong with curiosity. Although he was not well acquainted with him, he knew that this fellow also had an interest in Shen Fuwei, making him a rival of sorts. Why a rival? Because he held him in contempt, with his sharp features and annoying demeanor. Just because his family owned a beauty salon didn't he make him a magnate. In his eyes, he was inconsequential. The only reason he was considered a rival was that they were in the same class. Tan Yu, did you see that? Shen Fuwei gazed at Song Jingyan with eyes full of infatuation. It seems he is poised to seize the opportunity. A subtle glimmer of cunning flickered across Yi Xiong's face. Tan Yu tightened his grip on the chopsticks, forcing a laugh as he remarked, "Shouldn't you be the one feeling upset?" Yi Xiong's expression stiffened momentarily before he broke into laughter. "Unfortunately, Shen Fuwei isn't my type. Otherwise, what would I care about Song Jingyan?" Tan Yu sneered inwardly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiong, suspecting that your intentions in provoking me are far from pure. However, when he witnessed Shen Fuwei covering her mouth and laughing charmingly at Song Jingyan, he truly found it difficult to remain composed. He had never seen Shen Fuwei smile so joyfully in the presence of a boy. Competing for girlfriend? Song Jingyan, on what grounds do you think you can? Chapter 48, Dai Yuxi's Affection. Song Jingyan seized the opportunity during the lunch break to seek out Class 1's head teacher, Sun Min. Sun Min presumed he was contemplating a transfer back to Class 1, but to her surprise, it was a different matter altogether. "What brings you here if you're not transferring back?" Song Jingyan hesitated to speak. How could he admit he wanted her to tutor his girlfriend in Chinese and English? Although he enjoyed a decent rapport with Sun Min, she was still his teacher. One must be careful with words. "I would like you to assist a friend with her Chinese and English studies," Song Jingyan finally stated. "Who is it?" "Liu Yiyi from Class 7. Sun Min regarded him with intrigue. "Shall we go for a walk?" She led him beneath the ginkgo trees on campus. "I have heard quite a few rumors about you and Liu Yiyi." Song Jingyan blinked innocently, smiling but remaining silent. Sun Min, intrigued, continued, "So are those rumors true?" Song Jingyan needed a legitimate reason to assist Liu Yiyi, and he nodded, affirming they are true. "So your challenge with Lin Feng and your remarkable academic improvement are all related to Liu Yiyi?" Sun Min scrutinized Song Jingyan's eyes, seeking sincerity. Song Jingyan saw no reason to hide the truth. "Indeed, have you confirmed your relationship? She agreed to be my girlfriend." "Huh, who would have thought, Song Jingyan, that you are quite the romantic?" Sun Min's laughter rang out, finally grasping the reason for his sudden academic rise. In fact, the day the midterm exam results were released, Song Jingyan's name had already circulated in the office. The teachers had developed an interest in him. There had been cases in the past where students had diligently improved their grades, but those were typically triggered by a catalyst, such as a conversation with a teacher or a family crisis. Such cases were always among students scoring below 600. Song Jingyan was undoubtedly the first of his kind in the history of the second high school. Yet, I still believe you are better suited with Shen Fuwei. As long as you maintain your grades, strolling hand in hand with her through the campus of Qingbei would certainly be a beautiful tale. Song Jingyan looked up in surprise at Sun Min. "What do you mean? Don't meddle in matters of the heart." He had just managed to distance himself from Shen Fuwei. Sun Min was also dousing Song Jingyan with a bucket of cold water. Liu Yi's grades were merely average for a first-tier university. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan, with his mature mind and excellent performance, was destined for a bright future. An invisible chasm lay between them. Noticing Song Jingyan's discomfort at hearing Liu Yiyi criticized, Sun Min found it amusing. "I'll help you with this, but this Sunday, bring her to my house, and in exchange, you will cook for me." "Thank you." "Hold on. Don't be too hasty in your gratitude. There are a few things I must say. Although you're not in my class anymore, you have been my student for over 2 years." To her, Song Jingyan was like a son bringing home his bride, yet she harbored no affection for this bride. Whether Liu Yiyi could excel depended largely on her own efforts, and she should not let this impact your own academic performance. Hearing Sun Min's agreement, Song Jingyan felt elated and prepared to share the good news with Liu Yiyi after school. However, Sun Min had not yet finished speaking. "To be frank, I do not hold much hope for you and Liu Yiyi. The gap between you two is too vast. If there is a significant disparity in mindset, it will be challenging to maintain a long-term relationship." Song Jingyan was not fond of Sun Min's candid observations, yet he recognized they were for his benefit. Who can truly predict the future? We simply like each other. We haven't done anything out of line. Let's strive for it. If we don't put in the effort, regret is inevitable. Sun Min was once again taken aback by Song Jingyan's words. She had never anticipated that he would possess such a unique understanding of love at his age, striving diligently for the girl he liked. Which girl could resist a boy with such determination? Having received Sun Min's affirmative response, Song Jingyan intended to share this delightful news with Liu Yiyi once classes concluded. As evening self-study sessions became a daily ritual, the countdown on the blackboard diminished day by day, tightening the invisible pressure weighing on everyone's hearts. The brief moments of freedom before evening study sessions became increasingly precious. Some students would gather with close friends for leisurely strolls around the campus, while others, fond of running, would circle the schoolyard. Song Jingyan had always enjoyed basketball and would typically join Shen Fuwei on the court during this time. However, since transferring to Class 4, he had made several new basketball companions. Zhang Jingjing, along with Qin Moyang, arrived at the basketball court, ready to play. Jingyan, let me take you to dominate the basketball court. Seated at the flowerbed's edge, Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei prepared to join Zhang Jingjing and his friends as they called out to them. Let us go. Wait, take me along. Qin Moyang turned to Shen Fuwei. Aren't you from our Class 4? You should go back to Class 1. Shen Fuwei retorted. I'm a family member of Class 4. Wherever Brother Yin goes, I will follow. Ever since Song Jingyan transferred to Class 4, Shen Fuwei had become a frequent visitor, quickly befriending the students there. Qin Moyang often teased him, but Shen Fuwei took in stride. Today, Song Jingyan and his friends arrived at the basketball court a bit late, with numerous students already gathered beneath each hoop. At this point, class leader Zhang Jingjing stepped forward to initiate a match. Classmates, how about a game? We have 4 on our side. Tan Yu is shooting hoops, simply looking to stretch a bit, and initially intended to decline. However, upon turning to catch sight of Song Jingyan, he instantly changed his mind. Hey, if you call one more person, let us have a full court game between our 2 classes. Zhang Jingjing glanced back, and with Shen Fuwei included, he addressed Qin Moyang. Go Kali Haoshan. Let's have a match with Class 6. Zhang Jingjing then approached Tan Yu. Let us agree on this. Friendship first, competition second. Let us keep our hands light. Typically, this phrase implies that winning or losing is inconsequential, but one should be cautious to avoid injuries, especially in their senior year when no one wishes to jeopardize their studies. Song Jingyan and Tan Yu had only crossed paths on the basketball court, merely familiar faces, without any deeper acquaintance. Their only connection was the love letter he had written to Shen Fuwei, yet that wasn't his fault, and he held no particular feelings toward Tan Yu. Little did he know, a fleeting, barely perceptible smile passed across Tan Yu's face before vanishing quickly, concealed well. As the match commenced, more students gathered to watch. The players on the court were predominantly tall boys, averaging over 6 feet, and with the presence of Tan Yu, often hailed as the most attractive boy in the senior year, a considerable number of girls were drawn in. Furthermore, with Song Jingyan gaining recent attention, he too captivated the gaze of many. I never noticed before. Turns out Song Jingyan is quite handsome. His looks rival Tan Yu's. A girl with short hair, holding an ice cream cone, commented from the sidelines. His build is marginally better than Tan Yu's, but I hear his family isn't as well off. They say his family is just a fishmonger. Another girl offered a more balanced assessment. Dai Yuxi frowned slightly upon hearing this. In the past, she rarely roamed the campus, and by the time she felt inclined to do so, it was already time to head home. In Bin City, she had no friends save for Song Jingyan. To her, Song Jingyan was a uniquely special individual, one who spoke the most disheartening words yet performed the warmest deeds. He would slip an encouraging note into her notebooks, saying, "You performed admirably today, my dear girl. You are one step closer to your dream university." He would also bring her a cup of hot water upon noticing her discomfort, exclaiming, "Alas, whose child is this? So pitiable." He knew of her fondness for 3-flavor dumplings and would occasionally bring some, though he would often jest about feeding them to dogs or cats, never failing to accompany his actions with teasing remarks. And there was that time he saved her. Yet, that was simply his nature. Dai Yuxi shot a glare at the girl who had spoken ill of Song Jingyan. The girl instinctively recoiled. Dai Yuxi kept a low profile at school, thus not many were acquainted with her. Nevertheless, the girl was taken aback by Dai Yuxi's stunning beauty. When did our school gain another girl whose looks rivaled Liu Yiyi and Shen Fuwei? The other girl shook her head in bewilderment. People often harbor an innate fear of the unknown. She dared not confront Dai Yuxi directly. Naturally, Dai Yuxi would not allow a few gossiping tongues to disrupt her enjoyment of the basketball game. Of course, she did not comprehend the game itself, nor was she particularly focusing on the basketball. On the other side of the court, Zhu Huiven pulled Liu Yiyi over to join her. Liu Yiyi, influenced by her father from a young age, understood some of the basketball rules. However, her purpose for being there was much the same as that of the other girls, to catch a glimpse of Song Jingyan. Ever since they confessed their feelings for one another the previous night, it felt as though the long frozen peaks of a mountain had suddenly thawed, blossoming with vibrant sari-lang flowers. Red as passion itself, Song Jingyan was undeterred by the whispers of some girls off the court, wholly immersed in the joy of basketball, launching three-pointers, executing fadeaway shots, and performing deceptive passes to the basket. At one point, he even attempted a slam dunk, though it did not succeed. Soon, he was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Tan Yu, clad in a white jersey, seethed with resentment. He was confident in his basketball skills and typically dominated when playing with classmates. However, against Class 4, he found himself utterly powerless, even his signature three-step layup thwarted by Song Jingyan's block. There exists a type of person who arrogantly believes that others should always accommodate them, eventually losing sight of themselves and their rightful place. When confronted by strangers, their true inadequacies are laid bare. Tan Yu was one such individual, accustomed to being coddled in class. He failed to recognize that not everyone in the world would bend to his will. However, he did not attribute these issues to himself. Instead, he directed all his resentment towards Song Jingyan. His actions grew increasingly reckless. Initially, everyone overlooked it, as basketball is inherently a competitive sport where minor collisions are inevitable. But when Tan Yu excessively yanked on Song Jingyan's collar and elbowed him forcefully, sending him sprawling to the ground, the situation escalated. Song Jingyan felt a sudden push from behind and then realized the shirt was being yanked, causing him to tumble forward. Shen Fuwei was the first to rush over, shoving Tan Yu aside while glaring at him. "What's your problem? Do you want to fight?" Shen Fuwei's temperament resembled that of the former Song Jingyan. Both were timid and conflict-averse. Yet witnessing his childhood friend being assaulted ignited a protective instinct, and he charged forth. Although he had no fighting skills, acting purely out of indignation. Soon, Zhang Zhengjing, Qin Moyang, and Li Haoshan from Class 4 joined in to confront Tan Yu. In contrast, Tan Yu found no allies, revealing his questionable character. Song Jingyan rose from the ground, intervening to halt the confrontation. "It's just a game. No need to escalate it." He maintained a relatively magnanimous disposition on the basketball court, understanding that they were all young and spirited, and competitiveness was natural, especially with so many peers watching. In his past life, he too relished the thrill of competition, albeit with a sense of decorum that Tan Yu lacked. His actions had always been subtle, merely a gentle nudge or a light tug on a shirt. Noticing the state of his own clothing, Song Jingyan looked down. What the? His shirt was in tatters, reduced to mere rags, and his knee was scraped, oozing blood, causing him to finally feel the sting of pain. Tan Yu, being clever, recognized he was in trouble, but remained calm. Approaching Song Jingyan, he feigned concern. "I apologize, Song classmate. I was a bit too vigorous just now. Let me accompany you to the infirmary." Shen Fuwei stepped in front of Song Jingyan, declaring, "There's no need for that. You owe him an apology and compensation for damages." Tan Yu, still wearing a mask of humility, replied, "Of course. I've already apologized." As for the shirt, he cast a derisive glance at Song Jingyan's Lakers jersey. "It's not like your shirt is that valuable. Mine costs several thousand. I didn't bring that kind of money today." Upon hearing this, Song Jingyan realized Tan Yu was deliberately provoking him. Yet with so many witnesses, a simple excuse of an accident could easily cover it. If he reacted impulsively, it could turn into a case of losing his temper and assaulting a classmate, thus transforming a justified grievance into a wrongful act. Song Jingyan smiled faintly. "Since you're being so courteous, Tan Yu, I shall graciously accept your offer to accompany me to the infirmary." He exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Fuwei and Zhang Zhengjing. "Since Tan Yu has the courage to acknowledge his mistake, I forgive you and shall allow you to accompany me." Tan Yu had intended his offer to be a mere performance for the onlookers, expecting Song Jingyan to be enraged and refuse. Instead, he was taken aback when Song Jingyan accepted his proposition. Tan Yu's expression turned awkward. "All right, I'll accompany you to the infirmary." He feigned sincerity as he moved closer to Song Jingyan. "Oh dear, my knee hurts too much. I can hardly walk. Tan Yu, you wouldn't mind carrying me to the infirmary, would you?" Tan Yu, of course, minded, but seeing Shen Fuwei and Zhang Zhengjing glaring at him, he felt trapped. His classmates were of no help, and he feared they might unleash their fury on him at any moment, compounded by the murmurs from the surrounding students. "I don't mind. I'll carry you." The infirmary was located at the easternmost side of the school's teaching building, while the basketball court lay at the western edge of the playground. Tan Yu was compelled to traverse the entire playground, carrying Song Jingyan from west to east. Song Jingyan was a standard athlete, standing at 183 meters and weighing around 160 pounds. Tan Yu, though also 183 meters tall, was notably more slender, weighing only just over 120 pounds. However, the audience's attention was far from focused on such details, especially among the bolder, more extroverted girls. Some had already taken out their phones to capture the moment, ostensibly to document snippets of school life. Wow, I didn't notice before. Song Jingyan has an impressive set of abs. Look at those broad shoulders, that narrow waist, and those pectoral muscles. Liu Yiyi rushed forward, her expression one of utter distress, as if tears were on the verge of spilling from her eyes. Xiao Song, are you in great pain? Let's head to the hospital. In a swift motion, Song Jingyan leaped onto Tanyu's back. With Tanyu carrying me to the infirmary, it doesn't hurt at all, she said, casting a playful glance at Liu Yiyi. Yet, Liu Yiyi remained visibly anxious. Fortunately, Zhu Huiven was nearby to offer a gentle reminder. Look, Song Jingyan jumped onto Tanyu's back. It must just be a minor scrape, nothing serious. He is doing it on purpose, so don't you worry. Upon hearing Zhu Huiven's assessment, Liu Yiyi quickly grasped the situation. She was inherently an astute girl, and upon seeing Song Jingyan's teasing expression, she understood. Realizing her earlier concern was unfounded. Once she comprehended, she followed behind Zhu Huiven. Of course, the group heading to the infirmary wasn't limited to the main parties involved. A few gossip-loving classmates trailed along as well. This was entirely understandable, given that both Song Jingyan and Tanyu were prominent figures in the school. Now that Tanyu was carrying Song Jingyan, it was indeed monumental news. It appeared that everyone wore relaxed expressions, except for Tanyu, who was drenched in sweat. More fatigued than after playing basketball. He had initially aimed to embarrass Song Jingyan, yet to his astonishment, she not only avoided humiliation, but seemingly garnered a legion of admirers, particularly among the female students, whose gazes were decidedly infatuated. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the fool in this scenario. Among the crowd was Dai Yuxi, who opted not to approach, noticing Liu Yiyi and another girl flanking Song Jingyan. The school nurse, a woman in her 40s named Lin Paipei, with slightly disheveled permed hair, was quite conversational. Upon seeing a throng of students, she assumed a serious incident had occurred. Scanning the group, she failed to discern the nature of the problem. Who are you? What happened? Auntie, please clean Song's wound with iodine, or else it will heal soon. Tanyu, slumped to one side, looked utterly exhausted. I can handle it myself. Auntie, just hand me the iodine. Song Jingyan retorted, seated on a chair. The school nurse glanced at Song Jingyan's knee. Let me disinfect it and bandage it first. After receiving a round of eye rolls from the crowd, Tanyu sighed inwardly, realizing how cunning Song Jingyan was. Concerned that he might fall into a trap again, he hastily tossed down 300 yuan and made his escape. Song Jingyan did not stop him. Instead, she pulled out 100 yuan and tossed it to Zhang Jingjing, pocketing the remaining 200 while zipping up her school uniform. Class monitor, take everyone to buy some soda. There is no need for this many people to linger here. Zhang Jingjing immediately understood and led the unrelated individuals out of the infirmary, including Chen Bowen. Inside the infirmary, apart from Song Jingyan and Nurse Lin Paipei, only 3 girls remained. Liu Yiyi and Zhu Huiven stayed behind, something Song Jingyan had anticipated. However, Dai Yuxi's decision to remain was unexpected. Noticing Dai Yuxi still present, Liu Yiyi turned to her, pausing for a second with a curious expression, as if to say, why are you still here? Won't you leave? Dai Yuxi wished to smile at her, but was met with Liu Yiyi's frosty demeanor, which denied her the chance. Meanwhile, Zhu Huiven unabashedly scrutinized Dai Yuxi from head to toe. Had it been in the past, Dai Yuxi would have lost her temper, thinking, if you ignore me, I won't pay you any mind either. Yet today, she remained like a serene girl, silently focusing her attention on Liu Yiyi. Liu Yiyi's name was already familiar to Dai Yuxi, who had observed her from a distance. However, standing before her in person struck a significant chord within Dai Yuxi. Previously, she had thought Shen Fuwei was the pinnacle of beauty in Baichen. Yet encountering Liu Yiyi now made her feel less distinguished. Were there truly so many beautiful girls in Baichen? It was worth noting that she had always been confident in her looks. Additionally, as an art student, she possessed a unique understanding of color coordination and fashion. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention among boys. Now, standing here, she suddenly felt like an ordinary girl, lacking in distinction. Realizing this, Dai Yuxi instinctively took half a step back. Perhaps only Song Jingyan viewed Liu Yiyi as a gentle, understanding, and reasonable girl. In reality, even Zhu Huiven often faced Liu Yiyi's cold demeanor, let alone someone unfamiliar like Dai Yuxi. Auntie Lin, will Xiao Song's leg leave a scar? Nurse Lin Paipei had long sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the room. Song Jingyan's reputation within the school preceded him. The young man was quite handsome with a commendable physique, boasting attractive abs that made girls swoon. It was only natural for him to be popular, but evidently, among the three girls, Liu Yiyi was the main focus. A boy, even if he ends up with a scar on his knee, it shouldn't matter too much, right? Noticing Liu Yiyi's worried expression, Song Jingyan yearned to take her hand and comfort her, but it was inappropriate in a school setting. Yiyi, I'm fine. I just want to teach Tan you a lesson. Liu Yiyi nodded, her rosy lips pressed together, stealing another glance at Dai Yuxi. Clad in an oversized school uniform that somehow exuded an air of sophistication, she stood slightly taller. Her neck was long and fair with sharp, striking features that perfectly melded the grace of a northern girl with an innate elegance. She was truly beautiful. Liu Yiyi was troubled. Previously, she had confidently dismissed rumors of Shen Fuwei and Song Jingyan, but upon learning that Dai Yuxi was his deskmate, that confidence wavered. However, the atmosphere in the infirmary seemed to have reached a peculiar equilibrium, with the three girls quietly observing Nurse Lin Paipai bandaging Song Jingyan. Yet, this equilibrium was soon disrupted. Upon hearing Chen Bohan's exaggerated recounting, Shen Fuwei, along with Jiang Xiaofan, rushed to the infirmary. They entered, still panting from their haste. Typically, Jiang Xiaofan would speak first. But today, Shen Fuwei approached Song Jingyan directly. I heard from Chen Bohan that Tan Yu hurt you. Did it almost lead to a fight? Song Jingyan was taken aback by Shen Fuwei's arrival. Don't listen to Chen Bohan's nonsense. It's not that serious. Just a minor scrape, really. Having rushed in, Shen Fuwei didn't seem to mind her disheveled hair sticking to her lips. It was only when she saw the small abrasion on Song Jingyan's knee that she felt a quiet sense of relief. It then dawned on her that besides Liu Yiyi and her friend, Dai Yuxi, Song Jingyan's deskmate, was also present. Jiang Xiaofan remained silent. Yet even she, despite her usual carelessness, sensed the tension in the room. Liu Yiyi stood so close to Song Jingyan, clearly indicating a special relationship between them. As Shen Fuwei approached Song Jingyan, the implications of their proximity varied depending on one's perspective. Song Jingyan understood this implicitly. He felt at ease, having already distanced himself from Shen Fuwei. His relationship with Dai Yuxi was merely platonic at most. Liu Yiyi, though silent, felt a stir of uncertainty within her heart. Initially, she had dismissed any connection between Shen Fuwei and Song Jingyan, but now her confidence wavered, even questioning whether Song Jingyan's relationship with Dai Yuxi was more than friendship. Dai Yuxi had encountered Shen Fuwei before, but witnessing her concern for Song Jingyan left her feeling perplexed. Regardless, both Liu Yiyi and Shen Fuwei seemed well matched with Song Jingyan. With a soft sigh, she took half a step back. In the infirmary, only Nurse Lin Paipai remained, thoroughly entertained, with 3 top-tier girls and 2 9-point girls, each possessing their own charm. The scene was far more intriguing than any palace drama, causing her movements to slow. As Song Jingyan sensed the gradually intensifying atmosphere, he realized that indeed, beautiful girls often felt compelled to compete against one another. This awkwardness was untenable, prompting him to clear his throat a few times. Ahem, Aunt Lin has become even more beautiful recently. Song Jingyan, seeking an opportunity to engage in conversation, initiated a light banter with Lin Paipai. Dr. Lin, suppressing a smile, was well aware of Song Jingyan's intentions. She exchanged a few inconsequential words with him to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, Lin Paipai had just completed her bandaging, prompting Song Jingyan to rise hurriedly. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he playfully scratched Liu Yi's palm with his index finger. Let us go. We still have evening self-study. Liu Yi chuckled softly, her heart warming with joy. Ultimately, Song Jingyan held a special place for her, allowing her anxious heart to finally settle. Filled with sweetness, the group gradually made their way out of the infirmary. On the return journey, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Dai Yuxi strode ahead, taking the largest steps. Liu Yi and Zhu Huiven walked leisurely, arm in arm, while Song Jingyan remained close behind them. Jiang Xiaofan and Shen Fuwei lingered at the rear. Wei, do you think Liu Yi and Song Jingyan, along with that Dai Yuxi, share a special relationship? Shen Fuwei pondered. Liu Yi is not doing well academically. I doubt Jingyan would like her. A barely perceptible frown crossed Shen Fuwei's brow. She too was curious about Song Jingyan's true feelings. Yet she was Shen Fuwei, the model student adored by teachers and parents alike. How could she ever ask a boy about matters of the heart? It was an impossibility for her to confront Song Jingyan directly. Song Jingyan subtly cast a glance at Shen Fuwei, who resembled a layer of white snow in winter, slightly aloof and not very talkative. Yet beneath that snowy veneer, she was a girl rich in emotion, thoughtful, and always considerate of others. He understood how to interact with people, maintaining a sense of boundaries. Although she had few friends, those she had were genuine. In his heart, Song Jingyan never denied that Shen Fuwei was his white moonlight. However, the misunderstood love letter had already been rejected, indicating that she was not interested in romance with him. He was not the type to cling desperately, so he had to let it go. Shen Fuwei sensed Song Jingyan's gaze upon her, and, when she looked up, she only saw his back. She was intelligent and excelled academically. But one day she abruptly halted, realizing that her intelligence and academic prowess did not seem to apply to Song Jingyan. It felt as though they had missed something at a certain place in time. Always too late. Class 7 was located on the right side of the teaching building, while classes 1 and 4 were on the left. At the staircase corner, Liu Yiyi and Zhu Huivin turned left. Dai Yuxi had already entered the classroom, prompting Shen Fuwei to quicken her pace to catch up with Song Jingyan. Is something the matter? He inquired, his expression one of suspicion. Shen Fuwei took her time to respond. Is your knee all right? I told you it's fine. Song Jingyan even jumped to demonstrate. Shen Fuwei remained still. Is there something else? Chapter 51. I want to kiss your swollen lips. You should be able to transfer back to class 1 now, right? Yes. Teacher Sun has spoken with me about it. Is your reluctance to return due to me? No, truly not. Song Jingyan was at a loss for how to explain to Shen Fuwei. He had never harbored any fondness for those classmates in class 1 who had bullied him and spread rumors about him in the past. Although these grievances stemmed from a previous life, many events had not recurred in this one. Yet having experienced it once, he found it impossible to let go and could not articulate this to Shen Fuwei. Why wei? I just had a dream where those classmates in class 1 caused us both great distress. Shen Fuwei lifted her gaze, her brown eyes reflecting Song Jingyan's figure. She was uncertain whether to believe him, still convinced that his reluctance to return to class 1 stemmed from her. Who would let a dream affect their bright future? All right, I understand. Shen Fuwei hesitated, disappointment evident as she entered class 1 with Jiang Xiaofan. Upon returning to his seat, Song Jingyan found Dai Yuxi resting her head on the desk, observing him. Who is your girlfriend? Since discovering Dai Yuxi's background, Song Jingyan had ceased to bully her. They're all my friends, just like you. As for girlfriends, aren't you all girls? Dai Yuxi suddenly smiled, a look of relief washing over her. Your female friends are all stunning beauties, did you know? Of course, including you. Dai Yuxi beamed like a child. In the north, parents often dote on their children. Even in high school, most opt for day schooling, typically taking responsibility for pickups. Liu Yiyi had once envied others, but now she found no need to. Why are you packing your bag so early? Zhu Huivin asked, looking puzzled. It seems that dating really does lead to a decline in academic performance. That's a given. Liu Yiyi wrinkled her nose, softly retorting, it's not a given, it's a law. Liu Yiyi felt a sweetness in her heart, entirely immersed in the honeyed bliss of love. As for academic performance, her future no longer mattered. All she desired was to be with Song Jingyan. Their agreement was to leave the classroom at 9 o'clock every day and meet at the bus stop. However, she had rushed out just after 8:30. The night air was chilly, yet her heart burned with warmth. Standing at the bus stop, she absent-mindedly counted the seconds. At that moment, a white BMW 5 Series glided past her. Inside the car, Shen Fuwei gazed out at the scenery through the window. In an instant, Liu Yi's figure flashed by. She was simply too striking. Even among her peers, she could be spotted at a glance. Shen Fuwei turned her head to look at Liu Yiyi. Liu Yiyi was of above-average height, with an enviable figure. The curve from her ankles to her waist was enough to evoke envy in other girls. Her long, fair neck could not be concealed by her school uniform. Liu Yiyi rarely smiled, and they all said that her eyes spoke volumes when she did. But Shen Fuwei had never witnessed it. Yet she had to admit that Liu Yiyi was indeed the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. However, why was she waiting for the bus so early? Did she not plan to wait for Song Jingyan today? Earlier, when passing by class 4, she had purposely looked in, and Song Jingyan showed no signs of leaving. He was still busy with his test papers. Shen Fuwei recalled Liu Yiyi mentioning that she and Song Jingyan merely walked home together after school. Why wei? I heard that your former deskmate, Song Jingyan, performed quite well in this month's exam. Just a few points behind you. Shen Fuwei reined in her thoughts, her gaze subtly drifting to her mother, Zhang Yingxian. Shen Fuwei's response was perfunctory. Following a conversation between her parents, her mother no longer pressured her about school, but instead focused more on her. She felt like a bird trapped in a cage, her freedom of movement and thought severely restricted. Zhang Yingxian sensed her daughter's growing coldness toward her. Yet she would not simply neglect her. Has Song Jingyan been transferred back to class 1? No. Shen Fuwei's reply was icy, prompting Zhang Yingxian to sigh deeply. I know you have grievances against me, but everything I do is for your own good. One day, you'll surely be grateful for all I have done for you. Shen Fuwei turned her face toward the window, lost in thought, refusing to respond. She did not need such well-meaning interference. As Song Jingyan exited the campus, he spotted Liu Yi's figure from afar. At last, Liu Yi saw her boy rushing towards her, and in that moment, her happiness blossomed like peach blossoms in April. She smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Why are you out earlier than me today?" Song Jingyan asked as he approached Liu Yi. "Not too long, just arrived." She had come quite early, missing several buses and waiting for half an hour, but was afraid that mentioning it would cause him to worry. By now, the students leaving school were scattered, fewer in number. The two did not choose to take the bus, as the bus would whisk them away too quickly, shortening their time together. As the school drew further away, Liu Yi eagerly clasped the distinctly knuckled hand of Song Jingyan. With a gentle smile, Song Jingyan opened his palm, intertwining their fingers. Liu Yiyi was the type of girl who would not easily unveil her heart. However, once she embraced love, it would overflow uncontrollably, rendering her quite proactive. "I've made arrangements with teacher Sun. We shall go there on Sunday for your English and Chinese tutoring." Liu Yi paused for a moment. "I don't want to go besides. How will you persuade her? Teacher Sun is the head of the key class, and both Chinese and English are her strong suits. You must listen." Liu Yi bit her rosy lip and nodded, her expressive eyes brimming with affection as they gazed at Song Jingyan. "All right, shouldn't you express your gratitude to me then?" Song Jingyan's lips curled into a teasing smile. Liu Yi's heart raced. She worried that Song Jingyan might propose some excessive request. At that moment, she was uncertain whether to decline or acquiesce, shyly lowering her gaze to her shoelaces. "Fine, you go ahead. Call me brother." Like many boys in love, Song Jingyan enjoyed having his partner refer to him as dad or brother. Many, especially girls, might find this behavior peculiar, considering it somewhat bizarre. Yet, it stemmed from a primal instinct of protectiveness and the desire to be needed, a sentiment only expressed towards girls they genuinely cared for. This was not the first time Song Jingyan had asked Liu Yi to call him brother. Liu Yi was taken aback by his request once again. However, calling someone younger than herself brother was still difficult for her, even if that person was her boyfriend. "I can't say it. Can we exchange it for something else?" Liu Yi buried her head even lower. Song Jingyan, not wanting to press her, felt a tinge of disappointment. "The weather's a bit chilly. Let's skip the ice cream and opt for something else." Liu Yi was still grappling with her inner conflict, while Song Jingyan, oblivious, continued to pull her hand forward, only to find himself halted by Liu Yi's grip. When he turned to look at her, he noticed her delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. What is the matter?" Liu Yi gazed at Song Jingyan as he leaned closer, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, "Brother." Her voice was soft, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Song Jingyan felt a rush of heat to his ears, while Liu Yi remained blissfully unaware. He swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gazing at her with deep affection. The scene resembled a poster from Gone with the Wind, with the surrounding air transforming into a romantic ambience. The streetlights, too, seemed to conspire, casting a warm golden glow that added a splash of color to the enchantment. Liu Yi's eyes widened, eager to inquire what Song Jingyan intended to do. However, as his face slowly inched closer, the warmth of his breath lingered on her face, mingling with the unique scent of soap that enveloped him. Her body felt utterly weak, and her heart seemed to have ceased its rhythm. The surrounding air felt scarce, making it difficult to breathe. She realized something significant was about to happen. Was he going to kiss her? Wasn't he prepared? Was it too soon? Yet, she did not push him away, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her as she slowly closed her eyes. Woof woof! The sound of a dog barking shattered the tranquility of the night. Then, a cough from an elderly woman broke the silence. Cough, cough! Liu Yi opened her eyes, her cheeks burning as she wriggled free from Song Jingyan's embrace. Song Jingyan sighed, noticing an old lady walking a golden retriever appear at the curb. "Why are they out walking dogs at this hour?" he muttered. Liu Yi took hold of Song Jingyan's hand once more. "Actually, I'm not quite ready yet. Can we wait until after the college entrance exams?" Song Jingyan pressed his lips together. He hadn't intended to rush things either, but Liu Yi had genuinely stirred his emotions. He nodded, drawing closer to Liu Yi, and whispered, "When the time comes, I will pin you against the wall and kiss your lips." Thankfully, it was night, and the dim light concealed Liu Yi's flushed ears. "Oh," her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito. Song Jingyan's earlier regret vanished in an instant. Chapter 52. What kind of girl does teacher Sun like? Today, Song Jingyan was set to take Liu Yi to Sun Min for her Chinese and English tutoring. Autumn had deepened, the chills setting in, prompting the need for warmer clothing. Liu Yi had styled her hair in playful twin tails, donning a cozy, oversized pink and white woolen sweater paired with snug jeans and white shoes, perfectly complementing her pure and beautiful aura. Song Jingyan ambled around her leisurely, raising an eyebrow. How odd. I've activated my anti-addiction system, yet here I am, utterly captivated by you, he declared earnestly. Liu Yiyi rolled her eyes, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth. Your anti-addiction system must be a knockoff bought from a roadside stall. Song Jingyan dramatically clutched his chest, feigning injury. Liu boss, I spent a fortune on this supreme VIP from the little supermarket downstairs, complete with a personalized Liu Yiyi blocking module. Liu Yiyi wrinkled her nose and chuckled lightly. Then may I ask, esteemed VIP user, why has your anti-addiction system malfunctioned? Song Jingyan leaned in closer to Liu Yiyi, whispering conspiratorially, it's a bug. It's called EE crash syndrome. Liu Yiyi found amusement in his antics. You're quite the joker this early in the morning. Have you smeared honey on your lips? Song Jingyan pouted, come, let me share. Liu Yiyi blushed and darted away. Upon arriving at the morning market as scheduled with Mo Jiangwo, Song Jingyan was just about to dial his number when Mo Jiangwo approached, carrying an enormous bag. I caught a big one last night. I brought it for you to taste. Mo Jiangwo, unkempt and clad in somewhat dirty clothing, appeared to have rushed over immediately upon docking a small boat. Mo go. You're too kind. I feel guilty. Song Jingyan accepted the bag and opened it, revealing a sizable opium fish weighing over 10 pounds. Mo go. This is far too precious. Please take it back for your family. Mo Jiangwo scratched his disheveled hair. My mother just had surgery a couple of days ago. She can't have anything fishy. Besides, we catch these almost every day. He rubbed his hands together, clearly worried that Song Jingyan might find it unworthy of gratitude. Thank you, Mo go. Song Jingyan smiled and nodded, introducing Liu Yiyi. Mo go. This is my girlfriend, Liu Yiyi. This is Mo go, my good friend. Liu Yiyi had previously encountered Mo Jiangwo at the police station, but they had not formally introduced themselves until today. Hello, Mo go. Liu Yiyi's voice was soft and sweet. Mo Jiangwo felt a bit bashful upon seeing such beauty. No need to call me brother. Just call me old Mo. He then turned to Song Jingyan. I won't delay you any longer. I need to head to the hospital. Song Jingyan nodded. If anything comes up, just call. As Mo Jiangwo prepared to leave, he added, if you want fish, just let me know. All right. Once Mo Jiangwo had departed, Song Jingyan recalled a once popular phrase. Tell old Mo I want to eat fish. With that, Song Jingyan began to stroll around with Liu Yiyi. The Lingyan morning market was vast, filled with an array of delectable treats. Steamed buns for 1 yuan and 50 cents, 3 yuan beef buns with thin skins and generous fillings, pancakes as large as a face stuffed with pork, and a luxurious version of jianbing qiazi, far too much for one person to finish. So many delicious options. What shall we eat? Song Jingyan glanced around. I'm fine with anything, Liu Yiyi replied. Then let us get a pancake. Okay. Song Jingyan approached the pancake stall and ordered an oversized jianbing qiazi, adding an egg and sausage, then divided it in half to share with Liu Yiyi, accompanied by sweet soy milk. By the time they reached Sun Min's home, it was already past 9 in the morning. Sun Min had been up late the previous night, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she opened the door for Song Jingyan. Upon seeing him, she smiled. You rascal, have you been staying up late? Why the dark circles? When her gaze fell upon Liu Yiyi, it was merely a fleeting glance, an ambiguous emotion passing over her face. Liu Yiyun's finger involuntarily curled for a moment, and before she could extend her greetings, Sun Min had already turned and entered the room. Jingyan, please tidy up the room. I'll wash my face first. All right, Song Jingyan replied while removing his shoes and carrying the dishes into the kitchen. The lingering scent of tobacco permeated the room, and the ashtray on the table was overflowing with cigarette butts that had not been emptied. The scattered papers on the table bore testament to Sun Min's diligence as a teacher, though she seemed rather neglectful of her own well-being. Liu Yiyun followed closely behind Song Jingyan and, after a moment of concern, voiced her apprehension. It seems that teacher's son doesn't tea like me. Observing Liu Yiyun's cautious demeanor, Song Jingyan pinched her delicate face gently. Do not worry. She enjoys maintaining her teacherly facade. With time, you will see that she is quite amiable. Oh, Liu Yiyun retained her opinion, recalling the look in teacher's son's eyes from earlier, though uncertain of its meaning. It was certainly not one of fondness. But why would she not like her, especially on their first encounter? Lost in her thoughts, Liu Yiyun assisted Song Jingyan in tidying up the room. By the time Sun Min re-emerged, the room had been restored to a neat and pristine state. Song Jingyan had only spent a brief time reviewing Chinese with Sun Min before he busied himself in the kitchen. Liu Yiyun, however, found it difficult to concentrate, her mind wandering. After a while, Sun Min set down the test papers and turned her gaze towards Liu Yiyun. The expression in her eyes resembled that of a critical and malicious matron. Liu Yiyun felt increasingly anxious, lowering her head and breathing shallowly. Sun Min chuckled lightly. glancing at the busy silhouette of Song Jingyan in the kitchen. Did you notice? Song Jingyan is tall, handsome, academically accomplished, and a superb cook. Isn't he truly exceptional? Liu Yiyi replied cautiously. Liu Yiyi, I do not like you at all. Sun Min's words took a sudden turn. Liu Yiyi's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered. You and Song Jingyan are not suited for each other. You will only bring him harm. Unable to contain herself any longer, Liu Yiyi retorted, I want tea. Seeing the stubbornness in Liu Yiyi's gaze, Sun Min displayed a look of disdain. With Song Jingyan's academic performance, he is bound for a promising future. Yet, lately, he always appears with dark circles under his eyes, looking perpetually fatigued. Don't tell me it's due to his studies. Liu Yiyi felt powerless to argue, as they often spoke late into the night. Basking in the sweetness of their romantic exchanges, she lowered her gaze. Life is about the mundane, cooking, daily chores, and a deep connection of souls. And you do not deserve him. Sun Min's words pierced Liu Yiyi's heart like a steel needle. But that was not the end of it. With your current grades, you are merely an average student. It will be quite challenging for you to secure a job in the future. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan is at least a top-tier student. If he isn't sidetracked, even if he doesn't attend prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking, he will surely be among the top 5 schools in East China. Weigh the significance of that for yourself. Liu Yiyi's inner turmoil was evident. After all, Sun Min was a teacher who expertly understood her student psychology. It is clear that Jingyan holds affection for you, but you must not leverage his feelings to burden him. Tears glistened in Liu Yiyi's eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. Sun Min offered her a tissue. Both of you will certainly enter university, and you will encounter many outstanding peers on campus. Love cannot conquer all hardships. If you desire a hopeful romance, both of you must strive, not just Song Jingyan alone. Liu Yiyi seemed to grasp the essence of Sun Min's words. She was inherently a perceptive and intelligent girl. When love arrived, she had been swept away, fixating solely on Song Jingyan and forgetting that the road ahead was still long. Many equally remarkable girls would appear in Song Jingyan's life, such as Shen Fuwei, who consistently excelled academically. Thank you, teacher, Liu Yiyi replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After bleeding the opium fish, Song Jingyan divided it into 2 portions, placing one in the freezer while preparing the other for braising, generously adding a variety of Sichuan and Chongqing peppers. He also made mapo tofu, dry-fried green beans, and twice-cooked pork, creating a delightful spread of fish and meat. The 3 gathered around the dining table, in good spirits. Song Jingyan placed a piece of fresh fish in Liu Yiyi's bowl. This fish is incredibly fresh. Do have a taste. Sun Min responded with a nonchalant, I know you are a teacher, but there's no need to don a poker face here. There are no outsiders. Song Jingyan teased as he served Sun Min the fish as prize flesh. This part of the fish is the essence. It's all muscle that bubbles daily. Perfect for you, teacher. Upon saying this, Song Jingyan puffed his cheeks and mimicked the comical expression of a fish blowing bubbles. Sun Min could no longer maintain her composure and burst into laughter. Jingyan, how did I not realize you were so amusing? Liu Yiyi's lips curled slightly, offering a faint smile, though her thoughts remained entangled in Sun Min's earlier remarks. Song Jingyan had undergone a significant transformation. He declared that he would change for her, and she too needed to contribute something for him. After their laughter subsided, Sun Min became serious. Remember to come find me during the lunch break tomorrow. I have a test paper for you to take home and complete. 2 copies. Song Jingyan indicated with 2 fingers towards Liu Yiyi. Sun Min cast an ambiguous glance at Liu Yiyi. That set of papers was prepared for the first-class students and was not particularly suitable for her. Though Sun Min's voice bore no discernible emotion, it felt chillingly frosty to Liu Yiyi. No need, Jingyan, Liu Yiyi replied softly, not wanting to complicate things for Song Jingyan or cause him concern. It's all right, I'll show it to you, and I can teach you if you find it difficult. Song Jingyan, aware that the paper might be quite challenging, sought to reassure Liu Yiyi. Aside from the minor incident regarding the test paper, the dinner table was filled with lively conversation between Song Jingyan and Sun Min. They discussed local customs and culinary delights, transitioning to university majors and future employment trends, with Song Jingyan speaking eloquently. Liu Yiyi sat by, feeling like a fish out of water, unable to interject. She was further astonished by the camaraderie between Song Jingyan and teacher Sun, their banter reminiscent of longtime friends. She could not help but admire Song Jingyan's breadth of knowledge, pondering where he had acquired so much wisdom, as even teacher Sun occasionally applauded his insights. Liu Yiyi's heart sank, her insecurities stirring once more. She wished to be more compatible with Song Jingyan. She could not afford to languish any longer. Efforts were imperative. When they departed, Sun Min escorted them to the ground floor, attempting to slip the grocery money into Song Jingyan's pocket. But he deftly evaded her grasp and whisked Liu Yiyi away. Although rumors had circulated about Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei, truth be told, Shen Fuwei was indeed a more suitable match for him. As Sun Min crossed her arms, contemplating this, she turned back only after Song Jingyan had walked out of sight. Yayun, why do you look so unhappy? Throughout their journey, Liu Yiyi remained sullen, and Song Jingyan took note of her demeanor. Not at all. Liu Yiyi felt dejected, but refrained from sharing Sun Min's remarks with Song Jingyan, for they held considerable truth. She did not wish to burden him with her worries. If you dislike attending supplementary classes with teacher Sun, we need not return next time. No, I wish to learn from her. Liu Yiyi hurriedly interjected. While Sun Min might not harbor fondness for her, it was undeniable that she was a seasoned teacher. Shall we stroll through the ancient city? Song Jingyan suggested, relishing the time spent with Liu Yiyi and not wanting to part ways. Jingyan, I want to go home and study. Liu Yiyi, who had been addressing him as Xiao Song, now reverted to calling him by his name. It's still early. Stay with me a little longer. Song Jingyan grasped her hand, reluctant to let go. Liu Yiyi bit her lip, hesitating briefly before ultimately agreeing, as she too did not wish to part from Song Jingyan. Although the precise words exchanged between teacher Sun and you remain a mystery to me, I am acutely aware that your discontent stems from her. Song Jingyan grasped Liu Yiyi's hand as he spoke. Liu Yiyi lowered her gaze, offering no response. I shall not compel you to voice your troubles, yet I implore you not to let external influences tarnish our relationship. No, that won't happen. Liu Yiyi clasped Song Jingyan's hand tightly, resting her head against his arm. Upon arriving at the ancient city, Song Jingyan led Liu Yiyi on a leisurely stroll around the Confucian temple. The reason for their visit was Song Jingyan's suspicion that Liu Yiyi's unhappiness was linked to her studies. Teacher Sun typically instructed students from the elite class, whose cognitive abilities and concentration were indeed superior to those of average students. Furthermore, given Teacher Sun's stringent expectations for her pupils, he worried that Liu Yiyi's self-esteem might falter under the pressure. If you pay your respects to the sage, she shall bless you with steady academic progress. Song Jingyan pointed towards the statue of Confucius. Liu Yiyi blinked in confusion and asked, does that really work? It was only after I prayed to the sage that my grades skyrocketed, Song Jingyan asserted with conviction. In his past life, whenever his academic performance dipped, he would come here to pray, a psychological comfort that, despite its lack of tangible effect, provided solace and alleviated stress. Encouraged by Song Jingyan, Liu Yiyi closed her eyes and bowed 3 times with genuine reverence. Now, let me take you to another place, Song Jingyan exclaimed, eagerly guiding Liu Yiyi towards the center of the ancient city. Is it the drum tower? Song Jingyan nodded, leading her up the tower. This was the highest point in the ancient city, affording a view of the entire street below. What do you wish to bring me here for? Liu Yiyi asked, her face still a mask of perplexity. For the residents of Binhai City, the ancient city was familiar, and the drum tower was no exception. I want to stand here and profess my affection for you, Song Jingyan declared earnestly. Many boys might feel compelled to announce their feelings to the world once they fall for a girl. Yet Liu Yiyi was inherently reserved and introverted. I already know, so there's no need to shout it out. Liu Yiyi glanced around at the bustling crowd. Liu Yiyi, I like you, Song Jingyan suddenly exclaimed loudly. This unexpected declaration drew the attention of passers-by, eliciting a myriad of expressions: envy, joy, curiosity, most merely intrigued by the spectacle. Liu Yiyi was momentarily stunned before a rush of crimson flooded her cheeks, prompting her to crouch down and bury her face in her arms. Song Jingyan, you are mortifying me. Song Jingyan chuckled and crouched beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Is your mood any better now? MHM, Liu Yiyi mumbled, still hiding her face. Wouldn't it be lovely for the ancient city to bear witness to our love? Liu Yiyi lifted her gaze to meet the warm, earnest brown eyes of Song Jingyan, and she began to grasp the depth of his sentiments. But I can't bring myself to shout it. Song Jingyan rose, pulling Liu Yiyi up to face him, and removed a jade pendant from around his neck. I received this from Wanghai Temple when I was 3 years old during a bout of high fever. Though its quality is rather poor and of little value, I have worn it ever since, and I wish to give it to you now. Is this a token of our love? Liu Yiyi questioned, realizing that such tokens typically require mutual exchange. She was unprepared and had nothing to offer in return. Observing Liu Yiyi's indecision, Song Jingyan was left in uncertainty about her feelings. Did she not like it, or did she simply not want it? A token of love symbolizes the bond between two souls. How could she not desire it, or fail to appreciate it? I like it and want it, but I have nothing to give in exchange, Liu Yiyi hurriedly replied, not wanting to mislead Song Jingyan. You've already given me something, Song Jingyan said, shaking his phone slightly. How can that count? Who exchanges gifts with a phone? Song Jingyan then hung the jade pendant around Liu Yiyi's neck. She cradled the pendant in her palm, still warm from the contact with his chest. Feeling a surge of warmth, she said, consider this a debt owed. I shall repay you. Song Jingyan nodded with a smile. Let us strike the drum together. It shall signify our commitment. This was a tradition among the older generations of Binhai City, where a drum was struck after a couple made their commitment, a promise not to waver. However, the modern youth had long since abandoned this custom, and few were aware of it. Song Jingyan led Liu Yiyi inside the drum tower, where a war drum with a diameter of 2 meters stood majestically in the center. It seems a bit high, Liu Yiyi remarked, reaching out to touch the drum. I have a solution. Song Jingyan thought for a moment before crouching down. If you climb onto my shoulders, you'll be able to reach it. Liu Yiyi had long since cast aside her earlier discontent and, with a playful spirit, climbed onto his shoulders, an experience she had only encountered in her childhood. Is it okay? Do you trust me? In a world where trust was scarce, she had found solace in Song Jingyan. Yet, her timid nature made her hesitate, trembling slightly as she perched on his shoulders. Am I heavy? Regardless of age, girls often fixate on their weight, especially in front of boys they admire. Wow, you're so heavy. Song Jingyan feigned an exaggerated expression. Liu Yiyi pressed her lips together. No way. I'm not even 90, Jean. Song Jingyan burst into laughter, playfully squatting with her 3 times. Only then did Liu Yiyi realize he was teasing her. Yiyi, you need to eat more. You're too thin, and you'll miss out on so much joy. Liu Yiyi pinched Song Jingyan's ear. If you keep fooling me, I'll twist your ear. Song Jingyan chuckled and patted her thigh reassuringly, inching closer to the drum. Just one strike. Make it count. It's all up to you. Liu Yiyi summoned all her strength. Thud. Chapter 54. Liu Yiyi's family conflict. Song Jingyan escorted Liu Yiyi to the entrance of her community. Both felt a pang of reluctance. You should go in. If I can't see you, I'll leave. Or you could go. If I can't see you, I'll go home. They lingered for a while, neither making a move. Liu Yiyi began to whine. Brother, why don't you leave? The shyness she once felt when first addressing him as brother had faded, though this was only permissible in the absence of others. Song Jingyan's heart swelled with warmth, yearning to embrace Liu Yiyi, yet the daylight and the public setting made such an act difficult. With a soft he took a step back. Only when Song Jingyan was completely out of sight did Liu Yiyi begin her journey home. The late autumn sun was occasionally warm, and the leaves atop the trees swayed gently in the breeze. Her joyous spirit felt light, dancing through the community. Who was Song Jingyan? He was her boyfriend, the one she could lean on. Being with him brought her immense happiness. Yet, as she opened the door to her home, it felt as though all her joy had been locked outside. Liu Boda's intense gaze burned with ire. Liu Yiyi, do you not feel any shame? Going out on dates with that boy? Are you truly prepared to abandon your studies? Liu Yiyi raised her chin defiantly. She had no desire to argue with her father, believing she would never return home once the college entrance exams were over. But Song Jingyan was her bottom line. No one could touch that. I have not given up. We are attending extra classes with teacher's son together. Liu Boda's face flushed with anger, and his breathing quickened. Which teacher's son? Your subject teacher, doesn't he even have the surname Sun? It's teacher Sun Min, the homeroom teacher of class 3. Liu Yiyi countered. Liu Boda was somewhat familiar with the situation at her school. The director of the second middle school, Li Changwang, was a former classmate of his. How could the homeroom teacher of the elite class possibly tutor her? Seeing Liu Yiyi refuse to back down, Liu Boda's suspicions grew. Since marrying Lan Shan, he had indeed shown less concern for Liu Yiyi. Yet, she was still his biological daughter. However, when facing her, the entangled emotions stemming from her mother's complex relationship with Sun Haiqian inevitably intertwine. The emotions become increasingly intricate. Last time, a disagreement over pet ownership led to a significant rift between father and daughter, resulting in a prolonged Cold War lasting several days. Ultimately, he conceded temporarily, choosing not to prolong the dispute. Very well, you claim you haven't given up. The upcoming monthly exam will reveal the truth. If your grades do not improve, you must distance yourself from that boy, and your dog must also be sent away. Liu Yiyi furrowed her brow, biting her lip so hard that it nearly bled, her chest heaving rapidly as she suppressed her anger. I know I am a nuisance to you now. I will leave your home. I do not require your insincere concern for my academic performance. I can study diligently without you. Liu Yiyi returned to her room, skillfully locking the door behind her. The conversation between father and daughter ended once more in discontent. Liu Boda, feeling helpless, picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, is this Li Changwang? I'm your old classmate, Liu Boda. I would like to inquire about a matter concerning teacher son from class 1 of your senior year. As Song Jingyan departed from Liu Yi's neighborhood, he took out his phone. After sending Liu Yi a message and receiving no reply, he sent a message to their group chat. Song Jingyan, bored this weekend. Anyone want to join me for a meal and a chat? Shen Fuwei had spent the entire day at home working on practice exams and was already feeling dizzy. Upon seeing Song Jingyan's message, he was the first to respond. Shen Fuwei, sure, where are you? I'll be there in a flash. Jiang Xiaofen's father is the director of the local police station, while her mother is a secondary school teacher. Unlike Shen Fuwei's mother, Jiang Xiaofen's parents have always encouraged her to socialize more and make friends. Coupled with her naturally extroverted personality, she happened to be out for a stroll in her neighborhood when she saw Song Jingyan's message. Jiang Xiaofen, is it fair for you two boys to have just me, the only girl? This remark was clearly directed at Shen Fuwei. At that moment, Shen Fuwei had just exited the dance studio, changed out of her dance attire, and walked in the bathroom to wash up. After finishing her shower, she took her phone from the cabinet and noticed the ongoing conversation between Song Jingyan and the others. With few friends and even fewer confidants, she was certainly interested in joining them for a meal, especially since such gatherings wouldn't take too long, given the small size of the town and the proximity to her home. However, her mother, Zhang Yingxian, would never permit it. Her only leisure activity was to train in the dance studio for 2 hours, a habit ingrained in her since childhood. Other than that, she couldn't even casually stroll through the neighborhood without strict time constraints. If she were to learn that Song Jingyan was among the group, given her mother's prejudices against him, she could forget about it altogether. Shen Fuwei was aware that Jiang Xiaofen was calling her, but chose not to respond. Silently, she set her phone down and began to get dressed. After drying her hair, she hastily gathered it into a bun, securing it with a hairpin, and then left the dance studio with her equipment bag. Her mother, Zhang Yingxian, sat in their BMW 5 Series, keeping a watchful eye on the entrance of the studio. Only when her daughter got into the car did she let out a sigh. Are we eating at home or out? Zhang Yingxian asked, her face weary. Recently, she had been busy with an academic seminar at school, leaving her feeling exhausted. Although they could afford a nanny, given Shun Xing's temperament, the capitalist indulgence of such an arrangement would never be an option for their family. Therefore, dining out had become quite common. Let us eat out, Shen Fuwei replied nonchalantly. What do you feel like eating? Shen Fuwei glanced at the group chat on her phone, noticing that Song Jingyan and the others were dining at an old restaurant on Ancient City Street. This restaurant had a reputation for its delectable offerings. Shen Fuwei, not one to speak falsely, allowed a faint smile to escape her lips, though Professor Zhang was too fatigued to notice. Is it that restaurant called Feng Tian? Yes. Their dishes are both affordable and generous in portion. Shen Fuwei exaggerated slightly, concerned that Zhang Yingxian would refuse to change venues. Zhang Yingxian indeed recalled that restaurant, particularly enjoying their sweet and sour guabao roe. All right, let us go there. Shen Fuwei silently sent a message to Jiang Xiaofen. Shen Fuwei, I'll be going there with my mom. Can you ask Song Jingyan to wear a mask or something to cover his face? Jiang Xiaofen was well aware of Shen Fuwei's mother's biases against Song Jingyan. Jiang Xiaofen, can't you and your mom just explain it? Shen Fuwei, poor me, JPG. Jiang Xiaofen, okay, see you soon. High school students do not have much pocket money, and when several of them gather for a meal, the emphasis lies more on conversation and relieving boredom rather than the food itself. They would never order expensive items like seafood or fish. Song Jingyan and his companions ordered 3 dishes: potato stew with kidney beans, stir-fried meat with chili, and a portion of water tofu. The total came to less than 100 yuan, so when split among the 3, it amounted to just over 20 yuan each, a bargain. Shen Fuwei seemed to have a poor appetite that day, eating slowly. Yinggu, studying is really hard. Ever since Song Jingyan's academic performance had distanced itself from Shen Fuwei's, the latter's mood had soured, akin to a neglected child. Jiang Xiaofen pouted in agreement. Just take it easy. You simply lack the talent that Jingyan possesses. This comment did little to console Shen Fuwei, leaving him feeling even less confident. Song Jingyan cast a helpless glance at Shen Fuwei, recognizing his immaturity. Anyone who can gain admission to the prestigious class at Binhai No. 2 High School is no fool. Shen Fuwei recalled the determination that had fueled him and Song Jingyan as they both aimed for the prestigious class, which only deepened his silence. You know, Chin Dog, compared to what you will do after graduating from university, studying is the easiest thing you will ever do in your life. Shen Fuwei remained unconvinced. How do you know what I'll do in the future? What if I become a boss? Song Jingyan chuckled. Sure, you can inherit your family's noodle shop. Shen Fuwei would certainly not consider running a noodle shop, confined to the same place day in and day out. Such a monotonous life held no appeal for him. While they were conversing, Shen Fuwei and her mother, Zhang Yingxian, arrived at the restaurant. Chapter 55, The Devastating Impact of White Moonlight. Jiang Xiaofan quickly pulled Song Jingyan aside. Quick hide, Shen Fuwei's mom is here. Song Jingyan was bewildered. Why should her mother's arrival concern him? However, upon seeing Jiang Xiaofan's anxious expression, he decided to assist his friend and complied, following Jiang Xiaofan to the restroom. As he looked at the chopsticks in his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of eating in a restroom. This was a first for him. When Shen Fuwei and her mother, Zhang Yingxian, entered the restaurant, they immediately spotted Jiang Xiaofan and Chun Bohan at a table. Zhang Yingxian frowned, casting a wary glance at Shen Fuwei. What a coincidence, she mused. After scanning the restaurant for any male patrons, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Song Jingyan isn't here. Hello, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you while dining. Jiang Xiaofan lied without hesitation. What a stroke of luck. Why are there only the two of you? Is Song Jingyan not here? Zhang Yingxian's words were laden with meaning, her unease evident. Oh, lately Song Jingyan has been busy with his studies. And since he is no longer in our class, we've had less contact, she replied. Zhang Yingxian couldn't help but think that her daughter was particularly close to these three, often seen together, especially that Song Jingyan, who seemed to be constantly around Shen Fuwei. Perhaps it was for the best they weren't in touch anymore. Shen Fuwei remained silent, biting her lip, and cast a grateful glance at Jiang Xiaofan. But soon, a sense of confusion crept in. Where's Song Jingyan? She merely asked Jiang Xiaofan to disguise him a little, never intending to drive him away. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to come here? With this thought, Shen Fuwei couldn't help but furrow her brow. Let us share a table. I'll order 2 more dishes. Although Zhang Yingxian harbored some prejudice against Song Jingyan, she was amiable towards others. As a parent, she wanted to maintain Shen Fuwei's image among her classmates. Jiang Xiaofan was more than eager to share a table. Great. We can chat a bit. Shen Bohan felt somewhat awkward. Dining with elders made him a bit self-conscious, and he could only respond with awkward smiles. Zhang Yingxian ordered a dish of squirrel fish and added a portion of lamb to the table. Xiaofan, you and Shen Bohan aren't on a date, are you? Zhang Yingxian half-jokingly teased Jiang Xiaofan and Shen Bohan. Both Jiang Xiaofan and Shen Bohan were momentarily taken aback, looking up at Zhang Yingxian. Auntie, please don't misunderstand. We are merely friends having a chat. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan's nervous expression, Zhang Yingxian nodded in satisfaction. Xiaofan, are there any boys in your class still pursuing Weiwei like Song Jingyan? Jiang Xiaofan cast a glance at Shen Fuwei, seeking help. Shen Fuwei lowered her head, fiddling with her phone, and took the opportunity to send a message to Jiang Xiaofan while her mother, Zhang Yingxian, was distracted. Shen Fuwei, where did Song Jingyan go? Jiang Xiaofan, seeing Shen Fuwei's lack of response, hurriedly replied. Auntie, Song Jingyan and Weiwei actually don't have anything going on. Mentioning Song Jingyan made Zhang Yingxian's temper flare. Nothing? How could there be so many rumors? In the eyes of parents, their children are always the obedient and well-behaved ones. The fault always lies with others. Jiang Xiaofan was at a loss for how to respond to Zhang Yingxian, awkwardly glancing at her phone. Just then, he noticed a message from Shen Fuwei and quickly replied. Jiang Xiaofan, in the restroom. When Shen Fuwei saw the reply, she stood up nonchalantly. Mom, I'm going to the restroom. All right. Zhang Yingxian thought Shen Fuwei was upset because she had been talking about Song Jingyan, so she paid it no mind and continued chatting with Jiang Xiaofan. By the way, Xiaofan, is your mom still teaching Chinese at number 4 high school? Yes. The restaurant was small, with only one restroom, a common sight in their small city. Fortunately, the restroom was quite clean, without any unpleasant odors. Song Jingyan, not having brought any cigarettes, was leaning against the door with chopsticks in his mouth. Knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. At first, Song Jingyan ignored it, but the person persisted with another round of knocks. This was not during the restaurant's peak hours, and there weren't many patrons. Song Jingyan called out weakly, Go next door. Someone in here. The person outside seemed quite stubborn, continuing to knock. Knock, knock. Irritated, Song Jingyan opened the door. What's wrong with you? Shen Fuwei hurriedly squeezed through the door and shut it behind her. In the cramped restroom, their eyes met. Song Jingyan leaned against the cold, tiled wall, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Shen Fuwei hadn't tied her hair up today. Her long hair was held back with a claw clip, with a few strands falling messily around her flushed cheeks. She wasn't wearing her school uniform either, a loose, bright yellow hoodie draped over her slender frame, and a black straight skirt revealed her delicate calves, her white sneakers still damp with water stains. Truly, Shen Fuwei could shine even in a haphazard outfit. Yet he hadn't expected her to come, nor that she would corner him in the restroom. Song Jingyan felt a moment of disorientation. Shall I give you a stall? Shen Fuwei pressed her lips together, smiling, revealing 2 dimples. What are you doing in the restroom with chopsticks? Song Jingyan glanced at the chopsticks in his hand and playfully slurped. Can't you tell I'm here to eat? In the restroom? Is that unacceptable? Song Jingyan raised his chin. Shen Fuwei turned her face away, laughing lightly. Your way of speaking is quite amusing now. Then what are you doing here? Was it you who invited everyone to come eat? Shen Fuwei mimicked Song Jingyan, lifting her chin. I didn't invite your mom. Besides, I came. So why should I avoid you? Song Jingyan asked with a furrowed brow. Due to her mother's presence, Shen Fuwei still felt a twinge of guilt towards Song Jingyan. I'm sorry. Let me make it up to you. After all, they had been desk mates for 5 years and were very good friends. So how could Shen Fuwei make things difficult for him? She smiled and said, Then you can ask Professor Zhang to order a plate of shrimp later. Shen Fuwei blinked at Song Jingyan, chuckling softly. How you are quite greedy. That plate of shrimp must be over 100. Song Jingyan joked. Who told us to have an affair? While others have romantic affairs, I'm here stealing friendship, hiding in the restroom. It's quite the loss. Song Jingyan feigned a look of regret, causing Shen Fuwei to laugh uncontrollably, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. At that moment, the claw clip atop Shen Fuwei's head slipped down as she trembled with laughter. Her long, freshly washed hair, already smooth and voluminous, cascaded down like silk. Song Jingyan reacted quickly, bending down to catch it just as the clip fell. Shen Fuwei's hair brushed lightly against his cheek, and the scent of orange blossoms from his memories grew stronger. At that moment, he finally understood the devastating allure of a first love. He felt his heart racing and desperately wanted to touch Shen Fuwei's long hair. But they were just friends. He also understood that the coldness of that first love was intangible, yet could easily inflict harm. Clumsily, he squeezed the claw clip. With a snap, the spring of the clip broke, leaving Song Jingyan stunned. He didn't know if it was his clumsiness or if fate was playing tricks on him. This made things even more awkward. This isn't my fault. Shen Fuwei wrinkled her nose. It's fine. Just throw it away from me. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxian, noticing her daughter had been in the restroom for quite some time, grew concerned and stood up to check on her. Jiang Xiaofan, worried that Professor Zhang would encounter Song Jingyan and become angry, hurriedly followed suit. Jiang Xiaofan intentionally cleared her throat. Ahem. Zhang Yingxian became more alert. Is this the only restroom? Yes. Yes. Jiang Xiaofan purposely raised her voice. Zhang Yingxian knocked on the door. Wai Wei, are you in there? Inside. Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei had already heard Jiang Xiaofan's voice. Song Jingyan appeared relaxed, feeling no guilt. Shen Fuwei, however, looked noticeably tense. Mom, I'm in here. Why have you been in there for so long? Oh, I'm fine. I'll be out shortly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Shen Fuwei clenched her fingers tightly, anxiously unsure of what to do. Song Jingyan chuckled softly and leaned closer to Shen Fuwei's ear. Is your mom here to catch us? Shen Fuwei, feeling tense, had no mood for jokes. What should we do? You should message Jiang Xiaofan and ask her to think of a way. Song Jingyan glanced up at the restroom ceiling and immediately had an idea. Shen Fuwei hurriedly took out her phone to seek help. In fact, even if she didn't team message Jiang Xiaofan was already brainstorming solutions. Wai Wei, I also need to use the restroom. Hurry up and come out. Jiang Xiaofan thought quickly. Song Jingyan nodded at Shen Fuwei, signaling her to open the door. Shen Fuwei opened the door cautiously. Jiang Xiaofan, quick as a flash, squeezed in just as Zhang Yingxian leaned in to look while Shen Fuwei stepped out. Upon seeing her daughter with her hair cascading down, Professor Zhang frowned and asked, Where's your claw clip? Chapter 56, simultaneously pursuing 2 campus beauties. It's quite exhilarating to think about. It broke. I threw it away. Shen Fuwei replied coldly, though her heart raced. However, since her daughter had already emerged, she had no reason to linger at the restroom door. Returning to the table with her daughter, Shen Fuwei discreetly let out a sigh of relief behind her mother. The feeling of lying was truly unpleasant. This was all because of you, Song Jingyan. Back at the table, Chen Bohan stood nearby, casting a glance in their direction. Upon seeing Shen Fuwei and Zhang Yingxian return, a sigh of relief escaped me. Zhang Yingxian, harboring doubts, kept her composure. Xiao Fan excused herself to the restroom, suggesting, Let us commence our meal. The trio resumed their seats. Mom, I desire shrimp. Shen Fuwei remained poised, not touching her chopsticks. Their family typically based meal choices on Shen Fuwei's preferences. Yet, Shen Fuwei rarely indulged in seafood, particularly disliking anything with a fishy taste. What is the matter with you today? Aren't you usually averse to seafood? Shen Fuwei pressed her lips together. I wish to eat it today. Zhang Yingxian furrowed her brow, yet acquiesced to her daughter's request. summoning a waiter to order 2 pounds of shrimp, totaling 120 yuan. Jiang Xiaofan pressed her ear against the door, and upon seeing Zhang Yingxian walk away, turned to Song Jingyan and said, "I apologize for the inconvenience. Once they depart, I shall call for you." Song Jingyan retorted, "Jiang Xiaofan, have I committed a crime, or am I so unattractive that I frighten people? Is it really necessary?" Jiang Xiaofan chuckled to placate him. "You are well aware that Shen Fuwei's mother harbors a strong bias against you. Encountering you is akin to facing an adversary. Let us not put everyone in an awkward position." Song Jingyan smirked and nodded. All right. So to spare everyone's discomfort, I must suffer, is that it?" Jiang Xiaofan cautiously peered out of the restroom, returning to the dining table. "Annie, my apologies." Zhang Yingxian, maintaining her composure, feigned interest in the restroom. "No problem. Let us continue dining." However, despite her words, Zhang Yingxian abruptly stood and made her way towards the restroom. Shen Fuwei, Jiang Xiaofan, and Shen Bohan were taken aback. Shen Fuwei immediately rose. "Mom, where are you going? You all have been to the restroom. What issue can my visit pose? Or is there something within that I ought not to see?" Professor Zhang's profound gaze fixed on Shen Fuwei, deliberately implying something more profound. Shen Fuwei, being the obedient daughter, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her unease evident on her face, as she quickly lowered her head and murmured, "There's nothing." Zhang Yingxian discerned the trepidation among Shen Fuwei and the others, suspecting the restroom harbored someone she did not wish to encounter. If Song Jingyan were indeed inside, she would not let him escape unscathed. Noticing her mother's stern demeanor, Shen Fuwei's fear intensified, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Jiang Xiaofan attempted to mediate. "Auntie, how about we? Xiaofan, you have already visited the restroom. This matter does not concern you." Zhang Yingxian shot a glare at Jiang Xiaofan. Startled, Jiang Xiaofan retreated, casting a helpless glance at Shen Bohan. "Wei, go knock on the door." Under the pressure of blood ties, she had no choice but to comply. Shen Fuwei, on the verge of tears, knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Is anyone inside?" No response came from within, and Shen Fuwei's heart raced as she knocked again. "Knock, knock." Still no reply. Just as she contemplated knocking once more, Zhang Yingxian's patience waned. With a firm knock, the door seemed to shift slightly. Zhang Yingxian pushed it gently, and to her astonishment, it opened. Shen Fuwei's eyes widened in sheer terror. Zhang Yingxian glanced at her before stepping into the restroom, her lips twitching in surprise. It was utterly empty. Shen Fuwei, Jiang Xiaofan, and Shen Bohan exchanged glances, bracing themselves for Professor Zhang's wrath. Yet, unexpectedly, the previously stern Professor Zhang appeared deflated, her expression neutral. "Let's return to our meal." With that, she returned to her seat, and Shen Fuwei obediently followed. Jiang Xiaofan, scratching her head in confusion, ventured into the restroom. Song Jingyan stood above her, wearing a mischievous grin. "Look at what you've done. You've made her into quite the anxious child." Jiang Xiaofan glanced up to see Song Jingyan propped against the restroom wall, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Back at the dining table, Jiang Xiaofan subtly exchanged glances with Shen Fuwei, communicating via their phones. "Jiang Xiaofan, rest assured, Song Jingyan is well hidden." Shen Fuwei breathed a quiet sigh of relief, her head bowed in secret delight. "Wei, did you not say you wanted shrimp?" Professor Zhang deftly placed a shrimp onto Shen Fuwei's plate. Shen Fuwei detested the fishy aroma of seafood and was reluctant to partake. "Why are you not eating?" Professor Zhang inquired, her brow furrowed. Shen Fuwei, wishing to avoid raising her mother's suspicions, endured the unpleasant taste as she peeled the shrimp. Meanwhile, Shen Bohan, an enthusiast of seafood, quickly consumed 3 shrimp. Shen Fuwei watched anxiously, discreetly freeing a hand to send a message to Jiang Xiaofan. "Shen Fuwei, keep an eye on Shen Bohan. He is devouring all the shrimp." Jiang Xiaofan cast a glance at Shen Bohan, who remained blissfully unaware that the shrimp had been ordered for Song Jingyan. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding Shen Fuwei's feelings for Song Jingyan, which seemed to transcend mere friendship. However, she understood Shen Fuwei's temperament. She would not voice her concerns nor inquire further. With a swift clap to Shen Bohan's nape, Jiang Xiaofan scolded, "Could you not eat so quickly? Every time we dine out, you act as if you haven't eaten in ages." With that, she claimed the remaining shrimp for herself. Professor Zhang, oblivious to the exchange, focused solely on finishing her meal and leaving with her daughter. She resolved never to return to this place. Professor Zhang consumed her food rapidly, placing her chopsticks down as she patiently awaited Shen Fuwei. Shen Fuwei hesitated, but under the weight of her mother's inscrutable gaze, she ate a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. "Are you finished?" Professor Zhang's voice was icy. Shen Fuwei nodded. Rising, Professor Zhang adjusted her clothing, forcing a smile for Jiang Xiaofan and Chen Bowen. I will take Wei Wei home. You two should return soon after finishing your meal. Turning away, the smile she had struggled to muster vanished in an instant. Once inside the car, Shen Fuwei felt like a child caught in mischief, sitting in the back seat. Professor Zhang glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Wei Wei, you are a good child. You must not lie to me. Professor Zhang began to impart her educational philosophy to her daughter. You are still young, and your horizons are limited. You will encounter many exceptional individuals in the future. Do not let a fleeting moment of beauty hinder your lifetime. Shen Fuwei clutched her clothing, avoiding her mother-esque gaze. Staring out the window as dusk descended, she disagreed with her mother-esque perspective, but lacked the courage to retort. As she matured, she discovered the difficulty in forming friendships. In her childhood, a peer once asked, "Do you enjoy playing on the slide?" A mere nod was sufficient to forge companionship. Or, a simple question about ice cream flavors would lead to shared joy. However, as she transitioned to middle school, comments such as "that girl is beautiful, but I do not like her" emerged. Friendships became exclusive, and cliques formed. It was during this time that she first felt the pangs of loneliness. Though Song Jingyan occasionally lightened her spirits. As high school approached, academic pressures mounted, complicating relationships further. Boys would flirt, and if she responded, they would boast among peers about their connection with her. Even when she adopted a stern demeanor, whispers would circulate among girls. Look at Shen Fuwei, flirting with that boy again. Consequently, she resolved to distance herself from friendships, keeping everyone at arm's length, except for 4 individuals. Song Jingyan was the exception. Professor Zhang hesitated, ultimately sighing in resignation, shaking her head. Her daughter had grown. Their bond no longer resembled the closeness of her childhood. Though Shen Fuwei might not comprehend, she felt the weight of her responsibilities as a mother. Song Jingyan emerged from the restroom to rejoin the meal. Jiang Xiaofan pushed the shrimp towards him. These were saved especially for you by Wei Wei. If you had delayed any longer, your precious shrimp would have been devoured. Chen Bohan glared at Jiang Xiaofan. Do not incite discord among us brothers. We share our blessings together. How could I possibly forget Yinge? Jiang Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance at Chen Bohan. You're no stranger to such behavior. Every time Wei Wei brings snacks or cakes, you devour the most. Chen Bohan was momentarily speechless, his face turning crimson. Jiang Xiaofan then turned to Song Jingyan. Jingyan, I truly believe you and Wei Wei make a splendid pair. Song Jingyan, while nibbling on green beans, pushed aside the shrimp for Chen Bohan. He had considered having Shen Fuwei as a girlfriend, but that would require her willingness. One cannot force someone at knife point. Stop. Don't stir up trouble. She's already said she is not interested in dating. Chen Bohan gleefully seized the shrimp and countered Jiang Xiaofan. Yinge and Liu Yiyi are the real match. No amount of delicious food could silence Chen Bohan's incessant chatter. However, the thought of simultaneously dating both Liu Yiyi and Shen Fuwei, possessing 2 campus beauties as girlfriends, filled him with delight. Song Jingyan fixed his gaze on Chen Bohan, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. I believe you two are quite well matched as well. Chen Bohan and Jiang Xiaofan were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that were laden with disdain and contempt. Chapter 57. The Innocent Liu Yiyi. The following day, Liu Yiyi awaited Song Jingyan at the street corner to walk to school together. Today, she had brought stuffed pancakes from that delicious place you mentioned last time, along with hot soy milk. She gently offered the breakfast forward, her voice soft, fingers curled slightly as if afraid of burning him. As Song Jingyan accepted it, his fingers brushed against her icy hand. How long have you been standing here? Your hands are freezing. Not long at all. Liu Yiyi hurriedly concealed her hands behind her back, gently rubbing the hem of her school uniform. Only then did Song Jingyan raise his gaze to scrutinize her, noting the faint blush beneath her eyelids, resembling a little rabbit that hadn't slept well. Did you say you went to bed early last night? Your eyes are as red as a rabbit's. What were you up to? Liu Yiyi blinked awkwardly at his remark, her gaze drifting to the nearby sycamore tree. I just couldn't fall asleep. I flipped through some textbooks, thinking about what to memorize for today's reading. Are you made of iron? Song Jingyan scoffed lightly. I'm telling you, if you ruin your skin from staying up late, no one will dare to marry you. Liu Yiyi instinctively touched her cheek, her fingertips grazing her delicate skin, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Song Jingyan discerned her unease and chuckled. Rest assured, even if you develop panda eyes from sleepless nights, you'll still outshine those mismatched faces at school. Natural beauty has its advantages. Liu Yiyi couldn't help but chuckle, the redness in her eyes seemingly fading a bit. At that moment, several students clad in identical uniforms approached, their gazes immediately landing on the two, their footsteps slowing down. Song Jingyan inwardly cursed their entire family, muttering, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen handsome men and beautiful women before?" In school, those who garnered attention typically fell into two categories: either academic achievers whose names frequently graced the top of the leaderboard, or exceptional talents like Liu Yiyi, who left an impression during school performances. Song Jingyan had recently gained notoriety due to a vague rumor involving Shen Fuwei. Coupled with his unexpected rise from mediocrity to the top ranks in the recent monthly exam, astonishing many. Consequently, the sight of two prominent figures together attracted attention akin to a dramatic spectacle. "Shall we separate?" Liu Yiyi's voice was barely above a whisper. As they neared the school, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, she quickly added, "It's not that I don't want to walk with you. I really don't." As Song Jingyan chewed on his pancake, her words prompted him to nod, allowing Liu Yiyi to walk ahead. "Hey!" A bright greeting interrupted Song Jingyan's thoughts. He snapped back to reality, just in time to see an electric scooter nearly graze his pant leg, the handlebars almost colliding with his knee. Startled, he took a step back, causing his soy milk to splatter onto the ground, the milky liquid soaking the edge of his shoe. "How dare you!" Song Jingyan's temper flared instantly. He turned to unleash his frustration, only to meet a pair of eyes peeking out from beneath a red helmet. Dai Yuxi was perched on her scooter, one hand gripping the handlebars while she pushed up her helmet, revealing slightly disheveled bangs. Song Jingyan's anger deflated like a puncture balloon. Glancing up at the sky, he noted the low-hanging gray clouds, indicating an impending rain. Dai Yuxi, clearly aware of her near miss, hurriedly dismounted from her scooter and patted the seat. "I'll treat you to ribs at noon, with ice-cold cola. Don't be mad." Song Jingyan chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. "Quickly say something nice in your dialect, or I'm afraid I'll summon thunder to strike you." Dialect? Hometown language? Dai Yuxi furrowed her brow, scratching her head beneath her helmet. "I haven't spoken in ages. I barely remember. Who even speaks dialect nowadays? Everyone uses Mandarin." "Nope, I want to hear it." Song Jingyan crossed his arms, feigning a stern expression. Dai Yuxi thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she cleared her throat and spoke in a peculiar accent. "You're the most beautiful person." Song Jingyan stared blankly. "What does that mean?" Dai Yuxi stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking. "It means you're handsome." "Oh, then say a few more words." Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her ability to say anything complimentary. Seeing that she had caught his interest, Dai Yuxi perked up, speaking rapidly. "I always find you handsome, every day. Just wait until one day you hit your head." As she spoke, she stole a glance at Song Jingyan, her eyes brimming with mischief. Song Jingyan understood not a word except for handsome, yet he feigned comprehension, nodding yes, quite right. Internally, he mused, this girl surely didn't say anything nice. It was time to change the subject. "A young lady like you rides an electric scooter to school. Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped?" He scrutinized her pink yachty scooter, unable to resist teasing her. In a harmonious society, who would be so bold? Dai Yuxi shrugged nonchalantly, patting the seat. "Get on, I'll give you a ride." Observing her eager demeanor, Song Jingyan couldn't help but inquire, "How long have you been riding an electric scooter?" "I just learned this morning." Dai Yuxi beamed brightly, as if boasting an impressive achievement. "Have you never ridden in Lucheng?" The terrain in Lucheng is mountainous, making it difficult to navigate, and where are the bike lanes? It's impossible to ride. Dai Yuxi explained, winking at him. "Come on, I guarantee your safety." Song Jingyan looked into her expectant eyes, and then at her hands gripping the handlebars. Clearly still inexperienced, he decisively shook his head. "No, you go ahead. I'm afraid you'll lead me into a ditch." Dai Yuxi pouted, but didn't press the issue, mounting her scooter and wobbling towards the school gate, the back seat swaying with her movements. Song Jingyan watched her with a mix of concern and apprehension, holding his breath until she safely entered the school grounds. Only then did he shake his head and follow suit. Chapter 58. The Fierce Tiger Girl. When Liu Yiyi entered the classroom, she did not shuffle to her seat, as usual, resting her chin on the cold desk while staring vacantly out the window. With a swift motion, she unzipped her backpack, deftly retrieving her exercise book and laying it open, her pen gliding across the draft paper as she immediately fell into a rhythm of practice, even neglecting to smooth the stray hairs that fell across her forehead. Her deskmate, Zhu Huiwen, paused mid-bite of her bun, noticing Liu Yiyi's sudden change in demeanor. Blinking in confusion, she tentatively reached out, gently tapping Liu Yiyi's forehead with her fingertip. "Yi, are you unwell?" Zhu Huiwen's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. This was far from her usual self, almost as if she had transformed into someone else entirely. As Liu Yiyi was on the verge of a crucial calculation, the sudden interruption caused her train of thought to falter. Without raising her head, She raised her arm and deftly deflected Zhu Huiven's elbow, her tone laced with impatience at the disruption. I'm not sick, so please refrain from disturbing my studies. Taken aback by her response, Zhu Huiven elongated her tone, speaking with the knowing certainty of someone who had been through similar trials. Perhaps you should reconsider. We both know our limitations. If we manage to secure a spot at a decent university, we should be grateful. There is no need to exert ourselves so fervently. Finally pausing her writing, Liu Yiyi wrinkled her nose as if pricked by her words. Her voice was resolute. I intend to take the exam in the same city as him. She hesitated for a moment, her tone imbued with an undeniable stubbornness. I cannot. When asked about his girlfriend, admit that she attends a mediocre university. Zhu Huiven, caught off guard by this unexpected display of affection, exaggeratedly made a expression, waving her hand near her mouth. You're doomed, utterly beyond redemption. What kind of potion has Song Jingyan fed you to enchant you so thoroughly? Liu Yiyi felt her cheeks flush at her friend's comment, scrunching her nose playfully at Zhu Huiven. Song Jingyan arrived at the classroom earlier than Dai Yuxi. As he set down his backpack, he noticed Dai Yuxi limping into the classroom, her face reflecting a mix of pain and grievance. For some inexplicable reason, Song Jingyan suddenly felt that today was brimming with vitality. Observing Dai Yuxi's predicament, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a beautiful girl, possessing both looks and charm. Yet she always finds herself in humorous predicaments, leaving one both exasperated and amused. He stifled his laughter as his gaze unconsciously followed her movements. Dai Yuxi struggled to maneuver to her seat, grimacing as she sat down, then cautiously rolled up her pant leg to reveal her knee. The long, fair calf extended to the knee, dotted with several abrasions, some even seeping blood. Though it appeared to be merely superficial, the injury was concerning. You mustn't mock me, Dai Yuxi exclaimed, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, suddenly turning to glare at Song Jingyan. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his mouth. Thinking to himself that he laughed audibly. With an expression of feigned innocence, he shrugged. Did I laugh? I saw your lips move, Dai Yuxi insisted, her eyes wide like an irate little rabbit. Amused by her earnestness, Song Jingyan struggled to suppress his mirth, ultimately bursting into laughter. Fearing she might genuinely be upset, he quickly sought an excuse, adopting a serious tone. I was merely reminded of an old acquaintance. Who? Dai Yuxi, intrigued, furrowed her brows in curiosity. Song Jingyan, holding back his laughter, appraised her thoughtfully before leisurely responding. Big eyes, round face, adorably charming, resembling a silly little fawn. He couldn't help but laugh at his own description. Realizing he was speaking of her, Dai Yuxi's eyes welled with tears. Her voice tinged with a whimper. You're insufferable. Is it really that amusing? At 17 or 18, a girl's pride is particularly strong, and being teased like this made her feel a wave of indignation wash over her, her eyes reddening. Noticing her near tears, Song Jingyan quickly cleared his throat, suppressing his smile, his expression growing serious. All right, I won't laugh anymore. How about I accompany you to the infirmary for some treatment? It wouldn't do to risk infection. Still irked, Dai Yuxi turned away, sulking and refusing to acknowledge him, her voice muffled. I'd rather endure the pain than go. I'm not going. With a resigned sigh, Song Jingyan abruptly shifted the conversation, earnestly asking, Did you bring your heartstone? Seeing the bewildered look on her face, he feigned a troubled demeanor. If you didn't bring it, I could find a mage to teleport you. As Dai Yuxi struggled to comprehend his words, he continued, maintaining a serious facade. But I'm in the Alliance, and all the mages I know are Alliance too. I could only take you to Iron Forge, or perhaps a priest could tend to you. Finally grasping his jest, Dai Yuxi erupted into laughter, tears still clinging to her lashes. Casting him a reproachful glance, You're truly annoying. I want to go to Iron Forge. Just take me to the infirmary. After all, she was merely a girl who enjoyed playing World of Warcraft, devoid of ulterior motives, and was easily appeased. Cautiously, she shifted her legs, wincing in pain as she gasped. You need to support me. It hurts quite a bit. Song Jingyan quickly rose to assist her, gently holding her arm as they made their way out of the classroom, perhaps due to the severity of her fall. Each step down the staircase elicited a sharp intake of breath from Dai Yuxi, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Observing her pained expression, Song Jingyan furrowed his brow in concern. You haven't injured your bones, have you? We must take any chances. At his inquiry, Dai Yuxi seemed to feel the pain more acutely, her gasps louder than before. With the infirmary located on the first floor and their current position on the third, there remained a considerable distance yet to traverse. Not wanting her to continue in such discomfort, Song Jingyan halted, moved in front of her, and crouched down. Let me carry you. We can't risk a serious injury that might lead to complications later. Feeling a twinge of fear, Dai Yuxi didn't hesitate and carefully climbed onto his back. Despite her rebellious demeanor and playful spirit, Song Jingyan was the most reassuring male figure she had ever encountered. Previously, her interactions with online acquaintances and so-called friends had been merely attempts to irritate her father. It was only after the hotel incident that she realized such caring boys existed in the world. While he might utter the most unflattering remarks, he genuinely cared for her in subtle ways. As Song Jingyan carried her, he found himself filled with questions about her. From an adult's perspective, he could infer some things, yet many aspects remained puzzling. He had previously hesitated to inquire, always feeling they were from different worlds with little overlap. However, as he learned more about Dai Yuxi, particularly her background, he began to discern that she was not a bad girl at heart. Her rebellious actions were merely a facade put on for her father's benefit. "Cici, may I ask you a question?" Song Jingyan said, steadily descending the stairs. His voice resonated through his chest, carrying a slight tremor. This was the first time Dai Yuxi had been so closely connected to a boy. The faint scent of soap mingled with sunlight emanating from him, coupled with the firm muscle beneath her grip, caused her heart to race, as if she had stumbled upon a new realm. She dared only to clutch the solid muscle of his shoulder tightly, her fingertips pressing slightly, hesitant to venture further down, her cheeks warming. Responding to Song Jingyan's question took her a moment. Her voice was soft and somewhat awkward. "What is it? Aren't we friends? Why did you come to Binching for school?" Song Jingyan paused, adding, "Don't tell me it was purely for academics." He knew her too well. Even he couldn't believe that. Dai Yuxi's body stiffened noticeably. She certainly hadn't come for the sake of education. Nor was her rebellion the sole reason for her arrival in Binching. Since being sent here, she had been engulfed in resistance and resentment, even feeling a sense of abandonment. This was compounded by the fact that she shared the same illness as her mother. Yet, this was something she could not disclose to anyone. She did not wish to be regarded with pity, especially by Song Jingyan. She pressed her lips together, her voice dropping to a whisper, tinged with a hint of pleading. "Could we refrain from discussing this matter? I do not wish to deceive you." She valued the camaraderie with Song Jingyan as her desk mate and did not want to cloak it in falsehoods. Song Jingyan was somewhat taken aback by her response. Yet he chose not to pursue the topic further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. He gently shifted his posture, redirecting the conversation. "Are you still in pain?" Dai Yuxi instinctively moved her calf, perhaps influenced by psychological suggestion, or perhaps distracted by his support. She murmured, "It seems to have lessened." Upon arriving at the infirmary, the school nurse, Lin Paipei, was busy disinfecting and dressing a wound on a girl. The girl was petite, clad in a slightly faded school uniform. Her hair tied back in a simple low ponytail, looking somewhat parched. Her pant legs and sleeves were rolled up, revealing multiple abrasions on her hands and legs, with some areas even scraped to the point of bleeding, appearing far worse than Dai Yuxi. Song Jingyan carefully seated Dai Yuxi on the bed on the opposite side of the infirmary before settling into a chair nearby, quietly awaiting the nurse's attention. Casting occasional glances at the injured girl, albeit only fleetingly, Lin Paipei, focused on applying iodine to the girl's wounds, inquired without lifting her head, "What happened to this girl beside you?" "She fell." Song Jingyan recalled Dai Yuxi's reckless ride on the electric scooter, almost colliding with a tree, and couldn't help but let a smirk play on his lips, quickly masking it with a hand to his chin. Dai Yuxi saw through his thoughts immediately, casting him a disapproving glance, muttering softly, "Mind your own business." At that moment, she finally recognized the girl receiving treatment and hesitated, saying, "That girl seems to be from our class." Song Jingyan had only glanced at her earlier, not paying much attention. However, upon Dai Yuxi's remark, he looked closely and confirmed that the badly injured girl was indeed from their 4th class. Yet, he had no recollection of her. They had never spoken. Since middle school, there always seemed to be a few invisible students in every class, both boys and girls. They might be introverted, bullied due to their family circumstances, or ostracized for their poor academic performance. The girl before him belonged to that category, one he had never noticed and had no desire to overly scrutinize. He merely nodded awkwardly at her, as a form of greeting. "Zhou Jia." Dai Yuxi recognized the girl and gently called her name. When Zhou Jia had just transferred from the city, it was she who patiently guided Dai Yuxi to find the teacher's office and helped her acclimate to the class and campus environment. Though she spoke little, she was genuinely kind. Zhou Jia seemed taken aback upon hearing her name called, as if surprised anyone would acknowledge her. She lifted her head, revealing a delicate yet pale face, her eyes reflecting a mix of timidity and astonishment. Upon recognizing Dai Yuxi, she offered a polite, faint smile before lowering her gaze, allowing the nurse to tend to her wounds. That smile, however, carried a palpable distance and unfamiliarity, as if merely a courteous gesture. Dai Yuxi's smile faltered. Observing Zhou Jie's aloof demeanor, she could only pout and softly tell Song Jingyan, "It seems I'm not very well liked in our class." Yet, she did not truly mind. She was accustomed to her solitary ways, and the companionship of Song Jingyan, with whom she could converse and occasionally study, was sufficient. "She doesn't dislike you," Song Jingyan remarked, watching Zhou Jie's cautious demeanor, seemingly fearful of offending others. A pang of empathy stirred within him. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to ostracism, developing a protective instinct to avoid close relationships to shield herself from further hurt. How do you know that?" Dai Yuxi furrowed her brow, looking at him quizzically, as he appeared to be the epitome of popularity. Song Jingyan's gaze drifted to the window, as if recalling something, his tone calm as he responded. "Because I was once ostracized myself." Dai Yuxi found this hard to believe, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You don't joke around. You came from a distinguished class, excelling academically. The teachers adore you. How could you have been ostracized? Even in distinguished classes, there are both commendable and struggling students. Those with poor grades can also face disdain and isolation," Song Jingyan asserted earnestly, meeting her gaze. Dai Yuxi listened, somewhat skeptical, for someone from a privileged background. Such revelations were indeed shocking. She remained unaware of the underlying social hierarchies among high school students, where those with lower grades or difficult family situations often languished at the bottom of a hidden pecking order. Watching Zhou Jie silently endure her pain, she felt a twinge of discomfort and contemplation, finally raising her eyes to Song Jingyan and asking, "What if I want to help her?" Song Jingyan understood Zhou Jie's sentiments and felt a modicum of sympathy. However, such situations were rife in school, and he questioned whether he could truly intervene. Moreover, for someone entrenched in a self-imposed isolation, acts of goodwill might inadvertently heighten their wariness. After a moment of silence, he responded with a hint of detachment. "Perhaps it's best to let it be. Don't set yourself up for disappointment." Yet, Dai Yuxi grew stubborn, her brow knitting tighter, her eyes reflecting a defiant resolve. "I insist on trying." She could not fathom that sincerity would not yield sincerity in return. Chapter 59. Dai Yuxi's Redemption. After Zhou Jie had her wounds treated, she departed without greeting Song Jingyan or Dai Yuxi, her head bowed, as if fleeing. Lin Paipei approached Dai Yuxi, gently pressing her foot and moving her leg. "How does it feel? Does it hurt?" "It hurts. Is it this painful?" Dai Yuxi shook her head once more. Lin Paipei, with a confident demeanor, stated, "It's nothing serious, just abrasions. If you're worried, you can go to the hospital for an x-ray." Dai Yuxi was not one to indulge in dramatics, shaking her head. "Never mind, just disinfect and treat it for me." Lin Paipei nodded, directing her gaze towards Song Jingyan. "You again, Song Jingyan?" He was taken aback, not expecting even the school nurse to remember him. It seemed he could no longer misbehave, lest he be unable to escape the consequences. Song Jingyan offered an awkward smile. "Oh, I came to accompany my deskmate." He attempted to redirect Lin Paipei's attention back to Dai Yuxi. However, Lin Paipei seemed more intrigued by him. A fine young man, excelling academically, with a commendable physique and handsome looks. It's only natural that many girls are drawn to you, but you must neglect your studies. Lin Paipei's praise was delivered in a unique manner, making Song Jingyan feel quite flattered, albeit a tad embarrassed. "Dr. Lin, please focus on treating my classmate. We need to return to self-study." Only then did Lin Paipei begin to treat Dai Yuxi's wounds. Dai Yuxi noticed Song Jingyan's discomfort from the compliments, his face flushing in shades of red, and the earlier teasing regarding her electric scooter ride seemed to have dissipated. Once Dai Yuxi's abrasions were tended to, she opted not to have Song Jingyan carry her back to the classroom. He supported her as they carefully navigated the steps together. Outside, the weather had grown increasingly overcast, as though a torrential downpour was imminent. The teaching building remained dimly lit, creating a somber atmosphere. Dai Yuxi paused, gazing out the window. A fall rain brings a chill. After 3 autumn rains, one must don cotton. The season for down jackets is fast approaching. Her eyes were filled with hesitation, a sense of emptiness washing over her. Indeed, it was emptiness, akin to having seen through life, feeling bewildered about the future. A sensation even a man in his 30s might not have experienced. "Dai Yuxi, you." Suddenly, she snapped back to reality. "Oh, no matter." It simply struck her to reminisce about the past, stirring a wave of emotions within her. She recalled the winter when her mother passed away, clad in the white down jacket her mother had purchased for her, wandering alone amidst the icy terrain. Suddenly, she found herself grappling with the futility of existence, yet she was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of death. The haunting image of her mother's demise in the bathtub replayed incessantly in her mind. In that moment, she yearned desperately for a friend who could offer her comfort and solace. "I truly wish to assist Zhou Jia," exclaimed Dai Yuxi abruptly. Song Jingyan nodded in agreement. Then, during the lunch break, seek her out privately to clarify the situation before making any decisions. Dai Yuxi acknowledged with a hum, then suddenly turned her gaze towards Song Jingyan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "You will help me, won't you?" Song Jingyan felt a wave of sympathy for Zhou Jia, despite having little personal connection with her. If Dai Yuxi wished to intervene, he was more than willing to support her as a friend. Upon receiving Song Jingyan's affirmative response, Dai Yuxi smiled, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The weather did not shift as the others had anticipated. Even after lunch, the skies remained overcast, compelling the classroom to switch on the lights. Song Jingyan arrived at Sun Min's office as agreed. Besides Sun Min, several other teachers were present. Ku Liangwei, half squinting and sipping tea, removed his glasses upon seeing Song Jingyan, mistakenly believing him to be there for him, and immediately donned a welcoming smile. Although Class 1 boasted 4 students from prestigious universities, it was unexpected for a parallel class to produce a candidate of the same caliber. Song Jingyan was his KPI, so how could he not be cordial? "Jingyan, are you looking for me?" Song Jingyan felt a touch of discomfort. While being favored by teachers was certainly a boon, it was still somewhat unsettling for him. "Oh, not really. I'm here to see Teacher Sun." Ku Liangwei's smile faltered but remained warm. "Well, she is right over there." Yet, internally he felt discontent. Song Jingyan had originally been a student of Class 1, and if he chose to return, Ku Liangwei had no objections. However, with Song Jingyan unwilling to go back and Sun Min persistently engaging him, Ku Liangwei grew slightly irked. Why should their class have a student from a prestigious university? He was no less capable. Of course, some matters could not be openly articulated, as they were all colleagues. He was not ready to let go of Song Jingyan. "By the way, Jingyan, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak up. I've been teaching for decades and possess some influence within the school." Ku Liangwei's tone deliberately rose at the end, hinting at deeper implications. Song Jingyan was taken aback by the level of attention he was receiving. "Thank you, Teacher Ku." After conversing with Ku Liangwei, Song Jingyan approached Sun Min. She had overheard their exchange, but bore no qualms. Having guided Song Jingyan since his first year, their relationship had naturally grown closer. Indeed, her connection with him transcended mere teacher-student dynamics, evolving into a friendship. She discovered that they could engage in meaningful discussions on various topics, particularly regarding work and familiar relationships. Sharing similar perspectives, he embodied the traits of a mature man, devoted to family, filial, and possessing a sense of humor. Had she not known his age, she might have mistaken him for her contemporary. She harbored a curiosity about what the future might hold for him. Sun Min pursed her lips, rummaging for something. "Oh, Jingyan, could you please head to the experimental building and assist Weiwei in bringing back the practice books?" Song Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. Logically, he was no longer a student of Class 1, so why should he be tasked with moving things? Glancing at Sun Min's enigmatic smile, he quickly grasped her intent. However, as she was currently tutoring Liu Yiyi and had previously facilitated his transfer to Class 4, he felt compelled to reciprocate her kindness, despite the minor assistance he had provided her. Such is the nature of relationships. With repeated exchanges, bonds strengthen, making it harder to refuse. With a reluctant smile, Song Jingyan acquiesced. All right. The experimental building, situated to the left of the teaching block, was a standalone structure completed 2 years ago alongside the new campus. It spanned 4 floors, housing not only physical and chemical laboratories, but also classrooms repurposed as storage and printing rooms. However, the entire building was not yet fully operational, with electrical systems, projection equipment, and various renovations still pending completion, resulting in a typically deserted atmosphere. Shen Fuwei had been assigned by her homeroom teacher, Sun Min, to retrieve the language and mathematics practice books from the 4th floor. The heavy practice books, stacked into small mountains, were exacerbated in weight by the well-meaning teacher who had provided cardboard boxes for organization. By the time Shen Fuwei dragged them to the 3rd floor, she was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto a box and gasping for breath as she gazed at the overcast sky, bewildered by the sudden challenge posed by Teacher Sunday. She pondered what she might have done to deserve such treatment. In her heart, she harbored grievances. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the corridor, followed by a flash of lightning that cast elongated shadows. The subsequent clap of thunder resonated through the heavens. Shen Fuwei steadied herself, reminding herself to remain unafraid. Yet, before she could fully regain her composure, another bolt of lightning struck. The corridor illuminated sharply, revealing every detail. Outside, The torrential rain finally descended, drumming against the windows and creating a labyrinth of flowing water. With the frequent alternation of lightning and thunder, the corridor flickered ominously, reminiscent of scenes from horror film. Shen Fuwei, a timid girl accustomed to the protection of her family and teachers, eventually succumbed to fear, covering her ears and closing her eyes. It was then that she heard footsteps ascending the stairs, echoing ominously. Chapter 60. She was but a coward. Shen Fuwei's heart raced, as if shattered by the sound of those footsteps. She stifled a cry, tears streaming down her cheeks. The footsteps seemed urgent, drawing ever closer. When the sound finally reached her, she dared not open her eyes. "Are you frightened?" A familiar voice, Song Jingyan, suddenly resonated beside her. Shen Fuwei was both startled and elated, yet she still did not dare to open her eyes. "Is it really you, Jingyan?" Song Jingyan leaned closer, gently pulling away her hands from her ears. "Is there any doubt about me being Jingyan?" Shen Fuwei slowly opened her eyes, allowing the tumult outside to rage on, and her fear dissipated like mist. "What brings you here?" Song Jingyan sighed in exasperation. "Is it not your esteemed teacher, Sun Min?" Shen Fuwei was taken aback. "Did she send you too?" Song Jingyan nodded. "She asked me to help you with the practice books, worried that you might struggle to carry them alone." He glanced at the box beneath her and seemed to understand Sun Min's intentions. Observing Shen Fuwei, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, laughing and crying simultaneously, he said, "It's pouring outside. Let us wait on the first floor." Shen Fuwei stood, and together they made their way to the entrance of the experimental building. The weather seemed to unleash all the pent-up emotions, as rain quickly pooled into streams on the ground. Song Jingyan felt a heaviness in his heart as he gazed at the downpour. It would be a while before they could return to the classroom. "Did you get to eat the shrimp?" Shen Fuwei suddenly inquired. During yesterday's gathering, it marked the first time Shen Fuwei had lied to her mother. Although she knew it was wrong, a sense of glee lingered in her heart. Perhaps it was the release of long-repressed emotions, or perhaps it was simply because it was Song Jingyan. The very person her mother had always been wary of was right under her nose, having enjoyed the shrimp she ordered. Just the thought sent a thrill through her. "I did, and it was quite tasty." Song Jingyan turned to Shen Fuwei, offering her a smile. He had scarcely eaten, as nearly everything had been consumed by Chen Bowen. His thoughts drifted back to Shen Fuwei's attire from the previous day. The scene of them standing face to face in the cramped restroom was too potent, laden with an air of ambiguity. He did not discard the shark clip. Instead, he placed it upon the bookshelf in his room. Recently, Yi Xiong had been avoiding him, likely due to her influence. Shen Fuwei had noticed Yi Xiong's unusual behavior. He used to gravitate toward her for trivial matters and always sought opportunities to engage her in conversation. Song Jingyan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." For Song Jingyan, this matter was merely an unintentional act. He felt it hardly warranted thanks, and he awkwardly fidgeted with his pocket. "Thinking of having a smoke?" "No. I've quit," Song Jingyan replied. "Why?" Shen Fuwei had grown accustomed to Song Jingyan's recent transformations, so it did not come as a surprise. With a teasing tone, Song Jingyan remarked, "Once I have a girlfriend, I wouldn't want the experience of kissing to be spoiled by the taste of smoke." Shen Fuwei shot him a glare. The thought of him being affectionate with another girl suddenly ignited a pang of jealousy within her. Lowering her head, she retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Song Jingyan. "Here for you. Wishing you success in quitting." Shen Fuwei, who had a tendency towards low blood sugar, always carried orange-flavored lollipops. Song Jingyan had indulged her lollipops many times over the years. He accepted the treat, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth. The familiar flavor of orange burst forth, tangy and sweet, instantly lifting his previously somber mood. He did not discard the lollipop wrapper, but instead folded it in his hand, soon crafting it into a ring. Upon seeing the ring, Shen Fuwei diverted her attention to Song Jingyan's profile. They had shared 5 years as deskmates, accumulating a plethora of memories worth reminiscing. Filtering out the unpleasant nuances, it seemed all her youthful joys were intertwined with Jingyan. In a fleeting moment, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope before quickly dimming. Their high school life was drawing to a close, and inevitably, they would part ways in pursuit of their futures. Perhaps, remaining quietly as friends would be the wisest choice. "Here." Song Jingyan opened his palm, presenting the paper ring before her. In the presence of this ethereal figure who haunted his dreams, even the reborn Song Jingyan found it challenging to suppress the ripples of emotion within him. Shen Fuwei raised her gaze, preparing to slide the ring onto her ring finger. Alas, it would not fit. She pouted slightly, wearing an expression of regret. "It doesn't fit. You can wear it on your pinky." Shen Fuwei slipped it onto her pinky and extended her hand to admire it. "Not bad, thank you." Song Jingyan tucked his hands into his pockets. "When did you become so courteous?" Shen Fuwei paused, her movements faltering. Since the arrival of Tan Yu's love letter, a chasm had formed between them. Her mother had added another lock to that cage, and their classmates awaited the spectacle of their misfortune. But what had they done wrong? Were not many other students secretly dating? Why were they not permitted to do the same? She did not wish to maintain such a distant courtesy with Song Jingyan. She longed for the familiarity of the past. Shen Fuwei's lips twitched. Jingyan, a glimmer of hope suddenly sparked in her clear eyes. Song Jingyan turned his face toward her. What is it? Something on your mind? Shen Fuwei hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. She was, after all, rather timid. And nothing. It seems the rain has stopped. Song Jingyan glanced outside at the still gloomy weather and nodded. Then let us head back. It might rain again soon. Meanwhile, Dai Yuxi had finished her lunch and sought out Zhou Jie, wishing to converse with her privately. Zhou Jie, it's too stuffy in the classroom. Shall we step outside for a while? Zhou Jie glanced up at Dai Yuxi, wanting to decline. Years of being ostracized and isolated by her classmates had left her feeling insecure and sensitive. Lacking the courage to refuse, she silently stood up, following Dai Yuxi. When Dai Yuxi took her hand, Zhou Jie was taken aback. She had entered the second high school from a less reputable middle school, and due to the distance from home, she could only opt for boarding. When she had first entered high school, her academic performance was mediocre, often answering questions incorrectly in class, leading many classmates to look down upon her. She was not from a wealthy family, nor was she particularly striking in appearance. She had no friends. Her only confidant was a thick diary. Even when feeling wronged and wanting to cry, she would hide under her blankets, fearing she might disturb others. She had seen a luxury car Dai Yuxi drove, and a classmate had mentioned it was worth over 3 million. 3 million was an astronomical figure to her. A world away, Dai Yuxi led her to the corridor outside the classroom, handing her a can of cola, which only left Zhou Jie more perplexed. Holding the cola in midair, she timidly inquired, "Did you need something?" Dai Yuxi leaned against the railing, gazing at the pouring rain, and softly said, "I'd like to make a friend." Dai Yuxi spoke so casually, as if it were a light-hearted topic. A friend? Yes. Yet in Zhou Jie's mind, she and Dai Yuxi inhabited entirely different realms. Dai Yuxi was beautiful, wealthy, and sat beside the most academically gifted boy in class. Essentially, everything Zhou Jie dreamed of, Dai Yuxi already possessed. Why would you want to be friends with her? Why aren't you drinking? Dai Yuxi noticed Zhou Jie hadn't opened her cola. Zhou Jie obediently popped the tab and took a small sip. The cola's bubbles burst at her lips, delivering a hint of sweetness. Why do you want to be friends with me? Dai Yuxi blinked gleefully. You are the first classmate I've met since coming to this school, and I don't have any female friends in Bin Hai. Zhou Jie could not fathom it, aside from her academic performance. Dai Yuxi seemed to be the epitome of perfection. How could she lack female friends? In fact, I only have one friend in Bin Hai, and that's Song Jingyan from our class. From now on, you both will be my friends. You and Song Jingyan will be friends too. Whenever Dai Yuxi mentioned Song Jingyan, she couldn't help but smile. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Jie visibly reacted. A boy like Song Jingyan was akin to a deity to someone like her, a mere invisible presence in class. It was unlikely they would ever intersect. Not only was he an academic prodigy, a student from Qingbei, but he was also quite handsome. The girls associated with him were all like Shen Fuwei and Liu Yiyi. Of course, Dai Yuxi didn't lack in beauty compared to those two. Will he really be friends with me? But my grades aren't good. Zhou Jie's voice was barely a whisper. Dai Yuxi couldn't help but chuckle. Your grades are much better than mine. I can't even score 300 yet. I'm friends with him. Dai Yuxi leaned closer to Zhou Jie, a conspiratorial glint in her eye, and added, I also have the notes from Song Jingyan summarizing key points from all subjects. I can lend them to you. Zhou Jie felt her heart race. Usually, when she had questions, she either asked the teacher or struggled to look it up in the textbook. Yet, if she asked the teacher too often, they would grow weary. If only she could have Song Jingyan's notes. Zhou Jie nodded silently in agreement. What were you two chatting about? You seem quite happy. Song Jingyan returned from the office after assisting Shen Fuwei, holding a test paper. We were just talking about you. Song Jingyan smiled. What about me? I said you're my friend, and Zhou Jie is also my friend. We're all friends, right? Song Jingyan greeted Zhou Jie and replied, no problem. Dai Yuxi cheerfully moved closer to Zhou Jie. All right, I'll create a group chat later and add both of you. I've been practicing riding an electric scooter, and after dinner, I'll take you for a ride. Dai Yuxi exclaimed joyfully to Zhou Jie. Song Jingyan's sudden arrival made Zhou Jie appear rather reserved, softly responding with a greeting. Immediately, Song Jingyan furrowed her brow and cautioned Zhou Jie. Whatever you do not ride her electric scooter. Zhou Jie that. Listened as Song Jingyan elaborated. Did you not see how she fell apart in the infirmary this morning? It was precisely while riding that scooter. Dai Yuxi, caught off guard, glared at Song Jingyan and protested. Could you possibly spare me some dignity? You do realize I excel at skateboarding. Your prowess in skateboarding has no bearing on your ability to ride an electric scooter, Song Jingyan retorted. Dai Yuxi, feeling unjustly ridiculed, stood her ground. When it comes to being unreasonable, Dai Yuxi is indeed unparalleled. Song Jingyan had witnessed her moments of illogicality before, yet her defiance was endearing, never failing to charm. Forming friendships in high school proved to be an uncomplicated affair. A few exchanges among classmates could easily forge bonds, barring those with ulterior motives. Song Jingyan gradually acclimated to her identity as a high school student. Her previous friendships remained intact, supplemented by numerous new acquaintances. The crisis with Shen Fuwei had been resolved, and mutual confessions had occurred with Liu Yiyi, dissipating the shadows that loomed from her past life. Before long, November's monthly examination had arrived. The previous month, some had questioned Song Jingyan's capabilities, attributing her success to mere luck. However, her score of 670 in this round silenced all skeptics. Although her score had only improved by 2 points, she retained her 5th-place ranking, with Shen Fuwei surpassing her by a single point. With the support of Sun Min and Song Jingyan, Liu Yiyi had also improved, achieving a score of 576, which allowed her to consider nearby 211 universities. Yet her ambition remained unchanged. She aspired to attend a university in the same city as Song Jingyan, ideally at the same institution. Dai Yuxi, despite her progress to 290 points, faced the harsh reality of her foundation being too weak. Reaching 300 points proved to be a formidable challenge. Among their group, only Qin Bohan felt disheartened, having not only failed to improve, but also regressed several points. Observing Song Jingyan's 670 points, he could only glance at his own 611 with despair. For several consecutive days, he refrained from visiting Class 4 to see Song Jingyan. It was only during a midday meal that Song Jingyan approached him to discuss matters, ultimately easing his troubled heart. On the stock market front, there was finally some movement. ST Shangfang had delisted and entered a quiet period, with hopes for a meteoric rise by July of the following year. In mid-November, a cold front from Siberia swept in, prompting students to layer their uniforms with warm clothing and don puffy vests or thicker jackets. As evening's self-study concluded, Liu Yiyi emerged from the classroom clad in a vibrant red vest, her smile illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights, her lips a rosy hue. Since her recent 21-point improvement, her enthusiasm for studying had surged. By the time she left the school, it was past 9:30 p.m. Yet, she felt no trepidation about walking home alone at night, for she knew Song Jingyan would be waiting for her at the bus stop by the school gate. Are you anxious? She inquired as she approached him. Song Jingyan shook his head. Good things are worth the wait. Liu Yiyi beamed, playfully tracing her finger across his palm. You look so robust. I can only assume you are famished. With a smile, she retrieved a jam sandwich from her backpack. So, I prepared this for you. Song Jingyan accepted the sandwich from her hands. Liu Yiyi then reached back in her bag and produced a bottle of nutritional drink. I figured you might devour the sandwich ravenously, so I brought this along. Previously, Song Jingyan had never considered Liu Yiyi to be particularly vivacious. Yet he was now discovering a delightful side of her. Indeed, love has the power to transform one's character. Oh, I also guessed. Before Liu Yiyi could finish her thought, Song Jingyan opened her backpack and extracted a banana. Hey, could you at least wait for me to finish speaking before you pull things out? Liu Yiyi pouted playfully. As Song Jingyan munched on the sandwich, he quipped, with your adorableness, I should increase the betrothal gift by 10,000. Liu Yiyi effortlessly linked her arm with his, declaring, I have no need for your betrothal gift. I shall earn my own dowry. Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow. That's a convoluted statement. What dowry could I possibly want? Are you planning to marry me off? The two fell into laughter once more. As customary, Song Jingyan escorted Liu Yiyi to the entrance of her residential complex. After she called out brother and disappeared from view, he turned to leave. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadowy corner to his right. A man in his 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and slightly portly, donned a black puffer jacket paired with professional trousers and leather shoes, an archetype of an intellectual. He stood around 175 meters tall, not exceeding Song Jingyan in height. Recognizing the man was approaching him, Song Jingyan made no attempt to evade. Who are you? Liu Boda extended his right hand, greeting Song Jingyan warmly, as if addressing an adult. I am Liu Boda, Liu Yiyi's father and the director of the neurosurgery department at the municipal hospital. Song Jingyan was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with his future father-in-law under such circumstances. I am Song Jingyan. I know you, the director of your school's administration. Li Chengwang was my high school classmate. Song Jingyan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. This late-night confrontation hinted at an investigation. Surely, it was due to his daughter being courted by a suitor, and the father had come to demand an explanation. Song Jingyan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Uncle, if you have something to say, please be direct. I am still a minor, and any violence against a minor carries severe consequences. Although he was already over 18, he feigned immaturity to dissuade Liu Boda from resorting to aggression. It would be unseemly to have a physical altercation with his future father-in-law at their first meeting. Liu Boda chuckled at Song Jingyan's remark. I am here to express my gratitude, not to cause you trouble. This only deepened Song Jingyan's confusion. He was aware that Liu Yiyi's relationship with her father had been strained since his second marriage and the arrival of his son. What do you mean, uncle? Liu Boda's voice took on a somber tone. Perhaps Yiyi has shared some of our family's circumstances with you over the past 2 years, so I shall not elaborate further. I want to thank you for escorting Yiyi home these past 2 years and for helping her with her studies. Song Jingyan understood that individuals like Liu Boda often spoke in half-truths, concealing more than they revealed, suggesting that there was more to this gratitude than met the eye. Is uncle implying that you wish to separate me from Liu Yiyi? Song Jingyan speculated. No, you misunderstand. Liu Boda quickly gestured a halt. Li Chengguang mentioned that you are a diligent and capable student. In other contexts, praise for being honest might not be entirely sincere. However, when delivered from a father-in-law to his prospective son-in-law, it was indeed a commendation. After all, every father hopes for a diligent and capable son-in-law. Yet this notion is inherently contradictory. Those who are honest often lack ambition, while the ambitious tend to be less scrupulous. For the moment, Song Jingyan chose to interpret it as a compliment. Director Li certainly knows how to flatter. Beneath the dim streetlight, his eyes appeared profound. With pleasantries exchanged and compliments given, it was time for the crux of the matter to emerge. To be candid, I do not endorse your romantic involvement at such a young age. Liu Boda's tone grew serious and laden with meaning. Song Jingyan nodded, aware that the conversation was shifting to a more serious topic. Chapter 62. The Doctor's 4 Wives. Life is a blend of myriad trivialities: oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, the mundane intricacies of existence. Your future paths are still long ahead. Uncle has a request to make of you. Though Song Jingyan felt a surge of frustration at Liu Boda's roundabout approach, he remained patient. I hope that your relationship with Yi can be rooted in genuine affection, yet guided by propriety. Finally, Liu Boda articulated the purpose of his visit that evening. Essentially, he was acknowledging that Song Jingyan had been doing a favor by accompanying his daughter home and assisting her academically. However, you must not lay a finger on my daughter. It is akin to wanting the donkey to toil without providing it with sustenance. Song Jingyan wore an enigmatic smile, and if this man were not Liu Yiyi's father, he would have retorted sharply. Rest assured, uncle, while Yi may be oblivious, I am not. Until I possess absolute certainty that she can live the life she yearns for, I shall refrain from any actions. Liu Boda was quite content with Song Jingyan's response, yet inwardly, Song Jingyan scoffed. He had encountered Lan Shanshan before, though not exceptionally beautiful. She was certainly youthful and vibrant. Marrying Liu Boda could not be for his age or failing health, but rather for the small measure of power he wielded, which allowed her to live without worry. Although Liu Yiyi seldom mentioned her family's affairs, Song Jingyan was aware that she likely endured considerable distress at home. On one side stood a young and lovely wife who had borne him a son, and on the other, a daughter born of his previous marriage, laden with resentment. In the event of a conflict, it was easy to imagine Liu Boda would side with his cherished young wife. Are you speaking to me out of a guilty conscience? Song Jingyan mocked. Liu Boda suddenly looked up, astonished at Song Jingyan's insight into his innermost thoughts. He had always felt he owed his daughter much, yet in his household, he found it difficult to express this, for any sign of favoritism towards Liu Yiyi would result in Lan Shanshan taking their son back to her family. Song Jingyan smirked. I understand you are in a precarious position. You may tell Lan Shanshan that I am a young, impetuous lad, prone to impulsive outbursts, and I am aware of where your son attends kindergarten. Liu Boda glared at Song Jingyan. You mustn't, but Song Jingyan interrupted before he could finish. Do not misunderstand. I am an exemplary and honest child, and I am merely looking out for your best interests. Recently, Lan Shanshan had indeed been pressuring him to get rid of that dog. Liu Yiyi staunchly defended the animal, refusing to yield. Upon hearing Song Jingyan's words, he calmly contemplated the situation. It could indeed serve to temporarily alleviate familial tensions. He scrutinized Song Jingyan up and down. The boy had a notably small face, and even if he were only 14 or 15, he would not seem out of place. Such cunning at such a young age. Liu Boda could not help but feel astonished. I heard you scored 670 on the recent monthly exam. You must be quite popular among the girls at school. As someone who had been there, Liu Boda had encountered many striking young men like Song Jingyan, all of whom, without exception, had multiple romantic entanglements. Despite being confident in his daughter's appearance, he felt an underlying sense of apprehension. Song Jingyan perceived the implications of Liu Boda's words and felt a surge of defiance. If it were merely others harboring doubts, it would be one thing, but why should he, a doctor, be the subject of such suspicion? They say a doctor may have 4 wives throughout his life, the first being a classmate with whom he shares mutual support, the second a nurse from his department who provides emotional support, the third a pharmaceutical representative, and the fourth a student. He wondered where Uncle Liu currently stood in this regard. Liu Boda's lips twitched awkwardly as he shoved his hands into his pockets. He had not anticipated Song Jingyan's words to be so incisive. Their conversation had reached its conclusion, and, as a father, he had done his best. He wished to avoid parting on unpleasant terms. It's a bit chilly this evening. You should head home early, despite their first meeting being less than pleasant. Song Jingyan politely bid farewell before departing. Liu Boda watched him leave, lighting a cigarette and waiting until it burned down completely before returning home. Upon seeing Liu Boda return, Lan Shanshan glanced at the tightly shut door of Liu Yiyi's room and could not restrain her curiosity. Did you manage to persuade Song Jingyan to take the dog away? The house reeks of that animal. It's infuriating. Even if you do not consider my feelings, you should think about your son's health. Liu Boda was vexed. His daughter had already made many concessions, yet she remained adamant about the dog. With Liu Yiyi soon to face the college entrance examination and subsequently leave home, perhaps never to return, he was reluctant to create further rifts in their relationship during this final stretch. With a resigned sigh, Liu Boda replied, I spoke with him, but that boy has a fiery temper. The moment I broached the subject, he declared he would protect Yiyi and would not allow any harm to come to that dog. Lan Shanshan pouted. I've interacted with him a few times, and he seems quite gentlemanly. He is not as you describe him. Besides, he is just a young kid. A few kind words should easily sway him. Noting Liu Boda's silence, Lan Shanshan's frustration boiled over. Let me make myself clear. If that dog is not gone soon, I will take it to the dog meat restaurant myself. Liu Boda's head snapped up. He had grown fond of that dog, as it represented the sweet memories of their family of 3. More critically, if Liu Yiyi were to discover the dog's fate, their father-daughter relationship would be irrevocably damaged. Lan Shanshan, do not act rashly. Today, Song Jingyan asserted that he knows where our son is in kindergarten. Lan Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. He wouldn't he dare. Liu Boda softened his tone, reaching out to comfort Lan Shanshan with a gentle pat on her back. Do not fret. Yi listens to Song Jingyan. I will think of another way. Their son was Lan Shanshan's only vulnerability, and the knowledge that Song Jingyan was aware of their son's kindergarten instilled a sense of unease within her. Suddenly, Liu Yiyi's door creaked open, and she emerged, shuffling in pink, fluffy slippers. Lan Shanshan immediately donned a cheerful facade. I bought some little persimmons today. I can get them for you. Yet, she did not move. Liu Yiyi, unfazed, casually replied, No, thank you, Sister Lan. She forced a smile, aware that it appeared insincere. She understood that Lan Shanshan was not as amicable as she pretended to be and had no desire to expose her true nature, as they would soon no longer be living together. After the college entrance examination, she would depart this home and begin a new life alongside Song Jingyan in the same city. The pleasant weather in Bin City had not lasted long, as a new cold front swept in, causing temperatures to plummet. Although the classroom was heated, prolonged sitting still made one feel chilly. During lunch break, Song Jingyan sat in the classroom, explaining a math problem to Dai Yuxi. Here, you need to find a midpoint of AD for the parallel line. He drew a parallel line on the paper with his pen. The volume of the triangular prism can be transformed using the method of equal volumes. Do you remember the variation problem from last week's test? However, Dai Yuxi seemed somewhat distracted, her gaze drifting past Song Jingyan's profile as she averted her eyes to the math problem. Forget it. Don't teach me anymore. I'm too dumb. I'm beyond help. With that, she slumped onto the desk, completely surrendering. Song Jingyan pinched her ear. Hey, Dai Yuxi, are you serious? After all my effort, you're just going to give up? Do you believe I'll take off the front and back wheels of your suicide bicycle and hang them on a telephone pole? When it came to arguing, Dai Yuxi was quite adept. She shot up her head and glared at Song Jingyan. You wouldn't he dare. Song Jingyan twirled his pencil with a chuckle. Try me. See if I dare. Dai Yuxi instantly averted her gaze. Song Jingyan was indeed bold enough to do that. She had never seen him show any tenderness. With a beaming smile, Dai Yuxi changed her demeanor and said to Song Jingyan, Old partner, how about I get you a Coke? Song Jingyan scoffed. It's just a math problem. If you pay attention, you'll get it. Dai Yuxi wore a reluctant expression and shifted her focus back to the test paper. Suddenly, she glanced toward Zhou Jia, seated in the second row ahead, and stood up. Chapter 63. The dynamics between Dai Yuxi and Song Jingyan. Dai Yuxi stormed over to Zhou Jie. Jean Linlin, you are such a bully. Song Jingyan lifted his gaze to observe. Jean Linlin occupied a significant amount of space while sitting behind Zhou Jie, and yet she continued to push the desk forward, encroaching upon Zhou Jie's space. Zhou Jie found herself so squeezed that she could scarcely stand, yet she remained silent. Dai Yuxi could no longer bear the sight and confronted Jean Linlin. Both Jean Linlin and Zhou Jie were boarders, sharing the same dormitory. Their conflicts were trivial, often revolving around petty matters, such as, you stepped on my slippers, or, oh dear, why did you throw your notebook on my desk? Zhou Jie's meek disposition meant that in any disagreement within the dormitory, she was the first to apologize. Coupled with her modest background, she dressed simply, refrained from sharing snacks with her roommates, and seldom uttered flattering words to curry favor. Over time, her peers had developed a tendency to bully her, teasing her to foster a sense of camaraderie. When Jean Linlin noticed Dai Yuxi standing up for Zhou Jie, she shot her a disdainful glance. She was aware that Dai Yuxi came from a well-off family, but the stereotype regarding art students was that they hailed from affluent backgrounds, performed poorly academically, engaged in early romantic relationships, and cut classes, ultimately scraping by at a mediocre university. In the eyes of high school students, academic performance was the cornerstone of one's social standing among peers. What business is it of yours, an outsider, concerning our dormitory affairs? Dai Yuxi's face flushed with anger, confronting Jean Linlin directly. Zhou Jie is my friend. You cannot bully her. Dai Yuxi glared at Jean Linlin, her eyes ablaze. However, Zhou Jie grasped Dai Yuxi's wrist, murmuring, Yuxi, it's all right, I don't mind. This earnest child always thought that enduring unfairness and bullying would lead to resolution. Yet, such forbearance did not earn her the respect she sought. Rather, it invited further mistreatment and harassment. Did you hear Zhou Jie say it's fine? Are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you? Jean Linlin retorted defiantly. Dai Yuxi shot a glance at Zhou Jie, nearly boiling with rage. She understood Zhou Jie's nature and chose not to say much more. In a flash, her temper flared, and she prepared to forcibly push the desk back, making a physical conflict seem inevitable. Zhou Jie, did you say on QQ last night that you would treat me to cola? Song Jingyan approached Dai Yuxi with a smile, placing himself between her and Jean Linlin. The impending storm suddenly dissipated. The classmates who had previously watched with bated breath were now left in astonishment. Song Jingyan had become something of a celebrity at school, a top scholar from a parallel class, a rarity among students who were typically shielded in specialized classes. Yet, he was indeed in a parallel class. To the principal and teachers, these exemplary students were the guarantees of their promotions and salary increases, living KPIs. Provoking them was akin to relinquishing the desire to take the college entrance examination. Last year, a girl from a parallel class had been persuaded to withdraw from school after a dispute over cutting in line at the cafeteria escalated into an altercation with a top scholar, culminating in her dumping food on him. She certainly lacked the courage to provoke Song Jingyan. She would feel grateful if he didn't bother her. Just yesterday morning, she had witnessed Principal Runzin, usually stern, softening his demeanor to appease Song Jingyan. This was due to the previous incident involving Chan Xiaoxu's rumors, as they worried that Song Jingyan might be dissatisfied with the handling of the matter, leading to his potential transfer. She had never seen such a kind-hearted principal in her life. She had even overheard him telling him that as long as he focused on his studies at the second high school, he could choose his class and desk mate. Jean Linlin stood there, unsure whether to laugh or cry, her lips twitching as she prepared to utter a conciliatory remark. However, Song Jingyan had already exited the classroom with Dai Yuxi and Zhou Jie. The classroom erupted into chaos. Over the past 2 months, Song Jingyan had unequivocally demonstrated his academic prowess, garnering admiration from the boys in the class, particularly those lively basketball enthusiasts who idolized him. However, he seldom engaged with the girls, maintaining a distance, except for Dai Yuxi. It seemed she was the only girl in class who could converse with him. But what was Zhou Jie's deal? She had even added Song Jingyan on QQ. Jean Linlin returned to her seat, adjusting the desk. Her deskmate, Li Ziwan, leaned in. Wow, this is big news. Zhou Jie actually added Song Jingyan on QQ. What's going on? Jean Linlin scoffed, with Zhou Jie's pitiful look. Why does she have to be friends with Song Jingyan? ISNT it all thanks to Dai Yuxi? What meddler? Li Ziwan, tying her ponytail, considered the implications. Their relationship seems rather unusual, doesn't it? Are they joining forces to support Zhou Jie? As Song Jingyan led Dai Yuxi and Zhou Jie out. Once they reached a corridor devoid of onlookers, Dai Yuxi shoved Song Jingyan. Why did you stop me? I really wanted to have a proper discussion with her. Song Jingyan leaned against the radiator in the corridor, chuckling. If I hadn't intervened, we might have witnessed a brawl between two female students today. And even if you fought, it wouldn't solve anything. Dai Yuxi crossed her arms, fuming, knowing he was right. She realized that in every argument with Song Jingyan, she was almost always in the wrong. So what do we do now? Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow. I have a solution. Does that mean you need to plead with me? Dai Yuxi narrowed her brows, refusing to back down. Fine, I plead with you. While she said she pleaded, her tone was assertive, almost as if Song Jingyan owed her something. Is this how you plead? Could you at least adopt a more respectful tone? They had grown accustomed to their playful banter, perceiving it as their unique way of interacting. Zhou Jia, standing nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed. You don't have to trouble yourselves on my account. I'll go buy you some cola. With that, Zhou Jia lowered her head, preparing to leave. Song Jingyan quickly interjected, Don't go. We're just playing around. It's actually Dai Yuxi who owes me. Dai Yuxi raised her chin defiantly, resembling a fierce little cat. Fine, I owe you. What is the big deal? Song Jingyan smiled gently at Zhou Jia, careful not to startle her. If you wish for them to treat you with respect, we should first arrange for you to change seats. Are you agreeable? Zhou Jia nodded. I'll follow your arrangements. Song Jingyan turned to Dai Yuxi, raising an eyebrow. You go buy me 2 cans of cola, and make sure they're cold. Also, get some snacks for the whole class to share. Dai Yuxi frowned. It's so cold. Who drinks cold beverages? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? And why buy so many snacks? Do we even share with Jingyan? Why are you asking so many questions? Also, grab me 2 ice creams. Hurry back. Dai Yuxi huffed, then eagerly pulled Zhou Jia off to the school store. Song Jingyan returned to the classroom entrance and waved for the class monitor, Zhang Zhengjing. They were now friends, so there was no need for indirect language. Zhengjing, may I ask you for a favor? Zhang Zhengjing glanced over. Why the formality? Just speak. I need you to arrange for Zhou Jia to sit at the desk in front of me and Dai Yuxi. Zhang Zhengjing paused. This isn't really a favor. Sitting in front of a top scholar is something many seniors would envy, as they could seek help with difficult questions. Realizing Zhou Jia was involved, he quickly comprehended. Are you planning to help Zhou Jia? Yes. Zhang Zhengjing didn't inquire further. He had witnessed the earlier incident and understood that Dai Yuxi had stood up for Zhou Jia. But what was the nature of the relationship between Dai Yuxi and Song Jingyan? Everyone pretended to be oblivious. He had just internally chuckled at Jingyan's folly in provoking Dai Yuxi, and, as expected, Song Jingyan had swiftly come to her aid. Normally, as class monitor, he should have intervened to speak a word of fairness. If it were the first or second year, he would certainly intervene. But now that everyone is in their final year, soon to graduate, there is no need for him to offend anyone. Focusing on studies is of paramount importance. However, if Song Jingyan speaks up, he might be willing to lend a hand. After all, having a student from Tsinghua or Peking University owe him a favor is quite a lucrative proposition. All right, just have a word with the homeroom teacher later, and that should suffice. Song Jingyan nodded and prepared to part ways with Zhang Zhengjing to seek out Liangwei. Wait a moment. Zhang Zhengjing halted Song Jingyan, his demeanor betraying a hesitation as if he were on the verge of expressing something significant. Is there something on your mind? Zhang Zhengjing scratched his sparse hair. I wanted to ask about Su Yuan. Song Jingyan turned back, furrowing his brows in inquiry. Are you still in contact with her on QQ? Zhang Zhengjing chuckled awkwardly. I was wondering if Su Yuan looks like her photos on QQ. Song Jingyan let out a light laugh. You can chat for fun, but don't take it too seriously. I'm really not sure about Su Yuan's character. Suddenly, Song Jingyan realized that giving Zhang Jingjing's QQ to Su Yuan was a monumental mistake. With Su Yuan's predatory nature, she could easily ensnare Zhang Zhengjing. He had no choice but to pat Zhang Zhengjing on the shoulder, sighing, you should really consider deleting her. Zhang Zhengjing glared at Song Jingyan. He wanted to protest, questioning why he had been given Su Yuan's QQ in the first place. But then he recalled the beautiful photos on Su Yuan's QQ space and felt reluctant. He merely replied with a dismissive "oh," but deep down, he had no intention of actually deleting her. Song Jingyan had made his point, but he could not realistically monitor Zhang Jingjing's actions regarding Su Yuan. Their relationship was good, but it had not yet reached the level of intimacy he shared with Chen Bowen. After parting with Zhang Jingjing, he arrived at the high school teacher's office, where Liangwei was cautiously lifting his teacup, blowing away the floating tea leaves before taking a sip. He suddenly noticed his KPI had improved significantly. That invigorating sensation surpassed even the tea itself. It was inevitable. His beloved student rarely spoke and never sought him out. Conversely, he often saw his former homeroom teacher, Sun Min, maintaining a close connection with him, frequently seeking her for test papers, which left him feeling somewhat bitter. Today, upon seeing Song Jingyan glance in his direction, he was certain he was there to consult him. so he promptly set down his teacup and greeted him with a beaming smile. Jingyan, what brings you here? Song Jingyan approached Ku Liangwei, keeping a respectful distance, as he worried that if Ku Liangwei became overly animated, he might inadvertently spray him with saliva. I would like to discuss a matter with you. Ku Liangwei, upon hearing that Song Jingyan was seeking his assistance, relaxed and sat comfortably, his gaze unconsciously drifting to Sun Min, his expression reflecting a hint of pride. No need to be so formal with the teacher. If you have an issue, just speak to your homeroom teacher. His words were directed not only at Song Jingyan, but also seemed intended for Sun Min's ears. Sun Min, bent over her desk grading papers, unconsciously moved her lips. She was not oblivious to Ku Liangwei's subtle jibes. After all, she was the homeroom teacher of the elite class. Despite having lost Song Jingyan, her class still boasted 4 students from Tsinghua or Peking University. However, Song Jingyan was her student from the very beginning, and in her eyes, he was a boy with immense potential. His academic performance had been commendable in the first 2 years, but he truly soared in his final year. She had seen and heard of such students before, and Song Jingyan was undoubtedly among the best. Had it not been for the incident involving Huang Yao, he would not have been transferred to another class. Hence, her class could have had 5 students from prestigious universities. Being deprived of what she felt was rightfully hers in the final year was certainly frustrating, yet she also felt helpless. She had previously thought the expulsion of Chun Xiaoxu was a bit excessive. In retrospect, such a rotten apple should have been removed much sooner. Song Jingyan wasted no time with indirect hints and straightforwardly expressed his intentions. I would like to have Zhou Jie seated next to Zhang Jingjing, right in front of me. Ku Liangwei paused momentarily, then responded, All right, I will speak to them right away. He stood up, but Song Jingyan quickly interjected. I have already discussed this with them, and they are in agreement. Ku Liangwei settled back into his seat. In that case, there should be no problem. You can just notify them. He wore an accommodating expression. Thank you, teacher. Song Jingyan expressed his gratitude before preparing to leave. Wait, Ku Liangwei called after him. After the December monthly exam, there will be a themed event titled I Love My Hometown held in Lycan, and your name has already been submitted. The journey from Lycan to Binchinj takes over 5 hours by expressway, and Song Jingyan was reluctant to endure such a taxing trip. How about we skip it? It's too far. Ku Liangwei appeared conflicted. This decision is not mine to make, nor is it the school's. It comes from the Provincial Education Committee. Moreover, it's not a matter of wanting to go. Only those with excellent academic performance are qualified. Song Jingyan nodded. Since there was no room for negotiation, he decided not to put Ku Liangwei in a difficult position. Ku Liangwei added, You will need to stay overnight in Lycan and return the next day. There is no need to prepare anything, as I've heard the hospitality will be quite high. Before Song Jingyan could leave, Ku Liangwei retrieved a stack of papers from beneath the desk and placed them on the table. I have some test papers here covering all subjects. Take them back and practice when you have time. In truth, Song Jingyan did not lack practice materials, having received plenty from Sun Min. However, the papers from Sun Min were rather challenging for Liu Yiyi. He glanced at the stack, noting that they leaned towards foundational questions. While unsuitable for him, they would be perfect for Liu Yiyi. Thank you, teacher. Song Jingyan smiled as he expressed his gratitude and made his way back to the classroom, where he relayed the updates to Zhang Jingjing and Zhou Jie, assisting them in moving their desks to his preferred location. Noticing that the entire class was enjoying cola and ice cream, Song Jingyan extended his hand toward Dai Yuxi. Where's my ice cream and cola? Just as Dai Yuxi returned from helping Zhou Jie move her desk, she washed her hands and replied, They've all been distributed. There's none left. Song Jingyan scoffed lightly. You really think of me as a beast of burden? Dai Yuxi smiled at him. Are you upset? Why would I be angry with a fool? I have plenty of friends who can buy it for me. Sitting in a heated classroom, savoring ice cream while gazing out at the swirling snow and biting cold wind was undeniably a delightful experience. On his way back from the teacher's office, he had already painted that idyllic scene in his mind. However, now it had dissipated like smoke, leaving his mood considerably diminished. Dai Yuxi, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Dai Yuxi shot him a sidelong glance. Yes, but can't you treat me a little better? Honestly, can you say that my attitude towards you isn't good enough? Song Jingyan realized how childish he was being, allowing something as trivial as ice cream to provoke him. Dai Yuxi could certainly sense the shift in Song Jingyan's demeanor. It had improved significantly. Yet she had witnessed how tenderly he had spoken to Liu Yiyi in the infirmary that day. Do you prefer girls with long hair? Song Jingyan lazily stretched. Miss Dai, you asked too many questions. Dai Yuxi pouted and retrieved a bottle of warmed Nestle latte from her desk, placing it in front of Song Jingyan. Isn't it nice to have something warm in this cold? Song Jingyan glanced at it dismissively. It's too heating. I want to drink hot drinks. Dai Yuxi looked at Song Jingyan's languid demeanor and suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Fine, I'll go buy you some ice cream. With that, she stood up to leave, but Song Jingyan twisted the cap off the Nestle. Never mind, my tooth hurts today. I can't eat anything cold for now. Dai Yuxi let out a long sigh and sat back down. You switched Zhou Jia's seat. Will they stop bullying her now? Of course not. You will still need to take the initiative. Song Jingyan continued without any pretense. It is likely that your home is adorned with various luxurious possessions, such as a Patek Philippe watch, a Prada handbag, or a Van Cleef Arpels bracelet. Select a few exquisite items to don, and occasionally visit Zhou Jia in her dormitory, feigning an accidental display of affluence. Engage in conversation with Zhou Jia in the presence of your classmates, and that should suffice. In truth, the students at school perceive Dai Yuxi primarily through the lens of her lavish Maybach S680 and the rumored connections of her family. Additionally, Dai Yuxi's understated attire, often comprising of street market finds and typical mall merchandise, further perpetuates this image. Of course, Dai Yuxi does not relish the ostentation of luxury goods, but does not imply her ignorance. Rather, she has simply realized that one can procure equally delightful and aesthetically pleasing garments from both markets and malls, thus opting for frugality. What is the significance of such behavior? Dai Yuxi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Students are inherently drawn to the powerful. They harbor a natural reverence for those who excel academically or possess wealth. However, we cannot perpetually assist Zhou Jia. She must also undergo her own transformation. For mere acquiescence will not garner respect. Dai Yuxi nodded thoughtfully, her gaze shifting from confusion to admiration. You truly are cunning. Dai Yuxi then produced a jar of peach and plum jam and tossed it to Song Jingyan. You certainly know how to flatter. Chapter 65. The grand drama of a hero saving a damsel in distress. For Song Jingyan, the most joyous moments of the day are those brief intervals before evening study sessions, spent in the company of close friends, engaging in lighthearted banter. On pleasant days, they might even indulge in a game of basketball or take leisurely strolls around the playground. However, these joys are fleeting, soon to vanish as the date of the college entrance examination approaches, ushering in an array of worries about the future alongside academic performance. Some students, however, remain largely indifferent. The refined and scholarly Tan Yu has seen a decline in his grades since entering the third year of high school. After initially ranking among the top 3 in the liberal arts class during the first monthly exam, he has now fallen out of the top 10. After all, with a family fortune at his disposal, no matter which university he attends, he is destined to return and inherit the family business. At this moment, he is surrounded by several male classmates, observing Song Jingyan and his friends playing basketball. Tan Yu clenched his jaw and spat. Those fools in the science class are reeking. Any girl who fancies them must be blind. His words were clearly directed at Song Jingyan, and his companions, all from the liberal arts class, echoed his sentiments. Only Yi Xiong belongs to the science class. In truth, Yi Xiong harbors a deep-seated disdain for these liberal arts students, as the liberal arts class has not produced a single student for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University in many years, whereas the science class sees 5 or 6 such students annually. He cleared his throat to relieve the awkwardness. Ahem. Tan Yu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiong, realizing that his remark had inadvertently included him in the insult. Yet, he felt no remorse. It was understood that Yi Xiong sought to approach him with ulterior motives, and there was no camaraderie between them, so the insult was inconsequential. Tan Yu patted Yi Xiong on the shoulder. Rest assured, Shen Fuwei will not end up with that insufferable brat, Song Jingyan. One must employ some cunning in pursuit of girl. Yi Xiong's stiff expression cracked into a faint smile. Do you truly believe you can win Shen Fuwei's heart? Tan Yu replied with pride. I have heard that Shen Fuwei's mother is away on business for a conference for half a month. During this time, Shen Fuwei returns home alone after evening study sessions. Yi Xiong, who harbors feelings for Shen Fuwei, is acutely aware that she has no interest in him. Yet, he cannot bear the thought of causing her harm. Upon hearing Tan Yu's words, Yi Xiong immediately grew anxious. You must not harm Shen Fuwei. Do not forget she is a student of Tsinghua or Peking University. The school will not turn a blind eye. Tan Yu smiled mysteriously. I am not foolish. Shen Fuwei is a student of Tsinghua or Peking University. How could I possibly harm her? I merely intend to stage a grand drama of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Tan Yu not only knows that Shen Fuwei is a key student nurtured by the school, but he is also aware of the stature of her father, so he would not act recklessly. I will enlist former classmates from middle school to masquerade as thugs, blocking Shen Fuwei on the street to create trouble, and then I shall lead you all to chase them away, orchestrating a heroic rescue. Yi Xiong chuckled in agreement, harboring an even deeper contempt for Tanyu. In truth, Yi Xiong feels conflicted. While he is pleased at the prospect of Song Jingyan losing Shen Fuwei, the thought of her being with an insipid character like Tanyu disgusts him. After much internal deliberation, the scales ultimately tipped in Tanyu's favor. He harbors an intense loathing for Song Jingyan, especially due to the humiliation brought on by that letter of understanding. Shen Fuwei remains unaware that someone is scheming against her. During this time, with her mother away on business, her life has become significantly easier. After dinner at school, she strolls through the campus with Jiang Xiaofan, seeking relaxation. Upon passing the basketball court and witnessing Song Jingyan and a group of boys playing, she stops. Her gaze sweeps past Song Jingyan, landing on Dai Yuxi, who stand at the sidelines. Xiaofan, isn't that girl Song Jingyan's deskmate? Jiang Xiaofan, focused on Song Jingyan's impressive ball handling, quickly glances at Dai Yuxi. Is indeed her. Shen Fuwei is not the type of girl to indulge in gossip or excessively scrutinize others' private lives. However, she has noticed that Song Jingyan's deskmate has recently altered her hairstyle and attire to resemble that of a student. Previously, she was seldom seen at school. Yet of late, she has been frequently spotted near Song Jingyan, stirring Shen Fuwei's curiosity. Upon noticing Dai Yuxi carrying a plastic bag containing cola and peach and plum jam bread, Shen Fuwei's heart tightened. Song Jingyan's penchant for sweet treats is well known among his peers. He is famous for his love of cola, ice cream, and jam bread. That girl seems to harbor feelings for Song Jingyan. Shen Fuwei exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Xiaofan turned to look at Shen Fuwei. It's not unusual for a girl or two to like Song Jingyan. After all, he is not unattractive and has a hint of charm, doesn't he? Jiang Xiaofan secretly shook her head. Shen Fuwei has long recognized her own feelings for Song Jingyan, but is unwilling to admit it or intervene. Shen Fuwei pressed her lips together. Ever since that love letter, Song Jingyan has undergone a significant transformation. He has become more confident, more cheerful, and has started to pay attention to his appearance. He is no longer that taciturn boy who shunned conversation. Yet, she still finds herself longing for the old Song Jingyan, the one who would only smile at her and engage in endless conversations. Now, he treats everyone alike, showing no particular kindness or disregard to anyone. Just as Shen Fuwei was lost in her thoughts, Dai Yuxi turned to leave the basketball court. The cola she bought was meant for Song Jingyan, but with so many people around, she felt it inappropriate to offer it only to him, so she decided to take it back to the classroom. Seeing Dai Yuxi depart, Shen Fuwei finally exhaled in relief. Oblivious to the internal conflict of the two girls outside the court, Song Jingyan surveyed the crowd. Disappointed to find Liu Yiyi absent and noticing that Dai Yuxi had left, he unexpectedly spotted Shen Fuwei and Jiang Xiaofan at the sidelines. Previously puzzled by the sudden surge of energy among the boys on the court, he now understood that it was due to Shen Fuwei's presence. In the 3 years of high school, Shen Fuwei has held the unrivaled title of the most beautiful girl at school. It is not that Liu Yiyi is less attractive. Rather, during high school, boys naturally gravitate towards the aloof and scholarly girl, often viewing her through a flattering lens, including the past Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan flashed a grin at Jiang Xiaofan and Shen Fuwei, acknowledging them. The previously cool and composed school beauty, Shen Fuwei, suddenly lit up with a radiant smile. The boys both inside and outside the court paused, momentarily convinced that Shen Fuwei's smile was directed at them. The unique foolishness of high school boys was evident on their faces. Song Jingyan could only shake his head in exasperation. Recently, Liu Yiyi has been so engrossed in her studies that encounters with her at school have become rare, leaving Song Jingyan with a sense of abandonment. However, Liu Yiyi would never forsake Song Jingyan. She was diligently working on the math problems he had given her in the classroom. She had envisioned a future where all her joys were intertwined with him. Her deskmate, Zhu Huiven, lay helplessly on the table. You should stop studying. If you continue, we might not be able to be together in the future. Liu Yiyi glanced over with a smile and replied, Who wants to be with you? Zhu Huiven nodded, suddenly enlightened. Right? You'll be with Song Jingyan in the future. Liu Yiyi placed her index finger over her lips, signaling for silence. There was no other way. In high school, relationships had to be kept clandestine, devoid of any open acknowledgement. Zhu Huiven, filled with envy, suggested, Why don't you lend me Song Jingyan for a bit? I'd like to improve my grades too. Liu Yiyi patted Zhu Huiven's head in consolation. You should get up and study properly. I can make a copy of the paper for you. Zhu Huiven felt a bit better after this. At Zhang, regardless of whether it was the first, second, or third year, the streets outside the school would be filled with cars waiting to pick up students after class. The senior students finished their evening self-study at 8:30 p.m., and while the boarders continued their studies, the day students trickled out of the classrooms. Yi Xiong was in a good mood today as he hopped into the dark gray Dongfeng Nissan driven by his mother, Wang Ziyilai. Her brows were furrowed, as her son's academic performance had always been a source of concern for her. Initially, his grades had been decent in the first year of high school, but they began to decline in the second year. She suspected that her son had made poor friendships at school, leading him astray. You seem happy today. Did you do well on your exam? Yi Xiong suppressed his emotions and replied, No, it's just that Song Jingyan's girlfriend might be taken away. Wang Ziyilai, hearing it wasn't tea about studies, brushed it off as she started the car to head home, only to suddenly recall that the name Song Jingyan sounded familiar. Song Jingyan? Is he the one who made you write a guarantee at the police station? Yi Xiong nodded. That's him. He has some issues with Tanyu. Tanyu wants to steal his girlfriend. He briefly recounted the conversation with Tanyu to his mother, avoiding the more serious details. Wang Ziyilai, infuriated, pulled the car over to the side of the road. Have you lost your mind? What good can come from hanging out with Tanyu? If Song Jingyan finds out you're associating with them, do you still want to take the college entrance examination? Have you forgotten about the guarantee? Wang Ziyilai's barrage of questions left Yi Xiong momentarily speechless. He too was worried about the guarantee. Song Jingyan retained the right to pursue him over it. And if he found out Yi Xiong was involved, there would surely be consequences. What should I do? Yi Xiong asked, feeling guilty. Wang Ziyilai sighed, drawing from her years of experience running a beauty salon and encountering various people. After some thought, she advised him. You should tell Song Jingyan about Tanyu trying to intercept Shen Fuwei. If Tanyu approaches you, just say, you're busy. Yi Xiong felt reluctant. He feared offending Song Jingyan, but also didn't want to be labeled a traitor to his friend. Isn't that inappropriate? Noticing her son's hesitation, Wang Ziyilai became even more irate. After all these years in business, I can read people quite well. Song Jingyan is academically gifted, and with his eloquence, he is bound to achieve great things. As for Tanyu, despite his current arrogance due to his family's wealth, his shallow understanding will prevent him from accomplishing anything significant. Yi Xiong silently nodded, feeling quite in agreement with his mother's insights, and resolved to find a chance to inform Song Jingyan the next day. When Song Jingyan emerged, he sent a message to Liu Yiyi. He waited alone at the bus station for nearly 30 minutes. Liu Yiyi hurried out, puffing clouds of breath, and approached him, still breathless. I'm so sorry. I wanted to finish that problem before coming out, but I didn't realize it would take so long. Song Jingyan smiled as he zipped up her down jacket. I'm not going anywhere. Why the rush? Liu Yiyi felt warmth in her heart as she clasped his hand. Are you hungry? Song Jingyan shook his head. Not hungry. In truth, he was quite famished, having declined the food Dai Yuxi offered him earlier. He didn't want Liu Yiyi to buy him anything either, knowing that his father, Song Changchun, must have prepared a late-night snack for him at home. It wasn't that he particularly missed his father's cooking. Rather, he realized that after entering senior year, the opportunities for family dinners would become scarce. When he sat down to eat, his parents would be beside him, engaging in conversation. Seeing him enjoy his meal would ease their worries. This was the essence of parental love, selfless and unconditional. In his past life, he had failed to appreciate it, deeming it unnecessary. It was only after leaving his hometown and experiencing various trials that he understood how precious such warmth was. The streets were deserted, devoid of wind, and the moonlight was chillingly bright. This was their own world, where solitude and fear dissipated in each other's company. Song Jingyan leaned closer to Liu Yiyi, inhaling her scent. Have you changed your shampoo? Liu Yiyi looked perplexed. No, it's still the same, L'Oreal. Realizing that he was savoring her fragrance, she playfully nudged his palm. I've arrived home. Song Jingyan glanced up, seeing the entrance to Liu Yiyi's community not far away. Yi, let me give you a hug, he said. Despite both of them wearing thick down jackets, Liu Yiyi felt a twinge of shyness. Maybe not. Sensing her hesitation, Song Jingyan immediately wrapped his arms around her. Liu Yiyi nimbly evaded. You should head home. It's too cold out. She still felt too bashful. Song Jingyan was not disappointed. He had merely intended to tease her. Then, you should hurry home. He watched as Liu Yiyi slowly walked towards the entrance of her community, waving goodbye before turning back. After walking a short distance, his phone rang. Assuming it was his parents, he picked up only to find it was Liu Yiyi. He answered with a smile. Jingyan, where are you? Can you help me? Liu Yiyi's voice on the other end was tinged with a whimpering tone. Immediately, Song Jingyan felt a pang of concern. Don't worry. I'll head to your place right away. He turned back and rushed to Liu Yiyi's community. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Liu Yiyi just stepping out, cradling a small dog named Xiao Xiao. What's wrong, Yi? Song Jingyan assessed her from head to toe, then glanced at Xiao Xiao in her arms. 2 streams of tears had stained the front of her red down jacket. I don't know what is wrong with Xiao Xiao. Liu Yiyi's voice quivered with distress. Song Jingyan felt relieved, knowing Xiao Xiao was the only concern. Yet he also recognized the significant place Xiao Xiao held in her heart. He examined Xiao Xiao closely, noticing its limbs twitching. Even the usual disdainful gaze it cast upon him was absent. Is it sick? Liu Yiyi shook her head, equally perplexed about Xiaoxio's condition. Song Jingyan took Xiao Xiao from Liu Yi's arms. Don't worry, we'll take it to the vet. In their small fifth-tier city, darkness fell early, and many shops closed their doors at dusk. Song Jingyan led Liu Yiyi to 2 pet clinics, both of which were closed. Liu Yiyi was now in a complete panic, placing all her hopes on Song Jingyan. Fortunately, he suddenly recalled a veterinary clinic near the seafood market where his parents worked. They had a gray parrot that could curse, and he would often engage in verbal sparring with it whenever he passed by. Upon arriving at the clinic, a man in his 30s, dressed in pajamas and a down jacket, sleepily emerged. He paused in surprise upon seeing Song Jingyan. What are you doing here? Song Jingyan offered an awkward smile. My classmate's dog seems to be unwell. Could you please take a look? The man shot a glare at Song Jingyan before glancing at the dog in his arms. Unperturbed, he accepted the dog and walked inside, leaving behind a terse instruction. Go next door and fetch a large bottle of Sprite. Without questioning the request, Song Jingyan left Liu Yiyi behind and headed to the neighboring store. By the time he returned, the man had already placed the dog in the sink and was using tools to pry open its mouth for stabilization. Your dog is poisoned. Pour the Sprite down its throat. Liu Yiyi hesitated, unsure of how to assist, standing off to the side. It was Song Jingyan who gently patted her back. Let me handle this. You should find a place to sit for a while. Liu Yiyi felt no inclination to sit, watching as Song Jingyan cooperated with the veterinarian to continuously administer Sprite to the dog. After the Sprite was fully given, they followed it with some clean water and 2 tablets of medicine before finally halting. Liu Yiyi rushed forward. Doctor, how's my dog? The man cast another glance at Song Jingyan, seemingly harboring considerable resentment towards him. It shouldn't be too serious. Liu Yiyi breathed a sigh of relief. Once they settled the bill, Liu Yiyi requested a blanket to carry the dog, preparing to leave with Song Jingyan. The veterinarian then spoke up. Kid, don't provoke my parrot again. Its foul language is all learned from you. Song Jingyan felt another wave of embarrassment wash over him, managing only a sheepish response. All right. All right. Seeing that the dog was recovering, Liu Yiyi's anxious heart finally found some ease. Jingyan, I hope I haven't delayed your return home. Song Jingyan had already called his parents to assure them of his safety, feeling no urgency. You've met my parents. They are quite easygoing. Liu Yiyi recalled Song Jingyan's parents, warm and understanding, particularly his mother, who always greeted her with enthusiasm and offered her a plethora of delicious treats. Can you tell me everything that transpired? Even though they had established a romantic relationship, Liu Yiyi and Song Jingyan rarely discussed her family, especially concerning her young stepmother. Liu Yiyi bit her lip, contemplating for a long moment before saying, they want to send the dog away. They won't allow me to keep it. Song Jingyan nodded silently. They likely referred to her stepmother and biological father. In truth, Song Jingyan harbored a dislike for dogs and bore psychological scars related to them. He could not comprehend how someone could feel such intimacy with a dog as to address it as family. Humanity had painstakingly evolved over thousands of years to rise above cohabiting with beasts, only to be dragged back to a primitive state. Yet, since Liu Yiyi adored the dog, he could only extend his affection to encompass it as well. Why don't you let me foster the dog in my place? The dog's poisoning was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. It was likely a scheme orchestrated by Liu Yiyi's stepmother. After all, her father, Liu Boda, was a doctor. If he truly wished to harm the dog, he would not allow her to save it. However, Song Jingyan knew that Lan Shanshan would never admit to such actions. A casual remark about the dog having eaten something it shouldn't would leave him with no grounds for rebuttal. Yet, such incidents, once initiated, could likely recur. Liu Yiyi gazed at Song Jingyan, her expression filled with unspoken words. Aren't you the one who dislikes dogs? Chapter 67. Because I adore you. I extend my affection to all that you cherish. But I love you. Song Jingyan lifted his gaze to the moon before looking at Liu Yiyi. You can rest assured. I will take excellent care of it. Liu Yiyi's eyes flickered toward Song Jingyan, and his declaration of love felt like the thawing of a millennium's worth of snow atop a mountain. Did she have a choice? It seems she did not. Lan Shanshan would never admit to poisoning the dog, and staying in that household would pose a danger to it. The only person she could trust was Song Jingyan. Then, I shall trouble you with its care. Trouble? I am your boyfriend. Isn't this expected of me? A warm wave surged through Liu Yiyi's heart as she slowed her pace, leaning her forehead against Song Jingyan's chest. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Liu Yiyi lifted her gaze to meet his, the affection hidden in her brown eyes spilling forth. In that moment, she discovered the true essence of a hug. Happiness. Even though a thick down jacket separated them, they could still feel each other's warmth. Jingyan, this is my first love. I know nothing about it. So please be patient with me. Song Jingyan inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair, a smile gracing his lips. You are already doing remarkably well. Let's continue to share this bond. Liu Yiyi clutched the dog with one arm while wrapping the other tightly around Song Jingyan. Upon returning home, she had already wiped away her tears. Liu Boda, sitting on the sofa with a worried expression, approached her as she entered. Are you all right? Liu Yiyi glanced at Liu Boda, quickly averting her gaze. She understood that this matter did not concern him. He merely expressed his frustrations toward Lan Shanshan, occasionally voicing harsh words, but never crossing the line. Yet, his timidity had allowed Lan Shanshan to gain complete control over him. Liu Yiyi had no desire to engage further. I'm fine. I'm going to my room to rest. With that, she turned and walked toward her room. Liu Boda, sensing her troubled mood, inquired, and the dog? I gave it to someone else. The door to Liu Yiyi's room slammed shut with a resounding bang. Liu Boda's heart felt as though it had been struck, and he let out a heavy sigh. He genuinely regretted remarrying. At that moment, Lan Shanshan, hearing the sound of Liu Yiyi's door close, poked her head out, and noticing Liu Yiyi's absence, approached Liu Boda, whispering, "What about that dog?" Liu Boda shot her a disdainful glance, his eyes wide with anger. You, Lan Shanshan retorted, "Don't give me that look." I showed restraint. I didn't kill the dog outright. Liu Boda sighed deeply, sinking into the sofa in silence. He had only learned about Lan Shanshan's actions after returning home today. He yearned to apologize to Liu Yiyi, but felt it would be insincere. Ever since having a son, he had indeed done many things to wrong his daughter. Yet he found himself torn. After today's incident, their father-daughter relationship had irrevocably entered a dead end, and he desperately wanted to make amends. When Song Jingyan returned home with the dog, both of his parents were still awake. Upon seeing the dog in his arms, they inquired about its origin. Song Jingyan explained the situation regarding Liu Yiyi's family and cautioned, this dog just underwent a gastric lavage. Please be mindful of its diet for the next few days. His father nodded, don't worry. I have plenty of time. It can stay with me. Song Jingyan laid a blanket down for the dog and placed it on top. Song Changchun brought out the food he had kept warm on the stove. Your principal called me today, having prepared several dishes, including braised fish and scrambled eggs with cucumber. He also made local water tofu and stewed pork. As Song Jingyan chewed on the stewed pork, he mumbled, I suppose he asked if you're facing any difficulties and encouraged you to share any suggestions regarding the school, right? Song Changchun looked at his wife with a puzzled expression. Hey, our son is quite perceptive. How did you know? Song Jingyan was well aware that his reluctance to return to the advanced class had made Renzuan, the exceptionally bright student, worry about him transferring schools after feeling guilty about a previous incident. However, he had no intention of transferring and wished to keep his parents uninformed about too many of his school matters to avoid worrying them. Song Jingyan smiled. It's only natural for the principal to take an interest. My studies are going well. In truth, Song Dad and Song Mom were also harboring doubts, but chose not to interfere too much in Song Jingyan's affairs. As children grow, they should have their own opinions and face challenges. The couple observed Song Jingyan eat, refraining from further inquiries regarding this matter. However, they could not resist a little gossip about his romantic life. Son, are you and Liu Yiyi officially together now? His mother, Lin Xiaojun, asked curiously. Song Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the morsel of fish in his mouth without chewing, quickly grasping the implication of his mother's words. Not yet now. In the third year of high school, the priority must be academics. We are study partners. Ah, indeed, the focus should be on learning. Lin Xiaojun gently caressed her right hand with her left, feeling a slight disappointment as her hopes did not meet her expectations. However, her son was right. During this critical year, studies must take precedence. Deep down, she still wished for Liu Yiyi to become her daughter-in-law. Song Jingyan observed his mother's expression while eating, stifling a laugh within himself. He understood her emotions. She yearned for him to have a girl by his side, but was also concerned that an early romance might hinder his studies. Thus, he opted to remain silent. This was also a matter his parents had been preoccupied with in his previous life. Yi Xiong did not disclose Tan Yu's plans to Song Jingyan the following day, delaying until the day of the December monthly exam. On that morning, while Song Jingyan was busily preparing in the classroom, Yi Xiong called him out. Notijink, Yi Xiong's hesitant demianor. Song Jingyan recalled the day he had knelt before him in his past life. He possessed certain talents, but alas, his arrogance led him to be betrayed by a partner who sold company shares to him. Speak, what do you want from me? Song Jingyan's voice was frigid. Yi Xiong glanced around, leaning closer. I wish to propose a deal with you. Song Jingyan shoved his hands into his pockets, scoffing. What deal? If anything happens to my friends, be prepared to face the consequences. Yi Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated Song Jingyan's unexpected response, rendering his elaborate plans futile. Can we negotiate? Yi Xiong attempted to plead, but Song Jingyan offered him no opportunity, turning to head back to the classroom. In a panic, Yi Xiong seized his arm. Don't go. Please, I have something to tell you. Song Jingyan turned back, gazing at him silently. Yi Xiong, exasperated, relayed Tan Yu's plans to Song Jingyan. Satisfied, Song Jingyan patted him on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Yi. Can you retract that guarantee from the police station? Song Jingyan pondered for a moment. Let us wait until after the college entrance examination. The statute of limitations for such guarantees is 6 months, and by then, the examination will be imminent. At which point he believed Yi Xiong would pose no threat to him. Turning back to the classroom, Song Jingyan contemplated Tan Yu's scheme. Tomorrow was Sunday. Morning exams followed by an afternoon off. He was already aware of the location and the people involved. Song Jingyan devised 2 plans to thwart Tan Yu. The first was to directly call Jiang Xiaofen's father, requesting him to send officers to intervene. However, such actions would likely result in mere statements being taken and a warning issued, which would be too lenient for them. Instead, he planned to phone Mo Jiangwo, intending to deal with them first before alerting the authorities. The first exam of the day was Chinese literature, with Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei in the first testing room. Jiang Xiaofen and Chen Bohan occupied the second room, adjacent to the first. Upon arrival, Song Jingyan found Jiang Xiaofen and Chen Bohan engaged in spirited conversation. Jiang Xiaofen patted his flat chest, exclaiming, "Every exam makes me so anxious. I feel so unsteady. It's infuriating." Chen Bohan consoled him. It's just a monthly exam. The teachers are deliberately making it feel like the real thing to toughen us up. Just maintain a calm mindset like I do. Though he spoke lightly, Chen Bohan was more nervous than anyone else. Just then, Song Jingyan casually draped his arm over Chen Bohan's shoulder. Oh, Chen Bohan jumped, turning to see it was Song Jingyan and sighed in relief. Can't you walk without making a sound? You scared me. Jiang Xiaofen covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Aren't you supposed to be calm? How did you end up getting startled? Chen Bohan shot her a glare, defending himself. You wouldn't understand. That was an instinctive reaction. Song Jingyan smirked, mercilessly revealing, you're just putting on a brave front. You're actually anxious to the core. He then glanced at Jiang Xiaofen. Whereas Shen Fuwei. Why isn't she with you? Chapter 68. The School Beauty and Academic Overachiever. Jiang Xiaofen pointed behind Song Jingyan. She came out late. Yes, right behind you. Upon turning, Song Jingyan saw a group of third-year students in uniform approaching. At the forefront were Chu Dongxiu, the top student, and Li Mian, the second. They shared a common trait. Academic elites who walked with unwavering focus, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Although Shen Fuwei followed closely behind, her tall stature of 1.7 meters resembled that of a protagonist from a manga, radiating an unmistakable aura. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully as she walked, and her exquisite features made her stand out, creating an invisible barrier between her and her peers. As if the sun shone solely for her. Song Jingyan crossed his arms, admiring the group of scholars advancing towards them. Are you watching your competitors, Yinga? Chen Bohan teased, glancing over. Song Jingyan regarded Chen Bohan as if he were foolish. With Chu Dongxiu and Li Mian scoring over 680 and 690 respectively. Do you really think I can surpass either of them? Chen Bohan appeared astonished. You're not actually aiming for over 700, are you? Scoring above 700 could make you a contender for the city's top rank. Song Jingyan had never contemplated such a notion. It was far beyond his capabilities. His current excellent grades were attributed to his previous life, where his mathematics skills were already commendable. Had it not been for the slander incident, he would have scored around 620 in the college entrance examination, but ultimately, he only achieved 591. In his previous life, he had little love for rote memorization, particularly in subjects like English and Chinese literature. However, upon his rebirth, the memories from those 18 years had been enhanced. The ancient poetry he once struggled to recall now came easily, and vocabulary and grammar he previously found challenging were now effortlessly utilized, resulting in a significant improvement in his grades. As for further enhancement, he dared not dream. Maintaining his current performance would require relentless practice to keep his skills sharp. Song Jingyan chuckled bitterly. You think too highly of me. I'm merely observing. Of course, observing the academic elites was not limited to just them. After all, students who excelled academically naturally radiated a certain glow in the eyes of their peers. Many classmates would unconsciously glance in their direction. Ultimately, all eyes landed on Shen Fuwei. The combination of being both a top student and a school beauty shone like a luminous pearl. Even standing beside two super scholars, her brilliance eclipsed them. A gentle breeze playfully tousled Shen Fuwei's loose strands of hair. Slowly lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Song Jingyan. In that instant, her charming dimples blossomed into a radiant smile, illuminating her previously perplexed expression. Some boys halted, captivated by the sight. Yet, Shen Fuwei quickly took a few steps forward, joining Song Jingyan and the others. This prompted a wave of envious glances directed at Song Jingyan before they departed. "What are you all doing?" Shen Fuwei's gaze flickered past Song Jingyan to Jiang Xiaofen. "We're watching the big shots make their grand entrance." Jiang Xiaofen jest. Shen Fuwei glanced back at Chu Dongxiu and Li Mian, as well as Gao Minglang, who trailed behind. Indeed, their top 4 science students had gathered together. "How fortuitous. With you here, we're the top 5 in our grade." Shen Fuwei joked with Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan chuckled in response, yearning to share the details of Tan Yu's scheme with her. However, seeing Shen Fuwei in such high spirits, he worried it might affect her upcoming examination, so he refrained. After a few more casual exchanges, Jiang Xiaofen finally said, "All right, Chen and I are heading into the exam room now. You and Jingyan should head in too." Jiang Xiaofen's tone resembled that of two couples entering a hotel room, as she and Chen Bowen entered one room, while Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei proceeded into another. As Song Jingyan stepped forward towards the examination hall, Shen Fuwei intentionally quickened her pace to walk alongside him. The sensation was akin to the notion that they were already together. Although the rumors surrounding their early romance had dissipated, the discussions surrounding them had not diminished. They simply no longer linked the two together. The conversations revolve around Song Jingyan's academic performance, his interactions with Liu Yiyi, and his rapport with Dai Yuxi. Meanwhile, Shen Fuwei was often compared to Liu Yiyi regarding their beauty, with Dai Yuxi seemingly not lagging behind Shen Fuwei in looks either. Such are the topics of discourse. However, as time progressed, the subjects of conversation among classmates dwindled, with their focus shifting predominantly towards their academic achievements. The first examination of the day was the Chinese language test, and after 2.5 hours, students emerged from the examination hall. Some were laughing, while others sighed in disappointment over poorly written essays or incorrectly annotated answers. Yet, the chatter soon reverted to daily life, with everyone sporting a relaxed demeanor. After all, the Chinese test had not presented much worthy of debate. It was the mathematics examination in the afternoon that truly ignited discussions about answers. During this time, the top students were disinterested in comparing solutions and were reluctant to waste energy mingling with their peers, particularly those ranked within the top 10 of their grade. Only Song Jingyan stood out as an exception, surrounded by a throng of classmates eager to discuss answers with him. "Did you choose B for the third question? Was your final major question N1? The air buzzed with excited exclamations or sorrowful lamentations. Naturally, besides the students from class 4 who approached him with queries, students from other classes also sought him out for answers to contentious questions. Patiently, Song Jingyan articulated the answers one by one, particularly taking the time to elaborate when his own classmates inquired. At that moment, a girl with her hair styled in a bun and another girl linked arm in arm glanced in his direction before turning away. Without hesitation, Song Jingyan burst forth from the crowd. "Excuse me, make way. I'll return to discuss answers with you all later. I urgently need to use the restroom." He caught up with Liu Yiyi downstairs. Frowning as he questioned her, "What did it mean when you turned and walked away upon seeing me?" Under Song Jingyan's comforting presence, Liu Yiyi had moved past the incident with Xiao Xiao and was no longer sullen. "I noticed you were quite busy," she replied with a smile in her eyes directed at him. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd had thinned, he playfully pinched her nostrils. "If you run away again, I'll deduct 10,000 from your bride price." "Hey, you two, mind yourselves, this is school. Besides, I'm still here." Zhu Huiven chimed in with a laugh. Liu Yi lightly nudged her with her elbow. "What of it? We haven't done anything," she retorted defiantly. Zhu Huiven, beaming, turned to Song Jingyan. "That won't do. I consider myself part of Yi's family. May I discuss a few questions with you?" Song Jingyan chuckled softly. "Since you put it that way, I suppose there's no harm in it. Then tell me, for your last major question, did you arrive at 3 or 1? How did you approach it? Quickly, enlighten me." Zhu Huiven inquired unabashedly, while Liu Yi helplessly spread her hands towards Song Jingyan. Although Zhu Huiven's presence served as an additional distraction, Song Jingyan was more than willing to be alongside Liu Yi. Shen Fuwei had just spotted Song Jingyan surrounded by others discussing answers, but when she looked again, he had vanished. She scanned her surroundings in confusion, but upon a hurried glance out the window, she noticed Song Jingyan with Liu Yi and Zhu Huiven, seemingly explaining a math problem to them. A pang of sorrow welled within her. She had previously asked Shen Bohen and students from class 4 all of whom had confirmed that Song Jingyan was not in a relationship. Yet, seeing him with other girls still stung. Only when Song Jingyan parted ways with Liu Yiyi and the others did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. As she descended from the teaching building, she encountered Song Jingyan ascending the stairs on the second floor. What a coincidence! Chapter 69. Sakuragi Hanamichi? A bit too handsome. Shen Fuwei smiled and nodded in acknowledgement as they brushed past one another. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to gaze at Song Jingyan's tall figure, hesitating to speak. With one hand tucked into the pocket of his school uniform, he gracefully ascended the stairs. Jingyan! Shen Fuwei instinctively called out. Song Jingyan paused, looking back in confusion. Is there something you need? Oh no, nothing at all. Shen Fuwei lowered her gaze, suddenly aware of the bittersweet ache in her chest. It was absurd. She was feeling jealous and wished for Song Jingyan to refrain from conversing with other girls. Song Jingyan, puzzled, took a step back, observing her intently. There have been rumors suggesting that you and Shen Fuwei are entwined. Rumors? Song Jingyan replied, his face a mask of bewilderment, noting that Shen Fuwei seemed quite strange today. Forget it. She suddenly deflated. Best of luck with the upcoming exams. You too. Song Jingyan replied, as if recalling something. Don't let rumors affect you. If it's a rumor, it must be untrue. He spoke earnestly, as if assuring her. He believed Shen Fuwei was concerned about their supposed romance. However, Shen Fuwei interpreted his words as a denial of any relationship with her, naturally referring to Liu Yiyi and Dai Yuxi. In her moment of contemplation, Song Jingyan had already vanished around the corner of the stairs. It made sense. How could Song Jingyan possibly be dating both Liu Yiyi and Dai Yuxi? Shen Fuwei exhaled in relief, leaving with a faint smile. The following day, dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, releasing delicate snowflakes. Since the examination occupied a Sunday, once completed, they could return home. As Song Jingyan exited the school gate, a black Maybach abruptly intercepted his path. He was quite familiar with the vehicle, having ridden in it before. Dai Yuxi bent down from the car, holding a large black plastic bag containing something, standing before Song Jingyan as the fine snow settled on her shoulders. Old friend, here's a gift for you. Dai Yuxi looked at Song Jingyan with a gaze filled with unspoken significance. Song Jingyan furrowed his brow, uncertain of Dai Yuxi's intentions. She had seemed perfectly normal that morning before the exam, nothing out of the ordinary. What is the meaning of this? It's neither my birthday nor a holiday. Gifts should come with an explanation, right? Dai Yuxi pressed her lips together. I'm returning to Luking for art joint examination training. And I also need to participate in the upcoming school examinations. Song Jingyan felt a stir of emotion. Third-year art students annually take part in the provincial professional examinations at this time, with subsequent school examinations following the new year, resulting in minimal time spent at school. Shouldn't it be me giving you a gift? Just open it and see. Dai Yuxi interrupted his attempt to politely decline. Song Jingyan nodded in silence and opened the box. Inside lay a neatly folded Lakers jersey with the number 24, accompanied by a signed photo of Kobe, underneath which rested a sketch. The drawing depicted a young boy soaring to dunk, his jersey billowing, capturing the precise moment his shirt had ripped during a game with Tanyu. The combination of Kobe's autograph and the jersey was an irresistible temptation for Song Jingyan, an avid basketball fan and Lakers enthusiast. He found it impossible to refuse, smiling ruefully. Thank you, Yuxi. I truly adore your gift. Dai Yuxi exhaled in relief, nodding, as long as you like it. He glanced once more at the sketch. The drawing is remarkable, though it portrays me a bit too handsomely, resembling Sakuragi Hanamichi. Sakuragi Hanamichi? Dai Yuxi was unfamiliar with the character from Slam Dunk, unaware of the comic figure Song Jingyan referenced. Just a character from an animated series. However, I currently have no gift for you, so I'll owe you one. Dai Yuxi gathered her courage. How about we embrace as a substitute for a gift? Is that acceptable? Song Jingyan hesitated. An embrace seemed too intimate. Aren't you supposed to return before the college entrance examination? Let us skip the embrace then. Dai Yuxi's disappointment was palpable. All right then, farewell. Indeed, she would return for the college entrance examination, but by then, they would be on the verge of parting ways. Surely, Song Jingyan would head to Jingbei, while she would remain in Luking. Future encounters would become increasingly rare. Song Jingyan genuinely cares about Dai Yuxi, her deskmate. She is truly extraordinary, and their rapport has been steadily improving. Well then, let's share an embrace. Song Jingyan relented. As Dai Yuxi bent down to enter the car, upon hearing Song Jingyan's words, she suddenly turned around, arms outstretched. Before he could react, a wave of peach blossom fragrance enveloped him. She embraced him tightly, her nails leaving crescent-shaped imprints on the back of his down jacket. Song Jingyan, I am so incredibly happy to have met you and to share a desk with you. Song Jingyan patted Dai Yuxi's back. CC, I wish you success in your exams, and may all your wishes come true. After a moment, Dai Yuxi realized it was time to let go, but she tightened her grip for one last moment before releasing him. See you after the new year. As Dai Yuxi climbed into the car, she rolled down the window and waved goodbye. Song Jingyan watched as the Maybach disappeared down the street. Suddenly recalling Shen Fuwei's hesitant demeanor from the previous day, he promptly tore open the packaging of his team uniform and stuffed the clothes and signed photo into his backpack. He hurried towards the street where he had arranged to meet Mo Jiangwo, finally catching sight of a familiar figure at their appointed rendezvous. Shen Fuwei, clad in a pristine white down jacket, gazed upward at the bare tree branches, her high ponytail swaying gently behind her as snowflakes kissed her slightly parted lips. Shen Fuwei's home was not far from the school. A short walk would suffice. With her mother away for a conference, she had originally planned to have someone else pick her up, but she had outright refused, unwilling to live under her mother's watchful eye. Little did she know that an impending danger was stealthily approaching. Meanwhile, inside the spicy hot pot restaurant across the street, a group of over a dozen boys had gathered. Tenyu pointed out Shen Fuwei through the window. Zhang Kai, that's the girl. The boy named Zhang Kai, with dyed yellow hair and small eyes, nervously opened his down jacket to reveal his vocational school's uniform. Brother Yu, do you think that girl will call the police on us? Dan Ju scoffed, frowning as he replied, every time I treat you all to barbecue, you're the one who eats the most. Now that it's your turn, you're shrinking back? Zhang Kai quickly apologized. No, brother Yu, I'm just a bit worried. You can count on me for your plans. I just want you to scare her a little. Then I'll go out and shoo you away. It's simple. Nothing will go wrong. I'll treat you all to KTV for drinks and singing later. Tenyu patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder reassuringly. Dejected, Zhang Kai led his 5 classmates from the vocational school out of the hot pot restaurant. This was the first snowfall of winter. The wide and orderly streets of a new district were usually sparsely populated, and the cold weather rendered them even quieter. Snowflakes drifted silently, falling more heavily now. The view was filled with swirling feathery flakes, as all colors of the world faded away, leaving only a pristine white. Shen Fuwei crouched beneath a maple tree at the roadside, gathering the snow into a ball and throwing it far away, ignoring her now red and frozen hands. She formed another snowball. At this moment, there were no maternal admonitions for her well-being, no restrictions. She felt as carefree as a child. But suddenly, a group of 5 or 6 ruffians appeared abruptly before her. One of the boys, with yellow-dyed hair and a lean frame, approached her with a mocking grin. Hey there, beautiful, one of your friends? Shen Fuwei, who had been so joyful, furrowed her brows and turned to walk away, but was quickly blocked by the boys. Having been sheltered all her life, she had never encountered such a situation where unsavory individuals obstructed her path, and fear gripped her heart, causing her to panic. Step aside, she said in a barely audible whisper, unable to meet the gaze of the boys. Zhang Kai, initially feeling a bit apprehensive, noticed Shen Fuwei's timid demeanor and felt emboldened. How about I treat you to some spicy hot pot? Huh? Ha! Song Jingyan had intended to wait for Mo Jiangwo before stepping forward. But upon seeing the group approaching Shen Fuwei, he did not hesitate and rushed over. Chapter 70, Wai Wei is my girlfriend. Upon Song Jingyan's arrival, both Zhang Kai's group and Shen Fuwei froze in surprise. Tanyu, who had just exited the hot pot restaurant, also halted upon seeing Song Jingyan's appearance. He cursed under his breath, not this guy again. This kid just one T quit. He quickly hid, observing from the shadows. Zhang Kai, unfamiliar with Song Jingyan, nervously spoke first. Who are you? With an enigmatic smile, Song Jingyan stepped in front of Shen Fuwei and declared, I'm her boyfriend. Shen Fuwei, who had just exhaled a sigh of relief, widened her eyes in astonishment at Song Jingyan. Zhang Kai was momentarily taken aback, having been informed by Tanyu about pursuing a girl, only to discover she had a boyfriend, complicating their intentions. How can you prove she is your girlfriend? Zhang Kai attempted to feign bravado, but his act came off as immature. Song Jingyan, with a charming smile, directly took Shen Fuwei's hand. Shen Fuwei was rendered speechless in shock. Song Jingyan was also surprised, noting how cold her hand felt. He recalled her playing in the snow earlier, and his concern dissipated. He raised their clasped hands as a sign. Isn't this obvious? Moreover, I've already called the police. You'd best make a hasty retreat. The expressions of Zhang Kai and his companions shifted to alarm as they exchanged glances, pretending to remain composed. Kid, don't bluff. We haven't done anything wrong. What can the police do anyway? Song Jingyan nodded. That's true, so I'll just be taking my girlfriend and leaving. With that, he pulled Shen Fuwei's hand and began to walk away from the crowd. Tanyu, watching from his hiding spot, grew anxious as he saw Song Jingyan leading Shen Fuwei away. Unable to contain himself, He gestured for Zhang Kai to block their path. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Kai stepped forward to impede Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei. What is the matter? Are you trying to act tough? Song Jingyan smirked, thinking to himself, where did Tan Yu find such dim-witted individuals? The two groups faced off, and Song Jingyan remained silent, watching them with a bemused expression to see what they would do next. Tan Yu first raised an eyebrow at Shen Fuwei. Don't worry, Wai Wei. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Shen Fuwei, with her innocent thoughts, had no inkling of the underlying tension. Though she found Tan Yu irritating, she felt it would be rude to dismiss his goodwill, replying, thank you, but it's all right. Having Jingyan here is enough. As she spoke, her gaze shifted from Tan Yu back to Song Jingyan, filled with hope. Tan Yu bit his back molars in frustration. Alone, how could he possibly confront this group of ruffians? It would be best to let him go and avoid any injuries. Tan Yu thought to himself, get that scoundrel scram. Why is he everywhere ruining my chances? Damn it. Shen Fuwei genuinely began to worry about Song Jingyan. She stepped forward and clutched his arm tightly, her chilly hand now warmed by his presence. Song Jingyan turned back, his gaze resolute, reassuring Shen Fuwei with a comforting, don't worry, everything will be fine with me here. That final flicker of concern in Shen Fuwei's heart dissipated entirely. Coincidentally, Mo Jiangwo came rushing over from the street. Song Jingyan leisurely set down his backpack. You all are in cahoots, so spare us the theatrics. It's utterly farcical. Tan Yu was taken aback, not expecting Song Jingyan to see through him. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Kai interjected with a rebuttal. We don't know Tan Yu at all. After saying this, Zhang Kai shot a look at Tan Yu as if expecting praise. Damn, Danju cares loudly. The lie had been exposed. Shen Fuwei quickly grasped the situation, and the gratitude she felt moments ago transformed into disdain. Listen to me, Wai Wei, I truly like you. Please give me a chance. Tan Yu pleaded immediately. Shen Fuwei turned her face away, choosing to ignore him. Song Jingyan smirked. Tan Yu, your little tricks have long been uncovered. For the past few days, Wai Wei has been going to and from school on her own, and I've been following her, waiting for you. Tan Yu had indeed been secretly trailing Shen Fuwei, but hadn't anticipated that Song Jingyan was also watching over her. However, the truth was now out, and there was no turning back. Song Jingyan, you've repeatedly thwarted my plans. Are you looking for trouble? Beat him up. Song Jingyan turned to Shen Fuwei and said, call Jiang Xiaofen's father. With that, he lunged forward, grabbing Tan Yu by the collar and delivering a punch straight to his face, causing blood to immediately gush from his nose. He then pinned Tan Yu to the ground, raining down blows. Tan Yu was initially stunned, but soon began to howl in pain. Damn it, how dare you hit me? The few vocational school students who usually mingled with him, not sharing his sentiments, merely observed the scene, hesitant to intervene. However, Tan Yu's high school classmates rolled up their sleeves, ready to join the fray. At that moment, Mo Jiangwo arrived, swiftly taking action without a word, knocking down the few who had intended to fight. This was still Mo Jiangwo holding back. Otherwise, those few would have ended up with broken limbs. When Song Jingyan rose from Tan Yu, he noticed Zhang Kai and his companions still standing there, stunned. He pointed at them. What? Do you still want to step in? If you don't want to be taken by the police, you can scram. Zhang Kai and the others, already dumbfounded, were clearly intimidated by Mo Jiangwo's display of skill. Helping Tan Yu? Forget it. Their relationship with him wasn't strong enough for that. They hastily expressed their gratitude to Song Jingyan and Mo Jiangwo, saying, thank you, before making a hasty exit. The police station where Jiang Xiaofen's father worked was not far from the street. Since it was within the jurisdiction, upon receiving Shen Fuwei's call, they wasted no time, arriving in a police car within 5 minutes. Upon seeing Song Jingyan again, Director Jiang was somewhat surprised but quickly donned a smile. Jingyan, it seems like it hasn't been long since we last met. Song Jingyan replied sheepishly, sorry for the trouble again. Director Jiang was very courteous. Not a trouble at all. This is our duty. He not only viewed it as his duty, but felt grateful to Song Jingyan. The fact that Shen Fuwei's father owed him a favor carried significant weight. Subsequently, Song Jingyan recounted the entire incident in detail to Director Jiang. Uncle Jiang, I'll accompany you back to the station. My friend's mother is still in the hospital and needs someone to look after her. Director Jiang glanced at Mo Jiangwo. Have you served in the military? Mo Jiangwo, taken aback, replied yes. He then looked at Song Jingyan and added, my mother is fine. I can go with you to the station to recount the events. Director Jiang surveyed Tan Yu and his companions, who, although battered and bruised, were not seriously injured. Clearly, this was a result of Mo Jiangwo's restraint. However, this was a minor public order case. At the station, they would merely take statements and give some admonishments before releasing them. After some consideration, Director Jiang decided that the matter should be resolved with the principle of no. To high school, run Ziyuan. After all, Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei's academic performance was a point of pride for the school. If Principal Ran were to learn that his students were being bullied, even if he was not concerned, the Education Bureau leaders would certainly not let slide. Jingyan, Wei, you both should head home. I'll take these individuals back to the station. Director Jiang stated before escorting Tan Yu and his companions away. Song Jingyan turned to Mo Jiangwo and asked, Mo, go. How has your mother been these days? Song Jingyan had visited Mo Jiangwo's mother at the hospital several times recently, and Mo Jiangwo had even brought some sea cucumbers and fish for him. From strangers to acquaintances and then to friends, their relationship had grown. All is well. I won't delay you any longer. Call me if you need anything. Mo Jiangwo gestured as if to say goodbye and turned to leave. After watching Mo Jiangwo depart, Song Jingyan turned to Shen Fuwei. Let me walk you home. Chapter 71. Song Jingyan, I like you. The image of Song Jingyan had undergone a profound transformation in Shen Fuwei's heart. She had never witnessed him in a fight. Previously, whenever she was bullied, she silently endured without retaliating or speaking out. She never imagined that he would fight for her today, especially upon hearing Song Jingyan tell Tan Yu that he had been secretly protecting her these past few days, declaring she was his girlfriend. In that instant, her heart felt as though it had stopped. Emotions surged within her like a flood breaking through a dam, and she longed to leap into his embrace. Yet, being the obedient girl she was, the ingrained restraint within her held her back from acting, leaving her simply gazing at Song Jingyan quietly. As he brushed off the snow and dirt that had clung to him during the scuffle, he was entirely oblivious to the deep affection shimmering in Shen Fuwei's eyes. The reason he had spoken to Tan Yu in that manner was merely to instill a sense of caution in him, deterring any further harassment toward Shen Fuwei. Noticing Shen Fuwei's prolonged silence, Song Jingyan repeated, Are you heading home? I can accompany you. Finally coming back to herself, Shen Fuwei responded, Oh, okay. But aren't you supposed to go home with Yi? We plan to study together at school this afternoon and go home later. A familiar pang of jealousy surged within her, her eyes misting over. Then it's fine. I'll walk by myself. It's not far anyway. Shen Fuwei's voice was low, almost like a whimper. She lowered her gaze and turned to leave, offering a final, Thank you. That carried a hint of resentment. Song Jingyan chuckled softly and followed her. Give me a lollipop. Shen Fuwei halted, retrieving an Alpino lollipop from her pocket. Song Jingyan took the lollipop from her hand, tore off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Let me walk you home. After a moment of silence, Shen Fuwei nodded in agreement. She felt diminutive in Song Jingyan's presence. Though she wished for him to accompany her, she foolishly sulked and insisted he shouldn't tea. Why could tea? He just coaxed her a little. Sigh. The snow continued to fall, accumulating into a thick layer that covered the tops of their shoes. Song Jingyan strode ahead, swinging his arms and taking large steps, seemingly eager to ensure she got home safely. Shen Fuwei took a half step back, her gaze lingering on the hand that had just held hers, lost in thought. That hand was broad and sturdy, with distinct knuckles, and the palm bore a layer of fine, hardened calluses. When he had gripped her hand tightly, it felt like an electric current coursed through her body. That sensation was simply marvelous. Shen Fuwei, unable to restrain herself, reached out her hand, yearning to experience that moment once more. Yet at that very instant, Song Jingyan had his hands tucked into the pockets of his down jacket. Shen Fuwei halted, momentarily stunned. Noticing her pause, Song Jingyan assumed something was amiss. He scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual, then returned to her side, teasingly remarking, with legs that long, are they meant for someone else? You walk so slowly. Shen Fuwei gently lifted her gaze to meet Song Jingyan's, wishing to convey, can you not see that I wish to hold your hand? Alas! Song Jingyan brushed the snowflakes from her hair, his voice laced with playful mockery. What is up with you today? Have you misplaced your soul? Should I summon a shaman to perform a dance for you? Shen Fuwei bit her lip, still silent, internally lamenting, if only that love letter had been penned by you. She sighed softly, caught in a moment of yearning. Suddenly, Song Jingyan tripped her, sending her tumbling into the snow. He burst into laughter, reminiscent of a mischievous child, and dashed away. Lying on her back in the snow, Shen Fuwei felt as if she had returned to the beginning of their acquaintance. It was the year she had just entered middle school. Quietly seated in a corner, she observed her classmates laughing and conversing, her heart brimming with envy and solitude. He was of average height, slightly plump, and after awkwardly taking a seat beside her, he shyly greeted her, Hi classmate. From now on, we'll be deskmates. She recognized his unease but feigned composure. His bashful chuckle shattered the ice, encasing her heart. He was a thoughtful boy, perceptive and empathetic, always quick to notice her emotional shifts, offering her comfort and support, standing silently by her side. They would passionately debate a math problem until their faces turned red, only to casually discuss solutions together after class. In leisurely afternoons, they shared dreams and secrets, envisioning the endless possibilities of the future. During school-organized spring outings, they strolled down tree-lined paths, welcoming the gentle spring breeze, cherishing the innocence and tranquility of youth. They had never truly quarreled over trivial matters, nor had they considered the notions of love or separation. She watched him grow taller and more handsome over the years. Suddenly, Shen Fuwei felt a sense of liberation. Perhaps love in adolescence is fleeting, but friendship can endure. With a playful smile, she sprang to her feet, forming a snowball to chase after Song Jingyan. "You rascal. Don't run." The two of them seemed to be transported back to their youthful days, frolicking in the snow. Their laughter lingered until they reached the entrance of Shen Fuwei's neighborhood. As smiles adorned their faces, Song Jingyan, breathless, declared, "I'm heading back to school." Shen Fuwei exhaled a puff of white breath, offering a simple, serene smile, and softly replied, watching Song Jingyan's figure gradually fade into the snowy haze. She stood alone at the entrance, snow blanketing the streets, flakes settling on her trembling eyelashes, suddenly feeling a chill. Unable to contain herself, she whispered into the direction he had vanished, "Song Jingyan, I like you." Alas, he was too far to hear her. By the time Song Jingyan returned to school, lunch had already passed. He purchased jam-filled bread and a plethora of snacks from the school store, making his way to the classroom. Entering through the side of the teaching building, he noticed many classmates still studying in Class 1, including Chun Bohin and Jiang Xiaofan. He refrained from interrupting them. And as he passed by the other two classrooms, he observed that significantly fewer students were present, with only a handful remaining. He couldn't help but reflect on how the atmosphere in the key class was indeed far superior to that of the parallel class. Nonetheless, he had never entertained the thought of returning to the key class. Upon entering his own classroom, he found Zhang Jingjing and Zhou Jie there as well. With the two of them, the entire class consisted of just 5 students, all boarding students unable to return home due to the inclement weather. What a tough year it was for the third years. Song Jingyan placed the snacks on the table, preparing to distribute them. "Zhang Ku, Lien's, come over for snacks. Has Dai Yuxi found you?" Zhang Zhengjing turned to inquire. "Yes." Zhou Jie sighed as she tore open a packet of spicy strips. "Was she gone? It might be close to the college entrance exam by the time she returns." Dai Yuxi had stood up for her and befriended her, and she genuinely felt reluctant to part ways with Dai Yuxi. "Zhou Jie, if you have any problems in the future, feel free to come to me. We're all classmates." Song Jingyan offered. "You can come to me too." Zhang Zhengjing chimed in. The few students in the classroom set their books aside and gathered to chat. Jingyan Yunti leave? Chen Bohin and Jiang Xiaofan, passing by Class 4, heard Song Jingyan's voice and entered. "How did you do on this exam?" Jiang Xiaofan promptly asked. "About the same as before." Chen Bohin, noticing the snacks on the table, didn't hold back and took a packet of spicy strips for himself, also grabbing a pack of shrimp chips for Jiang Xiaofan. "Brother Yin, they say those spicy strips are made with gutter oil. You want to end up regretting it, right?" Chen Bohin remarked while munching. Song Jingyan chuckled and teased. "Authentic Indian black bean oil, rich in 108 minerals unnecessary for the human body. You'll definitely regret it." Chen Bohin, unfazed, continued to enjoy his snack. "I'll just sneak some pu'er from Kuzhani to counteract this poison. This is called fighting poison with poison." Song Jingyan smirked. "I have a buddy who got a 500-year sentence for stealing peaches. Be careful." Laughter erupted among them. Outside, the snow fell in flurries, while inside, their voices resonated with joy. Perhaps years later, when they leave their youthful little town and reflect on that challenging and dreary third year of high school, they will still remember that delightful and carefree afternoon, where they conversed freely, reveling in the beauty and joy of friendship. They might sigh. To buy Osmanus flowers and drink wine together is never quite like the youthful wanderings of our youth. Just as their conversation grew animated, Song Jingyan, as if sensing something, glanced at his phone. It was then that a message from Liu Yiyi arrived. "Liu, are we heading home?" Song Jingyan, "Sure." He hurriedly grabbed his backpack. "You all carry on. I'm off." Noticing Song Jingyan's departure, Chen Bohin quickly snatched up his backpack. "Wait for me, Brother Yin." Jiang Xiaofan, seeing Chen Bohin also preparing to leave, slung her backpack over her shoulders and followed suit. "Don't run off. Take me home." Just as Chen Bohin burst out of the classroom, he was halted by Jiang Xiaofan. "Sister, we're not on the same route. How can I take you home?" Jiang Xiaofan pointed at the heavy snowfall outside, her voice taking on a more alluring tone. "In such heavy snow, it's dangerous for a girl like me to head home alone." Chen Bohin, Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Come on, don't pull that on me. I'll take you. By the time the two exited the school, Song Jingyan was nowhere to be seen. The snow was too thick, obscuring their vision. Song Jingyan, holding Liu Yi's icy hand, found it difficult to walk quickly. Why is your hand so cold? I can't warm it up, he remarked. They say if a girl's hands are cold, no one loves her. Liu Yi teased him with a playful smile. Song Jingyan slipped her hand into his pocket, jesting. They also say that pig trotters are best enjoyed roasted. Liu Yi scrunched her nose in mock indignation. Can't you just say you would care for me? I might end up hurting you. Want to test that? They bantered, playfully engaging each other. Suddenly, Liu Yi stopped in her tracks. I want to go see Xiao Xiao. She hesitated, her words trailing off. Song Jingyan understood her concern about how his parents might be reserved at home. My parents are still at the market at this hour. Come back with me. Chapter 72. Meeting the parents? As Song Jingyan pushed open the door to his home, the savory aroma of shrimp and chive dumplings wafted from a kitchen. Xiao Xiao wagged her tail excitedly, bounding to his feet. Lin Xiajun, her hands dusted with flour, lifted her apron. Son, you're back. The moment Lin Xiajun turned around, her smile froze as she finally noticed the slender figure behind her son. The dumpling wrapper fell with a soft thud to the ground, and Song Changchun's rolling pin halted midair. The atmosphere grew suddenly thick, as if it could be stretched like dough. Liu Yi discreetly withdrew her hand from Song Jingyan's down jacket pocket, her nails nearly digging into her palm. It was Song Jingyan who broke the awkward silence. Mom, why are you back so early today? Lin Xiajun, having regained her focus, realized that indeed she had returned home a bit sooner than expected. Business was thriving today, and they had sold everything before coming back. Just moments ago, she had noticed Liu Yi retracting her hand from her son's pocket. She saw it, but chose not to address it, unable to do so. She held a deep affection for Yi and hoped she could become her daughter-in-law. However, she was taken aback that her son would bring someone home like this without a word of warning. Lin Xiajun quickly composed herself and stepped forward to greet Liu Yi. Instinctively, Song Jingyan shielded Liu Yi behind him, only to see his mother bypass him, her hands precisely enveloping Liu Yi's icy little hands. Quickly bring out the red tea you've hidden in the cupboard. Lin Xiajun called back to Song Changchun. And go downstairs to Hian Building to order a seafood feast. Make sure to add sea cucumbers. Oh, and don't forget to pick up some fruits and drinks. Liu Yi's earlobes turned crimson, as if they might bleed, and she murmured shyly, Hello, Annie, Uncle. There's no need to trouble yourselves. Song Jingyan tugged at his mother's hold on Liu Yi's hand. Mom, stop holding her hand like that. Lin Xiajun laughed awkwardly and said to Liu Yi, Quickly take off your down jacket and sit inside. Annie will brew you some tea and prepare something delicious. His mother's enthusiasm seemed slightly excessive, prompting Song Jingyan to hastily lead Liu Yi and Xiao Xiao into his room. Liu Yi, feeling socially anxious and flustered by the unexpected encounter with Song Jingyan's parents, clutched the hem of his jacket and whispered, Jingyan, maybe I should just go home. Song Jingyan closed the door behind him and turned back. Don't be afraid. My parents are just so delighted to see such a lovely cabbage like you that they feel like celebrating with firecrackers. Liu Yi sat down on Song Jingyan's bed, exhaling in relief. What do you mean by cabbage and pig? Song Jingyan pointed at her and then at himself. Cabbage. Pig. Haven't you heard of the saying the pig roots around cabbage? Liu Yi burst into laughter. So you're the pig? Yes. And you are my little cabbage. Song Jingyan grasped Liu Yi's small hand, leaning down to gaze into her eyes. I am your pig brother. Liu Yi met Song Jingyan's brown eyes and immediately shied away, her cheeks aflame. It was their first time alone in a room without anyone else around. She replied softly, and Song Jingyan reached out to caress her cheek. Your face is so hot. Are you afraid I might have ulterior motives? Liu Yi lifted her chin defiantly, resembling a feisty little kitten. Am I afraid of you? Song Jingyan pinched her cheek and chuckled, choosing not to tease her further. Liu Yi was curious as she stepped into a boy's room for the first time. A basketball, dumbbells, a bed, a desk, and a row of bookshelves adorned the space. In contrast to her own, it felt rather sophisticated, yet thankfully, it wasn't as chaotic as she had imagined. Rather, it was quite orderly. Upon spotting a familiar item on the shelf, she froze momentarily before picking up the Ducati model she had gifted him. You still have this? Song Jingyan scoffed lightly. Did you think I'd throw away the things you gifted me? Liu Yi glanced back at him. I cherish everything others give me. She then unzipped her school uniform, retrieving a protective talisman hanging around her neck. Knock, knock. Jingyan. Lin Xiajun called from outside, knocking on the door. Song Jingyan stood up to open it, bringing in a plate of sliced cantaloupe. Give this to Yi to eat. Lin Xiaojun smiled brightly at Liu Yiyi as she peered past Song Jingyan. Then she playfully pinched Song Jingyan's abdomen, raising her brows in a warning. We are a respectable family. You must not bully this young lady. Song Jingyan understood the implication of her words. He would never intentionally mistreat the girl he cherished, but perhaps he would indulge in a little playful teasing. With an exasperated sigh, he replied, Mom, your son is still on guard. Lin Xiaojun scrutinized her son again. In the past, she had felt quite confident in him, even worrying that his earnestness might hinder his chances of finding a girlfriend. Now, however, she perceived a maturity in him that surpassed her previous impressions. With a relieved smile, she turned back to Liu Yiyi. If there's anything you'd like to eat, just tell Andy, and she'll make it for you. Liu Yiyi quickly waved her hands. No need to trouble Andy. I'll be leaving soon. Yi loves sweet and sour spare ribs and guabao roe. Lin Xiaojun exclaimed. All right, I'll make that right now. She suddenly paused, turning to Song Jingyan. Aren't those your favorites? Song Jingyan wrapped an arm around his mother, urging her not to ramble. If I love it, she will certainly enjoy it too. Lin Xiaojun shot him a disapproving glance before walking away. Once the door was closed again, Song Jingyan returned to Liu Yiyi's side. I only know you like guabao roe. Do you need anything else? Liu Yiyi shook her head. That's enough. She had never been picky with food, eating very little. She had no particular favorites or strong dislikes. The last time they had studied together during the National Day holiday, she had ordered guabao roe for lunch and enjoyed it enough for Song Jingyan to remember. She felt touched, and since then, had developed a fondness for it. This cup is lovely. Was it a gift as well? Liu Yiyi pointed to the ceramic cup adorned with a Garfield design. Oh, yes, it was a gift. Song Jingyan replied. Was it a girl who gave it to you? Does it matter? You drink water every day. You must use a cup, right? Do you understand? Liu Yiyi gazed at Song Jingyan meaningfully. A flicker of unease crossed Song Jingyan's eyes, barely perceptible. It was a gift from Liu Yiyi. Liu Yiyi fell silent, harboring a strong dislike for him since middle school. Were it not for his close friendship with Song Jingyan, she would never have crossed paths with him. I haven't used it yet. If you like it, it's yours. Song Jingyan offered, holding out the cup to Liu Yiyi. I don't want it. Liu Yiyi pouted. Do I have to be reminded of Liu Yiyi every time I drink water? Song Jingyan silently exhaled in relief. Girls indeed have many thoughts. It's just a cup. He changed the subject. How do you feel about this exam? As they chatted about studies and school life, an air of intimacy hung between them, likely influenced by their surroundings. Liu Yiyi's cheeks remained flushed as she distractedly played with Xiao Xiao while conversing with Song Jingyan. Knock, knock. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Xiaojun knocked on the door again. You two, come out for dinner. When Song Jingyan sat at the dining table, he was taken aback. It was customary for northerners to eat dumplings during holidays, yet today, in addition to dumplings, there were 10 other dishes. Dampo pork, steamed opium fish, steamed egg with sea urchin, a seafood feast, and more adorned the table, rivaling a New Year's banquet. Of course, there were also the sweet and sour spare ribs and guabao roe that Song Jingyan had ordered. Song's parents stood up, looking at Liu Yiyi, who shyly kept her head down. At the round table, where each person typically sat on opposite sides, Song Jingyan unexpectedly pulled out a chair and sat next to Liu Yiyi. Exchanging glances, Song's parents hesitated before addressing him. Jingyan, pour a glass of orange juice for Yiyi. Song Jingyan served Liu Yiyi a piece of guabao roe. Don't be polite. Liu Yiyi hesitated, waiting for Song's parents to pick up their chopsticks before she finally did. Taking a small bite of guabao roe, she savored its sweet and sour flavor. In truth, Song's parents were already well aware of Liu Yiyi's family background. To prepare them, Song Jingyan had previously explained things when he brought Xiao Xiao home. Therefore, to avoid any awkwardness, they refrained from mentioning Liu Yiyi's family situation. As a conversation about school inevitably led to academics, Song's father asked, how are your studies? Liu Yiyi had never been particularly concerned about her studies, but since establishing a relationship with Song Jingyan, she had begun to care, wanting to attend the same school as him. She now felt both anxious and guilty, fearing others might say she was unworthy of him. Auntie, I scored 576 on my last monthly exam. I will strive to improve. Liu Yiyi's voice trailed off, barely audible to Song's parents, as a hint of guilt washed over her. However, Song's mother and father were not the type of parents who harbored any sense of elitism. They were not particularly concerned about Liu Yiyi's academic performance, viewing it merely as a topic for casual conversation. Song's mother genuinely cherished Liu Yiyi. Since the onset of their first year in high school, the two had often walked home together after school, and she frequently came over to bring her son some of his favorite snacks, all of which she noticed with keen affection. As someone who had been through similar experiences, how could she not understand the young girl's feelings? Whenever you have time, do come over to our home. Let Jingyan assist you with your studies. Just let us know in advance if there's anything you wish to eat, she said kindly. Liu Yiyi set down her chopsticks. No need, Auntie. It's too much trouble. Song Jingyan, with a smile, placed the chopsticks back into Liu Yiyi's hand and offered her a piece of steamed fish. This fish is prepared by my dad. It's utterly delicious. You must eat your fill before leaving today. He deftly diverted the conversation to spare Liu Yiyi further discomfort. How is business lately? As it happened for Song Changchun, this was the first time meeting his son's girlfriend, and he felt a twinge of awkwardness, though he did not let it show. Seizing on the change of topic, he responded, I have some good news to share. The saltwater shrimp we procured from Uncle Li Heppen has all been purchased by a clothing factory to be distributed as New Year's bonuses for their employees. Song Changchun beamed with joy. The shrimp sales alone had netted over 80,000 yuan in a year, a feat he previously deemed unimaginable, especially considering he had hardly exerted himself, merely making a few trips and phone calls. Shall we expand our procurement scale next year? Song Jingyan suggested. That would be unwise. What if the economic climate worsens and we incur losses? Song Changchun promptly dismissed his son's proposal. He understood the business was quite promising, yet he was acutely aware that the stability of his family's livelihood was of utmost importance. Those ephemeral dreams of wealth could not come at the cost of familial security. Song Jingyan shook his head with a smile, refraining from further persuasion. He knew his parents too well. In his father's eyes, his academic achievements and the well-being of the entire family were his life's objectives. He would not jeopardize those for reckless ventures. As the year drew to a close, it marked the peak season for seafood sales. If managed properly, they could recoup a year's profits. At that moment, his mother, Lin Shijun, brought the steamed fish to Liu Yiyi's side and set down her chopsticks to listen to her son. We could order 500 colorful seafood gift boxes from a packaging factory to sell on Taobao. The principle of pairing for the gift boxes should be a mix of expensive and inexpensive items, along with those that sell well and those that don't, as well as those that are easy to transport. I can prepare a detailed chart for you. Don't. How can I let this interfere with your studies? That's simply one do. Although his parents had never pressured him academically, he understood that his academic performance had always been their pride. Only by excelling could he help them stand tall in front of relatives and friends, and only then would life hold promise. This was precisely why they never allowed him to help sell goods or do household chores. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had been expelled from school due to Huang Yao, and after transferring to a private institution, his grades plummeted, culminating in a college entrance exam score of merely 591. The prestigious universities he once aspired to were now out of reach. Though his parents never voiced their disappointment, he could discern it in their eyes. Upon hearing his son's suggestion, Lin Shijun and Song Changchun exchanged glances, contemplating. Son, where did you acquire such knowledge? Lin Shijun inquired cautiously. Having sold seafood for many years, she was well versed in its intricacies and had heard of Taobao long before. However, the combination of the two puzzled her. Song Jingyan had already devised an excuse. I came across insights regarding future sales strategies online. Simply put, the future lies in online sales. After a brief exchange of glances, Lin Shijun and Song Changchun addressed Song Jingyan. For now, focus on your studies. These matters can be handled by your father. Should any issues arise, you two could discuss them together. Understood, Song Jingyan replied. His mother's acceptance of his suggestion was already a significant victory for him, allowing them to potentially earn a bit more without exhausting themselves. Lin Shijun resumed eating. Aren't you attending an event in Liking next Sunday? As Song Jingyan savored his sweet and sour ribs, he replied, Is there something you need? Isn't Zaya studying at university in Liking? Bring her some treats. Upon hearing the name Zia, Song Jingyan's brow furrowed involuntarily. This aunt, merely 3 years his senior, was an indelible nightmare in his life. After his grandparents passed away when he was young, Lin Shijun and Song Changchun, preoccupied with their work, sent him to live with his grandmother in the countryside. In the village, there were few children his age, and he spent his days trailing his aunt, clad in slippers and open-crotch pants. Occasionally, she would tease him, saying, If you keep following me, you might just lose your little buddy. Later, when they met again, she would inquire, Is your buddy still there? Come, let me check. And would genuinely attempt to pull down his pants, leaving an unshakable shadow on his childhood psyche. As Liu Yiyi bit into her dumpling, she remarked, Today marks the first snowfall of winter. According to our tradition, we should eat dumplings. Dumplings symbolize the exchange of good fortune. And I wish both of you great success in your studies. All right, Annie. Liu Yiyi took a bite of the dumpling, which was filled with shrimp, chives, and eggs, and was utterly delicious. It had been ages since she had experienced such familial warmth, and she had long forgotten the old custom of eating dumplings during the first snowfall. She admired the atmosphere of Song Jingyan's family and felt a twinge of envy. In her heart, she held a profound respect for Song Jingyan's eloquence and knowledge, and their bond seemed to be taking root unbeknownst to them. After finishing their meal, Liu Yiyi did not wish to delay Song Jingyan any longer, concerned about the slippery roads and the snow. "Thank you, Auntie and Uncle, for your hospitality. I must return home now." Lin Xiaojun and Song Changchun both stood up. "Given the inclement weather, any one tea keep you. Let Jingyan accompany you home." The family donned their outerwear and descended the stairs. Just as they stepped out of the hallway, they encountered their neighbor, Grandma Qin, returning from outside. "What brings you both out?" Lin Xiaojun's joy was unmistakable. "Oh, a classmate of my son S has come to visit, so we're seeing her off." Grandma Qin turned back to glance at Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi. "Oh dear, my old eyes must be failing me. I thought we had a young couple moving in." Lin Xiaojun beamed as she watched her son and Liu Yiyi walk side by side, further solidifying her approval of Liu Yiyi. "What young couple? They're still high school students," she retorted. Once home, Lin Xiaojun turned to Song Changchun and asked, "So, what do you think?" Song Changchun, who was enjoying his tea, paused momentarily, understanding her inquiry's true meaning. Nodding with a smile, he replied, "Quite well indeed. The girl is lovely and very considerate. Our son has good taste." They exchanged smiles, a shared understanding passing between them. The snowfall had ceased, and the streets of the old town bore the chaotic imprints of pedestrians. After walking a distance, Song Jingyan turned back and gently took Liu Yiyi's hand, placing it inside the pocket of his down jacket. They ambled slowly beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, exhaling puffs of breath into the chilly air. "Are you feeling full, little cabbage?" Song Jingyan inquired with a grin. "Ah, Annie kept serving me food, and I'm positively stuffed." Liu Yiyi responded with a knowing smile, a flicker of happiness brightening her face. "You're not going to develop feelings for any other girls, are you?" Like many infatuated youths, Liu Yiyi began to pose hypothetical questions. She was, after all, a girl plagued by insecurity. Song Jingyan understood the gravity of the moment and knew he must respond sincerely. "Yi, you are the girl I cherish. One day, I shall ensure that you don a pure white wedding gown and step into the hall of matrimony with me." Liu Yiyi's smile was as sweet as honey. As she nestled herself against Song Jingyan's arm, she began to indulge in fantasies of wearing exquisite bridal makeup and a shimmering white wedding gown adorned with diamonds, glistening under the lights. In her imagination, Song Jingyan stood at the entrance of the chapel, dressed in a black tuxedo, extending his hand to her. Observing the blissful demeanor of Liu Yiyi, Song Jingyan couldn't help but inhale the fragrant scent of her hair. "It's been a while since I've heard you sing. Why not a tune?" Liu Yiyi's confidence blossomed when she sang, dispelling her usual melancholy, truly embodying the spirit of a youthful girl. "What song would you like to hear?" A smile danced on Liu Yiyi's lips. "Anything will do." She cleared her throat and began to hum softly. "Finally, I've made this decision. I shall not heed the opinions of others. As long as you share the same conviction, I am willing to traverse the ends of the earth with you." In the quaint streets, the dim yellow streetlights cast a warm glow upon her profile. Liu Yiyi gazed at him with a smile that could melt hearts, her tenderness palpable. Song Jingyan admired her rosy, luminous lips, pondering that if he were to kiss her, she would surely not push him away. "Why are you silent?" The pair paused at the entrance of Liu Yiyi's neighborhood, standing face to face, prompting her to speak. "It's nothing. You've arrived home." Song Jingyan reminded her absent-mindedly. Liu Yiyi sensed that something weighed on his mind, but remained unaware of its cause. Lacking the ability to comfort him, she stepped closer and embraced Song Jingyan, burying her face in his chest. He wrapped his arms around her, saying, "It's a bit chilly outside. You should head in soon. Are you happy today?" Liu Yiyi lifted her gaze to ask. Song Jingyan tightened his embrace with a smile. "Of course, how could I not be happy?" Unexpectedly, in his past life as a mere shadow, he found that in this rebirth, there existed a girl so attuned to his feelings. It was as if, amidst impending storms, a ray of light pierced through dark clouds, warming him with happiness. Chapter 74. One cannot conceal their affection. Liu Yiyi entered her neighborhood, while Song Jingyan turned to leave. Concealed in the shadows, Liu Boda emerged slowly, leaving behind a trail of cigarette butts. Since the incident with Xiaoxio's poisoning, Liu Yiyi had not cried or caused a scene. Yet he knew their father-daughter relationship had reached a dead end. Moreover, Liu Yiyi's mother, Sun Haiqian, was preparing to return home. Drawing closer the day Liu Yiyi would depart from him, making future meetings unlikely. Reflecting on his life, he recognized that his greatest mistake was choosing to end his 8-year relationship for the sake of his career, only to marry Sun Haiqian, whom he never loved. From that moment onward, every decision he made was flawed. Although Liu Yi's birth had brought him a fleeting moment of joy, the incompatibility of their union ultimately prevented any genuine feelings from blossoming. Their lives had deteriorated. They often quarreled over trivial matters like who would cook or wash the dishes. And arguments arose over which family to visit during the new year. Their encounters had devolved into disputes, and their marriage had long ceased to hold any meaning, eventually leading to its dissolution. Witnessing the pure love between his daughter and Song Jingyan, he felt a mix of concern and genuine hope for their future together. The results of the monthly exam remained consistent with previous patterns, and 2 days later, the rankings would be displayed on the school bulletin board. This time, there was a slight shift among the top 10 students, with Song Jingyan scoring 673 points, landing him in 4th place, while Shen Fuwei managed to score 1 point higher, securing 3rd place. The top 2 spots were still held by Chu Dongxiu and Li Mian, with Gao Minglang unexpectedly dropping from 3rd to 5th. Wai Wei, you got 674? 3rd place, Jiang Xiaofan exclaimed, pulling Shen Fuwei to tiptoe and peek inside. Is the 4th place Gao Minglang? Shen Fuwei inquired quietly. The top 2 rankings had always been stable, so she speculated that her position had merely shifted up 1 place, with Gao Minglang now standing between her and Song Jingyan. Jiang Xiaofan continued to peer into the crowd on tiptoe. There are too many people. I can't see who is 4th. Shen Fuwei sighed, feeling a bit disheartened. Just then, Shen Bohan emerged from the crowd with a sullen expression, addressing Jiang Xiaofan. Stop looking. You scored 610, which puts you at 23. Upon hearing her score, Jiang Xiaofan was pleased. What about you, Chendog? Shen Bohan furrowed his brows, sighing. I don't know what happened. I only scored 603. Did the teacher misgrade my paper? Shen Fuwei wished to inquire about Song Jingyan's performance, but the throng of classmates deterred her from speaking. Unexpectedly, Shen Bohan sighed again. Alas. Jingyan scored 673 and is 4th again. It's not like I've seen him study diligently. Just be envious, jealous, and resentful. What is the point of comparing your kindergarten-level intelligence to Song Jingyan's? Jiang Xiaofan retorted, turning back to Shen Fuwei. You and Song Jingyan truly have a connection. How is it that you always score just 1 point apart? Hearing Shen Bohan mention Song Jingyan's score and rank, the clouds of doubt in Shen Fuwei's heart suddenly dispersed. After all, she was still a naive, love-struck girl. Seeing their names side by side allowed her imagination to flourish, casting a romantic and sweet glow over her thoughts. How would I know how many points he would score? It's just a coincidence. Shen Fuwei attempted to mask her delight, though it was evident on her face. Jiang Xiaofan merely shrugged, choosing not to press further. As some rejoiced, others felt discontent, and naturally, there were those who harbored resentment. Gao Minglang, who had consistently placed in the top 3, was troubled to find himself drop to 5th. Gao Minglang, how did you let Song Jingyan surpass you this time? Yi Xiong remarked with a hint of mockery. Gao Minglang shot him a glance and coldly scoffed. Even if I performed poorly, I am still far superior to someone who behaves like a dog in front of Song Jingyan. These words pierced Yi Xiong like needles. He now avoided Song Jingyan whenever possible, only managing a stiff smile if they happened to cross paths. Many classmates noticed this change and were puzzled as to why Yi Xiong, who had always looked down on Song Jingyan, now treated him with such deference. Don't think I don't know. You like Shen Fuwei. Yi Xiong accused Gao Minglang, who kept his feelings for Shen Fuwei hidden from everyone. In the past, he had never regarded Song Jingyan, Tan Yu, or other suitors seriously. He believed that with his academic performance, he would one day reunite with Shen Fuwei at the same university, where they could stroll hand in hand through the campus, dreaming of the future and ultimately becoming the victor. However, this was merely his wishful thinking, as Song Jingyan's academic prowess had surged, erasing his advantage. Now, with Song Jingyan surpassing him in scores, Gao Minglang seethed with frustration. He was astounded that Yi Xiong was aware of his secret. With fury in his eyes, Gao Minglang glared at Yi Xiong. Mind your own business, or I won't let you off easily. At the sight of Gao Minglang's anger, a smile crept onto Yi Xiong's lips. While he dared not provoke Song Jingyan, he found satisfaction in establishing an enemy for him. Though there were slight fluctuations in the rankings of the top students in the monthly exam, they remained within a reasonable range. However, the most noteworthy achievement of this exam was Liu Yiyi from Class 7, who had elevated her score from 550 to 601, becoming a topic of conversation among teachers and classmates. A score of 601, while only placing her mid-tier in a key class, was remarkable in a parallel class, where few students surpassed 600 points, making her akin to a gem in the rough. In the senior class office, Liu Yi's homeroom teacher, Yu Zili, was engaged in conversation with the mathematics teacher. Perhaps our Class 7 might also produce a student who gains admission to a prestigious university like 985. Liu Yi is truly commendable. In just 2 months, She has improved by nearly 50 points. Liu Yiyi, a young teacher with only a few years of experience, is guiding her first graduating class, and the prospect of producing a top-tier student brings her immense joy. Sun Min is currently grading exams, and lifting her gaze, mutters, "You may be pleased, but a 985 score in exchange for an old Kuz Kingbei student is quite another matter." Ko Liangwei, having just swallowed a tea leaf stem, was about to spit it out when he heard the mention of his Kingbei student, immediately growing tense. In his class, the Kingbei student is none other than Song Jingyan. She is his prized possession. Anyone daring to challenge her would be met with his fierce resistance. "Why do you speak in half-truths?" Kiskiviko Liangwei. Recalling that Song Jingyan's performance in this month's exam was also satisfactory, inquired of Sun Min, perplexed. Sun Min raised her head, biting her lip while gripping her pen. "It's not just about scores, old Ku. You must also pay attention to the emotional well-being of your students. At this crucial moment, if personal issues hinder their studies, it could ruin their entire lives." Sun Min cast a pointed glance at Liu Yiyi. She and Song Jingyan share a bond that is both teacher-student and friend. Perhaps due to this favoritism, she holds no affection for Liu Yiyi, and her assistance in tutoring is merely out of respect for Song Jingyan. She genuinely hopes that Shen Fuwei and Song Jingyan would end up together as they seem more compatible. Of course, as a teacher, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Upon hearing Sun Min's words, Ko Liangwei immediately connected the dots regarding Liu Yiyi from Class 7. He deliberately shifted his chair closer to Sun Min, teacher Sun. "Are you suggesting that Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi?" Sun Min merely smiled and remained silent. Ko Liangwei quickly grasped the implication and confronted Liu Yiyi. Chapter 75. Choosing a side, Shen Fuwei or Liu Yiyi. Can't you manage your students properly? Ko Liangwei approached Liu Yiyi, seething with anger. Liu Yiyi, confused, furrowed her brow and asked, "Old Ko, what's the rush? Speak slowly. You need to keep an eye on Liu Yiyi. She is already in a relationship with our Song Jingyan. If you can't manage this, I'll have to report it to the head of the department." Although Liu Yiyi is a young teacher, she is fiercely protective of her students. She quickly picked up on the contradiction in Ko Liangwei's statement. Early romance takes two. If you accuse them, both must bear some responsibility, right? You cannot place all the blame on one person. Ko Liangwei was momentarily speechless and struggled to defend himself. "How do you think Liu Yiyi's grades improved? It was Song Jingyan who tutored her. Do you know how precious Song Jingyan's time is? If her performance suffers, our school will lose a Kingbei student this year. Are you prepared to accept that responsibility?" Ko Liangwei spoke passionately, his spittle flying, but Liu Yiyi was unwilling to engage in further debate. All right, I will talk to Liu Yiyi, and you keep an eye on your Song Jingyan." After speaking, Liu Yiyi glanced at the flushed Ko Liangwei and hurried out of the office. Liu Yiyi discovered her grades after the second class of the morning. Zhu Huiven, linking her arm with Liu Yiyi's, prepared to head downstairs for exercises. "Wow, you actually scored over 600. You could aim for 985. Lend me Song Jingyan for 2 months. I want to improve my grades too." Zhu Huiven frequently teased Liu Yiyi using Song Jingyan as a reference. Liu Yiyi poked Zhu Huiven lightly, genuinely displeased. "I dislike such jokes. Besides, I've already shared my exam papers with you. The truth is, academic success heavily relies on the individual, despite study methods and intelligence. Some level of hardship is necessary." Zhu Huiven lacks the perseverance that Liu Yiyi possesses. "Tisk tisk, Yi, seeing you like this, has Song Jingyan cast a spell on you? You get upset, even when I'm just joking." Zhu Huiven shook her head, mocking her friend, while secretly lamenting that Liu Yiyi seems to be lost in love. Liu Yiyi understood Zhu Huiven's jest, but still disliked such humor. Song Jingyan was her anchor, and she did not appreciate others making light of it. That was her bottom line. As they conversed and exited the teaching building, Liu Yiyi was called aside by Liu Yiyi to a secluded area. "Yi, can I ask you a question? And you must answer truthfully?" Liu Yiyi, with her approachable demeanor, exuded a big sister vibe. Liu Yiyi frowned slightly and replied, "Are you and Song Jingyan in a relationship?" Liu Yiyi's heart raced, and the events swiftly replayed in her mind. The school's stance on early romance typically involves intervention and urging breakups. Only Zhu Huiven and teacher Sun were aware of their relationship. She immediately deduced who had informed Liu Yiyi and chose not to deny it. "Yes," she replied softly. Liu Yiyi's expression turned serious. "To what extent has your relationship developed?" Liu Yiyi blinked, genuinely fearing that the teacher would demand they break up, which she could not accept. "We've only held hands. And what else? He also helps me with my studies." Liu Yiyi scrutinized Liu Yi's expression, concerned that she might be withholding information. "Is that all?" Liu Yiyi shook her head. "That's it." Liu Yiyi sighed in relief, her furrowed brow relaxing. Liu Yiyi was fundamentally a kind girl. She believed she wouldn't lie. I understand and support you. Yu Zili's words widened Liu Yiyi's eyes in surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Honestly, for a girl as beautiful as you, at such a blossoming age, it is entirely normal for boys to like you. However, you must not let those bad boys take advantage of you. Moreover, I've heard that Song Jingyan's character isn't impeccable either. It's fine for him to help you with your studies, but you must draw the line at other things. Yu Zili encouragingly patted Liu Yiyi on the shoulder. Liu Yiyi understood what was implied. Embraces, hand-holding, and perhaps kisses? Yet, Song Jingyan had never pressured her, and she did not feel repulsed. They had already embraced once. Liu Yiyi responded with a dazed "oh." She longed to express that Song Jingyan was a good person, but feared Yu Zili would continue to prattle on, so she merely nodded in silence. Upon returning to Zhu Huiven's side, Liu Yiyi was still somewhat dazed. "What did old you want from you?" Zhu Huiven inquired curiously. "She knows about my relationship with Song Jingyan and said she supports me." Liu Yiyi quickly covered Zhu Huiven's mouth. "Shoo, don't say that. Did I hear you right? Old you actually supports your relationship?" Zhu Huiven stared at Liu Yiyi in disbelief. "I'm not sure what she meant," Liu Yiyi replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yet, when she thought of Song Jingyan, her eyes regained their unwavering determination. "In any case, no matter what others say, I will not part from him." Zhu Huiven observed Liu Yiyi's expression in astonishment, realizing how deeply she had fallen and understanding that she could no longer joke about Song Jingyan in the future. At that moment, Song Jingyan and Chen Bohan emerged from the teaching building. The winter classroom, warmed by the heating, often left one feeling parched. Normally, Dai Yuxi would buy a few cans of cola and stash them in her desk, and he would casually grab one, gulping it down with satisfaction. However, Dai Yuxi's absence left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Stretching lazily, he noticed Liu Yiyi and Zhu Huiven walking ahead. When Liu Yiyi caught sight of him, she pretended to turn her head away. Song Jingyan quickly caught up to Liu Yiyi, softly saying, "Little cabbage, you're pretending not to see me, aren't you?" Liu Yiyi's face flushed instantly. The nickname Little Cabbage felt far too intimate for her. Glaring at Song Jingyan, she hesitated, ultimately wrinkling her nose and retorting, "You pig." Song Jingyan, unfazed, playfully lifted his nostrils, adopting a comical pig-like demeanor, much to the amusement of Liu Yiyi, who erupted into fits of laughter. The duo perfectly embodied the whimsical notion of a pig rooting through cabbage, leaving Chen Bohan and Zhu Huiven, who were observing from the sidelines, utterly perplexed. Was it truly that amusing? Chen Bohan wore a skeptical expression, his mind beginning to entertain doubts about whether Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi had perhaps taken their relationship to a new level. Song Jingyan squinted at Chen Bohan, remarking, "Perhaps your sense of humor is too refined, or your intellect too limited." Upon uttering this, all but Chen Bohan succumbed to suppressed laughter. Naturally, Chen Bohan brushed aside Song Jingyan's sarcasm. After years of camaraderie, he believed he understood him well. If Song Jingyan and Liu Yiyi had indeed established a romantic connection, he was confident that Song Jingyan would choose an appropriate moment to confide in him, sharing the news as a testament to their brotherly bond. However, the previous day, Jiang Ziofen had discreetly informed him via QQ that Shen Fuwei harbored feelings for Song Jingyan. This revelation left him astonished and conflicted. If he had to choose between Shen Fuwei and Liu Yiyi, he would undoubtedly support Shen Fuwei, for their relationship was closer. "Wait here for me. I'm going to buy some cola with Wenwen," Liu Yiyi announced, promptly dragging Zhu Huiven toward the school as convenience store. To Chen Bohan's surprise, he did not linger. "Yingge, I'm heading class 1, he declared before turning to leave. "Aren't you going to drink cola?" Song Jingyan called out from behind. Chen Bohan waved dismissively. "I don't feel like it." In truth, it wasn't tea that he didn't want to drink. He often shared in Song Jingyan's snacks and drinks. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to partake in anything related to Liu Yiyi. Song Jingyan smirked knowingly, sensing that Chen Bohan was harboring some secret. However, he could not fathom the inner workings of Chen Bohan's youthful mind. Perhaps growing up brought about an array of complex thoughts. In the days that followed, Ko Liangwei did not approach Song Jingyan for a conversation. For students like him, as long as their academic performance remained steady, teachers typically refrained from initiating discussions. Nonetheless, the attention directed toward him had noticeably intensified, with assignments tailored to address the specific knowledge areas where he frequently erred. Song Jingyan sensed this shift and sought out Liu Yiyi to uncover the truth. After some hesitation, Liu Yiyi divulged the content of her conversation with the teacher. Yet for Liu Yiyi, it had become inconsequential. All she needed now was to focus on her studies. Chapter 76, Professor Zhang. If you continue like this, I might just have to bully your daughter. Ever since Tan Yu's ill-fated attempt to confess his feelings to Shen Fuwei after school, he had vanished from the school scene. It took several days for his classmates to notice his absence, and only after inquiring with teachers did they learn he had transferred. Shen Fuwei's family was unaware of these developments, thus eliminating any possibility of Professor Zhang exerting pressure on the school. The principal, Ren Zhuan, along with several school leaders, had decided to speak with Tan Yu after careful consideration. The decision was not solely influenced by Shen Fuwei's family circumstances. It was primarily motivated by Tan Yu's confrontation with two students from Tsinghua and Peking University. In high school, one could bully any ordinary student, but touching those elite few was a different matter altogether. They represented the school's prestige and key performance indicators. Even the real estate market around the school relied on their presence. Tan Yu's actions jeopardized many futures, cutting off a significant number of people's prospects. Ultimately, despite Tan Yu's family offering substantial sums to smooth over relations, it proved futile. However, Song Jingyan had not paid any attention to this situation in recent days. Before he knew it, December 12th had arrived, the day designated for the top 5 students from their school to participate in the I Love My Hometown themed event in the city. The night prior, Song Jingyan had meticulously groomed himself from head to toe, getting a haircut and enjoying a bath. This time, he opted for a less drastic haircut, merely thinning and trimming around his temples, resulting in a clean and tidy appearance. He donned a large, black-down jacket, having skipped breakfast, and carried only a backpack. As he walked through the bustling streets illuminated by the morning sun, he boarded the luxurious blue tour bus, where a dozen classmates were already seated. They were elite students from various schools, though there was a distinction among them. At Binhai No. 1 High School, over 100 students scored above 600, including several from Tsinghua and Peking University, while the second-ranked No. 2 High School boasted over 50 students above that mark, with a handful of elite scholars as well. In contrast, other institutions like No. 8 and No. 6 high schools had but a few students achieving such scores. Chu Dongxiu, Li Mian, and Gao Minglang from No. 2 High School were already on the bus, yet Shen Fuwei was conspicuously absent. Each occupied their own seat, engrossed in their respective activities, reading, listening to music, or simply resting with their eyes closed. Gao Minglang sat in the front row with his backpack beside him. As Song Jingyan passed by, Gao Minglang instinctively tightened his grip on his bag, clearly signaling his reluctance to share the space. Song Jingyan let out a derisive chuckle, choosing to ignore him. He preferred solitude, a trait ingrained in his very being. Peering inside, he noticed the back of the bus was a bit bumpy, prompting most to congregate at the front. While he made his way to the rear, he settled into the second-to-last row, taking the window seat, placing his backpack on the adjacent seat, an indication that he did not welcome company. As the bus made its way past 2 stops, 2 more students boarded near Shen Fuwei's neighborhood. Through the window, Song Jingyan caught sight of her, clad in a white down jacket, her hair styled in a high ponytail, with a white scarf casually draped around her neck. She carried a pink backpack and approached the bus accompanied by Professor Zhang, who cast a sharp glance at the vehicle. Instinctively, Song Jingyan shrank back, tucking his face into the collar of his down jacket, curling up in his seat. Following the love letter incident, the rumors surrounding him and Shen Fuwei had long since dissipated within the school. Logically, Professor Zhang should no longer harbor any resentment toward him. Yet, he could distinctly recall the animosity and disdain in Professor Zhang's gaze during their last accidental encounter at the school gate. Why was that? A surge of unnamed frustration welled up within him, transforming his previously buoyant mood into one of irritation. Professor Zhang remained oblivious to Song Jingyan's presence in the back of the bus. She had consulted with the school, confirming that multiple buses would be transporting students for this event. Students from the same school would not necessarily be placed on the same bus. Thus, she did not pay particular attention to the blue bus, especially as she had a pressing meeting to attend, leaving her daughter to board before hastily departing. When Shen Fuwei stepped onto the bus, she failed to notice Song Jingyan, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Gao Minglang, seated at the front, suddenly stood up, eagerly placing his backpack on the overhead rack. "Why, sit here, it's too bumpy in the back," he exclaimed. Shen Fuwei shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing him as she continued toward the rear. She disliked being casually addressed by her nickname Wei by just anyone, as it implied a familiarity that did not exist between them. In school, she and Gao Minglang hardly spoke, and there was no basis for such informalities. Left standing there, Gao Minglang felt embarrassed, while his classmates Chu Dongxiu and Li Mian, both top scholars, understood Shen Fuwei's personality and merely exchanged glances before returning to their respective study materials. To students from other schools, however, it appeared as though he had attempted to flirt with a beauty, only to be met with a cold shoulder. They exchanged knowing smirks, subtly mocking Gao Minglang. Feeling humiliated, he clenched his jaw, his gaze trailing after Shen Fuwei as she moved further away. Shen Fuwei eventually discovered Song Jingyan, who was curled up in the corner, deeply engrossed in gazing out of the window. Elated, she quickened her pace towards him, eager to share the milk cookies she had labored over the previous night. Jingyan, as she approached him, she suddenly halted. Song Jingyan's backpack remained beside him, untouched, and he merely cast a sidelong glance in her direction upon hearing her voice. His demeanor was icy. Shen Fuwei's smile froze on her face, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. What had she done to offend him? Why was he looking at her like that? Student in the white coat, please take a seat. The bus is about to depart. The bus driver called out, glancing at the rearview mirror. Uncertain gazes from the others in the bus fell upon her. Shen Fuwei felt a wave of grievance wash over her as she settled into her seat on the right, separated from Song Jingyan by an aisle and his backpack. She did not put down her own bag, nor did she continue to look at Song Jingyan. Instead, she buried her face in her scarf, revealing only her large, misty eyes on the verge of tears. Once her anger subsided, Song Jingyan glanced at Shen Fuwei, who appeared pitiful, and the atmosphere turned a tad awkward. Yet, he was reluctant to comfort her, remaining seated in silence. The bus, having picked up students, now gathered with other buses at the highway entrance, waiting to embark. At that moment, the doors swung open, and a girl accompanied by a boy entered. The girl, clad in a white down jacket with long hair cascading over her shoulders, approached confidently, while the boy in a gray down jacket trailed closely behind her. The girl walked straight to Song Jingyan. "Excuse me, may I sit by the window?" Upon hearing such an unreasonable request, Song Jingyan straightened up, surveying the bus and noting the many vacant seats available. He frowned slightly as he glanced at the girl. She had fair skin and wore light makeup, undeniably beautiful. The kind of girl who would be the belle of any school. However, even among the belles, there were distinctions. Compared to Shen Fuwei and Liu Yiyi, she still fell short by a measure. Understanding the situation, Song Jingyan looked at the boy trailing behind the girl and began to piece together the dynamics at play. If the girl had said, "Could you please give up your seat? Or would you mind swapping seats with me?" it would imply that she wanted him to leave. However, her request was simply for the window seat, indicating she did not intend to displace him, but rather wished to sit beside him. It was evident that she was quite confident in her looks, expecting that Song Jingyan would readily acquiesce. Song Jingyan chuckled softly. On what grounds? The girl's expression stiffened. Song Jingyan had not yielded to her beauty. Yet, she discerned that he had not outright rejected her, suggesting there remained a glimmer of hope. All students on this bus were undoubtedly elites from various schools, likely to attend the same university in the future, perhaps even forging a unique bond. Her tone was undeniably flirtatious as she spoke, and Song Jingyan nodded thoughtfully, as if finding her logic compelling. Afterward, he rose, placed his backpack in the overhead compartment, and vacated the seat, assisting the girl in stowing her bag as well. Shen Fuwei, hiding her face within her scarf, shot an indignant glare at Song Jingyan before turning her attention back to the girl. Throughout her life, she had never resorted to cursing, yet she rummaged through her mental lexicon and silently condemned the girl. Vixen. Song Jingyan was akin to the peach tree she had nurtured in her garden, toiling throughout the year to water and fertilize it, eagerly anticipating the flowers and fruits. Yet, just as the harvest was near, an interloper had arrived to pluck the peaches. She felt a surge of anger and frustration. After Song Jingyan and the girl settled in, the boy who had followed her displayed a look of deep disappointment, glanced back, and exited the bus. The girl, as if nothing had happened, introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Ning Xiaomi from 6th Middle School. Zhang Zhongjing from 2nd Middle School." Song Jingyan replied earnestly, emphasizing his role as class monitor. Ning Xiaomi assumed that when he referred to 2nd Middle School, he meant the prestigious Sui County 2nd Middle School, where students scoring over 600 points were rare, and thus felt a tinge of disdain. Shen Fuwei noticed that Song Jingyan had not disclosed his true name to Ning Xiaomi and couldn't help but chuckle, revealing her stunning visage from behind her scarf. Ning Xiaomi then realized that the beauty sitting beside her, Shen Fuwei, was equally striking. She cast a suspicious glance at Song Jingyan. "Are you two together?" Song Jingyan replied casually, "We attend the same school." This indicated they were not in the same class, merely friends at most. Ning Xiaomi could not resist stealing glances at both Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei. The boy was somewhat handsome, and the girl possessed a captivating beauty, making for a rather fitting pair. "Are you planning to pursue that girl?" Ning Xiaomi inquired, pointing at Song Jingyan and then discreetly at Shen Fuwei. "Don't misunderstand. She is both a school beauty and a top student. I've already declared that I won date in high school. You can pursue her in college then." Ning Xiaomi quipped. "Do you understand what a top student is? If one avoids relationships in high school, they are likely to do so in college as well. I don't wish to become a nun." Ning Xiaomi found Song Jingyan's nonchalant demeanor amusing, a refreshing contrast to other boys who often tried to act cool in her presence. Do you have any goals? She asked. Song Jingyan smirked, clearly indicating his interest in Ning Xiaomi. I'm always ready. If Jiang Taigong casts a bait, I'll swiftly bite. Ning Xiaomi stifled a laugh. I'm not Jiang Taigong. Then you must be Jiang Taipo. Although their conversation was hushed, Shen Fuwei, seated beside them, pricked up her ears and caught every word. She wished to stand up and retort at Song Jingyan. She never said she wouldn't date in college. Yet, seeing him laughing and chatting with Ning Xiaomi only fueled her internal resentment. At that moment, Ning Xiaomi produced an iPad, plugged in her headphones, and offered one to Song Jingyan. Let us watch Love Apartment together. Song Jingyan scoffed. My mom said such shows are chaotic, portraying lunatics and appealing to fools. Ning Xiaomi frowned at him. What do you mean by that? Song Jingyan, opting for candor, stood and stretched. Since that boy has already left, don't treat me as a fool. I refuse to play along. He had no qualms about being used as a shield, but being regarded as a simpleton was entirely unacceptable. Turns out you noticed all along, Ning Xiaomi remarked, realizing that Song Jingyan was indeed different from other boys. Since you've already figured it out, why are you still helping me? It's a long journey and rather dull. It's nice to have a bit of fun. Song Jingyan replied with a carefree smile. Ning Xiaomi bit her lip. Suddenly, Ning Xiaomi caught sight of the blue and white school uniform peeking out from under Song Jingyan's down jacket, her brow furrowing slightly. Aren't you from Fuwei County Second Middle School? Song Jingyan lowered his gaze, looking curiously at Ning Xiaomi. I never claimed to be from Fuwei County Second Middle School. I merely said I'm from Second Middle School. Ning Xiaomi was taken aback. She was aware that this event was organized by the Provincial Education Bureau in collaboration with the city government and several renowned universities, inviting top students from various schools in Binchinch. The municipal second middle school was the second best high school in Binchinch, second only to the first middle school, with over 50 students each year scoring above 600. Moreover, several top students from prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Baida emerged from there each year. Ning Xiaomi scrutinized Song Jingyan and Shen Fuwei once more. Did this imply that these two might very well become future students of Tsinghua or Baida? Just moments ago, she had been speaking with Zhang Zhengjing about attending the same university. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. Although the college entrance exams were still some time away, she consistently scored around 620 in assessments. However, the thought of reaching the cutoff for Tsinghua and Baida felt daunting. She glanced at Song Jingyan again, realizing that this mischievous boy, with his hint of swagger, likely had little sincerity in his words. Turning her head, she gently called out to Shen Fuwei, "Hello, classmate." Ning Xiaomi produced a bag of Lay's potato chips and handed it to Shen Fuwei. Are you and Zhang Zhengjing both from the second high school? Shen Fuwei, who held a disdainful view of Ning Xiaomi, would typically ignore her. However, Ning Xiaomi had successfully stirred the pot of jealousy within her, igniting her competitive spirit. Yes, we are both from a second high. She intentionally paused, and Ning Xiaomi could discern her implication, affirming that these two indeed were academic prodigies from the second high. Oh, I'm Ning Xiaomi from the sixth high. Ning Xiaomi continued with her self-introduction. Shen Fuwei, disinclined to forge a friendship, pressed her lips together, refraining from responding. Ning Xiaomi felt a tinge of awkwardness and offered a polite compliment. Your school has many excellent students. Unlike ours at the sixth high. How many points do you usually score in your monthly exams? Shen Fuwei's cold, ice-blue gaze, which she believed conveyed hostility, merely struck Ning Xiaomi as a hint of aloof beauty. Over 670 points. Ning Xiaomi was taken aback, realizing that continuing the conversation with the frosty girl would only lead to futility. So she turned her attention to Song Jingyan. So, can you score over 670 points too? Song Jingyan grinned mischievously. No, I often score 0. Ning Xiaomi shot him a disbelieving glance, still hesitant to accept his status as a top student. Yet she had no choice but to concede. She pulled out paper and pen. What is your QQ number? Let us add each other as friends. Song Jingyan promptly replied. 9, which turned out to be Zhang Jingjing's QQ number. Shen Fuwei naturally remembered Song Jingyan's QQ number and stifled a laugh, thinking, Jingyan is quite the rascal. Not a single honest word with that girl. Instead of returning to his seat, Song Jingyan leaned closer to Shen Fuwei. Scoot over and make some room for me. Shen Fuwei felt a surge of irritation. She thought, weren't you having a good time sitting with Ning Xiaomi? Why come sit next to me? Yet, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, realizing that if she did, Song Jingyan might actually return to Ning Xiaomi, which would further dampen her spirits. She slowly settled into the seat by the window. Song Jingyan feigned looking out the window while stealing glances at Shen Fuwei. Feeling his gaze, she turned her head slightly. What are you looking at? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Don't move. Song Jingyan leaned in closer, causing Shen Fuwei's heart to race as she felt his warm breath against her neck. She was too nervous to move, thinking, what are you up to, Jingyan? This is a bus, and so many eyes are watching. In Chapter 78, don't cry. I haven't bullied you. Song Jingyan inhaled deeply, the scent of orange blossoms from Shen Fuwei's hair filling his senses. He then yanked the tag off the scarf around her neck, chuckling, quick, thank me. You were so careless, you forgot to remove the tag. Shen Fuwei sighed in relief, realizing her misunderstanding. With her head bowed, her cheeks flushed, she remained silent. Suddenly, Song Jingyan's stomach audibly grumbled. He patted his belly, saying, can I have a lollipop? I didn't eat breakfast. Shen Fuwei opened her backpack and revealed a container filled with freshly baked milk cookies from the previous night. The cookies, shaped like adorable kittens, were bursting with milky flavor. Why didn't you bring these delicious cookies out earlier? Song Jingyan had always appreciated Shen Fuwei's baking skills. She indeed had a talent for it. Shen Fuwei shot him a resentful glance. Why did you have to look at me so coldly this morning? I didn't provoke you. Recalling Professor Zhang, Song Jingyan furrowed his brow. Is Professor Zhang perpetually in a prehistoric midlife crisis? He always looks at me as if I were his enemy. Shen Fuwei was unaware that Song Jingyan's frustration stemmed from his mother. He had promised her he wouldn't date during high school. Though he hadn't, he had developed feelings for Shen Fuwei, which made him feel guilty for lying to his mother. Don't speak about my mom that way. If you're upset, take it out on me. Shen Fuwei pressed her lips together, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Seeing her distressed expression, Song Jingyan sighed in resignation. All right, I won't mention it again. I'll just avoid Professor Zhang in the future. Don't make yourself look like a victim. I haven't bullied you. Haven't bullied me? Yet every time she saw him laughing with other girls, she felt infuriated. Wasn't that a form of bullying? I wish high school would end soon so I could get into university. Shall I tell you a story? Noticing Shen Fuwei's gloomy demeanor, Song Jingyan decided to lighten her mood. What story? One day, a farmer caught a pig, but accidentally let it escape. Can you guess where the pig went? Shen Fuwei, lacking enthusiasm, asked where. The pig ran off to listen to stories. Haha. Shen Fuwei managed a faint smile. You let me tell you another one. Okay. The pig and a tiger spent the night in a cave. Why did the tiger die the next morning? Shen Fuwei genuinely pondered. Was it a baby tiger? I don't know. Only the pig knows. Ha. Song Jingyan laughed unabashedly. The clouds of gloom in Shen Fuwei's heart finally dispersed. The jokes were hardly humorous, but seeing Song Jingyan laugh so freely filled her with joy. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaomi watched the two share laughter, feeling a pang of jealousy. It was evident that Zhang Zhengjing treated her and that girl with starkly different attitudes. Having always been the center of attention, her pride had been inflated by the numerous boys pursuing her since entering high school. Yet, Zhang Zhengjing seemingly dismissed her completely, appearing far more interested in Shen Fuwei. It felt as though her beauty was inconsequential in his eyes. She believed her looks were on par with that of Shen Fuwei. After the bus gathered one by one, they began to move onto the highway. The journey from Binshinj to Lekang would take approximately 5 hours. There was a brief stop at a service area before continuing the journey. Fortunately, with Shen Fuwei's company, the trip wasn't unbearably dull. After sharing laughter for a while, fatigue overcame them, and they both succumbed to sleep. Shen Fuwei had spent the previous night baking, resulting in a late bedtime. Once she noticed Song Jingyan had fallen asleep, she too soon drifted off. Despite the road being smooth, the bus rocked gently from side to side, causing the two slumbering individuals to lean against one another. Ning Xiaomi found herself unwittingly served a dose of dog food, regretting her decision to sit beside Zhang Zhengjing. Yet, leaving would imply she felt inferior, so she remained seated, feigning indifference. When Shen Fuwei awoke, the bus had already entered Lekang's urban area, where tall buildings came into view, and the traffic was congested, moving slowly in a line. However, she remained still, as Song Jingyan was resting on her shoulder. It was her first time observing him from such proximity, and she could even catch the scent of his soap. With her heart racing, she thought, if only this moment could last forever. But with a sudden screech of brakes, everyone lurched forward. Song Jingyan could no longer maintain his pretense of sleep. In fact, he had woken up even before Shen Fuwei. Shen Fuwei's profile was strikingly beautiful, her skin flawless and delicate, resembling fresh tofu, stirring an irresistible desire within him. Coupled with her unique scent of orange blossoms, Song Jingyan felt a ripple of emotion, reluctant to move away from her. Sorry, I was in such a deep sleep. Song Jingyan maintained a calm demeanor, his heart unaffected, remaining close to Shen Fuwei. It's all right. Shen Fuwei, feeling guilty herself, dared not meet his gaze, oblivious to the fact that he had been feigning sleep. Yet, even if they were aware, They wouldn't mind the previous interaction, having been desk mates for so many years. For Song Jingyan, Lekang felt like a second home. In a city teeming with stunning beauties yet devoid of bridal dowries, he rose to prominence in the coastal city, flourished in the travel city, and found opportunities therein. This city boasts an enormous seafood market, generating over 100 billion annually. More than half of the nation's seafood is distributed from this travel hub to various regions. The bus eventually halted at the entrance of a well-appointed hotel. Classmates and their supervising teacher began to disembark from the coach and enter the establishment. Once seating arrangements were made, the dishes began to arrive in succession. Famished, the students indulged ravenously, the only sounds at the table being the clattering of bowls and chopsticks during the meal. The nuances of the dish's flavors remained largely unappreciated. In the afternoon, they visited the city museum located near the hotel. The guide led them across the street to narrate the history of the travel city's development. However, the students appeared disinterested, engaging in private conversations, with few genuinely attentive to the guide's explanations. It was apparent to all that the purpose of this event was well understood. In recent years, the Northeast has experienced a significant population exodus, with many students seeking opportunities in the South. For the city to thrive, retaining talent must be a priority. However, mere slogans advocating love for one's hometown are evidently insufficient. The dire economic conditions and immense living pressures in the Northeast compel many to consider leaving their homes. Thus, the students approach this event as a typical trip, a means to alleviate the pressures of their rigorous senior year studies and to unwind, rather than a serious consideration to remain in their hometown. After the bus took them to several renowned tourist attractions nearby, they were returned to the hotel. The hotel, situated near the north gate of the Travel City University of Science and Technology, boasted excellent facilities, comparable to a 4-star establishment, with each individual assigned a private room. Once check-in was completed, the city was aglow with neon lights. After dinner, Song Jingyan remained in his room, engaging in conversation with Liu Yiyi for a while before calling his aunt, Lin Zun. I'm near the Travel City University of Science and Technology. How do I find you? Lin Zun, having not seen Song Jingyan for a long time, laughed joyfully upon receiving the call. My dear nephew, have you missed your aunt? Hearing her hearty laughter sent shivers down Song Jingyan's spine. Did he miss her? He certainly did not. He wished they would never meet again. Your sister asked me to bring you some things. Where can I find you? Song Jingyan intentionally avoided calling her aunt, trying to distance himself from the fact that Lin Zun was his mother's sister. You cheeky nephew, is it so hard to call me aunt? Meet me at the Westgate Library. After hanging up, Song Jingyan packed some campeches, sweet potato strips, and a large box of pickled blood sausage into a tote bag and stepped out of his room. The hotel room offered a clear view of the university campus. At that moment, Shen Fuwei had let down her high ponytail and stood by the window, gazing at the campus she had long heard about. She yearned to explore the province's top university, but with nightfall, she felt hesitant to venture out alone, being a girl in unfamiliar territory. Moreover, Gao Minglang, that annoying fellow, was constantly keeping tabs on her, eager to engage her in conversation and intrude upon her peace, making it even more difficult for her to go out unaccompanied. She contemplated inviting Song Jingyan, but dreaded the possibility of Professor Zhang learning about her evening outing with a boy, fearing a stern lecture. Hesitantly, she picked up the phone only to put it down again, lost in thought as she gazed out the window. Suddenly, she recalled a quote by Shi Taizong. He said that the first reaction to loving someone is often insecurity, a sentiment she had deeply experienced. Initially, she believed her relationship with Song Jingyan was that of close classmates, desk partners, and friends, merely with a hint of something special. It was only upon receiving that love letter that she understood the nature of that special bond was affection. However, at that time, she had no intention of defying her mother's wishes by entering a romantic relationship. The course of events did not unfold as she had hoped. She later discovered that the love letter was not penned by Song Jingyan, which left her feeling profoundly disheartened, especially after he uttered the words, "I do not like you." The world her mother had meticulously crafted for her as a model daughter crumbled. She harbored feelings for Song Jingyan and could not bear the thought of him engaging with other girls. Even though she knew there was nothing significant between him and those girls, she could not suppress her anger. Yet, following the incident with the love letter, Song Jingyan seemed to have transformed entirely.